Chapter 1. A dismal day. The sun shone brightly afternoon. In a port city on the western coast of North America, the streets were usually bustling with life, filled with vendors and passers-by. However, today was starkly different. Black smoke billowed throughout the city, with collapsed buildings strewn across the streets, creating a scene of utter chaos. A towering, seven-meter mechanized armored soldier maneuvered through the debris-laden streets. "What in the world is happening today?" murmured Eli, furrowing his brow within the cockpit of the armored suit. To trace the situation back, one must look approximately 30 minutes prior. In this port city's military base, radar detected the presence of 7 invaders. The location was merely a few kilometers from the town. At the speed of the medium-sized invaders, they could reach the town within minutes. Upon the first detection of the invaders, the young mechanized armored unit received orders to engage. Although the base's response time was commendably swift, the invaders moved at a pace even more rapid than anticipated. Despite the delay in the optimal engagement time, as long as the armored unit arrived promptly, they could still manage the situation. There were 20 armored suits stationed at the port city base, more than double the number of invaders. Based on past combat data against the invaders, a single average skilled pilot operating one armored suit could contend with and eliminate a medium-sized invader. By this logic, 20 armored suits could effortlessly dispatch 7 medium-sized invaders. This notion was shared by everyone at the base, not just the young armored unit. Yet, reality unfolded in a manner unforeseen by all. As the armored unit arrived at the scene, spreading out to prepare for battle, the sensors suddenly registered that all 7 invader signals had vanished. Moreover, not only the sensors of the armored suits, but even the base's radar entirely lost track of the invaders. Faced with this alarming turn of events, the young armored unit was plunged into disarray. Soon, terrified shouts erupted from the pilots as signals from 5 armored suits flickered off the radar. Not only were they blind to the invaders, but the signals of their comrades' suits also began to fade. In a brief moment, a total of 9 armored suits lost contact. "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" Eli muttered, desperate to observe his surroundings through the external cameras of his suit. With the sensors rendered useless, he had no choice but to rely on his own eyes. Though the sensors failed to detect the enemy, he hoped his vision would suffice. Before losing contact, his comrades had uttered a single word: "Gorilla." They must have caught a glimpse of the enemy, whose appearance was reminiscent of a gorilla. As long as he could see, there was a way to respond. The fury of his fallen comrades and the rage at the desecration of his city surged within Eli. Hatred served as the most potent motivation. Eli remained on high alert, scarcely daring to blink. Time ticked by agonizingly slowly. Moments later, from the shadows of a building 100 meters away, a massive figure emerged. Indeed, its shape bore a striking resemblance to a gorilla. Its body was covered in grayish-white fur, and its robust arms indicated extraordinary strength. The creature moved with the agility of a gorilla, launching itself forward with powerful leaps, seemingly fixated on Ellis' armored suit. Seeing the creature leap, Eli swiftly activated all cameras to lock onto the target. The radar remained unresponsive, but with his naked eye, the odds were now even. Having joined the young armored unit for over 3 years, Eli was no novice. His combat experience was considerable. Despite this being his first encounter with such an invader, he felt confident in his ability to prevail. Before the enemy could take action, Eli unleashed a barrage of gunfire from his suit's mounted machine gun. To his astonishment, the gorilla-like creature, despite its massive size, exhibited remarkable agility, deftly evading the attack while charging towards Eli. Eli, however, remained unfazed. As the creature closed in within 10 meters, he maintained his fire while drawing the sonic blade, a weapon designed for close combat, and lunged at the invader. The invader's momentum was so forceful that it could not evade the strike the sonic blade pierced through its body. After landing the blow, Eli dared not relent. Taking advantage of the invader's slowed movements, he unleashed a furious close-range barrage from his machine gun. The invader's immense form was riddled with bullets, succumbing to its fate. Finally dealt with, Eli exhaled, withdrawing the sonic blade from the vanquished foe. He immediately reported the situation back to the base, while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Initially, the base's radar had detected 7 invaders. Currently, aside from the one he had just dispatched, No reports of his comrades eliminating any other invaders had surfaced. Thus, 6 more invaders likely remained at large. This realization heightened Ellis' alertness. Through the recent skirmish, he understood that these invaders were not particularly formidable. The initial chaos was merely a result of the radar's inability to track the enemy, catching them off guard for a moment. "Let's crush the lot of them," Eli muttered as he activated all cameras to monitor his vicinity. To avoid a sudden ambush, he began to maneuver the armored suit erratically along the main road. There it is. As he sprinted onto the main road, Eli spotted a gray silhouette 200 meters ahead. Without hesitation, he charged toward the shadow, only for the camera feed to suddenly go dark. Moments later, the suit was struck by a violent impact. Eli was caught off guard. The suit lost balance and crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Inside the cockpit, a cacophony of piercing alarms filled the air. Eli glanced at the screen before him, trying to ascertain the current situation. His heart sank as he realized the gravity of the predicament. His suit lay on its back, and an invader was perched atop it. Eli quickly deduced that he had not yet reached the target invader, as he was still some distance away. The situation became clear. 2 invaders were at play, one drawing Ellis' attention while the other lay in ambush, ready to strike. Eli struggled to maneuver his suit, attempting to shake off the invader that had mounted him. However, he was unprepared for the invader's extraordinary strength. It pinned down his suit's shoulders, rendering him immobile. The invader loomed menacingly, tearing at the suit with a ferocity that sent metallic screeches echoing in Ellis' ears. Within moments, the suit's arms were wrenched off with brute force. In mechanized combat, the primary means of wielding various weapons relied heavily on the arms. Chapter 2. A relationship built on distrust. Is it feasible to visit these 5 locations in succession? Certainly. However, brace yourself. Each of these places will demand your utmost effort. That's inconsequential, but the reactions we encounter should differ from what we previously discussed. Correct? Statistically, North America is a region where invaders frequently manifest. Nevertheless, it is difficult to fathom such a widespread occurrence within a single day. It appears that Kian's assessment was indeed accurate, as a Kit nodded in agreement. The oldest incident dates back 3 days. Thus, even if we venture locally, the odds of encountering such fortune in a distant location, one that I cannot even locate, remain high. In that case, it matters not. If even you cannot trace his reactions, we are left with no options. Is this truly acceptable? If I merely choose to overlook the coincidence, would that suffice? You realize that if a situation were to be exposed, the complications would likely fall upon you, correct? Indeed, that if I were to miss something due to current troubles, it could lead to losses later on, which would be an unfavorable development for Kian in these times of inherently unstable contracts. Such risks must be avoided. With that, Kian departed from the bridge. Anna followed suit, without any explicit discussion. Instructor, is there anything else? No, one might say it's you who lacks any. Anna's comment caused Kian to halt. Fortunately, the corridor was devoid of passers-by. Thus, they could converse freely without fear of eavesdropping. I wish to hear your thoughts. Instructor, regarding this cleanup, do you perceive it as procrastination or evaluation? The sudden influx of cleaning tasks. While one could argue that this stems from the invisible abilities unique to Zaiwan, it still seems rather urgent. Despite the necessity for such powers, the absence of solid contract renders Kian's reliance on someone so untrustworthy rather disconcerting. So, why has this task presented itself? Kian surmised it to be a form of procrastination and evaluation. I am merely critiquing. Anna responded with calmness to Kian's unexpected inquiry, seemingly sharing his sentiments. Perhaps Akit felt similarly, as Kian scrutinized him. To what extent can you prove your worth? Will you pose a threat to humanity's forces? Setting aside the matters concerning the artificial island, this cleaning task appears to be a test of your true nature in response to this abrupt and troublesome order, correct? Well, if it were you, that would be acceptable. Would procrastination be bothersome? If it continues, no positive outcome will arise. If it is mere evaluation, wearing glasses should suffice. In truth, Kian's cooperation with humanity's forces is not in question. He bears no hostile intent, thus merely needing to project a demeanor they favor. Consequently, the previously scheduled contract negotiations with partners would proceed smoothly. However, should it be procrastination, it would become inconvenient for Kian. The only conceivable reason for humanity's military to engage in such actions would be a breach of contract. If that is the case, they would likely seek to delay Kian's arrival in Miami, preparing to capture or eliminate him during that interval. Although it may seem exaggerated for Kian alone, the vivid images of humanity as forces ruthlessly slaughtering minor invaders and summoning battle armor from nothingness have been witnessed. It is not I cannot deny that Akai's candid advice is indeed difficult for Misty to comprehend, particularly when it comes to confronting Shuren. Her abilities are not so lacking that she remains oblivious to this fact. However, despite her awareness, the earnest demeanor of Misty and the frivolous nature of Shuren remain discordant. Presently, Misty is likely to be led by Shuren with little resistance. Fortunately, Anna stands by. Istil has little defense against her, and she possesses an understanding of that individual. The aspects I may have overlooked, she can easily perceive. Indeed, she has always excelled in dealing with troubled youths. Misty, somewhat disgruntled, and Lambda, who seems to accept the situation, appear to share this sentiment with Xiao Jing. Is it possible that Shuren has ventured out to follow up on something? It seems likely. Nevertheless, the fact that she's alone brings me some unease. Speaking of desires, there are others besides her who wish to comprehend Shuren. Not only must this understanding be thorough, but it must also maintain the stance of the human army without offering support to him, which is quite challenging. Yet, should the current situation persist, I fear Anna may be rendered unable to act for some reason. At the very least, I hope someone can detect a sense of incongruity and forewarning from his behavior. After heeding Akai's words, both Misty and Lambda fell into contemplation. In this moment, I suddenly felt a gaze upon me. Looking towards the front of the bridge, I saw Akai's sister, Same, seated at the control stick. Observing us. Same, is there something you need? I inquired no, nothing at all. She quickly diverted her gaze back to the control stick, her true intentions remaining unclear. It was merely mentioned that she shares a close relationship with Shuren as a classmate. Surely, her thoughts must have been reflected in the previous conversation. If it were Same and her brother Haruma, perhaps they could fulfill the role previously mentioned. However, she does not plan to bring this up with Xiao Jing. Haruma's hostility towards the outside world is rather pronounced, making him unsuitable for her. Same, on the other hand, possesses a fundamentally straightforward nature. I doubt he excels at doubting his friends. If asked whether he is suitable, the answer would be a resounding no. If he were to personally intervene, that would be a different matter, but as it stands, such a scenario seems unlikely. Regardless, exercise caution around Istil. I had never anticipated actively opposing the human army, but it is equally improbable that they would be allies. The conversation regarding Shuren concluded, shifting to the upcoming location where Anayan was expected to appear. Several hours had passed since the sweep commenced. The mist reached the first point, and indeed, Anayan did not respond as anticipated. In order to uncover the concealed Anayan, Shuren's owlet launched from Mistolton. Now, 5 minutes into the sortie, the report indicated a staggering number of reactions, approximately 30. Though not of medium size, the subtly nuanced quantity of avian invaders presented a considerable challenge to Shuren. Despite being clad in a powered armor suit, becoming ensnared by such numbers was perilous, prompting Shuren to evade the pursuing Anayan and others. Under the command of Chief of Staff Anna, the remaining members on the bridge could only watch from a distance that I witnessed it with my own eyes. Yet no response. Though the numerous forms were visible, the sensors on the mist were virtually unresponsive. Only the dynamic sensor exhibited some faint activity. Yet regrettably, this sensor struggled to distinguish between the invading birds and ordinary ones, rendering it ineffective. Such exaggerated movements met with no reaction. This was worse than on the artificial island. Shuren's inexplicable emotions left me somewhat disheartened, but in truth, this was a grave issue. Previously, invaders appearing on the artificial island possessed cloaking capabilities. But once combat commenced, that invisibility naturally dissipated. However, the pursuing invaders still maintained their concealment. Recalling the chaotic scene when medium-sized Anonians attacked the port city, I realized they too had gone unchallenged. It seems your fortunes have shifted, and unfortunately, not for the better. What should be done? I have visual access and can provide cover. No, if there's no response, then it is not a matter of homing in, but rather manual targeting. Correct? Carelessly initiating friendly fire would be a grave error. Hey, are you licking my arm? Managing him is truly a bother. I shall settle this immediately. Lambda's cry as a gunner surely reached Shuren, yet he appeared to deliberately disregard it. As Owlet suddenly accelerated, breaking away from the throng, It seemed as though he was incessantly scratching, spiraling chaotically through the sky to disrupt the anide. I had previously pondered that individual must be specialized in technology. Right? Comparatively, his skills are rather commendable as part of the Military Officer Academy's curriculum. All students are required to learn the operation of powered armor. However, the training volume following the acquisition of basic driving skills varies significantly depending on the field of study. The most extensive training is allocated to the special course, aimed at cultivating the elite of each department, followed by the ordinary course for general soldiers, and then scattered specialized courses, with the technical course receiving the least training. Typically, technical course students become engineers and are not regarded as soldiers within the human army. Due to their non-participation in combat by principle, their training in natural combat is consequently deferred. Graduates from military academies are well aware of this fact. In such a context, it is rather rare for someone like Shuren, who hails from a technical background, to command an alet with such proficiency. Although only Anna and Lambda were speaking, it seemed that all on the bridge were intrigued by this matter. That child's technical prowess ranks second within the technical course, and it is likely he would excel in the special course that ISE truly from the technical course. Shouldn't he have transitioned to the special course? I have mentioned this several times, yet it has always been dismissed. Considering the treatment within the human army, graduating from the special course offers better prospects than from the technical course. Yet Shuren steadfastly remains in the technical course. His own reasoning is that he wishes to forgive those who face life-threatening situations. However, does this not seem even more peculiar? Misty interjected, still glaring at the flying Asano with a sharp gaze. I doubt that the level of driving skills displayed could be acquired through the training in the technical course. Thus, it is more reasonable to assume he underwent self-training. Yet if he merely wished to pursue the technical course, such efforts would be unnecessary. Therefore, could there be ulterior motives? This statement prompted Anna to clearly grasp the implication of Misty's words, leading her to stifle a chuckle, though Misty regarded her with discontent. Anna, who has observed Shuren since their student days, deemed this line of thought utterly mistaken. While it is true that he engaged in self-training, it was not of his own volition that I do not comprehend your meaning. If I mentioned that child was slated for assignment to the 13th technical class, would you understand? Anna's words left Misty momentarily speechless. Lambda, who was listening, abruptly halted in surprise, then exclaimed, "That little brat, ISE from the lost technical class." Latest URL, Chapter 4. The missing 13th technical class 1. Latest URL. Lambda's exclamation was so loud that it was evident he was entirely absorbed in the battle. His voice resonated so strongly that even those on the bridge who had not participated in the conversation turned to him with curiosity. "Excuse me, what is this lost technical class?" The question was posed subtly by the young Eastern male soldier in charge of search and analysis, K.Y. Inagawa. "Well, that place resembles an urban legend. It is no wonder you are unaware. The human army comprises countless technical classes, typically organized by branch names and common numbers. For instance, in North America, it is the first technical class of the North American Division of the Human Army. The problematic technical group is the 13th technical class of the Human Army's headquarters. This class is one of the oldest technical classes organized shortly after the establishment of the Human Army. Furthermore, among all technical classes, the 13th technical class is renowned for being one of the very few exceptional technical classes, possessing other reasons for its notoriety. This technical group is home to many skilled yet eccentric technicians. Eccentric individuals? I have heard rumors there are one-eyed snipers, gunpowder enthusiasts, and a couple with peculiar hobbies. In response to Lambda's explanation, KY emitted a subtle lament. Yet neither he nor Lambda should have been discussing such matters at this time. "You too. Let me clarify. This vessel's technical class is indeed the problematic 13th technical class, correct?" A few seconds of silence ensued. Then, amidst the astonished cries of Lambda and KY, Alet's lance swept through the invaders, bringing the battle to a conclusion in the mist hangar, beside the red-themed powered armor EC-02 military sword, which resembles Alet, Haruma stood face-to-face with a technician. Eric, is it not feasible? To inquire whether is possible is not to say cannot be done. The slightly plump young man, known as Eric, scratched his head in confusion. His name is Eric Martin. He is one of the members of the 13th technical class aboard this vessel, specializing in sensor engineering. Haruma sought him out to discuss countermeasures against the invaders with cloaking abilities. Presently, the ordinary sensors utilized by the human army are incapable of detecting the problematic invaders' reactions. However, since Shuren can sense the reactions, it should not be entirely absent in a strict sense. It is not that the reaction has vanished, but but rather that it has diminished to such a degree that it eludes detection by the sensors of the human forces. Therefore, if the sensitivity of the sensors could be enhanced, it might be possible to capture the reaction. Chuma has maintained a strong rapport with the members of the 13th technical class since his student days, and I am well aware of their technical prowess. If it were up to them, fulfilling Chuma's request would not pose a significant challenge. Yet for some reason, Eric's response does not inspire optimism. Eric Senpai, Chuma-kun, what's the matter? Lin, a striking Oriental woman who emerged suddenly from the shadows of a container, is also a member of the 13th technical class. Chunma, are you the type to put us technicians in a difficult position? Someone has requested that I enhance the sensitivity of the sensors. I see. Eric and Lin exchanged subtle glances, revealing their unease. With a heavy sigh, Eric turned to face Halma. Chuma, I'm afraid I cannot comply. Cannot? In truth, we are not permitted to make any modifications beyond repairs to the prototypes. The 4 EC-driven mechas, assault piloted by Shuren, the military knife piloted by Chuma, along with Snape and Blaster, have become vital assets within the human forces. According to the two, the development of these mechas was undertaken by a special agency, distinct from the usual technical teams. IT appears to be known as the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities Technical Development, or something of that nature. In any case, these 4 mechas fall under their jurisdiction, and their technical team cannot make arbitrary alterations that we were originally meant to oversee this team, tasked with the role of enforcers. It seems the boss has conferred with higher-ups, but has yet to receive permission. The 13th technical class had no intention of piloting this fog of uncertainty. However, during the invasion of 7th Man Island, half of the originally scheduled technical team perished. Fortunately, the 13th technical class, which suffered no casualties during the attack, was called upon, but due to the emergency nature of the situation, certain aspects have yet to be addressed. To be honest, as long as the enhancement of the sensors poses no issues, I would implement it immediately. I have finally acquired a firepower-centric sandblasting frame and wish to equip it with the newly developed missiles. Alan's model is rather outdated. Perhaps it is best to forego that. That is something my master strictly advised against using. What is so terrible about it? It achieves 3 times the destructive power of before. Does that mean we must annihilate them all? No, that would be far too dangerous. Seeing Lin casually uttering such alarming statements, I could not help but exclaim. This woman named Lin, at first glance, appears to be a tall beauty with striking black hair. Yet in truth, she is an ardent enthusiast of explosives. Though even Chunma is uncertain of the veracity of the rumors, it is said that she moved between various technical teams due to the overwhelming power of the explosives she created, ultimately finding her way to the 13th technical class. While this is merely hearsay, her tone leaves room for doubt regarding its authenticity. Lin is exceedingly reckless. I implore her not to conduct explosive experiments aboard the ship. I would never do such a thing. That probably tell Lin Senpai. I wish you could confidently refute that. Another pair of individuals approached, riding a small vehicle designed for transporting parts. The brown-haired youth with an eye patch is named Robin Flester, while the petite girl with silvery hair is Angela Karina. Both are members of the 13th technical class. How is the situation with the lightsaber S second generation? Is it intended for a devilish modification? No, I've never suggested anything so outrageous that I asked that so. I thought you were here to discuss showcasing your skills on the battlefield. Indeed, as Robin pointed out, my intention in seeking the enhancement of the sensors was to improve our effectiveness in combat. Yet somehow, he hit the nail on the head that Chunma's confusion is easily understandable. Robin squinted his left eye and offered a slight smile. That IT is all sureness nonsense. ISNT it? Robin's words ignited a warm current within Chunma's heart. Reflexively, I shot a glare at Robin, who, seemingly oblivious, began unloading luggage from the vehicle. Speaking of which, the events surrounding the Koki family are quite well known, and considering your connection to him, you must have some thoughts, right? As he unloaded the baggage, Robin spoke nonchalantly, not sparing me a glance. While he had accurately captured Chunma's sentiments, he appeared to harbor no particular opinion on the matter. Observing his composed demeanor, Chunma felt a twinge of anxiety. You are remarkably calm. That individual has not disclosed his true identity to anyone within the 13th technical class. Following his graduation, Shuren was supposed to become their colleague. Consequently, they have also become individuals who are unaware of Shuren's concealed identity. Nonetheless, they have neither expressed anger nor sought to draw closer as Anna has thought. In other words, this state of affairs persists until Shuren's identity is revealed in broad daylight. Watching their nonchalant behavior, Chuma felt a sense of unresolved disquiet. Seeing Robin's mocking attitude towards me, I could not help but speak out. In response to Chuma's words, Robin offered no reply, and the other members of the 13th technical class remained silent. The harmonious atmosphere from earlier dissipated, leaving only a heavy silence. The first to take action was Eric. He let out a deep sigh and shifted his gaze toward a specific direction. The remaining members followed suit, each revealing expressions of confusion and loneliness. Chuma, following their gaze, spotted a figure. The rust-red hair, which was a common sight during student life, could no longer be mistaken. He was a classmate of Halma, and the person who spent the most time with Shuren. Gil Grace, in a state of disarray. He stood silently, gazing at the mecha before him. That fellow truly knows how to play the role of Mata. How many times has it been today already? The tones of surprise and mild concern could be heard in Robin and Lin's voices. However, Chuma remained completely bewildered by the significance of Gil's actions and the implications of their statements. Gil, ever since that day, he transforms into that state the moment he is out of sight. Since that day, I have not exchanged a word with Sen. That's so. I gazed at Eric in disbelief. Yet he did not appear to be lying. He instinctively glanced at Angela, who stood beside him, and she merely nodded sadly. However, is it not strange? Hadn't assault already deployed? There should have been ample opportunities to converse with him. It should be as such. If it can be avoided, then there is nothing that can be done. Avoid? That fellow. Indeed, he's been evading. Upon deployment, he rushed into the mecha without even a moment to greet anyone. As soon as he returned, he leapt from the cockpit and vanished swiftly from the hangar. Hearing this, it seemed evident that Shuren was indeed avoiding the 13th technical class. Regardless, based on Chuma's understanding of Shuren's character, it is difficult to conceive of him behaving in such a decisive manner. Overall, his usual demeanor is more in line with a leisurely approach. After returning, he had to secure the mecha, which kept the technical team busy. He must have been aware of this and left the hangar promptly. Lin furrowed her brow in displeasure. Yet, one thing continually nagged at Chuma's mind. Why is that fellow avoiding everyone? At the very least, Halma did not attempt to evade Shuren following the revelation of his identity. Though Halma might not engage with him excessively in certain respects, Shuren did not exhibit the blatant avoidance that had been described. This was not limited to Chuma. While Lena and Lei did not maintain a particularly active relationship, their connection remained similar to before, as did Anna's relationship. Clearly, his attitude towards the 13th technical class is peculiar. This fact is likely not lost on them either. Upon hearing Chuma's words, they simply tilted their heads, revealing expressions of confusion. If only they could understand the reason behind it, it would not be so burdensome. However, they remained vigilant. Even if they were to pursue, they would likely scatter immediately. Both Robin and Eric sighed helplessly. The women, though unspoken, probably shared similar sentiments. The master and Miss seemed to have sensed something, merely instructing us not to interfere. That it is perhaps due to this that Gil has adopted such a tone. Once more, I shifted my gaze back to Gil, Shuren's closest friend. He also claimed to be his partner. Yet what thoughts does he harbor regarding Shuren's secrets and current state? Halma could only speculate. Nevertheless, one thing is undeniable. He harbors some form of emotion within. Were it not for this, the once exuberant Gil could not have possibly transformed into such a state. What is that fellow thinking? Has even Gil, with whom he shares such a close bond, lost all feelings? If that were the case, Chuma's disdain for Shuren would only deepen as things stand. Chuma currently refrains from adopting an antagonistic stance toward Shuren. However, this is merely the result of rationality preventing him from jeopardizing the benefits derived from Shuren due to personal grievances. Truth be told, I would like nothing more than to pierce his skull at this very moment. Robin's earlier remark was not without merit. It is indeed a fact that one feels discontent with the current reliance on the seemingly detestable yet unavoidable presence of Sen. He recalls the serene strides of Sen aboard the ship, seemingly oblivious to his own emotions, as something within him ignites with fervor. Her hand gently rests upon Haruma's shoulder, and upon closer inspection, he finds himself meeting the cheerful gaze of Robin. By the way, don't you wish to bother Sen? Bother? Aren't you quite averse to that individual? Yet the orders from above render you powerless, leaving you agitated, are they not? Well, it's true, but that's such a treacherous act. Listen closely, we don't intend for you to engage in anything so underhanded. Upon regaining focus, he observes that Robin, with her hand still on his shoulder, is now encircled by Eric, Linley, and Angela. What should I do, everyone? Hee, do not fear. It's nothing serious. I merely wish for your assistance. Indeed, we simply want to ensure that this fool CN does not escape from our grasp. It is evident that CN is intentionally avoiding the 13th technical class. Conversely, for CN, avoidance also seems to be a reluctant endeavor. In essence, under the guise of seeking trouble, they aim for Haruma to serve as an accomplice. We can apprehend CN. You may provoke him just a little more. It's not a terrible story. Is it? By the way, if you are willing to assist, I can help you resolve the censor issue. Robin and Linley regard him with mischievous smirks, causing his cheeks to twitch involuntarily. About the censor issue, earlier direct confrontation is out of the question. There must be another way. There are shortcuts in this world. Robin and Linley chuckle lightly. While Eric and Angela seem somewhat dismissive of their antics, they do not appear inclined to intervene. Regrettably, Haruma has no choice. In a corner of the mist, the conference room, Captain Akid, First Officer Mr., and the leaders of the 13th technical class, Jinzo Korwa and his deputy, Aki Korwa, gather their. So, may we assume that there are currently no issues with the mist? At Mr.'s inquiry, Jinzo huffed in displeasure. This is the latest technology, yet I am in the dark about it. I have not even examined the crucial parts. It's utterly absurd. Jinzo cast a sharp glance at Akid and Mr., his unmasked frustration evident, causing Mr.'s shoulders to tremble slightly. This is a directive from above. Compliance is necessary to a directive from above. Indeed, is it not splendid that a stealthy creature has gone undetected aboard the latest battleship? Faced with Mr.'s resolute demeanor, which he overpowered with his presence, Jinzo responded with a shallow smile. Though his eyes betrayed no mirth, a heavy silence hung between Mr. and Jinzo. Grandfather, it is unseemly to vent your frustrations on the youth. Aki broke the silence with a weary sigh, reproaching Jinzo with unwelcome counsel. Jinzo huffed through his nose, turning his face away, yet the atmosphere had somewhat eased following their earlier discourse. Captain, I apologize for the trouble this has caused you. Captain, while it is indeed a command from above, it should not serve as an excuse. The captain, Akid, bowed apologetically to the head of the technical team, Jinzo, provoking an exaggerated reaction from Mr. Yet Akid chastised him in return. The current situation is such that the technical team could have easily prepared the warship and its systems, but are instead hindered by various constraints, while the orders from above cannot be disregarded. It is equally unacceptable to neglect the technical team. Akid deems this a grave error. The only recourse available is to bow one's head, which is disheartening, yet surely preferable to inaction, Captain. Understand your sentiments. Please lift your head. Upon looking up, Jinzo no longer exudes the earlier oppressive aura. He is now awkwardly scratching his head, though his mood does not appear to have improved. At least the anger he previously displayed has subsided. Honestly, engaging in such acts without regard for rank, you resemble an old man. Is that so? Ah, you are quite earnest. Jinzo crossed his arms, unwilling to glance at Sho. At first glance, his demeanor seemed unfriendly, yet curiously, he exudes neither malice nor hostility. Captain, do not take it to heart. Our class leader, regardless, holds you in high regard. Aki. All right. Let us focus on work. Among the technicians of the human military, and known as Raiba among the soldiers, Jinzo displays no signs of timidity. The strength that is difficult to explain solely by blood relations propels Mr. to continue speaking, hastily operating the tablet at hand. Currently, neither the Mist nor the 4 prototype models have exhibited any anomalies and are fit for deployment. Your understanding is correct? Yes? Indeed. However, as we cannot ascertain the contents of the primary EC drive, it is difficult to make definitive statements. Aside from that, the condition of the hull and systems appear satisfactory. If I must mention it, the Asahi is experiencing wear more rapidly than the others. Upon mentioning the Asahi, Mr.'s hand came to a halt. This matter piqued Aki's interest as well. Wear and tear. Indeed, while that model does not sustain damage from combat, the wear on its components is notably faster than other models, it due to a higher sortie frequency compared to the others. In response to Mr.'s question, both nodded. Indeed, in order to detect the only intruder capable of invisibility, Eret and Ziwang have been dispatched more frequently. In reality, the upcoming operational plan involved deploying only the Asahi for assault, excluding the other 3 models. Thus, the relative war can be deemed a natural consequence. Will these losses affect future operations? No, as far as I'm aware. The wear is not severe, however. Our technical team cannot possibly inspect the Asahi comprehensively. The assault model is a test unit. Although no issues have arisen thus far, the likelihood of malfunctions is considerably higher compared to the fully operational production models. Moreover, the current extensive deployment of the Asahi heightens this risk. Typically, during pre-sortie inspections, such malfunctions can be detected in advance, allowing for appropriate countermeasures. However, in this instance, that is not feasible. The scope of checks that Jinzo and his team can conduct on the Asahi is limited. Consequently, even if latent mechanical failures arise due to wear, they cannot be detected beforehand, nor can they be addressed post-failure, depending on the circumstances. Not only the Asahi, but all prototype models are akin to ticking time bombs, with the Asahi currently in action being the most susceptible to catastrophic failure. A kid fully comprehends the risks articulated by Jinzo. However, it is not just a kid. Even Jinzo and the others find themselves powerless to respond. Knowing the risks, yet being unable to counter them is indeed disheartening. Regarding this matter, unless those above give their consent, I am lost. I will do my utmost, I beg of you. As compensation, may I request a small favor? As he made his request, a sinister smile crept across his face, causing Mr. Shoulders to shudder slightly. Jinzo may not have intended to intimidate, yet he is inherently a brazen individual. What is your request? I wish to utilize some spare parts for purposes beyond mere repairs. Beyond repairs, modifications to prototypes should be prohibited. Fear not, little girl, it shall not attract the attention of the higher-ups. Then, what exactly is this about? Upon hearing Sho's inquiry, Jinzo and Aki exchange glances. This is the infamous 13th technical class. After all, none from our families would obediently heed foolish orders that neglect useless sensors. Would they? Given that it is somewhat of a gray area, wouldn't it be best if the captain and first officer remain unaware? Isn't that preferable, setting aside the current state of affairs? Even Aki, known for her common sense, smiled as she uttered such words, leaving a kid and Mr. momentarily speechless. Yet, Aki's reasoning holds some merit. Ignorance of the situation would lessen the accountability of Captain Akid, who has been lax in supervision. However, this transgression pales in comparison to knowingly permitting or acquiescing to it. Furthermore, should it be the 13th technical class involved, the upper echelons would be more sympathetic toward the kid, I understand. I shall not delve further. Captain, while Mr. was taken aback, Aki considered that such measures might sometimes be necessary. As Captain, preparations against the capabilities of the stealthy entity, Anzin, are matters of utmost urgency, as long as the 13th technical class can accomplish this. Employing somewhat unsavory tactics is acceptable. What is correct is not always synonymous with what is best. Thank goodness you are quick to speak, rest assured. Even if it is gray, it is a shade infinitely close to white. Indeed, among our past actions, this is a method with relatively low risk. Rather, what exactly have you done until now? After the conversation concluded, the two individuals rose to their feet. Jinzo was about to exit the conference room. He paused, gazing at their retreating figures. Captain, this is not a realm for the mechanical company to intrude upon, yet there is something I must convey to you, he stated earnestly, turning his back to Akira and the others. Akira instinctively noted the unusual atmosphere surrounding him, straightening her posture. You seem quite reliant on him now. Tread carefully around Scene. Jinzo's warning surfaced unexpectedly. However, Scene was originally designated for the 13th technical class. It was not surprising that his name appeared in the footage. What was concerning was the implication in Jinzo's caution. Does this mean he could potentially oppose the human military? In response to Mister's inquiry, Jinzo chuckled derisively. Akide shared Mister's understanding of his words. It seemed he did not entirely agree. That little brat wouldn't willingly shoulder such troublesome matters. If the current situation persists, he is unlikely to engage in conflict with the human forces. Then, what should we be wary of? That fellow may appear as a mere child. Yet he is, in truth, a cunning strategist. Should we continue to rely on him for combat, we may reap the rewards in due course. He then turned his gaze toward Misty. Furthermore, Mississippi, if you wish to avoid becoming adversarial with Scene, do so not for him, but for your family. With that, Jinzo and Akide departed the conference room before Misty could respond. Family? Misty echoed the words, and images of Scene's villainous smile surfaced in Yaki's mind. Chapter 1. A sense of distance. There is no movement. This marks the second location to confirm the appearance of the dark cloud. It is also the most ancient area of response. As Scene had anticipated, he could not detect the presence of Annie and her companions. The human military that issued this command must have foreseen this as well. Speaking of which, how much distance can you perceive? Well, since it is not a sensor, it does not provide a sense of distance as such. What do you mean? It is not about detecting reactions within a certain radius, but rather a sensation akin to hearing sounds. The essence of magical energy is not discernible within a fixed range. If the aura is extraordinarily potent, one might even perceive it from 1,000 kilometers away. Conversely, if the aura is suppressed to its utmost limit, one could be standing right beside it and remain oblivious. For now, I will attempt to sense seen to the fullest extent, yet there are no signs of intruders. Truly, there is no detection? Absolutely none. The northeast of here, there are indications of magical energy. Possibly energy quartz, akin to a power generation facility. Indeed, there is a power generation facility in that direction. Misty, appearing skeptical, seemed to temporarily accept this. Since I mentioned the power generation facility, she concluded that I was not merely fabricating tales, that I deliberately referenced the facility for this very purpose. Captain, is this where we conclude? Or should we explore the vicinity further? From this point onward, the third location isn't far off. Let us proceed to the next point while continuing our search. Isn't this a rather tiresome endeavor for someone like you? It feels excessive to board the ship just for this. Yes, I shall follow your instructions. If a root were to act, it would merely deplete Scene's magical energy and stamina, though it is not my intention. Presenting an aversion to such orders may leave a negative impression on the human military. Demonstrating a willingness to comply with orders, even if begrudgingly, will ultimately prove beneficial. Chapter 7. The 13th Technical Class of the Missing Ones. 4. With this intention in mind, I took flight under Akira's guidance. Naturally, I remained vigilant of my surroundings during the flight, yet regrettably, it seemed there was nothing to be found. Indeed, not a trace, let alone a breath of life. The occurrence of invaders on the North American continent must be quite frequent. Presently, while the emergence of invaders continues to disrupt daily life worldwide, there are regions where their appearance is notably abundant, and others where it is scarce. Among all regions, North America stands at the forefront. A fact even taught in elementary school, that in such a locale, the absence of any traces is indeed peculiar. Not that there aren't any. Perhaps they are simply beyond your perception. I wouldn't assert that it is impossible, yet the likelihood is minimal. You possess confidence in your perception. I am quite confident, and such a stroke of luck is challenging to completely obscure. Invaders are not legitimate organisms, but rather amalgamations conjured from magical energy. Given that characteristic, regardless of how thoroughly Scene may extinguish their aura, the magical energy emanating from their bodies cannot be obliterated. If not through extinguishing their aura, but rather through methods of obstructing perception, it would be a different matter altogether. However, such techniques require extensive training and are of a high caliber. In fact, it took Scene about a month to master stable usage. It is difficult to conceive of an invader suddenly appearing who can wield such advanced techniques that I see. So, if we enhance the sensitivity of the sensors, even if it is not you, tracking the reactions should be feasible. Yes, that should not pose a significant challenge. I hope it can be expedited. Additionally, I wish to alleviate Scene's burdens as soon as possible, he casually remarked while remaining attuned to the surrounding movements. Still, there was no hint of luck, to be precise, besides a complete absence of other presences. By the way, is there a settlement nearby? At least not on the route to the third location. Scene suddenly recalled something and inquired of Anna, who promptly replied that if we were in a town, that would be a different scenario. If a town existed, we would surely create quite the commotion. In reality, irrespective of the distance to the reaction, all bases in North America are currently on high alert. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, those beings remain loyal to their instincts. If there are few inhabitants nearby, the males would undoubtedly latch onto that location without needing to pursue the reaction. Such a search, fraught with uncertainty of discovery, seems unnecessary. For those residing in such areas, as well as the human military, this represents the worst yet best of circumstances. Over the past few days, there have been frequent occurrences inland without any disasters. Just as we found no invaders here, they too found no signs of human habitation. In other words, in areas distant from human presence, this appears to be the prevailing insight from above. Indeed, that does seem to be the case. It is not surprising that the human military holds such a perspective. I believe deriving conclusions from the currently known information is prudent. However, is it truly wise to conclude that this is a place far removed from human presence? Well, it is not my place to say. If the human military deems this to be the case, then it would be overstepping for merely Scene, an assistant, to intervene. Speaking too much may breed disdain, which would not benefit Scene either. T this point, it seems we have arrived at the third location. What shall we do next, Captain? Still no sign of response that I understand. Let us return to the ship. Is that acceptable? I would be relieved for a lighter task. Yet at this juncture, we should at least conduct a brief reconnaissance, no? No need for that. This is the most remote area from human habitation. Rather than waste time here, it is wiser to prioritize the fourth location. The Wong, while accepting Akai's judgment, responded with understanding and adjusted the ship's course toward the vessel. Is there something else that concerns you? Akai, naturally, posed a question seeking input, surprising Scene somewhat. Perhaps it was the timing, as I had just resolved to remain silent. No, nothing in particular. That is good. However, I am rather uninformed about that matter. Should anything concern you, please report at any time. Understood. After concluding the communication, they silently advanced toward the misty star. Scene felt a peculiar itch within that I do not fully believe IT should be this way, but I suspect the human military's expectations of Scene pertain to combat prowess against invaders and the ability to provide intelligence. Conversely, beyond that, there are no explicit demands. Particularly, they would least desire opinions and interference from Scene, whom they cannot entirely trust. In fact, the sudden assignment of this search mission appears quite unilateral. That perception is likely accurate. In this light, Akai's inquiry regarding whether Scene held any opinions seemed entirely unexpected and somewhat uncomfortable. I intended to maintain a businesslike demeanor toward you, just as the human military does not regard us as allies. Scene 2 does not perceive the human military as one of his own, that he plans to respond to their demands without compromising his own interests, feigning indifference toward the human military's expectations. In such circumstances, besides Anna, it is somewhat surprising that others hold respect for Scene Ishtar as an individual, as a person. This is indeed quite remarkable. It is precisely for this reason that Scene experiences such anguish. By this time, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, the night sky outside the ship a profound void. Shamey Lightblade walked alone within the misty ship. Though a newcomer, Xiao Mei was appointed as the helmsman of the Mist, having just handed over responsibilities to the vice-helmsman during a brief respite. Having just emerged from the shower, drenched in sweat, she couldn't help but express her frustration about the demanding nature of her sudden promotion. Originally, Xiao Mei was meant to serve as the vice-helmsman, but after the unfortunate demise of the designated helmsman during the incident at the 7th Artificial Island, she was thrust into the role unexpectedly. Typically, one would not expect a fresh graduate from officer school to take the helm following such a tragedy, yet the crew of the Mist had been selected based on some undisclosed special criteria, rendering the usual protocols ineffectual. This secretive standard was never revealed to her, and thus, Xiao Mei's military journey commenced under extraordinary circumstances. Generally optimistic and cheerful, she found herself overwhelmed, unable to suppress her complaints about the burdens of leadership. Fortunately, her navigational skills were not in question. During her time in officer school, her abilities were lauded as ready for immediate deployment in combat situations. However, her exhaustion stemmed largely from the weight of her responsibilities as helmsman. Yet her worries extended beyond her duties alone. After the incident on the artificial island, Xiao Mei had not had the opportunity to meet with Xian again. The primary reason was her near-constant presence on the bridge, where she was almost entirely confined except for brief exchanges with the vice-helmsman. Although she yearned to see Xian during her limited breaks, she hesitated, grappling with the fact that, despite saving his life, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was a potential threat. Her apologies came too late, and he merely responded with a dismissive remark about the inevitability of circumstances, leaving her uncertain if that was the right response. Recollections of their final conversation instilled a fear in her that hindered her from taking the first step toward reconciliation. Just a few hours prior, Xiao Mei was fortunate enough to have lunch with her older brother Haruma and Lena, which, while not as fulfilling as a meeting with Xian, was a rare opportunity since her appointment as helmsman had made such social engagements difficult. During this time, she learned from Halma that Xian was avoiding Ji and the members of Class 13. In Xiao Mei's eyes, the bond between Xian and Ji was undoubtedly that of close friends, a sentiment shared by anyone who knew them. The fact that these two could no longer converse was disheartening. Since his time at military school, Xian had been somewhat reclusive, engaging in conversations only when necessary, but never actively seeking to expand his social circle. This withdrawal was noted by those around him, who subsequently hesitated to forge deeper connections. Reflecting on this now, Xia Mei considered that his true identity might have contributed to his aloofness. Perhaps he simply lacked interest in others that Ji, however, approached Xian without hesitation. Before long, their companionship became a natural occurrence. Where there was Xian, there was Ji, and vice versa. It didn't take long for their technical expertise to earn them a reputation as a formidable duo at officer school. Given her awareness of their relationship, Xia Mei found it difficult to comprehend the current situation. She needed to speak with Xian that if one were to inquire whether Xian's avoidance of Ji had anything to do with Xia Mei, the answer would unequivocally be no. She understood that she was an outsider in this matter. Nonetheless, she resolved to speak with him. He'll be honest, she hadn't given much thought to what she might say. Originally, she was unsure whether Xian would even engage with her. However, she felt compelled to act. If she did nothing here, lacking the courage to step forward, she would truly be unable to face him. This ominous premonition rang alarm bells in her heart, urging her to confront Xian, to convey the apologies and feelings that had likely gone unexpressed that day. Yet despite her determination, she remained oblivious to how Xian spent his time outside of following Akaid and Anna's directives. Xia Mei suspected that other crew members were equally in the dark, for while he served as an aide to the human military, his movements remained shrouded in mystery, a notion unfathomable to the average soldier. Indeed, she recalled an instance when Misty had suggested to Akaid that they should monitor Xian, given the perceived danger surrounding him. Yet the upper echelons of the human military had seemingly established a tacit agreement to respect Xian's privacy, and thus, Misty's proposal was ultimately dismissed. Akaid, respecting this arrangement, appeared equally unaware of Xian's whereabouts. Perhaps only Anna might have insight, but she too was likely on break, making it challenging for Xia Mei to locate her. With summer's short respite stretching ahead of her, she felt increasingly anxious. What had Xian been like during his holidays at officer school? She recalled him being rather lackadaisical. When she had casually asked him what he did when there were no classes or duties, he had responded nonchalantly that he spent the entire day doing nothing. Whenever she invited him to join her for leisure, his initial response was often tinged with reluctance. However, he had a simpler side that would readily accept invitations to dessert buffets or bookstores, revealing a general disinterest in venturing outdoors. Considering this, it was likely that he would be found idly relaxing in his quarters, yet that made it difficult for Xia Mei to locate him. Few knew the location of Xian's assigned room aboard the Mist, mainly the key figures, Akaid, Misty, and Anna, although acknowledged as a valuable collaborator by the upper echelons of the human military. Many remained wary of Xian's anomalous abilities. The possibility of an attack prompted by knowledge of his whereabouts was a valid concern, leading to his quarters being kept concealed. Rumors circulated that his room was situated within the high-security zone where Captain Akaid and other senior officers resided, though this remained uncertain. Regardless of whether these rumors held any truth, it was clear that finding him would prove to be a formidable challenge. Frustrated, Xia Mei found herself wandering the deserted corridors. Letting out a sigh, having summoned the courage to seek him out, she was reluctant to abandon her quest. Yet, if he were indeed in his private quarters, there would be little she could do. The more she reflected on what she knew of his lifestyle, the more she felt there were no alternatives. Considering his penchant for food, the dining hall seemed a plausible option. But even Xian, with all his boldness, would not linger in spaces frequented by other crew members. At the very least, she hoped to discover another place where he might spend his time. She pondered this. She recalled moments shared with him, and one particular thought crossed her mind. He must appreciate moon-gazing that on clear nights when the moon hung beautifully in the sky. She had seen him reclining in open spaces, gazing up in tranquility. There had been a few occasions when she had coincidentally joined him in admiring the celestial display, and given the limited natural light aboard the nearly windowless warship, it was a rare treat to behold the moon. The only accessible area where anyone could freely go was the observation room. Whispering the name of the place that had come to mind, Xia Mei made her way there with purpose. The observation room, designed for non-combat purposes aboard the warship, served as a sanctuary for the crew, allowing them to enjoy the view outside and unwind. Its interior was adorned with benches, tables, and ornamental plants, all crowned by a tempered glass dome that offered nearly a 360-degree panorama to maximize the experience of nature. Artificial lighting was kept to a minimum, and at this late hour, the room was enveloped in darkness. As she surveyed the space, she noticed that she was alone. Perhaps I was mistaken. The absence of others implied the absence of Xian. If he weren't there, the likelihood of him being in a private space surged. With a tinge of resignation, Xia Mei ventured deeper into the observation room, only to be struck by the sensation of being observed, prompting her to halt. Fixing her gaze upon the source, she encountered something peculiar, a pair of eyes, round and dark, resembling beans, peering at her from the shadows of a bench. The sight left her momentarily speechless, her mind racing to comprehend the bizarre entity before her, which could only be described as an indistinguishable mass of darkness. Its unwavering gaze captivated her, yet she sensed no malicious intent emanating from it. This inexplicable entity is somehow related to Shen, that it is said that during Shen's first assistance to the human army on the 7th artificial island, there were rumors of using strange creatures for reconnaissance. Perhaps this peculiar being is indeed that very creature. Even if the true identity of the rumored entity differs from what stands before me, this incredible existence must be connected to otherworldly or supernatural powers. Given its presence aboard the ship, it is almost certain to be associated with Zhuang. "Hey, little one, oh, you know about Shin's pet? Where is Shin?" I inquired while crouching down. Upon reflection, although I was uncertain if this being could indeed provide answers, it was a fortunate lead in my search for Shin. I must seize this opportunity and reach Shin without fail. In contrast, the astonishing entity began to leap and move about. It turned back, urging me to follow. Following this whimsical creature, Xiaomei arrived at the far end of the observation room, the best vantage point to behold the full moon in the night sky, although the space was nearly devoid of illumination. The beautiful moonlight infused the area with a brightness surpassing that of its surroundings. Captivated by the moon's beauty, I momentarily lost sight of my purpose. The faint sound of breathing reached Xiaomei's ears. Turning around, she spotted a figure reclining on a bench, perfectly positioned to gaze at the moon. The slightly long black hair and the youthful face peeking through the strands were all too familiar to Xiaomei. "Shin," she exclaimed, her heart racing at the sight of the long-sought individual. Yet the subject seemed completely immersed in slumber, unresponsive to her call. Beside Shin were 3 extraordinary beings that had brought him here. Hey, Xiaomei felt perplexed. Were there originally 3, or had the one that guided her increased their number? The situation was unexpected, leaving her at a loss for words. Observing these remarkable entities, seemingly guarding Shin, she felt utterly unsure of how to proceed. They exchanged glances for a moment, until one of the extraordinary beings, growing impatient, leaped twice as if to gain momentum, soaring to an impressive height of 3 meters. Xiaomei could only watch in astonishment as the small creature executed such an unimaginable leap. Suddenly, the extraordinary being dove down sharply, crashing into the still sleeping Shin's abdomen. Taken completely by surprise, Shin tumbled from the bench with a foolish yelp, groaning softly as he pressed his forehead, trembling slightly. What happened?" With bleary eyes, Shin lifted his gaze towards me. "Why are you here?" He seemed genuinely startled, his reaction unusually sluggish, as though my presence was unexpected. "Why do you look as if you've encountered a monster?" "Is my presence here so unwelcome?" I retorted, slightly irritated. "I'm not a ghost. After all that I can use magic. How could you perceive me as such?" "That is not why I'm surprised." Shin seemed to disregard the latter part of my statement, entirely missing my grievances. It was astonishing that this man could even sense my discomfort. Realizing this, I felt my anger was rather foolish. "So, why are you here?" "I came to speak with you." "About what?" "About Shin." My response widened his eyes, revealing a hint of discomfort. "Well, it's fine to stand and talk, but why not sit down?" He patted the space beside him on the bench, rather than evading me. He seemed willing to engage in conversation, which relieved me. Prompted by his invitation, I settled onto the bench beside him. Seated side by side, the 3 extraordinary beings positioned themselves in front of Xiaomei. Flanking Shin, their round, curious eyes peeked from the shadows cast by Shin's thighs, fixated on me. What is that black, round creature?" "My familiar. Did you not know?" Shin gently instructed the trio to align themselves, and they obediently arranged themselves in a row. Upon closer inspection, while the 3 shared a nearly identical appearance, they varied slightly in size, arranged from left to right. These are the spirits I regard as my messengers, from largest to smallest. They are who? And me, those names seem excessively complicated. Me sound more like designations. That wouldn't it be better to refer to them as Ichiro, Jiro, and Saburo? To them, my chosen names are inconsequential. Practical names are preferable, though this may not have been the core issue. The 3 seemed to agree with Shin, nodding their bodies in approval. They appeared content, so it was best not to press further. By the way, what did you wish to discuss with me? I have a lot on my mind. I wish to sincerely apologize once more for the unresolved matter from that day, that I want to understand why you have been avoiding the members of G and Shursan's class. However, there was one thing Xiao Mei felt she must express to Xin. Thank you for protecting me from misfortune that day. This sentiment should have been conveyed much earlier. Reflecting on how I had neglected this gratitude due to my own unfounded fears and doubts, I felt a wave of sadness wash over me. Had it not been for Xian's protection, I surely would have perished that day. Truly. Thank you, Da. It's nothing. Xian, who had been listening intently, suddenly interjected, I did not act with the intent of being thanked. It was merely something I wished to do. Even so, I was saved, so please allow me to express my gratitude. But his steadfast refusal to release the matter struck me as odd, yet upon noticing the faint blush on his cheeks, I realized he was somewhat bashful. His stubbornness seemed to mask his shyness. Just as I expressed my gratitude of my own volition, I was merely acting on my own desires. Da. I see. Then I suppose it would be inappropriate for me to insist otherwise. Indeed, that is the case. We both chuckled in unison that I had anticipated an awkward atmosphere. Yet the mood between Xin and Xiao Mei remained tranquil. I felt unchanged from the time before I was aware of Xian's powers. Not that it was ever unrelated to begin with. Despite Xian's possession of supernatural abilities, he remained unchanged as Xin Istel, a person who cherished the moon, lazily napping on the bench, and was not particularly astute. These traits aligned seamlessly with the Shan I had come to know. Xiao Mei finally recognized this self-evident truth. Also, I apologize for my earlier thoughtless remarks. You were concerned about that. After all, Xin's expression shifted to one of mild exasperation in response to my forthcoming apology. I said it was nothing to worry about. But you seem to care about the matters concerning the committee head and Reese. They seem quite invested. For me, the presence of my brother, Guangmu, is sufficient of brotherly presence. I thought of Halma, who never concealed his animosity toward Xin. Even being mentioned, he seemed unsure how to respond. Or do you actively wish to be viewed as an adversary? I thought you might apologize again over this matter. Yet your sudden gratitude took me by surprise and laughed heartily, rendering my commentary difficult. He appeared to recall something, his expression shifting to one of realization. I also wanted to ask you, how did you arrive here? Xiao Mei was baffled by Xin's abrupt inquiry. What could possibly be strange about merely walking through the corridor normally? No, that is not the right question. Before you arrived here, did anything unusual happen? Unusual, such as getting lost, or suddenly recalling something you needed to do in an entirely different location. Xiao Mei found Xin's specific examples curious, and shook her head in denial. Xin furrowed his brow, beginning to groan. I'm not quite sure. Could it be strange that I ended up here? Well, I too found this inquiry odd. It was undeniable that Xin possessed supernatural abilities. Was it not plausible that such occurrences could transpire? In truth, there exists a method to expel individuals from this observation room. Expel individuals? Quite literally, it means that no one may approach a designated area without permission. Anyone attempting to enter a place where magic has been cast without authorization will experience phenomena, such as becoming lost on a seemingly straightforward path, or suddenly remembering tasks that require them to head in the opposite direction. Is that why you were so surprised to see me? Indeed, since you were present despite having been expelled, it would naturally be startling. Certainly, I can accept that, in Xian's view, Xiao Mei undoubtedly should not have been there. But why did I come here? Who knows? Indeed, I gazed at Shuren in astonishment at his overly intricate response. Yet who exactly was he? It is not uncommon in legends and myths for humans to inadvertently stumble into realms concealed by forces other than their own. Akin to winning the lottery.as for the latest updates, Chapter 10. The Moonlight Observatory, 2. Was that so? There are certainly other possibilities to consider, yet without definitive evidence, is better left unspoken. Ultimately, he uttered a phrase that piqued my interest, but I was aware from my days at the military academy that Shuren, speaking in such a manner, would not divulge anything regardless of the topic, so I resolved to abandon this futile pursuit. That could be the case. However, should you not have disclosed such an incantation to me? Perhaps you might share it with the captain or the first officer instead, regarding the powers of the extraordinary and beings beyond human comprehension. Shuren refrained from saying much to the human military and Aikido, a fact discernible from the dialogue between Aikido and Shuren on the bridge. Previously, Aikido remarked that Shuren did not trust the human military. And Xiao Mei was also aware that Shuren would rarely reveal his true hand to them. Would it not be unwise to casually share such a concealed tactic with Xiaomei? Is it of no consequence? Even disregarding your accidental emergence, the average person, even if aware of the incantation, would likely have no countermeasures, so being discovered would not matter much. Upon hearing that, I had to concede. Moreover, if one were to suddenly recall other matters and become distracted, even knowing the incantation, it remains questionable whether they would recognize its true nature. Well then, it seems the time has come for us to return. Shuren rose from the bench and stretched, in Shuren's mind. The tale appeared to have reached its conclusion, yet Xiaomei still had pressing questions to pose to, Shuren. Yes. What is it? Why do you avoid Jilu and the 13 Techniques class, driven by an overwhelming desire to retain his presence? I asked rather directly. However, if I were to inquire of Shuren, this approach might be preferable. Shuren blinked in response to my question, revealing there was indeed nothing to evade, nothing to articulate, with his customary ease. He spoke as if nothing was amiss. For a moment, I found myself perplexed by Shuren's words. They were not articulated in an incomprehensible language. I understood the meaning behind his words. Nonetheless, I could not grasp the essence of what Shuren was conveying. Was there truly nothing to discuss? If there was nothing of significance, then there was little point in conversing, nor in participating. Such cold words were delivered by Shuren with the same expression he wore during casual banter. Witnessing him like this made my heart feel as though it had turned to ice. Despite our shared laughter and companionship, what did those 3 years signify to Shuren? Did they hold no value for him whatsoever? How could he expect me to respond with a mere "is that so"? His voice, laced with confusion and tenderness, began to thaw my previously frozen demeanor. What? If you were addressing most others, that would suffice. But to those familiar with me and Jilu from the Officer Academy, such an excuse is painfully inadequate. Embarrassment washed over me as I scratched my cheek. At that moment, I realized that his earlier words revealed his true sentiments, and all my tension dissipated. Following that revelation, a flicker of indignation ignited within me. Acting on my emotions, I approached Shuren and playfully struck his shoulder. Why the suddenness? This is bad for my heart. Just endure it. Thus, I gently delivered 5 light punches before regaining my composure. It appeared that Shuren too recognized he had elicited my ire, and in an effort to soothe me, he suggested we sit on the bench once more. Indeed, there were reasons for avoiding Jilu and the others. That so. To speak candidly, do you wish to evade them? If possible. Perhaps my earlier frustration had prompted such a candid response. Shuren's honesty exceeded my expectations. At the very least, it became evident that he cherished the time spent with Jilu and the others, which relieved me. Just knowing that he did not wish to experience discomfort akin to a performance eased my heart. However, this revelation birthed new questions. May I inquire as to why you are avoiding Jilu and the others? I struggled to formulate my thoughts, even hesitating to ask, what if the members of the 13 Techniques class caught wind of this? Would it not be troublesome? If I merely kept silent, would it really be all right? Though I voiced this concern, I could not deny my own shortcomings. I was never particularly adept at concealment or deception. Yet, the things that mattered to me remained significant. That atmosphere of great concern was impossible to obscure. But they were 2 individuals with such a close bond. Facing Xiaomei, who showed no signs of retreat, Shuren offered a wry smile. Nevertheless, I still cannot divulge easily. However, if there are conditions, then perhaps, the condition being, must I also reveal a secret of my own? In response to Xiaomei's inquiry, Shuren shook his head, appearing rather joyful. I have no desire for any information from you. I merely wish to engage in endeavors more akin to a sorcerer. Like a sorcerer? His manner of speaking, both earnest and cheerful, reminded me of Shuren from our student days. This was a Shuren who would perform tricks. You may hear my secret, but in exchange, I shall place a curse upon you. What say you? A curse. The mere mention of it sent a shiver down my spine, and Xiaomei swallowed nervously. See, even in fairy tales, there are such tales that if one lies, their nose grows long, or they make sounds to become human. Will you bestow that upon me? In this instance, the matter at hand was whether something would occur if I divulged my secret to another. Shuren gazed at us with a peculiar smile. Based on this scenario and the preceding conversation, Xiaomei reached a conclusion. All right, come here quickly. For reasons unknown, Xiaomei opened her arms toward Shuren, causing him to freeze momentarily. The atmosphere became laden with an inexplicable silence. Xiaomei Mikan. That so. After a silence lasting a full 10 seconds, Shuren's expression of confusion as he beckoned Xiaomei only added to my own bewilderment. What do you mean by sudden arrival? What? I mean the curse is acceptable. Desiring to comprehend Shuren's circumstances, Xiaomei resolved to accept his proposal of being cursed. Upon hearing her response, Shuren sighed deeply and poked her forehead with his finger. Ada, you've completely forgotten my advice from that day. Haven to you, did I not counsel you to be cautious when dealing with others? I remember that, but Shuren is human. When you wield extraordinary powers, you are no different from anyone else. To me, Shuren is human. Moreover, I do not believe that the Shuren who offers me such counsel would impose a dangerous curse upon me. While she admonished him while poking his forehead, Xiaomei's rebuttal interrupted Shuren's lecture. Isn't it a lack of crisis awareness? Shouldn't it be my fault? One day, this fellow will find himself in trouble. After musing to himself for a moment, Shuren ultimately turned back to Xiaomei. Since it was my suggestion, and since you are so eager to hear me speak, I suppose I have no choice but to curse you. Very well, do not speak such serious words to anyone other than me. All right. With a resigned expression, Shuren pointed his fingertip at Xiaomei's forehead. His fingertip emitted a faint glow. The curse was thus: whenever Xiaomei Meiken attempts to divulge the secret of Shuren Istel to a third party, under any circumstances, she will be interrupted with a sudden urge to vomit. Wait a moment. While it isn't particularly dangerous, isn't that quite unpleasant for a girl? Just don't tell me the secret. Moreover, I hadn't anticipated that you would genuinely curse me, so I hadn't thought of anything. In a certain sense, the light at Shuren's fingertip intensified, and before I could prevent the serious curse, I felt a prickling sensation on my forehead akin to static electricity that I touched it, and there seemed to be no mark. Very well, the curse is complete. Now, as per our agreement, I too must reveal my secret. Shuren exhaled, appearing somewhat fatigued, and began to speak. Oh, put it simply, I do not wish for those around me to discover my feelings for the 13 Techniques class, because the other crew members may cast disapproving glances at those from the 13 Techniques class. As for the latest updates, Chapter 11, The Moonlight Observatory, 3. This vessel, shrouded in mist, harbors a multitude of military personnel, yet many harbor skepticism towards Shuren. The steady faction supporting the upper echelon's judgments and the radical faction opposing such judgments and expressing vehement caution differ in degree. Yet they share a common distrust of SEN.I in such an environment. If someone were to show kindness to Shuren, they would undoubtedly attract the harsh scrutiny of those around them. In fact, instances of this have already transpired with Anna. Anna's attitude towards Shuren remained unchanged. From the outset, their closeness transcended that of a student and instructor, resembling more the bond of friends separated by age, and they continued to interact as if it were entirely natural. From that perspective, it seems that many crew members perceive Anna as an ally of SEN rather than a part of the human army. Well, in such a place, being targeted does not bother me. Not to mention the instructors who are inadvertently affected, I certainly do not wish to implicate G and the members of Class 13 that you do care for everyone, don't you? Do not speak such disgraceful words. You. Although he said this, he did not deny it. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Because of this, Xiaomei felt that the current situation was rather unfavorable. Is there any other way besides hiding? For instance, explaining the situation to the members of Class 13, particularly G, who has been hurt by being avoided by SEN, that if they could be informed, at least there would be a reason to prevent such occurrences. And perhaps it could alleviate this sorrowful divergence. However, SEN silently shook his head at the proposal. The facts they have encountered might leak out from some corner, but I hope the people around will believe that Class 13 has always been deceived by that otherworldly being and that he has nothing to do with them now, if the surrounding individuals can adopt the understanding SEN mentioned. The likelihood of disputes arising in Class 13 due to SEN would be nearly zero, but instead, they might even gain the sympathy of those around them. SEN probably aimed for this point, which is why he continues to evade them. But will G and the members of Class 13 truly be pleased? At this point, SEN's intentions became clear that he is doing everything he can to shield Class 13 from unnecessary danger. Yet, in the end, that is merely SEN's perspective. Are the members of Class 13, referred to as the Lost Technical Class, truly just those being protected? Surely, they would not be pleased, right? SEN appeared somewhat troubled, yet also a bit pleased as he replied. If I were to recount the entire course of events to that moment, I sensed the tools being thrown would come flying toward me. Indeed, metallic tools flying through the air are quite hazardous. Yet Class 13 certainly possesses such brutish tendencies that he then added, I will retaliate against you, so do not take it to heart. Xiaomei could not fathom who uttered those words, yet she felt they resonated perfectly with the style of Class 13. Precisely because of this, I cannot involve him, that I cannot allow him to cause a ruckus for my sake and that of the other soldiers. Without a hint of jest, his tone was grave. This rare resonance from Scene left one feeling involuntarily tense. Ultimately, it is my stubbornness. Regardless of what anyone says, I shall persist in this obstinacy. Covert persuasion is futile at this juncture. Xiaomei found herself at a loss for words. Speaking of which, Scene believes in the members of Class 13. Regarding Xiaomei and the others suspecting Scene to be an enemy of humanity, he merely stated that it was unavoidable, yet he seemed entirely oblivious to the fact that the members of Class 13 would regard him that way. It seems unlikely that the members of Class 13 consider Scene to be an adversary. If that were the case, he would not feel pain by being avoided, nor would he seek ways to engage in conversation with Scene. The members of Class 13, led by Scene and Ji, have spent the most time together during the 3 years on the 7th artificial island. Could it be that the trust and bonds forged during that time have led them to act in such a manner? In that case, I envy you. What gives you the right to voice such sentiments? For Xiaomei, who initially took it for granted to suspect him, this wish is rather excessive. This very reason is why they cannot attain happiness despite their mutual longing. Yet regrettably, Xiaomei is unable to provide an answer at this moment. Speaking of which, you have been conversing quite a lot. The story is truly coming to an end, and Scene rose from the bench. Indeed, a considerable amount of time has passed, and if it does not conclude soon, it will affect Xiaomei's work that by the way, I just mentioned to you, do not approach me either. Scene's sudden statement startled Xiaomei, yet he merely stared at her in bewilderment, as if questioning her surprise. You are aware of that instructor's condition, right? Then you should know it is dangerous to draw near me. Is indeed the case. Considering her personal safety, it is indeed unwise to approach Scene. Moreover, Scene appears to wish to keep Xiaomei's affairs out of it. Are you implying that someone like a brother is just fine? If someone like Halma were hostile towards Scene, they would not be subjected to the disdain of the other soldiers. At this point, I finally understood the meaning behind Scene's words. However, this is entirely separate from whether Xiaomei is willing. However, it should be acceptable to converse in a place like this or somewhere devoid of others, right? No, clandestine meetings are the worst. An incident has seemingly occurred this time, and such occurrences must never happen again. She resolutely severed the conversation that Xiaomei was intent on holding, pondering whether to strengthen the driving technique. As Scene mused to himself, if I cannot persuade Scene here, it may become impossible to converse again. But how can I convince Scene? For Xiaomei, it is simply a desire not to lose communication with Scene in this manner. Yet this alone will not bind her. Fully aware that none of the members of Class 13 are pleased, she still maintains her distance, which is quite evident. Perhaps it is an endeavor to eliminate the likelihood of danger occurring, disregarding the feelings and thoughts of the other party. I feel that it does not matter, even if I am disliked. In that case, it is imperative to propose concrete methods to alleviate Scene's concerns regarding the potential danger affecting Xiaomei. What I absolutely need is for no one else to be aware of my close relationship with Scene. If there exists even a sliver of knowledge that others might have regarding the relationship between Scene and Xiaomei, Scene would undoubtedly refuse. Conversely, if it can be asserted that no one knows, then other details could be disregarded. So, what methods can be employed to establish a connection without anyone else being aware? At the very least, direct encounters are not permissible. That is precisely what Scene just stated. If that is the case, one might consider communication methods that do not involve direct meetings. However, excluding communications within the ship, private mobile terminals are also likely to be monitored. At the very least, electronic communication methods are not viable. You're suggesting that if there exists a means of contact that others absolutely cannot spy on or listen in on, nor even be aware of the communication occurring. I fear that this is the singular correct answer. Yet Xiaomei herself does not truly believe that such an overly convenient thing exists. However, that is no longer something from comics or films. Such convenience is unattainable in reality, that IT can only exist within creative works. Just as I was at my wit's end, I suddenly felt someone watching me. Thus who, and me all looked up at me in astonishment. She seemed quite concerned for the mumbling Xiaomei. I know you have feelings, but it still strikes me as remarkable if you were a creature from a picture book. Indeed, Scene's 3 familiars truly exist beyond Xiaomei's comprehension. They are entities that belong in picture books and comics. Xiaomei suddenly exclaimed, startling the 3 familiars, causing their round bodies to tremble slightly. Xin also shook his shoulders in surprise, yet Xiaomei had no time to pay attention to that. Perhaps I have found a method to maintain contact with Xin that is exceedingly convenient. Xin, why did you suddenly arrive? Is there a spell that allows distant individuals to converse? There are indeed several spells of that nature. Is there something I could also use? For simple spells, anyone can utilize them as long as they possess magical power. In that case, would it not be acceptable to speak with Xin? When Xin spoke to Xiaomei about the driving technique. Even if the existence of the spell became known, humanity possesses no countermeasure. Thus it poses no issue to, in fact, for ordinary individuals, magic remains an unknown realm, one that they cannot encroach upon regardless. In other words, if communication can be achieved through magic, then even the simplest spell would be impervious to eavesdropping or spying by anyone other than Xin and Xiaomei, who had learned the magic. This is precisely the overly convenient method Xiaomei envisioned. This method indeed would not be discovered. However, do you truly wish to speak with me? Well, that is, indeed, Xiaomei yearns to converse with Xin, to cultivate their relationship. She despises the idea of losing contact here. Nevertheless, being directly asked by Xin regarding this matter, it feels somewhat embarrassing to respond without reservation. I do not wish to speak with you. I merely do not want it to end like this. Have you even memorized the spell? Yes, you must do this. In an effort to mask her embarrassment, her tone turned forceful, yet Xin appeared oblivious to Xiaomei's inner feelings, accepting her response, albeit with a hint of incredulity. I understand. Magic indeed will not be discovered. Perhaps it may prove useful, and we can maintain contact in the future. Then Xin brought his hands together, as if grasping something. A faint white light shone through the gaps between his clasped hands. By the way, what color do you prefer? Color? Yellow, perhaps? Yellow it is. Thus, the previously white light transformed into yellow. After a few seconds, Xian released his clasped hands, revealing a yellow crystalline substance. What is this? It appears to be a materialized form of condensed magical energy. Perhaps a type of energy quartz. Can it be crafted into energy quartz? If it were merely a matter of creation, it would be quite simple. However, to forge something capable of generating power requires considerable time and effort. What you have here is insufficient even for flashlight. So, what will you use it for? Taking the yellow crystal he offered, I couldn't help but feel it lacked any practical utility. Learning the magic for communication would take some time, as the spell is inherently contained within the crystal. Does that imply by holding the crystal and contemplating my thoughts, I could comprehend? How about trying it during practice? Under the urging, I gripped the crystal tightly and focused my mind. Miss, today's weather is splendid, but outside at night, it is completely dark. It should not be a sunny day. Xian responded to the thoughts that surfaced in my mind, yet his lips remained still. It felt less like hearing a voice and more like a direct resonance within my consciousness. Wow, it truly works. But be cautious when unaccustomed. Even unintentional thoughts can be easily understood by others. Indeed, just moments ago, my unintended sentiment had been conveyed quite clearly to Xie. I must be careful not to reveal my thoughts. Regardless, this ensures that Xiaomei can maintain a means of contact with Xie in the future. But if this crystal were to accidentally drop, then I should tie it with a string. Saying this, Xie snapped his fingers, and with a pop, the crystal was enveloped in white smoke. Once the smoke cleared, a hole appeared in the crystal with a soft string attached. This way, it can be worn like a necklace. Magic truly encompasses everything. Perhaps it is overstated, but under normal circumstances, it should suffice, Xian half-jokingly remarked. Cleaning, laundry, and such would be manageable. Xiaomei chuckled as she lifted the crystal from around her neck and tucked it into her clothing. I shall take my leave now. It would be troublesome if someone saw us together. Indeed, and regarding the magical communication, I probably want to initiate it. You can do so at that time. You won't be too busy, will you? As the pilot, you must be busier than I, and there won't be any phone ringing. Do you have confidence that my sudden call won't startle you? This method of communication feels as though the voice transmits directly into the mind. Unlike a mobile device, there is no ringing. So if a voice were to unexpectedly arise, as Xian mentioned, it may lead to an odd reaction that it's fine when I'm alone, but in front of others, it could raise suspicions. Then I shall contact you essentially at night. Yes. Well then, good night. Good night. After exchanging farewells, Xiaomei departed from the observation room. Though it was but a trivial matter, her mood was quite buoyant, despite it being her own fault. She had engaged in a casual conversation with Xie, and once more as they passed. Although encounters were rare, it now seemed possible to converse in the future. Finding a way to reconnect a nearly lost bond filled Shamey with joy. It felt as if she had experienced a delightful dream. With a gentle smile, Shamey walked briskly towards her room. The operational objective was the ominous cloud of darkness ahead. The response count for small and medium targets totaled 14. The voice of the male staff member, Gao Yang Inagawa, resonated from the cockpit of the Asahi News. Listening leisurely, Xie prepared for departure. During the impending movement to the next point, he sensed an intrusion. He immediately issued an emergency sortie command to the powered armor pilots, including Xie. Yet this time, the targets appeared to be devoid of stealth technology. The encounter with the intruders, which could be tracked, evoked a sense of nostalgia since the battles on the artificial island. The objective was to swiftly eliminate all threats. However, Xie, after engaging, please remain on standby around Miss Stolstein. No need for a surprise attack. He had intended to execute a morning assault as usual. Thus, Anna's directive was entirely unexpected. This time, they're not invisible, right? There's no need to force you out. The reason for Xian's involvement was that only he could accurately detect the invisible intruders. In other words, if the intruders were not cloaked, there was no necessity for his presence. Are you dissatisfied? No. If I'm not working, I hope to see it realized if possible. I wish for it to become the norm swiftly. I knew you would say that. Nonetheless, just in case, you must remain vigilant. Currently, the number visible aligns with the responses detected by sensors, yet there may be invisible entities lurking behind. Simply put, Xian's role this time is to act as a sensor for surprise attack measures. Therefore, the powered armor units should proceed to eliminate the intruders as stated initially. Finally, an opportunity to engage in battle in optimal condition has arisen. Even if merely for performance testing, please feel free to unleash your capabilities. Understood. Following the clear affirmation from Halma, Lena and Reese for powered armor units, including a LUT, launched into action. Is this the first time observing closely? Following Anna's instructions, Xie began to remain on standby around Miss Stolstein, gazing back at the three powered armors heading towards Annie and the others. The red military sword belonged to Haruma, the deep green one to Lena, and the blue one to Reese. All were equipped with EC drive systems, just like the one piloted by Xie. As a technician and magician, Xie found the hybrid EC drive powered armor, which combined human science with otherworldly abilities, to be fascinating. However, he had yet to find an opportunity to observe it closely. If Misty caught him staring, he would undoubtedly be mistaken for a spy, causing a commotion, and he had no choice but to avoid the 13 technical class. The basic form was similar to a surprise attack. It seemed that distinctions were made through armaments and some equipment. For instance, the Asahi's thrusters were larger than the other three, yet its armament was rather weak. This design was conceived for high mobility disruption. Similarly, each of the other three possessed unique traits. The three powered armors flew directly toward the intruders, their flamethrowers and snipers slowing mid-flight, while only the military sword accelerated. The sword's right arm grasped a blade. Forged from a special alloy, unlike the optical equipment mounted on a LUT, such as the Lates Schneider, the military sword deftly cleaved the frontal intruder in two with elegant precision. Subsequently, it aimed its left arm at a more distant adversary, launching a bladed anchor from its arm, piercing through the intruder's head. Then, with minimal movement, it evaded an attack from a pursuing foe behind, swiftly turning to sever its head. A samurai. The development concept of the military sword, as recounted by Anna, specialized in close-quarter combat. With mobility second only to a LUT and wielding the large physical sword, Ascalon, as its primary weapon, it was equipped with sharp anchors for close combat specialization. However, the splendid maneuvers exhibited were more testament to Haruma's personal piloting skills than the machine's capabilities. Although sensors emitted alarms, it was nearly impossible to evade an attack from behind with such ease. Witnessing his audacity, Anna and her team heightened their vigilance, maintaining distance while dispersing around the military sword. Suddenly, one of the powered armors had its head blown apart. IT likely perished before realizing its fate. And within that brief moment, another Spectre met a similar end. The culprit was the sniper positioned slightly behind the military sword. Utilizing a magnetic projectile firing sniper rifle, the sniper specialized in precision shooting. Further decimating Anna's forces, seated within the machine, which shot through heads with unyielding steadiness, was the usually composed Reese. Since their military academy days, he had been renowned as a natural sniper. Even Xie, who knew him, felt a sense of dread due to the contrast with his usual demeanor. Under the merciless fire of the sniper and the military sword's razor, and as forces dwindled, the remaining individuals sought to flee. But it was likely too late. Haruma, fall back a bit. Calmly issuing the command via communication was Lena. The military sword immediately complied, slightly retreating before launching a barrage of missiles from the dual shoulder-mounted missile pods of the Brust. The locked-on missiles tracked the fleeing intruders, and upon impact, the crimson flames consumed their forms. Those who narrowly evaded the missiles would be engulfed by the blinding light emitted from Bruce's heavy weaponry, reducing them to charred remains upon hitting the ground. This month, having rarely witnessed such firepower before, I could not help but exclaim beyond my expectations. The blast is a machine that emphasizes high firepower. Although the basic shape is similar, due to the heavy equipment attached to the waist and shoulders, its silhouette appears considerably larger than the other three machines at first glance. Notably, the missile probes on both shoulders and the large weapon Prometheus, which requires 2 hands to wield, stand out. Additionally, there are 2 Gatling guns at the waist, and each foot is equipped with a missile probe, resembling a veritable arsenal. Until now, the 3 machines that have encountered issues remain relatively inactive. Yet their advanced models undoubtedly boast superior performance. Coupled with the inclusion of the finest pilots from this year's enlistment, one might assert that they possess formidable combat capabilities, barring mere strokes of misfortune. However, the optical armaments of the EC drive-equipped machine are rather limited. Theoretically, it functions as a perpetual motion machine, with energy being unrestricted. This should encapsulate the advantages driven by electronic commerce, but TO fully harness this potential. Emphasis should be placed on optical armaments. Yet for Brest Prometheus, as well as the primary armaments of the sword and sniper, optical weaponry is not a priority. Only Asano lacks any physical armaments, which raises some concerns. Lost in contemplation, Shuren's awareness was abruptly pulled back by Huang Yang's report. The 3 had worked diligently. Shuren, what of Annie's luck? Nothing stirring, so she likely isn't hiding nearby. Well then, the operation concludes here. All personnel are to return to the ship promptly. Since orders have been given, there can be no dilly-dallying. Setting aside his earlier worries, Shuren hurried back to the Mist's hangar. After the sortie, Haruma descended from the sword and immediately turned his attention toward the Sai. Unlike the others who had battled with Annie, Shuren, piloting the Alette, had naturally returned to the ship first. The members of the 13th Technical Division were already busying themselves around, and soon, Haruma's gaze met that of one of them. Robin. Due to the distance, they exchanged no words. Robin merely shook his head silently. Not today, either. Rena, standing beside Haruma, seemed to sense the situation and spoke somewhat awkwardly. Les, standing behind, also displayed a complex expression. The members of the 13th Technical Division were flustered as they dealt with the returning machines and seemed eager to seize an opportunity to catch Shuren. But it appeared he had slipped away once again, that if they couldn't apprehend him before or after the sortie, they would have to seek other chances. However, the 13th Technical Division was largely occupied and could hardly leave the hangar. Consequently, they hoped Haruma, not a member of the 13th, could assist. This request was entrusted to him by Robin and Lin Li, leaders of the 13th Technical Division. Thus, Haruma relayed this matter to Rena, Les, and Shamie, enlisting their help, except for Shamie, who was at the helm. In truth, it would likely be difficult without cooperation. Haruma was well aware that should Shuren become his adversary, he would prove to be a troublesome opponent. Although it was challenging to comprehend, given Shuren's tendency to lack motivation and less interested, his capabilities were undeniably high. During their time at the Officer Academy, Haruma and the others had occasionally witnessed the incidents he instigated up close, which left a lasting impression. Furthermore, when dealing with the unknown realm of psychic powers, it might be easier to confront large invaders. Given that Shuren was deliberately avoiding the 13th Technical Division, conventional methods would be futile. If they truly wished to take action, they would have to devise appropriate countermeasures. What is it with you all? As Haruma pondered how to capture Shuren, a voice suddenly came from behind, turning around. He saw a friendly-looking young man gazing at the 3 of them. It's too dangerous to stand here. The seniors of the 13th Technical Division are rather impulsive. Haruma had grown accustomed to his playful demeanor since their days at the Officer Academy, and at first glance he appeared unchanged. Yet, it was likely not the case. The person before him was a close friend of Shuren, a rather self-assured individual, likely more concerned about Shuren's evasion than anyone from the 13th Technical Division. If I'm interrupting repairs, I apologize. Not at all. However, if this continues, we might genuinely get scolded. Hearing Reese's inquiry, G approached, lowering his voice to caution Reese. Indeed, After the sortie, Haruma and the others were gathered in the center of the hangar in a rather flustered manner, which could be disruptive. In fact, several individuals glanced their way. Anna had mentioned that after returning to the ship, they could rest directly, allowing for free activities afterward, but they must not impede others' work. However, Haruma felt somewhat uneasy. Is it too much to ask if you have time to say a few words to him? Ri seemed somewhat surprised by Haruma's sudden request. Nevertheless, having just received instructions for meal breaks, the four decided to head straight to the mess hall. The mess hall was spacious, designed with consideration for the crew's long stay aboard the vessel, ensuring the enclosed feeling was minimized as much as possible. Particularly, the mess hall and facilities such as the observation room, intended for mental rejuvenation and not directly related to military operations, were designed to be expansive and aesthetically pleasing. Of course, this was all within the confines of not disrupting military actions. As an aside, this dining hall aimed to provide the crew with a semblance of everyday life, offering a menu rich in variety at a level unimaginable for a warship, which is also one of its characteristics. Haruma ordered the grilled fish set. Rina chose French bread and soup. Les opted for creamy pasta, and G selected a substantial number of sandwiches. The four ordered their meals and seated themselves at an appropriate round table across from one another. So, what business do you have with Haruma? G, holding a sandwich, inquired in a relaxed tone. Although the question was rather direct, it was characteristic of him to be so simple and candid, given that his language and demeanor typically lacked ulterior motives. Haruma felt at ease responding. Robin asked us to ensure Shuren doesn't escape from the members of the 13th Technical Division, that you are aware of this, right? Odd indeed, it seems Senior Rubin mentioned something along those lines. Her vague response left Haruma feeling a bit awkward. Rina and Les appeared similarly affected, exchanging gentle glances. Does Jean not wish to speak with Shuren? The members of the 13th Technical Division had approached Haruma and the others to engage with Shuren. Naturally, G, being the closest to Shuren among them, would want to converse, yet his current demeanor suggested otherwise. His response to Haruma's request seemed more like a matter for someone else. Of course, I would like to speak, he thought, yet his gaze remained averted from them. The sorrow evident in his eyes suggested that his previous words had been sincere. Nevertheless, he felt that forcing a conversation would be somewhat delicate. Delicate? Is something the matter? That guy's quite awkward. That guy in question was undoubtedly Shuren. Moreover, Haruma concurred with the assessment of his awkwardness, even if one were to attempt conversation with him. He likely would not respond candidly. Indeed, and G scratched his head, leaving his words unfinished. All eyes were now on G, whose indecisiveness was palpable. If you were to force a conversation with him, you would have to catch him. Wouldn't you? If you did that, he might just stubbornly attempt to escape. Though G added probably, he appeared quite certain of his assertion. Reflecting on Shuren's daily life at the academy, he was typically a free spirit, resolutely opposing anything that did not align with his will. If silence was his choice, then the more one pressed, the more likely the situation would worsen. The other members of the 13th Technical Division focused on engaging Shuren, along with those entrusted to assist, such as Haruma, seemed not to have considered this depth. Yet G, considering himself a friend, understood Shuren well. But if we don't speak, nothing will change, right? Hearing the subdued reproach from Les, G's expression darkened immediately. Her downcast demeanor was heart-wrenching. Realizing he had stepped on a landmine, Reese panicked, while G suddenly buried his head on the table. I understand, I just don't see why this is for Shuren. G's downcast gaze conveyed her disheartened words. Haruma found it somewhat difficult to decipher this sentiment. For Shuren, that guy is far smarter than I am. His current actions likely hold significance that I dislike recklessly complicating matters. Shuren would not undertake actions devoid of meaning. This incident surely had its reasons tied to Shuren himself. They did not wish for G's unpredictable interference to muddle the situation. This seemed to encapsulate G's stance. Upon hearing this, Haruma grasped another crucial point. You still consider Shuren a good friend? He sought confirmation, even though he knew it was unnecessary, compelled by his inability to comprehend. Nevertheless, G slowly lifted her head from the table to respond. Of course, I am Shuren's good friend and partner. G's answer felt as if she were questioning the absurdity of the inquiry, leaving Haruma with an indescribable sense of dissatisfaction. Shuren Ishtar was lying. He disguised himself as an ordinary person, spending 3 inconspicuous years at the military academy, never revealing his secret to anyone. Not just to Haruma and the others, but he deceived many. That G must have also been deceived by such a person as Shion. Nevertheless, he seemed to harbor no resentment or anger toward Xian. That fellow is connected to the other world and outsiders. It seems that he's been lying to us. Indeed, he could potentially become an enemy of humanity in the future. Perhaps Daji did not refute Haruma's words, yet he did not regard Xian as a threat. He had clearly been deceived and betrayed. Despite sharing the same stance, he displayed an attitude that was completely contrary to his own, which infuriated Haruma. How could you call such a person your good friend? Faced with Haruma's direct inquiry, G scratched his head in confusion, appearing somewhat troubled. I don't know. It took a while before he could muster an answer, which hardly qualified as a response. I don't know. If others ask me why, how should I respond? If I were as clever as Xian, perhaps I could articulate my thoughts clearly, continuously lamenting his own lack of analytical skills. Could it be that he truly struggles to express his reasoning? If that were the case, how could he assert such a claim? G claimed that Xian was his good friend, his voice unwavering. Why could he make such a definitive statement in the absence of a coherent rationale? I've spent 3 years beside that fellow. Our relationship cannot be easily altered by a single concealed matter. Can it really be so easily dismissed? I have a secret as well. From a quantitative standpoint, that is indeed the case, but the act of concealment cannot be deemed trivial. After all, it involves hiding a connection with those whom humanity is currently at war with. Moreover, if one were to delve deeper, more secrets would undoubtedly surface. Whether they're good or bad, to be honest, I am uncertain. However, at least for me, it is not that grave. Of course, I understand it is different for you. He awkwardly averted his gaze from Haruma, yet after taking a slight breath, he met my eyes once more. Xian does have connections with the other world and such, but frankly, I find it inconsequential. In that moment, Haruma felt his vision suffused with a crimson hue. His fists clenched tightly. G's indifferent remarks barely concealed Haruma's anger. G seemed to anticipate this reaction, yet he did not divert his gaze from the stern-faced Haruma. Even if he is associated with others, Xian is still Xian. I do not perceive any danger. I trust that fellow would not engage me in any harmful manner. What if that trust were to be betrayed? If that were the case, I could only blame myself for believing him. Presenting the worst-case scenario to G, who expressed faith in Xian, he merely smiled in response that I trust myself, the Xian I have always known. No one else influenced this. It was merely my own choice that I will not complain about anyone. Of course, you are free to despise Xian, that if I had lost my family due to the other world as you did, I would not hold the same perspective. Even so, I still believe Xian is my good friend, G stated plainly. Halma understood that in terms of their views on Xian, his and G's opinions would forever remain parallel lines. Is the story concluded here? I have asked everything I wanted. G quickly devoured the remaining sandwiches, politely clasping his hands together and declaring, I am full, and my opinions may differ from yours, but I do not harbor any ill will towards you. If you feel unwell, we can discuss it thoroughly. With that, G exited the dining hall. Compared to that fellow, I seem more like a child. Despite having a simple disposition, Haruma had not hesitated or raised his voice, easily casting a hostile glare towards G. If anyone is a child, it is undoubtedly Haruma. Once this realization struck, it brought with it a sensation of defeat. After G's departure, Haruma and the others found themselves enveloped in an indescribable silence. What is the reality of the situation? Unable to bear the silence, he voiced a question. Haruma and Reese speculated on the intent behind Lena's ambiguous words. They cast glances in her direction. Is she an enemy or a friend? Haruma found himself momentarily at a loss for an answer. Reese was similarly perplexed, as was Lena, who had posed the question. From Halma's personal perspective, he believed Xian to be a dangerous individual for humanity. Not only during the 3 years at the military academy, but he had consistently concealed his true identity from the world. Presently, his demeanor suggests he is reluctant to divulge information regarding the other world and others. He disregards our directives and battle formations during combat. Most importantly, he continues to act oblivious to Haruma's deep-seated hatred for the other world, while maintaining his position as a friend. Though one cannot claim there are no personal feelings involved. Objectively speaking, it is indeed challenging to trust him as a comrade within the human military. However, it remains a fact that there is no definitive evidence to classify him as an enemy of humanity. So far, Xian's actions have not been adversarial towards humanity. On the 7th artificial island, it was thanks to his strength that hundreds of lives were preserved. Moreover, currently, under the orders of the human military, despite some lack of seriousness, he has executed his duties commendably. Without a doubt, actions detrimental to the human military are not tolerated. In conclusion, there are no decisive factors to distinguish friend from foe. Among the three present, Lena was the most contemplative, capable of thinking without emotional bias when necessary. Even she could not provide an answer, making it unlikely for Haruma, who harbors hatred for the otherworld, and Reese, who is somewhat naive for a soldier, to do so, and one spoke, and once again, silence fell. The one who broke this stillness was neither of the three, but rather a newcomer. "Excuse me, is it all right if I interrupt?" Upon turning to the voice, they saw a young man in military uniform standing there. He was a fellow new recruit, having graduated from the military academy alongside Haruma and the others not long ago. During their time at the officer training school, he and Haruma's group were all exceptional students. Although their relationship was not particularly close, they shared a few casual greetings and conversations on campus. "Long time no see. You are also aboard this vessel." "Though I'm not part of the elite armored unit like you," the young man replied with a rueful smile at Reese's remark. He is always at a penchant for light-hearted behavior, so his words were merely a jest without any deeper meaning. Even for a specially trained graduate, suddenly engaging in real combat with armored units is exceedingly challenging. For me, this level suits my temperament better. Indeed, we too did not anticipate becoming test pilots for the new type of mecha, A.S. Reese noted, although they had heard beforehand that he would be piloting a new class of warship. They never imagined it would be an experimental model. Regardless of how exceptional their special training results were, Haruma and the others were still rookies. Generally speaking, they would at most operate mass-produced machines widely deployed. And the senior officer from the military academy had begun to hear such talk, but upon opening the hatch, they found this situation that it was said that the selection of crew and pilots for machines equipped with EC drives, including the Mist, had particular standards, and it is possible that Haruma and the other selection was related to this aspect. That is of little concern. I am here to discuss serious matters with you. His expression suddenly grew serious, causing Haruma and the others to stiffen involuntarily. "What do you think of Shien Istel?" The topic they had just been discussing resurfaced, and the three exchanged glances. To be frank, I too find it impossible to judge. Whether to regard him as an enemy or a friend, there is no conclusive evidence. Facing Lena's calm response, Halma and Reese nodded in agreement. "I see. Indeed, there is currently no material for judgment." After hearing Lena's words, he nodded in realization, then added, "However, what if we remain passive and something irrevocable occurs?" "What do you mean?" "You are correct. Ignore that being due to the absence of evidence. And should something dangerous be prepared during this time, it would result in a catastrophe. Shien is neither an enemy nor a friend. In other words, he is very likely an enemy. If we assume that Shien is an adversary of humanity, then the current situation is extremely perilous. Shien has infiltrated the human military as an accomplice. While it is certainly not an extensive infiltration, it is evident that he can influence many matters within the new ship. Furthermore, regarding the unknown powers of the other world, what he is capable of remains largely ungrasped by the human military, making it difficult for Haruma and the others to foresee his potential actions. This realization instilled a sense of fear within them. Nevertheless, Shien is already engaged in negotiations with the higher-ups and formed a cooperative relationship. Surely, the higher-ups would not overlook the associated risks. Indeed, I do not believe that Commander Gold and Captain Akito Mitsukin have neglected this point. But he is a monster, is he not? The enigmatic powers of the other world are notoriously difficult for anyone to contend with. That could potentially involve mental manipulation. His rebuttal to Rice's opinion sounded somewhat absurd, yet could not be entirely dismissed as impossible. Regardless, Halma was aware that Shuren had transformed into a cat and had witnessed his gravity-defying leaps. If one were to inquire whether mental manipulation could be achieved, I would posit that it is indeed plausible that if the individual in question were human, the ambiguity of their allegiance, friend or foe, would warrant a cautious observation. After all, being human, they are unlikely to act in ways that defy expectations. However, the current adversary is an unknown creature, shrouded in mystery. Do you not find it difficult for me to speak with such composure? The young man exaggeratedly addressed the three individuals. His gaze was sharp, brimming with skepticism. "So, what exactly do you wish to convey?" Through the preceding dialogue, I discerned that the young man harbored profound doubts regarding Shuren. Yet, why divulge this matter to Haruma and the others? Given that the upper echelons of the human army were accepting of Shuren's presence, his earlier remarks could easily be construed as rebellious. To undertake the risk of revealing such information to the trio, there must be a compelling rationale and objective. In response to Haruma's inquiry, he lowered his voice. Can you assist me in eliminating Shuren Istil? The suggestion to kill Shuren drew sharp intakes of breath from Haruma and the others. If one would ascertain the enemy's true nature, it might be too late should complications arise. Would it not be safer to punish the suspect instead? The higher-ups had assured him of his safety and instructed him to refrain from interference. Could it not simply be disguised as an accident? Furthermore, if that individual trusts my agreement and lowers their guard, it would simplify matters. Shuren might also be an ally of the human army. And no matter. The young man responded to Lena's comment without hesitation. As if it were a matter of course, the opponent is a monster. If the likelihood of them being an enemy is not zero, it is more expedient to eliminate them. This statement seemed to imply, what nonsense are you spouting? As if questioning my reasoning. Allow me to clarify, this is not a solitary venture. Many individuals are involved in this plan that I hope you'll join us. What do you say? When asked if he could assist further, Haruma pondered for a moment. The young man's assertion held a degree of validity. If Shuren were indeed a foe of humanity, prompt action would be prudent. After all, for the human army, the powers of the otherworldly are an uncharted territory, and should an incident occur, response options will be nearly futile. To avert such a scenario, preemptive action is essential. Moreover, prior to this, the most reliable course of action would be to eliminate Shuren. Mere apprehension would not suffice, as evidenced by the ease with which he escaped during the incident on the 7th population island. To effectively thwart Shuren, it can be asserted that killing him is the only viable method. The most certain way to eliminate potential future dangers is undoubtedly through Shuren's demise. Chapter 16. Somewhere at the end of Hell, Haruma's response was simply, I am sorry, but I cannot assist you. Upon hearing Haruma's answer, the young man's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered the impossible. Haruma was notorious for his disdain towards the otherworldly and outsiders during his time at the Officer Academy. A fact he was undoubtedly aware of. It was precisely for this reason that he did not anticipate Haruma shaking his head. That I can see that your reasoning possesses some merit. Indeed, taking the initiative can ensure safety. So why not join the cause? In response to the young man's slightly irate inquiry, Haruma replied with clarity that I dislike, because... Yes, Haruma found the young man's perspective unsettling and frightening. They failed to see the reality before them. On the 7th artificial island, many lives were saved by Shuren, and now he was on the battlefield to confront invaders that the human army could not contend with. He perceived none of this. There was not even an inclination to differentiate between good and evil. That I abhor that attitude. The self-assured supporters of such a notion are likely numerous, easily counted on two hands, among the fewer than 200 crew members of the Mist. There are certainly over 10 who believe Shuren should be killed regardless of morality. That reality is disconcerting. Because Haruma also harbored disdain for outsiders, he had once considered the notion of killing Shuren. However, given the surrounding circumstances and Shuren's contributions to humanity, he possessed sufficient rationality to refrain. They lacked that discernment. Shuren Istil is a person connected to humanity. Hence, he is evil. Such a simplistic and baseless theory slipped from his lips without hesitation. Therefore, killing in a vile manner is acceptable. That is justice. Haruma felt that such actions were not the behavior of a rational individual. If I were to kill Shuren, I would seize upon his misdeeds and confront him honorably. I have no intention of resorting to deceitful means or lowering myself to the level of the otherworldly forces. The critical tone was deliberate. It stemmed from Haruma's discontent with them. Furthermore, at least for now, the human army requires Shuren. If they squander time acquiring information about annoyance and the otherworldly, nearly unknown over the past decade, it would not be prudent. That I do not wish to report to the higher-ups. Hence, this plan should not proceed. Fortunately, due to the clamor of the cafeteria, it is unlikely anyone but the three of them could overhear their conversation. Having expressed all he wished to convey, Haruma stood up without awaiting a response. Sensing Lena and Rice hurriedly following suit as they exited the dining hall, I do not wish for Shuren's death as much as I once thought. As he walked down the corridor, Haruma suddenly recognized this truth. That, of course, the anger that had burned within him for 3 years, along with his resentment towards others, still smoldered. He had contemplated killing Shuren, even considered succumbing to despair. Yet he still believed it unjust to take Shuren's life without ample justification. Regardless of who he may be, his life should not be taken lightly. It was not merely others' opinions, but his own thoughts that allowed Haruma to quietly set his mind at ease. How hot! The crimson flames burning fiercely in the night, the crackling remnants collapsing. The smoke and heat enveloping the surroundings felt as if they would snatch away life itself. This not the place. The once seen, surreal, hellish world. Yet here, the scenery does not change with every turn, but presents a peculiar world. The view is expansive, with few buildings. Were it not for the engulfing flames, this would surely appear as a serene rural landscape. No, in reality, it is such a place. Yes, hearing her voice filled with delight, upon turning back, she found Zhu Yu sitting among the debris, smiling at her. Why are you here? There is nothing strange about it. Being bound by a contract allows for the permeation of each other's consciousness. Whether one can penetrate it, I believe, is a matter of your will. Crack. Facing Shuren's icy gaze, Zhu Yu laughed off the inquiry. Shuren was reminded once more that speaking to this demon was futile. However, the places he cannot enter, was that dream truly special? Zhu Yu was unaware of the moonlit society led by that woman. In retrospect, Zhu Yu had mentioned that Shuren's consciousness had ventured elsewhere. If there exists the power of the otherworldly, traversing dreams should not be arduous. Yet, at least within the magical knowledge Shuren possessed, there was no method akin to a contract that could summon the consciousness of another without a special connection. It seemed not to be the work of those from that realm. Shuren pondered the enigmatic woman, yet he noticed someone casting a smiling glance his way. What is it? No, I just thought I caught a glimpse of you. Saying this, Zhu Yu stood up, cheerfully laughing, and exaggeratedly spread her arms. How marvelous! Are you not experiencing hell? I had thought you were a bold little imp, but now I understand. Against the backdrop of a fiery world, his beaming visage appeared both incongruous and terrifying. It was as if this were the very essence of a demon. Yet for Shuren, that was exceedingly unpleasant. So, what are you doing here? Zhu Yu intended to continue, but was suddenly ensnared by shadows emerging from the ground. Countless serpentine shadows, seemingly possessing will, swiftly bound Zhu Yu's body, rendering her unable to move even a single arm. The source of these shadows was none other than Shuren's own shadow, intruding into another's dream uninvited and behaving so recklessly. Is that not a tad impolite? The constricting shadows gradually tightened around Zhu Yu, in due time. Her youthful form would easily succumb to fracture. Zhu Yu seemed to sense Shuren's thoughts, her cheeks twitching slightly. I understand. Surrender. I shall refrain from unnecessary words for now. For the moment, he was intrigued by those words laden with meaning, yet he felt that pursuing their significance would only lead to obscurity. Ultimately, he deemed it more troublesome to linger longer and release the shadows binding Zhu Yu. But are you not adorable? You won't speak out of turn, will you? No worries. The moment he lifted the restraints, upon witnessing his demeanor, I could not help but wonder if perhaps I should simply retreat. After all, this is merely a dream. Even pain cannot lead to death, can it? Hey, are you contemplating something perilous? You are not suggesting breaking your neck or binding me in shadows to burn me alive. I would never dare. Zhu Yu, wearing a serious expression, soon reverted to her mischievous grin. However, it appears you indeed possess experience in murder. In response to Zhu Yu's abrupt comment, Xian merely returned a sharp glance, conveying nothing through words, neither affirmation nor denial. Wasn't that rather straightforward? Well, from a manner in which he so casually spoke about his familiar methods of killing, I surmised that it was either directed at humans or others. Certainly not just one or two. To let your imagination run wild. This demon's intuition seems to surpass Xian's expectations, and his intellect is quite formidable. Perhaps it is best to refrain from unnecessary words. What does it matter how many? Since he is the master, such a level of killing seems appropriate. That I have previously stated my disdain for others, suggesting that I am well matched with someone like you. Impressive indeed. Zhu Yu laughed heartily, appearing unfazed by any injury. Well, I felt a slight sense of relief. Relief? What if Master Xian is too naive and cannot eliminate his enemies? Zhu Yu floated effortlessly in place, moving with a grace that defied gravity to position himself directly in front of Xian. Typically, his gaze would meet Xian's waist, yet now, suspended in the air, their eyes aligned, though no one was within earshot. He lowered his voice to a whisper. There seems to be a scent aboard the ship, a terrifying aroma that I find delightful. It would be troublesome if you were to perish. I initially wished to advise you. It seems you possess sufficient courage to kill. Immediately thereafter, Zhu Yu vanished like mist, The absence of sound suggested he had completely departed from this dream. The resolve to kill, surrounded by an unquenchable flame in hell. Xian murmured softly at the center. Such a notion is one that can be forsaken for a lifetime. The fragile sound, easily extinguished by a mere breeze, was something even Zhu Yu was unaware of. Chapter 17. In the hangar, the morning of the human army's engineers begins quite early. Robin Forrest yawned widely as he recalled where he had heard the name Ward, or rather, in this 13th technical class. Morning and noon bore little relation to one another. The 13th technical class is renowned for its acknowledged prowess, yet is also infamously populated by eccentrics and technicians with dubious backgrounds. Perhaps this is the reason why, compared to other technical groups, they frequently face issues of understaffing. Of course, I have requested the military personnel department to allocate more members, but due to the already established bad reputation, no one has volunteered. Nevertheless, this year, the arrival of the promising newcomers, Xian and Ji, brings joy. However, upon uncovering the truth, it becomes evident that Xian, a mage, is unable to attend due to certain incidents, and Ji is likewise not in optimal condition. In this peculiar situation, the camaraderie among the few technicians in the 13th technical class is strong, with many members concerned for Xian. Outsiders cannot comprehend that both Xian and Ji have been part of the 13th technical class since their student days as trainees, leading the class members to hold great affection for them. The D'Artagnan Military Academy's technical specialty is dedicated to cultivating students' combat readiness, commencing practical training in September of their enrollment year, since students voluntarily choose which technical class to join. The 13th technical class, often referred to as a den of eccentrics, has rarely attracted students for this training. In this context, the mere presence of two students, especially the top of their class, and a student who excels purely based on practical skills, is astonishing. One of them is merely a 12 or 13-year-old child. Moreover, if they diligently absorb what is taught, how can they fail to be endearing? Robin, whose technical skills are beyond reproach, even imparted his shooting techniques from his time as a sniper. The affectionately regarded Xian is avoiding this area, while the equally cherished Ji appears listless, leading to a growing chaos within the 13th technical class that remains unknown to outsiders. In an effort to address this issue, Robin and his colleagues forcibly sought assistance from Haruma to locate Xian. However, the situation is less than ideal. Haruma, with his earnest nature, complied with the request, and they also enlisted the help of Hama's friends, Lena and Les, who would notify them of Xian's whereabouts upon sighting him, sharing operational schedules that were otherwise difficult to grasp without violating military regulations. Haruma is too obedient, which raises concerns that I forcibly involved her, and yet she willingly complied, leaving me with a sense of guilt. These thoughts emerged among the members. However, despite such extensive support, successfully laying an ambush remains elusive. This only serves as evidence that Xian is sincerely evading this place. Are you implying you wish to avoid speaking with us to such an extent? As I pondered this, doubts began to surface regarding whether it was truly necessary to apprehend Xian and confront him. Just as I exhaled a heavy sigh laden with uncertainty, something struck my head. With a resounding crash, a fluorescent cup rolled across the floor. Hey, Robin, if you don't hurry and look at this, won't my gaming time be reduced? In a nearby space cluttered with electronic equipment, a female member named Kane Nami, also part of the 13th technical class, was present. Who threw a cup? Is it made of plastic? Isn't retired veteran Robin just a stubborn kappa? Are you referring to me? What a cad to toy with women. I understand. You're fighting, aren't you? Rushing to Kinju's side, I lifted her by the sides of her body, which seemed disproportionately small for her age. Due to the significant height disparity, the scene resembled that of lifting a child high. Hey, are you treating me like a child again? This is outright sexual harassment. Fear not, at least you are not someone I fancy. The playful banter between Robin and Kane escalated into a rivalry akin to that of elementary school children. Behind Robin, a towering figure emerged. Robin, gently calling out, Kinju was swiftly taken away. The brown-skinned giant who seized her was named Daryl Barks, also a technician from the 13th technical class. When he lifted Kinju, they appeared akin to a mother and daughter, yet Kinju, unlike when held by Robin, became unusually compliant. Hey, don't you mind that Daryl treats you like a child? Daryl is indifferent. It's just Robin who cannot. Despite the unappealing remarks exchanged between the petite Kane and Robin, Rue intervened, inserting his gloved left arm in the next instant. Daryl's left arm morphed unexpectedly, unfolding into a shield-like apparatus. Hey, who equipped the fake arm with a shield this time? Daryl had lost his left arm and both legs in past conflicts. Since then, he has utilized prosthetics, and now he has developed his own. Recently, the ingenious modifications by the eccentric members of the 13th technical class have become commonplace. Incidentally, the perpetrator suspected of blowing a whistle across the shield was a woman positioned opposite Robin. However, Robin had previously suggested incorporating a crossbow, so it would be hypocritical to comment on others' affairs. Daryl, who rarely spoke under any circumstances, kept silent, his demeanor suggesting he wished for Robin not to instigate conflict. Both Robin and Makoto held their breath, returning to their tasks. SAS, your work is impressively swift, truly a great help. Upon reviewing the tasks assigned to Kinju, it was evident they were executed flawlessly, completed in less than half the time of an ordinary technician. Showcasing Kinju's exceptional capabilities. By the way, I heard that Robin and the others intend to capture Shien. So you are among the opposing faction. When Robin and his group involved Haruma in their pursuit of Shien, they confirmed everyone's opinions within the 13th technical class. The outcome revealed a strong willingness to assist in the capture, yet a faction opposed to the idea also existed. Kinju and Daryl were among the few dissenters. Surely, Shien must harbor some thoughts on the matter. I believe even the outsiders would wish to apprehend him. Daryl also nodded in agreement. Such sentiments are indeed understandable. However, that fellow will quickly conceal matters, claiming to be a burden to others. For instance, even if he feels unwell, he insists on working, remaining silent when troubled by others on campus. His inclination to resolve everything independently is quite pronounced. If it were a peer, they might immediately break down in tears, yet Shien possesses none of that endearing quality. Surely, Sanada and Daryl must have some insights as well. They did not refute Robin's words. To be honest, I am uncertain of that fellow's circumstances. However, it is essential to inquire how he came to know. Thus, it is best to apprehend him for questioning, or rather, compel him to divulge information. What to do thereafter can be decided once we hear what he has to say. That if something crucial concludes without any action taken, it would be too late, perhaps sensing Robin's unwitting shift in perspective. Kinju deliberately sighed. That it is futile to argue. Do as you wish. However, I am uncertain if there are collaborators. Recently, individuals from outside the technician ranks have been entering far too frequently. Therefore, the influx of non-technicians into the hangar has become quite troublesome for someone like me with network obstacles. No, I am not aware that Makoto's complaints to Robin bore no clarity. What? Who are those people? Allow me to elaborate. That least aside from the technical team, the only helpers are Chun Jian and his two companions. So, who is the outsider that Miao discovered? The confines of the ship are narrow, and the heights above are lofty. It is quite understandable to desire the openness of the hangar. Yes, that's so. This is my first time aboard a warship, and for some reason, I feel somewhat uneasy. Daryl remained silent, his expression one of incredulity, indicating he was at a loss. Hey, Mr. Daryl, is it all right? The assistant vice captain, Chien, called out to Daryl from a distance. Daryl nodded and approached her. In any case, it would be prudent to dismiss anyone other than Chun Jian if encountered again. Indeed, the presence of non-engineers in the hangar not only obstructs the movement of parts, but could also lead to accidents. If we see them again, a gentle reminder might be in order. However, I cannot engage in conversation with strangers at that point. I will call Robin. You can handle this matter yourself, Neuridize. Just like that, the bell signaling the end of the scuffle rang out like that of primary school. Shuren, is there something wrong? Before heading to the 5th location during the briefing session at Mistolstein, she suddenly noticed Anna gazing at Shuren with concern. Well, I wasn't dozing off. If he had, I wouldn't have awakened him so gently. I teased him slightly, only to receive a cold retort that, this guy is either getting punched or kicking someone. Shuren quickly became aware of this there seems to be something on his mind. Misty, who only mentioned what she thought, cast a skeptical glance at me. She had stopped biting, which seemed to be the effect of Little Crystal's repeated admonitions. The source of the suspicious odor, could it be? Having already discerned that the hostility was present before the mention of the smell, Zhuyu refrained from offering advice. It seemed Zhuyu was not referring to Misty. It must be someone else. There's an appalling number of individuals within the human army who harbor ill feelings towards Shuren, and merely contemplating this is troublesome. Perhaps Zhuyu was also aware of this, and thus his advice was partly to tease Shuren. Don't overthink it. Shuren is not a fool. He often employs a magical barrier to protect himself. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, it is sturdier than those mindless creatures, capable of withstanding a direct hit from an anti-tank rifle. In other words, if someone within the human army intended to harm Shuren, they would generally not succeed in causing any damage. Having prepared for defense, all that remains is to devise a plan should that barrier be breached. If all is well, I can continue. Nodding in confirmation to Anna, I directed my gaze towards the table at the center of the briefing room, seamlessly integrated with the display screen. The screen revealed a map of the fifth location, predominantly in pale blue. The final emergence point is a lake, with the coordinates indicating it lies beneath the surface, specifically within the lake. Are you suggesting fish or aquatic creatures? NI does not actually breathe. Hence, even invaders resembling wolves or birds can maneuver in water. While lacking intelligence, they would not intentionally appear in an environment they are unaccustomed to. Given their emergence in the lake, they must be creatures adept at aquatic movement. Though unconfirmed, it seems likely. However, there are instances of phantoms that suddenly materialize with invisibility abilities. So it is possible they are a different type of phantom than before. Yakit calmly followed behind Anna, showing vigilance, and Shuren nodded. In truth, the recent movements of the invaders also appeared peculiar to Shuren, who possessed a certain level of knowledge. It is crucial to continually consider past instances and the potential for new entities that even Shuren's understanding cannot predict. According to the operational plan, the assault will proceed first to detect and confirm any unexpected occurrences that, if any arise, they shall be dealt with directly. If not, a thorough investigation of the surroundings will follow. That is indeed feasible, assuming luck is on our side. They will likely be submerged in the water. The shallow sea armaments are not suited for underwater combat. The Asahi's main body is designed to maintain airtightness for underwater operations, yet the optical systems perform poorly in such conditions. Both the Lightschneider held by Albert and the Dragon Sword are optical weapons, making them ill-suited for underwater confrontations. Typically, specialized armaments or live ammunition weapons are employed for combat against invaders in or over water. But Shuren was unaware of how many such preparations the ship possessed. I had entrusted you with the preparations in this regard beforehand, and if we advance with additional armaments, there would be no need to tamper with the shallow sea itself, and thus no objections would arise. Speaking of which, does that mean the test craft is only operable for minimal repairs? How foolish. I speak from the heart. Anna expressed dissatisfaction at the disparaging remarks about the upper class, giving off a sense of helplessness regarding her position. Chief of Staff Raster, is your attitude towards your superior not too harsh? Thanks to that high-ranking individual, aside from Shuren, no one could respond appropriately. And it even exposed the 3 members of the mobile armor unit to danger without sensors. Is it not quite rude to avoid direct negotiations? How vexing, until Anna's response to the approaching Misty was relatively decent. The voice of a third individual entering the conversation caused Shuren to halt his actions. The addition of another person in the earlier dialogue was inconsequential, but for Shuren, it was far from trivial. After all, if given the choice, he would prefer not to encounter this person. Long time no see. Captain Kuroiwa. Is that so? I apologize for my tardiness. Jinzo Kuroiwa is the leader of the 13th Technical Team, one of the individuals Shuren is desperately trying to avoid. Moreover, he is notoriously known among the human army technicians as Lightning Dad. Isn't he the guy who can summon thunderstorms? The ancient and distorted image of Jinzo, who had cared for Shuren for a long time, suddenly provoked Shuren to instinctively distance himself, an understandably irritable reaction. Furthermore, the Shuren he knew was a man who would express anger regardless of the circumstances, be it during meetings or moments of frustration. Although he was currently speaking with Anna, it would not be surprising if he turned to shout at Shuren in the next instant, though not evident on his face. Shuren felt a surge of trepidation within. Surprisingly, however, Jinzo did not unleash his fury upon Shuren. Instead, he began to explain the operational plan. The assault can operate in water, but it is not specifically designed for underwater combat. To enable the launch of live ammunition from the surface, we have prepared a sniper rifle. Shuren's shooting skills are rather poor. Will you be able to keep up? I will install aiming correction parts on the rifle. While it cannot guarantee a hit, with that, even the worst shots can be rectified. Though I'm being treated as a fool, there is little I can interject. If I inadvertently spoke up, Jinzo's attention would undoubtedly shift towards me. Regardless, having a rifle to assist me is immensely appreciated. Moreover, since only the Rifle S modification is necessary, the Asahi can remain unaltered, thus avoiding any concerns from above. If such preparations could be scaled up, it would allow tracking of those with invisibility abilities aside from Zhuang. How long will the preparations take? The preparations are complete. All that remains is for Let 2 emerge with the rifle when we launch. You have been a great help. Aki's confirmation allowed Jinzo to respond smoothly. The speed at which he worked prompted admiration. Aki nodded at his response, cleared his throat, and turned his gaze toward Shuren. Very well, let us proceed at this pace to the destination and commence operations upon arrival. From our current location, it will take less than 2 hours. Istil, please begin preparations immediately. Yes, it was a relief to hear little Crystal mention immediacy. Given the possibility of Jinzo catching up with them before the meeting's conclusion, it seemed prudent to swiftly depart under the pretense of Aki's instructions. They hurried out of the briefing room, walking briskly down the corridor at a pace that would not arouse suspicion. Jinzo appeared not to be in pursuit. With a sigh of relief, Shuren continued onward, but at the moment he passed a certain cabin. The door swung open. Hearing the sound of the door sliding, Shuren instinctively turned in that direction, only to find a gloved hand reaching out. The hand firmly grasped Shuren's shoulder and pulled him into the room with force. Though capable of using magic, Shuren's slender frame was easily drawn inside and pressed against what seemed to be a small bed for napping. Despite the dim lighting within, he could discern the face of the person pressing down on his shoulder. For Shuren, it was a familiar visage, and he quickly surmised the situation. Daryl, I'm counting on you. Shuren, please don't act recklessly. It was not Daryl, who was holding Shuren down with a hint of apology on his face, but rather the softly spoken instructions from the woman beside him, Qian Kroiwa. While it was not impossible to shake him off, Shuren had no intention of harming anyone from the 13th Technical Team. I will not flee, so could you please release this hold? Shuren raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, letting out a sigh. Even the concerned gaze from Daryl, who worried about being overwhelmed, made him feel somewhat guilty. Yes, there's something wrong? He asked. You might want to inquire with the others coming in behind you. The gentle smile of Cece, familiar from their student days, appeared before him. However, rather than feeling reassured by such an expression, Qian was gripped by fear. Her smile held no secrets, and she bore no anger toward Qian for his continued avoidance. Instead, she smiled. The issue lay with the individual she referred to as coming in behind. Despite her hope that Qian would not come, the cabin door swung open, seemingly to thwart his desires. Oh, have I been caught? The one who spoke so rudely could only be Jinzo Kuroimo from their earlier conversation. It was evident that Daryl and Cece had planned to catch Qian all along. While Qian was preoccupied with escaping his phantoms, Daryl and the others managed to ensnare him. Their operation had been a success, and Qian found himself thoroughly captured. There must be a reason for this pursuit. The 13th technical class was inherently busier than others. Class leader Jinzo and vice leader Cece were not so idle as to act without justification. Jinzo comfortably sat in the chair beside him, facing Qian, who was seated on a small sleeping cot. He displayed neither timidity nor diverted his gaze. Qian, why are you kneeling on the bed? Mood, he remained undaunted, steadfastly maintaining eye contact. However, Qian wanted to convey that it was not that thunder was not frightening. Thus, it was only natural for some of his emotions to be revealed, although it felt somewhat exaggerated to say so. For Qian, there were not many things that evoked fear, in a time when there was no need to conceal magic. Anyone before Qian was but a child. The mere flick of magic to unleash a beam would suffice. Nonetheless, large troubles, medium troubles, did not provoke any feelings of dread. Yet reality told a different tale. Whether it involved firing beams, manipulating shadows like serpents, or wielding fists engulfed in flames, it mattered not. It was not a question of whether he could win, but rather that thunder was indeed fearsome at this moment. Resistance was futile in Qian's mind. Jinzo and Anna belonged to a different dimension of existence. Given your demeanor, have you prepared yourself for the impending thunderstrike? It would be ideal if it wouldn't descend. I know it's a falsehood. I have self-awareness. Faced with Qian's jest followed by an apology, Jinzo appeared quite helpless. You know this, yet what foolishness are you engaging in? If you were aware from the beginning that you would be scolded, then you should have refrained from actions that would warrant such reprimand. Jinzo's gaze seemed to implore him. Because you have remained silent and fled. The entire class has been on edge. What if something were to happen? As a result, Robin had even involved 3 mecha pilots in capturing you. Who would have thought others would be dragged into this mess? However, what angers me most is not this matter. He glared at Qian, prompting him to straighten up. What angers me most is your constant laziness. That's so. Xian retorted, but Jinzou's expression was one of firm conviction, indicating he was serious. However, if he were indeed serious, it implied that Xian's laziness meant he had responsibilities in the 13th technical class. Surely that couldn't be the case, but could it truly be so? The mere thought of Xian's name appearing on the list of the 13th technical class was utterly absurd. What are you saying? Did you bring your resignation here? I didn't bring it. By now, I should have already been removed from the human army, right? Yes, although he didn't formally submit his resignation to Jinzou, the moment Xian's identity was exposed, he became a dangerous individual to the human army. Now, while he was involved as an assistant, he was not part of the army. This meant he had already been dismissed from the human army long ago. No. Then, that is why I haven't been expelled from the school. Ha ha ha. Though he found it improbable, Jinzou had no reason to lie in this moment. The pressing question remained, how had this occurred? Indeed, generally, graduates from officer school must register numerous details on their first day of work. And I wanted you to start off well from day one. So, I entrusted Kinju to secretly handle the paperwork for both you and G. So, the military personnel are unaware of my military status? CC's explanation left Xian clutching his head in disbelief. If it were an ordinary mind flow, Xian's military status, exposed on graduation day, would not exist. If that were the case, there was no need for expulsion procedures. Perhaps it was due to such reasoning that they had arrived at this juncture. Nevertheless, if Jinzou and the others reported this affair, he should have been expelled from school immediately. Hence, without taking that action, he had already become a self-confessed criminal. So, you're one of us that know. I don't believe that to be possible. Perhaps the TO have the ability to use extraordinary powers yet skip work. What sort of mindset is that? Isn't that something one shouldn't easily overlook? What? Whether magicians or monsters, I care not. To me, nothing is more significant than a proud and unlovable new technician. He leaned back, arms crossed, just as Anna had said before. He regarded Xian solely as Xian. I found this to be an exceptionally rare occurrence. Yet, why was I not as moved by Anna's words? Why do you choose to be lazy and lock eyes with those from the technical class? This inquiry was somewhat forced and nearly menacing. Xian was startled by his intensity, but he took a deep breath to regain his composure that a multitude of unforeseen events had transpired, leaving him somewhat flustered. But that could no longer be the case. If it were a tangible entity, half-hearted language and demeanor would not be accepted. Thus, Xian chose his words with care and spoke. Personal matters. Maintaining distance from the 13th technical class was the best answer for Xian. When entirely disregarding their feelings and circumstances, this was merely a selfish act on Xian's part. In other words, it was purely personal sentiment. Therefore, no further explanation was necessary to avoid involving those from the 13th technical class. Xian truly did not wish to evade them. Such information was unnecessary. Thunder. Having reached this point, there was little choice but to comply and resolve the situation. To convey nothing and simply evade was tantamount to reaping what one sowed. Xian should accept this fact. However, what came next was a different matter. With a snap of his fingers, accompanied by a faint explosion, paper, a pen, and an envelope materialized at Xian's side. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, the pen began to move as though possessed, hastily inscribing words onto the paper and envelope. Thus, a simple resignation letter was composed. Resigning on the very day one submits a letter feels somewhat excessive. I shall leave this to you. Jinzou roughly accepted the resignation letter Xian offered with both hands. His expression was one of anguish, clearly still in denial. Yet, this was sufficient. This unexpected encounter was fortunate, as no one else had noticed besides those present. In that case, as long as everything was decisively severed here, he could maintain distance from Jinzou and the others in the future. Thus, Xian's objective was achieved. To act in such a disloyal manner toward those who had cared for him for nearly 3 years and still held trust in him was undeniably painful, but it was unavoidable. What an unlovable child! His words, devoid of any concealment of anxiety, echoed in the air. Yet for some reason, a hint of solitude lingered. Xian deliberately pretended not to see. He neither explained nor defended himself. He preferred to meddle rather than seek assistance. At the very least, he wished to retain a semblance of childishness. This is G's responsibility. Amidst Jinzou's serious admonition, Xian chose to mock. Even Jinzou could see through Xian's intentions. However, he should have been well aware that he did not wish to alter his stance. I am often told I am obstinate and narrow-minded. How could I possibly concede to you? Saying this, Jinzo tucked the resignation letter into his pocket. He left the cabin without shedding a single tear. Xian, Miss Cece, I've been under your care all this time. Please forget me as soon as possible. No, she firmly rejected his plea, refusing to interrupt his words. Absolutely not. Cece uttered a simple yet vehement refusal before departing the cabin. Daryl remained, somewhat perplexed, wandering his gaze before gently ruffling Xian's hair that I do not wish to forget either. After tenderly tousling his hair, he too exited the cabin. Alone in the cabin, Xian collapsed onto the small sleeping cot. I truly am not lovable at all. It was not that he desired to be deemed cute. It was simply that he felt overwhelmingly unlovable at this moment, leading him to sigh deeply. Newest URL, Chapter 20, The Submerged Creatures of the Lake. Latest URL, time approached noon, from high above. One could clearly see the sun still high in the sky reflecting upon the lake's surface. Xian, how are things? Faced with the question posed through communication, Xian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It was not that he was unaware of the situation, he had a firm grasp of the current state of the lake. However, to express it verbatim left him somewhat hesitant. Is there anything inconvenient? Mr. Cold and unabashedly skeptical of Xian, remarked, To be honest, I have become accustomed to it. It is of little consequence to Xian. Regardless, it must be said, and thus Xian resolved to candidly disclose the truth. The report. The lake appears to be swelling. Dark clouds loom ominously above. Before Anna and Misty, the communication counterparts, could process Xian's report, the surface of the lake erupted violently, and a shadow leapt to the height of the morning sky. The entity that sprang forward was a semi-transparent, slime-like specter, approximately 5 meters in size. Its eye-like feature in the center of its translucent body fixated on me, while appendages resembling arms struck towards me. Do not flee. Remaining calm, Xian prepared a magical barrier and directly collided with It. It seemed devoid of vocal cords, emitting not a single cry, as it floated down and splashed onto the lake's surface, where several indistinct shapes swam. Perhaps due to the intruder's semi-translucent nature, the shadows on the lake appeared less distinct. There were perhaps around 70 in number. A mlang of small and medium-sized entities filled the entire lake. Is this a deception? It bore an uncanny resemblance to the artificial island from that day. It seemed even more densely packed than that day, unlike the scattered entities across the 7th artificial island. Now over 50 congregated in a single lake. Regardless of the numbers, the sight alone was enough to instill despair. For now, let's act. Grabbing the rifle prepared by the 13th class for underwater combat, Xian fired at the nearest shadow. Perhaps due to the correction in aiming, he struck true. In the next instant, the thin shadow dissipated into nothingness. However, this was something that could be guessed without correction. More accurately, shooting at the lake surface would likely hit one of them. The lake was densely populated with faint shadows, enough to evoke such thoughts. Commander! In any case, the bullets for the rifle are insufficient. The number of bullets brought amounted to approximately 20. This was less than half of what Xian roughly estimated and would possess. Generally speaking, even if I were shot, the bullets would soon run out. Jumping into that lake is utterly absurd that in that case, the dragon's sword must be employed, just in case Xian also carried the dragon bracelet, allowing for its use. However, launching all these numbers would be inefficient. This lake connects to several rivers, right? With a bifurcation in between, there are a total of 5. This is quite unpalatable. Indeed, it is quite distasteful. Anna seemed to sense Xian's unease merely through his confirming words. Even without explicit communication, she understood. Which is precisely why she entrusted Anna. Please refrain from speaking carelessly. What exactly is discomforting? Captain the Light Sword. What should we do? He intentionally disregarded Mister's words, redirecting the conversation to a kid. For some reason, I felt that even without speaking, a kid could grasp Xian and Anna's thoughts. So, I wanted to test this. The lake and rivers are interconnected, and the invaders evidently prefer to dwell in the water. Therefore, when they sense danger, their escape route must surely lead into the rivers. A kid articulated his thoughts fluently. When he spoke again, his tone was notably grave. Flowing downstream leads directly into the lives of ordinary citizens. As a kid's words fell, the sounds of commotion from the bridge could be faintly heard through the communication. Water is an indispensable resource for human survival, hence the prosperity of river cities. There's been little change from ancient times to the present. Even the most unintelligent invaders can perceive their inability to overcome their opponents and retreat, or exploit their areas of expertise. However, should they act thus in this lake, it would be an exceedingly unpleasant situation for the ordinary citizens residing in downstream towns. Miss Stolten has also moved to the front lines. The remaining 3 mobile armors are also deploying. A voice from the communication issued instructions from Kira. Upon hearing a kid's explanation, Mr. seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, hastily reiterating the instructions. And the other end of the communication grew somewhat chaotic. Istel, you are, move in a manner that is not overly intimidating and attract the slimes and their ilk that I beg of you. However, in reality, it is exceedingly challenging to achieve zero leakage with 4 mobile suits and a ship. From a combat perspective, exterminating the slimes is not difficult. Although the sensors aside from Xian cannot keep up, the opponents are certainly not formidable. Not to mention the mobile armors, the slimes have little they can do in the face of the mist. Yet, in this situation, the paramount objective is to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. For the shadowy clouds, which are inherently semi-transparent and difficult to discern once they blend into the water. Is it possible to hunt them all down without letting a single one escape? It is not a matter of whether it can be done, but rather a necessity. This is the current reality. A kid is also acutely aware of the difficulty involved. Nevertheless, if a kid and his allies fail to accomplish this, it would expose defenseless ordinary citizens to grave danger. The human army exists to safeguard the populace from the encroaching darkness. Perhaps to you, this merely seems like an untrustworthy group that perceives you as a threat. I do not deny that you might think so, though I did not anticipate a kid would voice such sentiments here. The reality of Xian's relationship with the human army is indeed as such. Although bestowed with the title of collaborator, aside from the Supreme Commander Gold, the upper echelons harbor no trust in Xian, merely wishing to exploit him. You have no reason to recklessly assist the human army, yet I wish to pose a question to you that, if you were to get serious, could this situation improve? As long as you reveal your true abilities. Xian felt no particular surprise at a kid's words. Not only a kid, but any perceptive soldier could surmise that Xian might be concealing some trump card. Xian was aware they would make such predictions. Yet, to inquire about this matter so directly at this moment was indeed unexpected, or perhaps, this was not a question posed to someone concealing the truth. Generally speaking, those who hide facts would never foolishly acknowledge their existence. Moreover, such a question would further heighten vigilance. A kid surely understands this, so why would he raise such a question here? The answer is simple. Even relying on someone like me, do you wish to protect the civilians? Although his character suggests he is quite humane towards Xian, a kid likely does not genuinely trust him. Depending on someone like Xian is perilous. Yet a kid is willing to shoulder such risks to protect those whose names he does not even know. This person is somewhat foolish. The current situation is such that even if a misfire in shooting leads to slimes invading the town, from a combat standpoint, it is an unavoidable circumstance, entirely defensible. Coincidentally, Xian is also present. Based on the inability of sensor-type devices to track the invaders' reactions, it would be simple to shift the blame onto Xian, claiming he failed to adequately utilize his ability to correctly track the reactions. Given the current atmosphere of the human army, even without evidence, everyone would likely believe a kid. Nevertheless, they prioritize lives above all else. Even acting with a sense of responsibility. With his intellect, he could maneuver more cunningly, yet I perceive him as somewhat foolish. However, Xian holds a particular fondness for such individuals. Captain, I and the human army are locked in a life-and-death relationship. Oh, the latest URL, Chapter 21 Malice under the guise of cooperation. The latest URL, both parties maintain a relationship in which whatever is obtained is properly returned to the other, thus as long as this condition is met. There is no obligation to return everything. However, if there are additional gains, that becomes a different matter. Regarding the human army's assurances of personal safety to Xian, he continues to provide military strength and intelligence, as he does now. This status quo has achieved a balance, but if something were to be given to Xian by a kid, the situation would change that I see. Perhaps understanding Xian's implication, a kid fell silent in thought over the communication. How about 10 kinds of delicacies available near the Miami base? Negotiation success. Just in time, I also wish to conduct an experiment. Let us proceed. To be frank, as long as a kid expresses his intentions. Anything is possible, hence he hastily elevated Asano's rank slightly. Commander, please provide me with all data from the lake transforming into a river. All right, I will do it immediately, as long as I ask Anna. The data will be transmitted at the prearranged speed. Perhaps he had already anticipated how Xian would respond to a kid, yet now he felt genuine gratitude. Aligning the machine's orientation with the direction connected to the river according to the data, Mistolton and the mobile armors reached their destination. The mobile armor units should draw the slimes toward them. Upon receiving the sudden directive and hearing Haruma's complaints, he disregarded them and flew toward the objective. Because it was them, although they might grumble, they would prioritize the slimes. Along the way, he retrieved the dragon bracelet from his waist, standing ready in high-output mode at the forefront. Gather, O scorching ones, and devour your hotlines. Supplanting the forces of purity, before the muzzle of the dragon's sword, a crimson magic circle unfurls. A.S. Shuren affirms this. He continues to speak. Come forth, O denizens of ice and snow, unite and weave azure patterns, ensnaring all within your radiant glow. Beside the red magic circle, another blue magic circle materializes, both circles seemingly awaiting the flash emitted by the dragon's sword, their tips unwavering. The slimes appear to have successfully ensnared Haruma and his companions, and not a whisper stirs near the river's edge. With this, we can proceed with our task without concern that I trust there will be no issues, but please ensure no one intrude upon my firing line. Do not inadvertently freeze anyone during early spring. The attention summoned through communication is nearly complete, and the Dragon's Valley releases its flash. The originally searing hotline morphs into white light through the crimson magic circle, then transforms into azure light upon passing through the cerulean magic circle. The cerulean flash, slicing through the sky, instantaneously forms a colossal block of ice upon reaching the lake's boundary. Aha! Success! Even when officially staged. There will be a way. Istol, this is Dot. Let's hold off on the explanations for now. Blocking the astonished Akkai's communication, Shuren also encases the points leading to other rivers in IC.AS long, as all critical points are sealed. The remainder shall be a mere formality. The escape route downstream has been thoroughly obstructed. Next, we shall methodically hunt down all the slimes. To bolster morale, Aled immerses the concentrated locations of slimes in ice while launching an assault on the battlegrounds of Mistolting and the Blades. There are no signs of dark clouds over the lake now. Incidentally, it seems the surrounding areas are also tranquil. Shuren's report alleviates the tension within the bridge. Aki relaxes her body, leaning against the captain's seat. Everyone has worked hard. Aside from Shuren, the others return to the ship, and Shuren must find a way back through his icy domain. Surely, there's always a means, isn't there? Understood. Very well, I shall completely melt it. After confirming the cheerful responses from Haruma and the others, as well as Shuren's weary reply, Anna stretches to relieve her tense mood. Finally, they have been vanquished. Their escape route has been sealed. However, 10 courses would be quite the trouble. If asked to procure the finest desserts or similar delicacies, it would surely cost a pretty penny cheaper than human life, surely. Observing the conversation between Anna and Akkai, Mist appears displeased that I glance at her. And she immediately speaks. Captain, you have no obligation to adhere to that creature's agreement, do you? Why? At the end of the day, isn't his concealment of power itself a problem? Proclaiming himself a collaborator while hiding his trump card. One can only speculate about his intentions. Mist presses Akkai with fervent intensity. Typically, Anna would interject during discussions about Shuren, but having just spoken with Akkai, she now seems to be communicating with someone else. Thus, the persuasion falls to Aki. Akkai begins to ponder how to respond to Mist. What exactly is going on? Unexpectedly, Ramda interjects with this remark to Mist. Though like the other soldiers, he views Shuren as a danger. It is surprising that he would support him. Perhaps Mist shares this sentiment, as she does not retort as sharply as usual. The relationship between the human army and external entities is forged for mutual benefit. Unilaterally coercing anything is against the rules, is it not? Forcing the outside world to comply is in essence a threat that if such actions were taken, it could lead to the concentration and loss of control of the human army's power. Thus, the internal dynamics of the military, as well as external entities, are under particularly close scrutiny. That said, if that little brat slightly conceals his trump card, it shouldn't pose an issue, should it? For he strictly adheres to the contract with the higher-ups. However, he is a creature we cannot comprehend. Do you not think mere human laws are insufficient? Upon hearing Mist's words, Ramda's expression grows grave. His gaze, which is rarely gentle, bears down on Mist, causing her to flinch. Speaking of which, I too disapprove of the higher-ups' actions. From what I've heard, the military's contract with that little brat entails safeguarding his personal safety at the expense of engaging in combat with him. Correct? So what? If you wish to avoid being killed, would you comply with the wishes of those who seek your demise? Upon hearing Ramda's words, Mist's expression freezes. The phrasing renders it difficult to comprehend. But the contract signed by the higher-ups with Shuren is indeed, as Ramda pointed out, that in essence, it is merely a form of coercive threat. Furthermore, what Ramda and others cannot know is that the contract also encompasses the safety of those close to Shuren from his student days. Led by Anna, on the surface, the human army appears to be threatening Shuren. Not only that, but they also covertly use human hostages to intimidate him. Regardless, it is the human army that objectively engages in malevolent actions. Were it up to me, I would not act this way. When proposing such contract terms, the higher-ups disregarded the very rules they established. While I am unsure of what that little brat is contemplating, I refuse to become one of those wretches making demands of him. The reality that the human army is threatening Shuren, as pointed out by Ramda, strikes Mist profoundly. Her expression turns blank, rendering her speechless. She denounced Shuren as a monster and clamored for her elimination, believing such actions to be just that. In truth, the human army's mission is to eliminate those from other realms who harbor animosity towards humanity. However, the fact that Ramda pointed out the threat complicates the assertion of justice. Moreover, the human army, regarded as guardians of world order, is breaking their own rules while exploiting weaker opponents. If anyone could be deemed just, it would be those extreme zealots who view the human army's actions as just, regardless of the consequences. While Ramda remains silent, he does not conceal his glare at Mist in this oppressive atmosphere. The sound of clapping, oblivious to the tension, breaks the silence. That I apologize for the seriousness. May I share something? Anna, undaunted by Ramda's foul mood, shifts her gaze to Akaid. Shuren seems to have discovered a distasteful possibility. What is going on? Anna has been communicating with someone since earlier, apparently Shuren. Within that correspondence, they discuss the unpleasant potential. The issue lies in the content. Regarding the lake, it seems the matter is not yet resolved. Anna's expression is notably grave, which is rare for her. Thus, I wish to broach an uncomfortable topic. Following Anna's mention of a distasteful possibility, it seems prudent to wait for Shuren to provide further details. Upon returning to the warship, Shuren promptly ascends to the bridge, accompanied by Harmar and 3 other power armor pilots. At this juncture, it is evident that Shuren possesses a profound understanding of the situation. Bringing Harma and the others indicates he deems their combat prowess as essential. I have already confirmed with the Chief of Staff. May I reassess the intruder's reaction within this lake? Shuren's inquiry prompts Akaid to glance at Mist. The recent event has left her somewhat preoccupied, but she quickly begins relaying data received from headquarters. The reaction manifested 7 days prior. Under normal circumstances, only planar coordinates can be detected. Fortunately, there exists an unmanned observation post near the lake, allowing for detailed monitoring of any reactions within. Shuren acknowledges Mist's explanation with a nod, yet Akaid notices that his expression has grown even more severe than before, if detailed circumstances have been grasped. Let me confirm one more thing: the scale of the reaction and its frequency. Upon this query, Mist displays a slightly incredulous expression, checking her tablet before responding. The reaction scale is not extensive, comparable to that of the 7th artificial island. The number of occurrences is merely once. Wait a moment. This. Upon hearing Mist's response, Akaid uncovers a discrepancy. All eyes turn to the source of his voice, yet he continues to gaze at Shuren, finding his expression equally grave. Mist, contact headquarters immediately and reconfirm the information just relayed. Yes, right away. Under Akaid's urgent directive, Mist hurriedly approaches the communications officer. Hey, Kiki, what is suddenly wrong with you? The members, led by Ramda, who have yet to perceive anything amiss, focus their attention on him. Akaid surveys the group and bluntly states the answer. The number of potential threats is alarmingly high. Indeed, it is quite substantial, however, compared to that day at the artificial island. It remains somewhat lacking. Certainly, when juxtaposed with past records of occurrences, the quantity does not seem extraordinary. This is comparable to the initial number of appearances of the 7th artificial island, which remains vividly etched in the memories of Aki and others. When considering the potential for increases over time, this number seems rather meager. However, this occurrence bears a decisive distinction from past records and those of the 7th artificial island on a single artificial island. There have been numerous instances of similar scale reactions that this figure is derived from observational data. Yet, there has only been one reaction of an equivalent scale. Do you not find this rather unnatural? According to the data, The spatial distortion observed on the lake's surface aligns with the general scale commonly noted worldwide. The invaders that emerged from there numbered perhaps a mere dozen. Yet, on this occasion, over 70 invaders manifested on the lake's surface. A comparison with historical data reveals significant discrepancies. Captain, we have confirmed with headquarters that the observational content is indeed accurate. Thus, the fact that spatial distortions of a general scale have only occurred once seems to hold true. Given the observed intensity of the reactions, it is unlikely that there would be failures in the scales or frequencies of observation. Is there a correlation between the scale of spatial distortion and the number of instances? Indeed, to illustrate, one might liken it to a temporarily open tunnel. If the tunnel is not particularly large, then naturally, larger entities cannot pass through. Thus, the scale of the blockage directly relates to the duration of passage. In other words, whether a large dark cloud passes through or multiple smaller ones do, a certain degree of distortion is requisite. According to this theory, the singular number of appearances this time does not conform to calculations. In terms of scale, it should not have permitted the emergence of large invaders. However, could smaller species have been produced by medium or smaller females? It is difficult to believe that such a number could arise from a singular spatial distortion. But if the invaders produced new ones, then the figure could be elucidated. Time has also elapsed. There should be ample opportunity for increases. In response to Aki's inquiry, Shuren shook his head. The size and intensity may differ, but this time it should not be a female. What do you mean? This Annie resembles a slime. Does it not? That shapeless Annie can indeed split. The term split evokes thoughts of the previously mentioned invaders. Considering their liquid-like form, it is indeed plausible. Should the number increase post-splitting, this would account for the figure. Whether through femininity or division, the hypothesis regarding the abundance of numbers stands. Moreover, in reality, the inconsistency in numbers is not the most pressing issue. Perhaps Shuren's irritating possibility in narrative begins from here. It is certain that the invaders appearing in this lake possess means to augment their numbers. If that is the case, then everything here is devoid of concrete evidence. At this juncture, none of the members on the bridge failed to grasp the implications. Observing the grave expressions on everyone's faces, Aki continued. Although Isther had severed their retreat during battle, it is plausible that they had already drifted downstream before our arrival. From this point onward, our vessel shall navigate downstream, that we will rely on Isther's search to ascertain the existence of any residual forces. Under Aki's instructions, the personnel on the bridge commenced their respective duties. He absorbed all of this within his field of vision and discreetly inquired of Shuren and Anna, who stood beside the captain's seat. Do you think there are individuals drifting downstream? The likelihood is considerable. Regardless of the perspective, the lake is quite narrow, and it wouldn't be surprising if some sought new horizons if that is the case. It is highly probable they would head toward the village, which would be the worst outcome. Even with Shuren's concealed gem, such a scenario could become a reality. Undoubtedly, this is the most unfavorable scenario. Yet regrettably, this worst-case situation has reached a level of high probability. Easter. The search for that vessel has already been conducted. No additional efforts are necessary, and if there are no objections, I would like to remain on the bridge. If I can stay on the bridge, I can immediately report any reactions to Aki. Sensing Aki's intentions, Shuren felt a slight chill. How gentle you are toward those who threaten you. How Shuren perceives humanity remains a mystery to us. Nonetheless, it is an undeniable fact that he is actively protecting those who threaten and confine him. But a boy not yet 16 offers such assistance to me. I find myself a rather pitiable adult. In the fog-laden hangar, members of the 13th technical class were bustling about. Uncertainty loomed over when the mobile armor would deploy. They had just launched, yet in the worst-case scenario, immediate deployment would be required to hunt down the remnants of Anne's faction. While it is true that they were quite flustered, it is also true that this level of anxiety has persisted since the onset of the FOG.TO. Avoid disturbing them. Harmar, Lena, and Ree stood ready in a corner of the hangar. Aki directed the pilots to remain on standby here, ensuring rapid action when the need arose. Aki and Shuren's conversation was also overheard on the bridge. If their hypotheses hold true, the existence of means to increase numbers would indeed render it unnatural for all individuals to remain in that lake. Nearly a decade of research indicates that invaders tend to covet the lands inhabited by humanity. Considering this, there is no reason for Annie and the others to linger on the desolate lake surface. Although unspoken, both Aki and Shuren are nearly certain that invaders have already drifted downstream toward the city. How worrisome that Lena's words conveyed no discernible emotion. In such circumstances, my sole concern lies with those without combat capabilities, who may find themselves in peril. With Shuren present, we momentarily set aside our worries. However, in ordinary bases and towns, we would only come to know of the invaders' true uprising when it occurs. As Reese, more serious than Lena, pointed out, the situation is indeed dire. Given their cloaking abilities, the current sensors utilized are unreliable. Furthermore, the invaders are likely moving through the water, if that translucent form navigates through the water. Frankly, it would be exceedingly difficult to rely on dynamic sensors or visual detection in other words, the city could face a fierce assault. Based on the impressions from actual confrontations, beings like Annie, resembling slimes, are certainly not a threat. However, if caught off guard, it is highly plausible that significant losses could ensue. The more I ponder, the more I envision the worst-case scenario that moment. You little brats, this is no amusement park. The roar echoed throughout the spacious hangar, prompting an instinctual urge to cover one's ears. As I pondered what had transpired, I spotted Rin standing atop a transport cart, casting a stern gaze upon the soldiers of similar age to Haruma. Though I could not discern the specifics of his reprimands from a distance, it was evident that Jinsuk was unilaterally scolding them. From the context of his initial outburst, it seemed that some crew members had been loitering in the hangar, hindering the technical team. Previously, Haruma and the others had received warnings from Gi, thus avoiding such scoldings, but had they taken a misstep that day, they too would have faced the same fate. It is said that Jinsuk is renowned among human military technicians. Yet he likely prioritizes work now, for his brief lecture soon released them. With heads bowed, they hastily exited the hangar. Among the departing crowd, I recognized a familiar face, the youth who had previously suggested assassinating Shuren. Even so, aside from the technical team and pilots, there should be few other crew members with business here the trio of pilots over there. Come here, the fact that many such crew members existed gave me pause. But Jinsuk's sudden call disrupted my thoughts. Shrinking slightly at the sound of the man who had just bellowed with considerable authority, it appeared that the incident was not directed at Haruma and the others. That said, if I kept him waiting, he might become displeased. So I quickly approached him. Captain Kuroiwa, what do you need from us? We know each other, so feel free to address me casually, just like in our student days. No, I am a soldier now. Really, men wielding lightsabers are far too serious. Jinsuk appeared somewhat dissatisfied, yet he seemed unwilling to prolong the matter. He led me to the hangar where the fixed mobile armor was stationed. Technical team members hurried past the various units, occasionally raising their voices in frustration. But curiously, only Asahi's vicinity remained devoid of personnel. May I inquire if the facilities for assault are ready? Reese, like Haruma, was curious about this and directed the question at Jinsuk. That has already been organized. Currently, only Asahi can accurately track the monsters that I always prioritize its maintenance. Though it is begrudging, Asahi undoubtedly serves as the core of the FOG operations. Given its frequency of deployment, it is a reasonable decision to prioritize its preparation. As for Haruma's sentiments, he found it utterly unremarkable that Haruma's thoughts must not be displayed. Perhaps due to the expression on my face, I ruffled Haruma's hair, though it felt as if I was being treated like a child. Considering the familial ties that have spanned generations, it might appear as though I am a grandson. He then revealed a mischievous grin, akin to that of a child who has successfully played a prank. Moreover, from this point forward, you want to fall behind that fool. What? Suddenly, Yuan-sen spoke, and, as I tilted my head, he directly led Haruma and the others to the innermost rack of the mobile armor. Is this an old model of mobile armor? It is not the slender form of the military knife and sniper that Haruma and the others are familiar with. Rather, it is a stout silhouette that is far from humanoid. This must be an outdated model, widely deployed in the past. This fellow is equipped with large arms, the kind that was used on the front lines about 5 years ago, now predominantly repurposed for debris removal or repairs in the field. In other words, it is not meant for combat, but for labor. Indeed, by the way, this unit is specifically designated for our 13th technical team. We call it Satin. Upon hearing this, I noticed the number 13 engraved on the shoulder of the armor. Although it is an old model, it is evident that it has been well maintained. As previously mentioned, this mobile armor should still be in service for operational purposes. So, why are we standing in front of this unit? While I understood what this mobile armor was, I wondered why it was specifically shown to Haruma and the others. This Satin can help you fulfill your wishes. As he spoke, Yuan-sen once again displayed that earlier smile. Yet, before he could continue, a sharp alarm rang through the hangar. Subsequently, an announcement echoed from the bridge of the ship that a distress signal has been densely emitted from the direction in which our vessel is heading. It appears we are under attack by phantoms. All mobile armors, prepare for immediate deployment. The worst-case scenario had materialized. Yuan San cursed vehemently and swiftly issued commands to the technical team members. Pilots, once your preparations are complete, notify us via communications. For now, gear up for departure. Understood. As the team rushed to their respective mobile armors, Shuren, who had appeared out of nowhere, floated effortlessly in the air, just as Haruma dashed into the cockpit, urgently starting the engine. The combat capabilities of the city under attack are severely limited. Every second counts. We must hasten to the rescue. Under Anna's sharp directives, Haruma accelerated the military knife speed. The 4 mobile armors dispatched by the Mist took less than 10 minutes to engage. As expected, the swiftest was Isahi, arriving first at the city, sending out the distress signal. Is it stronger than that lake? Regardless of the exact figures, it is certainly far fewer than the multitude crowded at that lake. Nevertheless, given the significant number and their proximity to human habitation, this situation is undoubtedly far more serious. Shuren, what is the status? There are numerous reactions. Judging by the signs, they are likely of the same kind as those slimes. Currently, they are concentrated by the riverside and have yet to appear in the city center. We have also established contact with the local forces. Fortunately, the riverside is predominantly occupied by human military bases, and civilians have not suffered any harm. As I listened to Anna's explanation, I glanced along the riverside, spotting several mobile armors at the boundary between the base and the urban area. The absence of civilian casualties implies that military personnel have been affected instead. The base is relatively small. Several mobile armors have been toppled, leaving only a few intact. So, is there any plan? The situation is too sudden. The evacuation of civilians is not yet concluded. Apologies, but we cannot just charge in recklessly. The remaining 3 mobile armors should disperse at the boundary between the city and the base. None are to enter the city. Understood. Acknowledging Anna's command, the assault unit descended almost vertically to the ground in one swift motion. Just then, a slime lunged at a nearby mobile armor, and I pierced it from above with a dragon sword. Rescue assistance? All right, assistance. If possible, please join the other mobile armors at the defense line. I hastily briefed them, not waiting for a response before flying low towards the riverside. While aerial combat is relatively safer, it poses challenges for Shuren, who is not proficient in shooting that if no one can enter the city. It will be better to resolve this with close combat. However, although individuals may be weak, their numbers are overwhelming. Zhu Yu muttered in a tone only Shuren could hear. These are monsters never seen in the kingdom. Do monsters possess regional characteristics as well? No, I am unaware. That peculiar rift has always been strange. It did not manifest during my corporeal existence. That rift has only appeared in the last decade or so? Understood. You seem rather idle, don't you? Up until now, Zhu Yu has rarely conversed with me in such a manner. Yet now, she seems to be rambling, likely a whim of the ghost seeking to pass the time. Surely not. The original monsters were manageable, but the recent ones have become notably weaker. Frankly, it has been rather amusing. Apart from napping, there's hardly been anything to occupy my time recently. Did you not say that as long as I'm alive? It suffices? This is this, and that is that. Though her face remains unseen, I can sense the ghost reveling in my reaction merely through her voice. The proper response would be to ignore her. Thus, morning arrived at the center of the base, which also happens to be where the phantoms akin to slimes are most densely concentrated. So, the river has been slightly diverted. I wonder if it was to facilitate the transportation of goods. To allow vessels to navigate, the nearby river was intentionally redirected. It seems that Anai and the others favor waterside locations, as this central area of the base appears to attract river water. The response count has diminished somewhat, with over 30 remaining. A search of the surroundings revealed no other signs, indicating that no individuals have stealthily slipped into the city. Shuren, mist has also flown above the city. I have gained a rough understanding of the situation there. If that is the case, we may be premature in our actions. Once it seems that all those here have been accounted for, we shall eradicate them. Frustrated and angry at being pressed by these slimes and their ilk, I wish to swiftly expel them if possible. Moreover, the group directly before the assault does not necessarily represent the final contingent. So mist must also descend into the river. So, let this conclude swiftly. In an effort to vent my inner dissatisfaction, I repositioned the light Schneider with my right hand at T that moment. Suddenly, both shoulders and the back of the morning exploded. An unexpected shock and the piercing alarm resonated violently within the cockpit. Shuren, my apologies. I am unharmed. However, the unit may not fare as well. A quick assessment revealed significant damage to both shoulders. Both arms were entirely incapacitated. And while the back propulsion unit retained its structure, it was no longer flight capable. For now, I must retreat directly backward to maintain distance from the slimes and others. The attackers? I see nothing. Is there such magic? No. I have already defeated dozens of such individuals that, if they possess such abilities, they should have been utilized during the battle at the lake. Anna and Akide were discussing the true nature of the attack on the bridge. Yet none of this reached Shuren's ears. If this were indeed an attack from the invaders, it would surely be accompanied by magical energy, which Shuren could detect. The absence of such energy indicated that the current attack did not involve magic. At that moment, it became clear to me who was responsible. How intriguing this is! Zhu Yu, who had just been lamenting the monotony, now expressed a deceptive joy, having arrived at the same conclusion as Shuren. As for the ghost's notion of amusement, it held no allure for Shuren. Shuren, do you know what it is? Indeed, I do. What has transpired? In response to Akide's inquiry for clarification, Shuren sighed deeply. The previous explosion bore no signs of magical energy. In other words, it was not magic, but rather an explosion of scientific origin. Wait, if that is the case. In summary, it was human-induced. On what basis do you assert that? The explosion lacked magical indicators. Without magic, such an event would be impossible. Thus, we must choose one. Faced with Misty, who stubbornly clung to her stance, Shuren responded calmly. Perhaps due to the colder tone of her voice than usual, Misty appeared somewhat intimidated, yet she did not relent. Even if it was not an attack, other explanations may exist, such as malfunctioning repairs. Malfunctioning repairs, resulting in an explosion in an area where gunpowder was not even loaded? That is quite terrifying. How could that be? Shuren's inner thoughts seemed to resonate entirely with Misty, who stammered during the communication. Hearing Misty's faltering words, Shuren could not help but chuckle, perhaps out of annoyance, causing her voice to deepen, if that is the case. Is it not your own orchestrated farce? It seems you can manipulate fire as well. Oh, are you foolish? Why would I willingly engage in such a dangerous charade before that crowd of clouds? This is... Misty, unable to counter Shuren's response, was evidently speaking out of anger. Although I knew it would not lead to this, a man's voice came from the bridge. Just before the Asahi exploded, strange signals were heard aboard the ship. It was likely a discreet report from Inagawa of the search and analysis team. Possibly fearing a conversation between Shuren and Misty. You know what the signal light signifies. It is a tool commonly used by human armies for remote detonation of explosives. Regrettably, it was confirmed to be an act of internal sabotage. After the evidence surfaced, Misty fell completely silent. While on the bridge, Akide's voice commanded the infantry aboard to apprehend the culprits. Shuren, in this situation, we cannot engage in combat. You must return to the ship immediately. Anna's directive was quite prudent. Since Arut's arms were incapacitated, weapon usage was out of the question, thus rendering combat impossible. However, Shuren made a different choice. I refused that. In response to Shuren's declaration, neither Anna nor Akide reacted immediately. What do you mean? Xiao Jing finally snapped back to reality, her voice stiff. Yet this was not surprising from Shuren's standpoint. The most critical condition for my assistance to the human army is the assurance of personal safety. Despite this, I have been attacked by members of the human army, so I have no reason to heed their commands. That I understand your point, but remaining here poses greater risks, does it not? Is that so? When it comes to wanting to kill me, luck and humanity seem to be on equal footing, don't they? In reality, the slimes before him had already begun to target Arut, yet he had no intention of retreating to the mind-numbing depths. The ability to inflict such damage on the body indicated that the threat was greater for those with intelligence. Moreover, if my retreat caused harm to the innocent, they might hold me accountable for it. How could that be? Deputy Captain, you claim there is no such possibility, yet there is no credible evidence. The slimes suddenly interjected, and Shuren silenced it, focusing on the slimes and their ilk. Hey, there's no way to proceed without armament. Is there? At the very least, we must save one of us. Chief of Staff, I trust you deeply, and I must ask you a favor. What is it? Please do not send any rescue. Faced with the slimes, We were already overwhelmed and had no time to alert the human army. Ignoring Haruma's words as he entered the conversation, I conveyed only what I wished to say to Anna. Captain Akuto, please ensure these details are sorted before any revisions. With that, I severed all communications, though. It was already fascinating, and now you managed to make it even more intriguing. There is nothing more troublesome than an untrustworthy ally. However, certain entities in certain places are the same. With the communication cut off, I spoke openly to Zhuyu. While I am not particularly adept at communicating solely through thought, it felt more relaxed this way. Kaka, that fellow is too strict. Yet do they not need my strength? No, never mind. You aim for my unyielding bottom line and betray me. You understand my situation? Kaka. Zhuyu laughed, and amidst the background music I tightened my grip on the control stick of the morning. Zhuyu, I apologize, but I can no longer chat with you. The number of slimes remained over 30 to here. Not only were weapons unavailable, but I also lacked arms and I could not utilize a flight unit. Escaping to the skies was impossible. Even if the enemy were weak, our situation was dire. Nevertheless, I had no intention of dying in such a place that I used a magical barrier to block a charging slime and kicked it away from the barrier. The kick, imbued with magical energy, seemed effective as the slime dispersed in a mist. Since the human army was watching, I couldn't act too recklessly. However, there were still things I could do. To be frank, I had long anticipated that someone in the human army would resort to such actions. Yet being subjected to it still angered me. That I knew the situation was grave, but I must give my all. Prepare yourselves, representatives of these colossal beasts. As Asarter deployed the magical barrier, he charged into the slime horde. The slimes were easily knocked aside as if struck by a truck, yet they seemed unharmed. Their bodies, resembling half-liquid, were quite resilient against simple impacts to effectively defeat them. Slashing or sniping attacks would be more suitable. Why is the armament of assault so weak? Though it was not meant for anyone's ears, Shuren complained in the cockpit. Speaking of a Root's armament, one could choose between Lightschneider and the Dragon Sword. Either option, like this occasion, became unusable the moment technical failure occurred. Frankly, this could be considered a flaw in terms of weaponry. The kick that had just sent the slime flying was, at its core, reckless implementation that had never been envisioned. Binding it with magical enhancement, combined with the opponent being a soft slime, yielded results. However, should the opponent be a sturdier Anjin, I might risk injuring my own leg. Simply kicking is, after all, inefficient. Facing the slimes advancing from the front, Shuren seized the opportunity to have Asarter leap above them. Then he stomped down forcefully on a slime. Unlike a mere kick, the stomp, with nowhere to escape, caused the slime to expand slightly before it instantly transformed into bubbles. This method proved more effective than kicking. Oh no! The assault, caught beneath the slime, hastily leaped away. In the next moment, multiple slimes surged toward Root's position. Observing the drowsy slimes huddled together, he felt nauseated and turned to flee. Although it was a retreat, it did not mean leaving the battlefield. Rather, it was a frantic escape within the confines of the human military base. The slimes outnumbered us overwhelmingly, and our offensive capability was minimal. Despite utilizing the magical barrier for defense, being surrounded from all sides would still pose a significant danger. Thus, I had to flee while defeating them one by one. It would not be impossible to use offensive magic to scatter them. Whether it be flames, lightning, or beams, they were all foes I could contend with, yet I wished to avoid recklessly revealing this to the human army, rather than not wanting to expose my trump card. I feared that displaying excessive power would evoke heightened vigilance and dread. Although Shuren was still a child, the gaps in bullying him increased. However, if vigilance and terror escalated, the human army might react with excessive measures. As I dashed around the base, I turned sharply into narrow paths between buildings. Immediately lunging at the pursuing slimes, I lined up in a row along the path, stomping down in succession, toppling 4 or 5 slimes in one go. Afterward, I led the slimes away, lured them, and struck them down repeatedly. You are quite adept at dealing with monsters. Small and medium-sized ones are manageable. After becoming a disciple, I mostly assisted others in hunting magical beasts. It is generally believed that invaders began appearing over a decade ago, but that is not entirely accurate. It was merely at that time that humanity started paying attention to the matter. Invaders had existed in this world for a long time. Prior to that, beings such as Onion who appeared in this world were secretly dealt with by those hidden from the general populace. However, due to their inability to keep up with the threats, Onion was only discovered by humans over a decade ago. Additionally, the human army's ability to accurately detect the emergence of dark clouds has only developed in recent years. The period from the beginning of human observation to the point where accurate detection became possible saw the human army's oversight. Consequently, those with powerful magical abilities like Shuren and the non-humans were targeted. Those who had been too weak to be noticed during their school days are now regularly dealt with by me alone. Human science has its limitations. It seems to be why the way. May I ask a question? What's the matter? In the shadow of a suitable building, I temporarily halted my morning routine, attentively observing the surroundings. Hey, have the slimes decreased significantly? One less, one more. How bothersome. Although I had stomped quite a few, their presence had evidently increased. Moreover, upon closer observation, it became clear that they were currently in the process of reproduction. The slightly larger ones were splitting. Indeed, I wasn't sure if it was a slime or something else. But it should be a manifestation of water, right? Could they be gathering magical energy from the river, thus continually increasing in number? Fire, water, air, and earth all harbor significant magical energy, whether it pertains to non-humans or dark beings. As long as the personality aligns, one can derive a certain degree of magical energy from them. Although the magical energy acquired from nature is less than 1/10 of that obtained from energy quartz. The slime's inherent magical energy was already quite feeble. If they were weak, then the magical energy used for reproduction would naturally be limited. If it was merely about increasing numbers, then the magical energy source from the river should suffice. What should I do? Should I not hesitate to blast it away? The situation appears to be rather convenient, yet there seems to be little time for worry, surrounding the morning sun, obscured by the shadows of buildings. Swarms of slimes can be counted, approximately 20, with signs of an ever-increasing number, suggesting an infinite continuation. If they were to fall one by one as before, this would never come to an end. At this juncture, there is no choice left. Jua, may I borrow your ghost fire? I've shown it to you once. It is certainly superior to other forms of magic. Indeed, your recent appearance is most welcome. Determined to enhance his magical prowess, Cheyenne was suddenly interrupted by a blaring alarm. What? A missile. 3 types of missiles approached from the misty direction. Concurrently, the armored Mechs, reminiscent of mechanized suits, were speeding towards them. The sabers that having not moved, the reactions of the sabers, explosives, and snipers were noted at the boundary between the base and the urban area, where local forces' armored Mechs were also reacting. What, then, was the nature of the approaching armored Mechs? Cheyenne contemplated inquiring via communication, intending to establish a line, but the other side was quicker to test these. This is the 13th Technical Division of the Human Army. The loud announcement, booming through external speakers, resonated across the city. Almost simultaneously, a missile struck near the morning sun, sending the surrounding slimes flying. The smoke from the explosion obscured visibility, revealing a stout silhouette in front of the Asahi News. This is Gil Grace, an operator from the 13th Technical Division, commencing support for Cheyenne Ister. A boy whom Cheyenne had been avoiding, he proclaimed loudly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, despite not even being a soldier. The confirmation of contact between Sen and Assault was met with a nod of satisfaction from Anna. Faced with such satisfaction, Misty bit her lip in frustration. What is so strange about it? Deploying work Mech to the front lines is not standard procedure. Did I not mention deploying Saturn to the front? And I've never heard of sending a new technician as a pilot. Moreover, launching a missile simultaneously. I apologize, she kept repeating, but Mikoto understood. She must have known that if the entire operation plan were disclosed, it would face opposition from Akide and Mist, hence her deliberate silence. Regardless, Chief Kuroiwa, is that all right? No problem. We'll commence immediately. Jinzo responded with fervor, but on a display on the bridge. Countless characters and download metrics appeared. After a few dozen seconds, the presence of invisible intruders, previously undetected, became clear. Communication status is excellent. Search data from Saturn has arrived. Of course, this was not a result of improvements made to the fog yellow sensors in such a short time. The search data confirmed by the fog and other Mechs was recalculated based on the positions detected by the FOG. It was unexpected that he had enhanced the sensors of the work Mechs during routine maintenance. Modifications to the fog and the 4 experimental machines could not be made without directives from superiors. Thus, he had improved all the Saturns of the 13th Technical Division, opting for a method that extracted information from there. Although it seemed convoluted, this way, Even the traditionalists would not raise objections, though they had never met. Even his coarse breathing seemed palpable, and the sarcasm in his words left Misty visibly displeased. Nevertheless, it indeed alleviated concerns over complaints. In any case, this meant that apart from the Asahi News, I could effortlessly track the reactions of Annie and her companions. It was that simple. The Sabres would charge into the base to eradicate the invaders. The other two Mechs would remain stationary, merely increasing their altitude to provide distant cover for the Sabres. Chief of Staff, Assault has indicated no rescue is necessary. Shine's expression faltered at Anna's instructions. Conversely, what about Anna, who had been entrusted by Cheyenne? It's fine, it's fine. No need to worry, it's all right. Is that so? It's fine. Besides, what you need to do now is eliminate such invaders. No one has mentioned rescuing Asano, right? Anna's orders were solely to eradicate the invaders. Indeed, she had not uttered a word about rescuing Redo. Thus, it was safe. Although someone had indeed asked me to help, whether I could acquiesce remained another question. In any case, it's fine. Let us begin the operation. It seems the slimes are still increasing. Under Anna's urging, the three Sabres began their action. Despite the enemy's overwhelming numbers, now that their presence was detected, they should pose no significant threat. Our ship would also engage, launching guided missiles against the intruders at Ah. If the sensors prove useful, it's my doing. Although there were other armaments, utilizing weapons of excessive power to damage the base was not an option. Considering the enemy's defensive capabilities, missiles would suffice. By the way, how are Assault and Satin faring? 3 minutes had passed since contact with the two Mechs, yet there was no movement. The special robotic arm used for repairs on the back could exchange parts with the Mechs in the battlefield. If there were no particular issues, it would not be surprising if Asano's arms were already interchangeable, yet no such report had been received. Conversely, the sound from Assault were non-existent, setting aside the Asahi. Could communication be established with Satin? Please help me contact them. Understood. Shine had severed all communication with Aredo, thus could not intervene, but Satin had not done so, allowing the sound from that end to be transmitted through Misty's operations. As she worked, Anna, resting her chin on her hand, wore a perplexed expression that is there an issue. To say there's a problem that may be more troublesome than anticipated, as Anna pondered the vague response. A voice from Satin, accompanied by a slight noise, came through the line. Confirming this, Misty was about to call out to Satin when suddenly, Wow. Just get fixed, you foolish Iwa. But Gil, isn't he foolish, by the way? You're the one who told me to hurry and fall back. You idiot. The voices of the two boys echoed loudly on the bridge. It was a low-level exchange between Cheyenne and Gil. You're not a fool. It's impossible for someone from the 13th Technical Division to simply retreat in the face of a malfunctioning mech. Doing so would earn the wrath of the Master. That. And this is this. A few moments earlier, in the heart of the battlefield, shrouded in dark rain, Cheyenne and Gil had a rare exchange of words, which turned into an argument. Cheyenne, eager to repair, yet reluctant for various reasons, clashed with Gil, who held entirely opposite views. Their dispute was unequivocally two parallel lines. Gil had initially declared that he wouldn't let Cheyenne's true feelings reach the mysterious veil, which only fueled his fervor. Fortuitously or unfortunately, there were no invaders nearby, nor anyone to intervene in their quarrel as a member of the shallow sea. If I say it's fine, then it's fine. If that's the case, setting aside the Master, everyone else would accept. By the way, I've already stated that rescue is unnecessary. If the Master does not accept it, then it's out for me. Don't you know that? Well then, good luck. In any case, do not wander around the battlefield in a work mech. Return swiftly. What do you mean by sticking to your guns? If you want to go back that badly, then hurry and get it fixed. You don't want to, do you? Turn right immediately and return to the ship. Look, House, I'm not a dog. Let us drop this for now. Just hurry back. Although their argument seemed endlessly circular, Cheyenne, as before, had no intention of revealing his true feelings to Gil, nor of conceding this ground to him. As far as Cheyenne was concerned, both he and the 13th Technical Division could not be perceived as having even the slightest good relationship. Cheyenne and the 13th Technical Division had to maintain a clear distinction as perpetrators and victims. Because of this, Cheyenne's declaration on the bridge that rescue was unnecessary could not be candidly accepted regarding the repairs from the 13th Technical Division. Just based on that, it was conceivable that Cheyenne could open up to the 13th Technical Division, potentially leading to stories of improved relations stemming from their time in officer school. If Anna were to learn of my thoughts, she might say I was overly concerned, But the malice of humanity towards others should never be underestimated. In reality, there are those who disregard superior orders and install explosives. Point one cannot assert with certainty that no one would take such actions based on hearsay, lacking solid evidence. Conversely, if a clear refusal to repair is made now and he is sent away, it would give the impression that even if events from officer school were to recur, Cheyenne and the 13th Technical Division's relationship remains poor. This is a situation that must be avoided. However, the rope will not easily snap. Fool! I have no reason to heed your words. You two are acting on whims, faced with G's words, which were clearly laced with anger. Cheyenne fell silent. This statement was an undeniable truth, leaving me at a loss for how to respond. After the tumultuous events of graduation day, he had not spoken to me since, always keeping his distance. To be honest, it pained me greatly, yet I could endure it, perhaps for reasons unknown. Although his reprimands were not as fierce as before, a tranquil fury could still be felt. This tendency to express emotions through actions was perhaps evidence that Cheyenne believed G to be angrier than himself. But what does forgetting truly mean? Suddenly, the earlier fervor dissipated, replaced by a calmness that felt almost deceptive. His voice carried not only anger, but also sadness and sorrow, piercing through my chest like a sharp needle. To say nothing and dismiss our connection with personal matters, while unilaterally severing ties, followed by the request to please forget me soon, felt exceedingly selfish. G's remarks were astutely precise. Indeed, Cheyenne was quite capricious. Such a characterization was undoubtedly a reflection of Cheyenne's own predicament. Thus, he found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, you would never seek an excuse to apologize, as has always been your way. My partner from officer school truly understood Cheyenne well. Therefore, I hoped that he would indeed forget Cheyenne. His whims were justified, and Cheyenne himself wished for the same. So, it's entirely up to you. My abruptness left us questioning the shift in our discourse. In that instant, the situation took a turn. So sweet, Cheyenne. Senior KO. After expressing my thoughts to the bridge communicator, I severed all lines of communication. This was a precautionary measure to avoid unnecessary exchanges and electronic interference. Yet, Jean Zhang's voice was transmitted through conventional means. Why was the communication offline? This was not some miraculous power of Sister Sonata. Rather, there existed a hidden line on the experimental machine capable of sending data from the EC driver. The reason for failing to inspect the machine was due to avoiding me, which was quite regrettable. Jean Zhang's agitation was palpable, but while he stirred Cheyenne, he also sought to seize control of the Alette system, which was truly a nefarious intent. I had anticipated that Cheyenne would possess some thoughts on the matter. But it was all rather troublesome. The situation and the thoughts had become indistinct. We could act as we pleased. Resignation was detonated by Lin Li Sr., who cried and knelt, a memory I would not forget. The front of the machine, Sha Tin, though squat, adeptly leaned back with its arms crossed. G's words had transcended mere dialogue, bordering on a declaration of war. Yes, it was precisely that a familiar, low, and mournful voice from the source resonated through the communication. Although only the voice was heard and not the visage, I sensed his expression was fierce. Were we being scrutinized by other soldiers, he must have been troubled by some trivial matter. Now that it had been perceived, could we truly remain passive? Enough already. You little brat. Mind your own business. In any case, you are fighting against the 13th technical class. I will relentlessly push you until you yield, so be prepared. No, this is not merely a quarrel. Indeed, I have been quite headstrong, yet should not be characterized as such. But, was it a quarrel? I've been sold out. There's no doubt that a confrontation is imminent. The consensus was unanimous. Why? Picking apart the older ones. Only to whimsically conclude that he is a weakling concerned with the opinions of those around him. It seems like a quarrel, doesn't it? Robin's ferocity made Cheyenne somewhat apprehensive. Moreover, being told so made me realize that I had indeed engaged in behavior resembling a quarrel. All right, we can discuss this later. Don't hold back. Suddenly interjecting, Jean G's statement resonated with a sense of nostalgia, causing Asahi to experience a slight jolt. What was that just now? Wow. Cheyenne, you did nothing and your arms just fell off. Upon hearing Jiyu's unusually anxious voice, I hurriedly confirmed that the damaged arms had been forcibly cleared. For Jiyu, the morning felt akin to her own body. Suddenly having her arms grabbed must have startled her. Even so, one must be prepared. With G's howls, a shock entirely different from before surged towards Asahi. The machine was slammed into the wall of a building by Shatin, which had crashed in from the front. My attention had been drawn away by the dialogue, causing the magical barrier to dissipate. Fortunately, the damage to the machine was minimal. However, Alette, having lost its arms, found its waist tightly grasped by Shatten's massive arms. Stop messing around. Even if a ruckus ensues, there is no escape. And no sooner had the words been spoken than Shatten's back extended four mechanical arms, two of them swiftly seized Asai's feet, further restricting the machine's movement. After taking 2 more steps, the remaining arms latched onto the arm sections of the powered armor, instantly securing themselves onto Asahi's shoulders. Done. Repairs completed. Ah. With a joyful proclamation of completion, Shot-In released Alette, and Sheehan let out a deep sigh. Then he felt utterly exhausted. Why did it sound like someone else's voice? I never expressed gratitude. It all felt quite infuriating. Well, I was contemplating what to do next. Once repaired, there is no turning back. Now, Sheehan must consider how to recover from this situation and how to confront the 13th technical class, who declared their intent to pursue him relentlessly. You still wish to be obstinate. Sheehan is truly stubborn. All right, after all, I'm stronger than my master, the stone. For someone like Sheehan, this was monumental news. I have a strong premonition of something ominous. What could it be? Jin Jiang feigned admiration at Sheehan's reaction, which was drenched in cold sweat, and then remarked, "Communication on our end is not only from the bridge, but is now being broadcast throughout the entire ship." From where did this come? From the moment the two of you begin playfully calling each other fools like elementary school children. But it seems we are still in the early stages, isn't it? Indeed. That means Shi Inkuin and his friend from the 13th technical class are being broadcast live. The terrifying statement from Qian that cutting off the retreat is the most important has a distant ring to it. Strictly speaking, Shi Un had fainted that if you still wish to persist, I will accompany you, but I will not yield. Why the stubbornness? Ji's firm attitude caused Xian to instinctively cradle his head. He should have known that abandoning Xian would be the safer option. Nonetheless, Ji continued to extend his hand towards this side. Why is that? In response to Xian's inquiry, Ji smiled triumphantly across the communication. Of course, it is because you are my good friend. Am I a fool? Perhaps I am a fool. Simply for that reason, you wish to remain by Shi Un's side in the eyes of the human army, which can only be deemed foolish. The members of the 13th technical class are no different. However, fools are resilient, and no matter what strategy Xian employs or how he intervenes from behind, nothing will change. Sometimes, giving up is crucial. Daryl's final concerned words caused Xian's shoulders to slump heavily. I am coming. Before the irresistibly endearing fools, Xian finally raised the white flag. I am coming. Xian's voice reached the bridge, and contrary to his words, it seemed quite cheerful. Reluctance, surrender, tenderness, and reassurance intermingled in his tone. Xiao Jing felt that his voice was laced with such emotions. In a corner of a kid's vision, Anna, who had observed Xian's demeanor throughout, slightly relaxed her cheeks. I understood that for Anna, Xian and Ji were somewhat special students. Though the specifics were unclear, the reconciliation of two students who had seemingly quarreled was, for her, a matter of joy. An alarm blared, seemingly interrupting the peaceful moment between Xian and Anna. The sound did not emanate from the bridge, but from the cockpit of Shot-In. Ah, yes, it is indeed increasing at an astonishing rate. We have confirmed it as well. The rate of proliferation has suddenly accelerated. Information received from Sei-Ting can also be confirmed via the bridge of Wu-Ting. In fact, the invaders' reactions, drawn into the river within the base, are multiplying at an astonishing speed. I see. The host has been in the river from the very beginning. What is happening? Please let me understand as well. The original invaders are in the water, only proliferating nuclei, embedded within bodies fashioned from river water, increasing in number. If they are in the water, it is as if they're enveloped by materials from every direction, and they can absorb magic from the river water, allowing for an astonishingly rapid proliferation. Though my detection has yet to grasp this. Indeed, I did not know. In any case, their numbers are increasing, just like that. The dialogue between the two is steadily increasing, now exceeding the initial discovery count by more than double. Likely sensing the precariousness of our offensive, they seek to counter by augmenting their numbers. Although each individual is inherently fragile, the sheer number of them is utterly overwhelming. If they continue to multiply at a rate of 2 or 3 per second, they will inevitably encroach upon the city. Fortunately, it appears that the refuge has come to an end. However, if the momentum to fill the city persists, the concept of refuge becomes rather meaningless. How wonderful! Has the Rising Sun news been repaired? No issues there, Sean. If you possess the ability, shall I engage in battle? Alas, when my arm was blasted, both Lichschneider Dragon's sword fell away. Very well, go retrieve them. Until I do, I am utterly defenseless. Or rather, has the instructor been maintaining normal communication? Just moments ago, her call was abruptly cut off amidst a rather perilous atmosphere. Yet her demeanor remained unchanged. Even when Sean pointed this out, she exhibited no fear. Such matters are trivial. After all, magical means can always resolve them. Can they not? At this moment, it is difficult to claim that I am merely a supporter. Do you hold any further favors towards me? To bring that out would be somewhat lacking. Back in our school days, we were always indebted to that instructor. The brisk exchange of dialogue momentarily set aside Ayaki and the others, as the combat direction between Sean and the invaders had stabilized. Given that we have reached this juncture, there is no need for further restraint. This is splendid, is it not? Father, I shall demonstrate the power of Saturn to you. Then you two, go ahead and completely drive those fellows away. Understood. Following their harmonious response, the two Mechs, Asahi and Saturn, began to react. The two Mechs, which had been concealed in the shadows of the buildings, soared forth, their figures discernible through the misty bridge. Commander, combat instructions. No worries. That is not the 13 technical class. What do you mean by that? Enemy sighted. Let us go. In the absence of Misty S acceptance, Saturn charged towards Anyan. Utilizing the wheels on her feet, she ran at a speed that was entirely uncharacteristic for work purposes. Suddenly, her chest transformed, revealing a pair of launch ports. I am the Mimi missile. Accompanied by a crude slogan, two small missiles aggressively shot into the throng ahead, promptly followed by an explosion that belied their diminutive size. Next, two small Gatling guns emerged beside the head of Saturn's body, commencing a barrage of bullets. The inferno had already consumed much of the surroundings, and with the added fury of the gunfire, countless shadows dissipated in an instant. Anna was immensely satisfied, as if she had anticipated this outcome, while Misty completely disregarded her. The temperature difference was striking. That's so. What? Why does a work-class mech possess so many armaments? Misty's scream echoed across the bridge, while Anna seemed to have foreseen this, tightly covering her ears. Well, I had sensed this during the management under the 13 technical class. Could you not see? To think it was outfitted with such weaponry that it not a rule that work-class mech cannot be armed. Is that truly the issue? Misty shouted again at the crossbar of Kinji, who, along with the other members of the 13 technical class, appeared unfazed. And what about the new technician's piloting skills? On the display that Misty pointed to, Saturn was seen struggling with the metallic blades extending from her forearms. The mech appeared to be large and clumsy. Yet it moved with an agility that was utterly unexpected, a feat that an ordinary pilot could never accomplish. A Kit, once a mech pilot, was well aware of this fact, and even the inexperienced Misty could discern it. I previously mentioned that Sean's piloting skills in the technical department were second to none, but in reality, it was such a Gil, piloting the magically modified Saturn with abandon. Do not worry, I am far superior to those pilots. For reasons unknown, Anna puffed her chest out, much like herself. Saturn, frolicking spiritedly before the monitor, brought Misty to a point of surrender, clutching her head. Oh dear, the grand avenue of the 13 technical class. Do you not find the emotions rather peculiar? The pressure has been overwhelming lately. I did not claim it was anyone's fault. This is as I've stated. No. Do you have objection to that? Sean and Gil were entirely unaware of Misty's distress on the bridge, engaging in conversation as casually as if they were not in battle, while Akit's cheeks twitched slightly. Despite the situation, the well-armed Saturn took the lead, with the closely following Alette only appearing before the invaders to erect a barrier of magical defense at the opportune moment. Both parties demonstrated a commendable division of labor and trust, working in silent cooperation. Ultimately, the objective is centered, is it not? Very well, we still need to devise a method to illustrate the slime's origin. Ister, it seems the enemy is submerged. Can you handle it? In response to Akit's inquiry, Sean remained silent. Previously, he would have reacted immediately, even uttering unnecessary remarks, which made Akit feel somewhat awkward, but he soon discerned the reason behind it. Is the human army untrustworthy? Putting aside Anna and the members of the 13 technical class, whose trustworthiness is unquestionable, Sean's faith in the broader human military had plummeted following the recent explosion. No, perhaps he never trusted them at all. He merely fulfilled the contract signed with his superiors. The human army had breached that contract, even targeting his life. Under such circumstances, there is no reason to extend goodwill towards them. Before the communication was interrupted, he had mentioned discussing matters once this was resolved, so it was not as if he was entirely unwilling to converse with me, but at least not at this moment. Sean, you are quite strict regarding such matters. Anna advised me in a tone that could not be conveyed over the communication, and I nodded, responding in a similarly subdued voice that I would leave it to her. Sean, what do you plan to do about the invaders in the water? We have a few tricks up our sleeves. We should be able to devise a solution now that we know their location. She answered Anna's words in less than a second. This discrepancy was almost refreshing. Lambda, what is the situation? We can roughly ascertain their position with sensors, but the target does not seem very large, and it is uncertain whether missiles can penetrate. Thus, I will leave it to you on Sean's end. The commander is not in a position to act. Understood. Although he grumbled, Sean and Gil soon moved fearlessly towards the center of the base. Sean, we are nearing the position of Saber. What shall we do? Can we withdraw? Considering the enemy's numbers, having greater combat power would be advantageous, yet Sean wished to reduce it, though it seems illogical in this situation. It is unavoidable. Saber, you should have heard. Retreat. Demolition and sniping need not provide support either. Understood. Halma responded to the command with a hint of reluctance, retreating from the vicinity of the center. In their stead, Asahi and Satin surged boldly into the center. Let us go, Sean called out robustly, while the downed Leechnider Dragon Sword were also absorbed by ALT. By the way, boom. Asahi unleashed the high-output mode of Dragon Sword. Such an occurrence was impossible when weapons were launched into the air. Yet it was effortlessly shattered as if it were a matter of course, leaving no time for surprise. Satin stood alongside Asahi, unleashing a barrage of bullets and missiles, while the invaders were equally relentless. Continuously emerging from the river, the two Mechs were utterly overwhelmed in a remarkably efficient manner. Both Mechs exterminated the invaders. However, the rate at which the invaders proliferated was even swifter. At this rate, defeat was certain. Yet, Ayaki did not believe that Sean would concede. The spreading spell was activated. Sean murmured, his voice barely audible over the communication, that in that instant, a magic circle appeared before the barrel of the dragon sword. The flash emitted from the barrel cleaved through countless branches upon contact with the magic circle, gathering the invaders together. Incredible. Do you not require incantations like before? The diffusion of light does not require it. Let us set that aside for now. Could you possibly shift slightly behind Asahi? Understood. Although it was evident through communication that Gil did not grasp his intent, he obediently complied with Sean's instructions. Meanwhile, Sean continued to disperse the dark clouds with the spreading light. Is there a peculiar box behind that seat? A peculiar box that is at the one labeled danger. Do not touch and forceful disassembly will result in explosion? Yes, that one. So, we're transporting Satin like this. Anna's reproach was undoubtedly valid, yet Sean and Gil seemed unperturbed, regarding it as a commonplace occurrence in the 13 technical class. At this moment, discussing that box seems permissible, right? In response to Anna's inquiry, a chuckle escaped. The answer is the same. Voice authentication. The password is the 13th star. Authentication complete. The voice responding to Scene's words was not that of a person, but rather the mechanical tone from the cockpit of Satin. Wow. Hey Scene, it seems to be activated. No danger, it's fine. IT will be handled automatically afterward. Then what in the world is going on? She wore a perplexed expression, and Xiao Jing and the others were utterly baffled. That moment, Gao Yang, standing on the bridge, exclaimed in surprise, high-energy reactions within the Satin unit. It's still rising. Hey Scene, what is this? There was no need to ponder the reasons that in response to Anna's question. Scene happily replied, I am the infamous technician of the 13th class, and also a magician. Thus, I can only create toys that combine science and magic. In other words, that a magical weapon crafted for large-scale applications. Just in case, since it's ready, let us give it a proper test. The surface of the Saturn unit displayed intricate patterns. The designs emanated a purple glow, the intensity of which increased over time. But the battlefield's transformation did not stop there. Above them, a high-energy reaction was also detected from what was assumed to be the original invader. Judging from the reaction pattern, it appeared to be identical to that emanating from Satin, in harmony with Satin's brilliance. A three-dimensional magic circle materialized in the sky, its inner light intensifying. The sight of that light sent a chill down Xiaojing's spine. For reasons unknown, Xiaojing was convinced that this was a harbinger of ill fortune. The total energy possessed by the light above was comparable to that of a battleship's main cannon. What? Saturn ISNT piloted by Scene Ishtar. Although it was crafted using Scene's extraordinary abilities, the notion of a weapon capable of being mounted on a powered armor, yet wielding the firepower of a battleship's main cannon was utterly absurd. Mocking Yaki and the others' trepidation, Scene cheerfully informed them, "Ladies of the human army, take a good look. This is the power I created entirely without reservation, driven by curiosity." Immediately afterward, a more intense beam of light plunged into the river. After a brief moment of silence, the ensuing flash erupted, sending the river water skyward, shattering the asphalt-covered base, and drowning the dark clouds entirely. It was nighttime. The sun beyond the mist had completely set, and the battle in the city had concluded several hours prior. The combat itself was practically over due to a single strike from Saturn, but the aftermath had dragged on, leading to the current moment. The time required for post-battle processing was nothing new, yet the prolonged duration this time was far from advantageous for a kid. After all, during these hours, neither Scene nor the human army had made any progress on their issues. Since Scene had returned to Miztan after the battle, as previously mentioned, he surely had the intention of conversing with the kid once more. However, the outcome of that dialogue remained uncertain. It must be quite nerve-wracking. Right? In the conference room within the mist, a kid allowed only Anna to remain on standby. This was for the purpose of discussing future matters with Scene. Anna seemed to sense the tension in the conversation, glancing at me with concern. The fault lies entirely on this side. Just thinking about how Ishtar might approach things gives me a headache, I understood in my heart. Although Anna shared a close bond with Scene and was deeply trusted, she was not optimistic about the forthcoming dialogue. Her familiarity with him made her even more vigilant. Even standing on Yaki's side, it was unlikely that he would make significant concessions. When Yaki brought Anna along for the discussion, she expressed this first. While Scene was more than willing to listen to Anna, he was not one to follow blindly. If personal safety were threatened, he would likely hold someone accountable, in any case. Leaving Misty behind would not improve the situation. Our personalities are simply too incompatible. Scene, however, seemed to care little. Misty continued her post-battle processing on the bridge. This task was half sincere and half formalities. If she were present, it would be troublesome if Scene confronted her. At this point, I finally understood the meaning behind Captain Hyan's words that it seemed genuinely necessary to remind the family. Although Scene was somewhat awkward, he did not exhibit any unwillingness towards the human army, nor did he harbor any hostile intentions that provided the human army refrained from action, that if one wished to maintain amicable relations with Scene. It was essential to be wary of the radical factions within the human army, rather than Scene's own movements. This situation was the result of complacency. The past was unchangeable. We must continue moving forward. At this rate, Scene might very well sever ties. That would be troublesome. After hearing the half-joking yet serious suggestion, a kid's negative thoughts began to shift. Almost simultaneously, there was a knock at the conference room door. "Scene Ishtar, I have arrived. Come I in that I in the past." One would have barged in without waiting for a response, but from this subtle difference in behavior, one could sense how deep the chasm created by this incident had become. Under such circumstances, Scene entered the room and calmly sat directly across from a kid at the table. "Ishtar, how is that matter progressing?" Opening with that question, I was troubled about how to greet him, but upon seeing Scene's forehead flushed with red, I inadvertently began the conversation with this inquiry that a few members of the 13th class have arrived, that a few refers to you, up until today, in light of the concerns that arose. Several punitive games were proposed, and I selected the best one, only to have it ruined by Mr. Darrell's artificial hand. Concerning Darrell's mechanical hand, a kid had heard rumors, so he understood that a strike from mechanical fingers could be quite severe. In fact, the bright red mark on his forehead suggested as much that it was far better than an unexpected explosion from a Mechs arm. So it was not worth worrying about that I could not muster a smile in response to the exaggerated shoulder shrug. Though it was said in jest, the underlying truth was evident. Allow me to apologize first. This time, I was remiss in my supervision. A kid chose the first option, humbly bowing an apology. This was entirely the fault of the human army. Although it was a temporary arrangement, since it was a contract signed by superiors, even the lowest-ranking soldiers must adhere to it. It was undeniable that a kid, as captain commanding this unit, lacked sufficient capability. And the culprits? We detained everyone in the warehouse, including the one who caused the explosion, and interrogated those who assisted us. After inquiring, Scene replied with little interest, his gaze fixed intently on Xiaojing. The offenders are they? Shouldn't Captain apologize? From my standpoint, such crimes ought to have been prevented before they were committed. Since that was not achieved, I too share the blame. What a burdened character. She rested her chin on her hand, gazing at me, her expression transforming into one of astonishment. Yet, remarkably, I sensed neither hostility nor anger. In any case, Captain, what do you wish me to do? This time, it is evident that we were in the wrong. I hope you can continue to maintain a cooperative relationship with the human army. Although I knew he was merely speaking in a conciliatory manner, a kid had no other recourse but to wish for this. For the human army, Scene's knowledge held an irreplaceable value. During this month-long journey, a kid had come to realize this firsthand. Indeed, had Scene not detected the discord caused by the invaders in the lake, there would have likely been many casualties in the riverside city beyond the military personnel. The knowledge gleaned from him could protect countless lives, just as it had this time, though uncertain of what Scene desired in return. No matter how much he sought, it was imperative not to forsake him. Scene's gaze pierced through my being, as if attempting to discern a kid's selfish thoughts. Then, all right, that a simple response left a kid's thoughts in a whirl. Excuse me, what did you just say? It's fine. Continuing to maintain a cooperative relationship with the human army is acceptable. Staring at Scene, who readily agreed, a kid could only feel astonished. There's no need to be so surprised. No, to be honest, I was still pondering what kind of dilemma he might present. What role do I occupy in the captain's mind? In response to Scene's question, Anna, who had remained by a kid's side, slightly leaned forward. He must be a cunning and untrustworthy child, right? That's likely the impression the instructor holds. He did not deny it. The captain probably shared the same sentiment, right? Oh, dear. The unexpected understanding and Anna's cheerful banter alleviated the tension within the conference room. However, upon reflection, a kid realized that this was not acceptable. Scene Ishtar often diffused the atmosphere in this manner. This was not solely due to his character, but also a strategy to draw those around him into his rhythm. Including the somewhat abrupt agreement to continue the collaborative relationship, there lingers an unsettling sensation. Istal, do you genuinely wish to persist in this partnership? Well, at the end of the day, I stand alone. Confronting the formidable might of the human army is an arduous challenge. Although I have contemplated this matter, the drawbacks of severing ties with the human forces are far graver for Shuren. Hence, I acquiesced to Aki's request. Judging by Shuren's demeanor and expressions, his previous statements appear to hold some truth. His words are not contradictory. Yet, is it truly as simple as that? In the past, Jinzo remarked that he is a cunning strategist, but Aki herself cannot fathom that he would simply endure and let this matter conclude quietly. Istal, please respond candidly. What did you say? You do not intend to seek compensation for the human army's transgressions this time. Reflecting on it, Shuren has not made any demands of the human army thus far. However, it is indeed peculiar that a character who frequently requests rewards or additional compensation from Aki would not pursue restitution for the human army's blunders. Faced with the kid's probing inquiries, which almost suggest an ulterior motive, Shuren offers a faint smile. That expression seems to be the answer. Do not fret. I shall not disclose this to Captain So. Is it the upper echelon? I send T that quite evident. Before the unflinching Shuren, a kid displays an indescribable expression. Why contractual obligations lie not with the human army itself, but rather with its upper echelons. If there are issues with the contract, would it not be more rational to engage directly with the contracting party? His assertions are undoubtedly valid, yet there is a palpable implication in his words. This youth, it seems, intends to leverage this incident to unsettle the higher-ups. Are we not risking our lives here? Regardless, the human army is a just ally safeguarding the world. Matters that breach our agreements must be addressed appropriately. You mentioned falling behind. Although Anna feels somewhat intimidated by Shuren's affable demeanor, her attitude remains unchanged in the face of such reactions. Causing him excessive fear would be too troublesome, and I have contemplated much, thus I have chosen to be courteous. However, after being mistreated by the 13 Techniques class, I resolved to abandon patience and take the initiative to that is how it is. Excellent. The ice magic was deployed by a kit as bait. Yet he showcased the splendid magic from Shatin, which felt slightly awkward, yet I sensed a shift in Shuren's state of mind. That so? If I were to ponder whether to rejoice at the unmasking of hidden cards or fear the cessation of hesitation in deploying magic, the latter would likely prevail. Shuren, wearing a carefree smile, is observed by a kit who begins to lose confidence regarding the correctness of his choice to allow Shuren to continue as an ally of the human army. Upon exiting the conference room, where he conversed with Akit and Anna, Shuren stretches languidly. Although a dispute occurred prior to the discussions with the upper brass, he has navigated through it safely, rendering it a minor inconvenience. Rather, this incident serves as a catalyst, resolving the issues with the 13 Techniques class, or rather, rendering them unrecognizable. Nevertheless, it is paramount for Shuren to maintain proximity rather than distance from them. Consequently, the 13 Techniques class, akin to Anna, has also become a reserve for hostages, but given this outcome, Shuren deems it sufficient to provide protection. This is far simpler than maintaining distance to evade danger. Thus, off to the hangar. Before entering the conference room, Shuren had remained in the hangar, but the members of the 13 Techniques class awaited his return after their discussions. They likely intended to celebrate reconciliation by bringing food and drink into the Mecha hangar for revelry. Since Shuren has had no recent involvement in such commotion, he welcomes Akti as he strides energetically toward the hangar. He halts upon spotting a figure around the corner. Haruma Kin, a man who harbors deep animosity towards Shuren and others. Yet on the other hand, he seems acutely aware of his lack of involvement in the recent explosion. Thus, there is nothing peculiar about his presence here. Shuren, could you spare me a moment? Such a man directly addresses Shuren. Refusing would be simple, yet there is an inexplicable hesitation in Shuren's heart. He appears somewhat dispirited, does he not? There is no hint of hostility in his gaze. Furthermore, his inquiry into Shuren's availability contrasts sharply with his previous aggressive stance, though not to the extent of Misu. Considering his prior demeanor, it would seem more natural for him to speak without awaiting Shuren's consent. Very well. I have others waiting. Can you be brief? Understood. Ultimately, Shuren opts to listen to Haruma's account. Haruma responds. Yet his usual vigor is absent, revealing a sense of melancholy. Leaning against the corridor wall, Haruma adopts a casual posture, and Shuren mirrors her, positioning himself closely beside her. Their proximity is less than a meter. Yet Haruma does not seem to mind. First, I must extend my apologies to you. I was unaware. Regarding the recent explosion, I possess some knowledge that in the dining area, a suggestion was made to assist in the assassination of Shuren. The perpetrator of this incident was perhaps some may vociferously proclaim that such individuals cannot exist. It is a beautiful notion, yet Scene does not disdain such heroes. His earnestness is astonishing, as he refrains from hasty conclusions even in the presence of the villainous Scene, choosing instead to confront matters head-on. Every member of the Lightwood family is undeniably a hero, but if such heroes were to perish one day, it would be of little consequence, should one speak the truth to Haruma before him. She might reveal a subtle expression, yet this is the sincerity of Scene. Scene Istil is a rogue. If he were to be vanquished by a true hero, it would surely be a fitting conclusion. Observing the smile that graced her face, Haruma, mistaking it for mockery, bellowed in indignation, while Scene, smiling, dashed forth. He burst into the hangar, melding into the commotion of the 13th Technical Division, and laughed heartily. Ah, splendid. Even amidst what could be deemed adversarial human forces, there are trustworthy allies like Anna and the members of the 13th Technical Division that, in the event of crisis, there exists a true hero capable of justly subduing Scene. The days that commenced without hesitation seem surprisingly bearable. The North American Division of the Human Military, Miami Base, stands as one of the largest among its counterparts, now in a state of readiness unimaginable in peaceful times. Personnel and mobile armor from surrounding bases have been discreetly amassed, cleverly camouflaged to remain undetected throughout the base. The rationale for such preparedness is clear. Today, this base has gathered a majority of the high-ranking officials of the human military. Concurrently, the young boy who wields extraordinary powers. Scene Istil is set to arrive, ostensibly for a dialogue of peace at the Miami base. The reality is far more intricate. Agreements regarding cooperation between the High Command and Scene have been reached. However, trust is a fragile thread. Any action from either side could swiftly unravel it. Moreover, just yesterday, a faction of the human military plotted to assassinate Scene Istil, planting explosives on his mech, which subsequently detonated. Consequently, the betrayal by the human military has severely compromised the tenuous trust established. Until yesterday, for nearly a month, Scene had exhibited no hostility, leading to the expectation of a smooth dialogue, now rendered bleak. The amassed combat power serves merely as a precaution. Should Scene Istil declare hostility toward the human military during this meeting, the prospect of forceful action would indeed be curtailed. Such is the nature of military might. Although preparing for such an action could lead to a rupture in relations with Scene, the human military's vigilance towards him has reached alarming heights. The boy ambled slowly through the enemy ranks. Having made his preparations, he traversed the lengthy corridor and entered the largest conference room at Miami base. Facing countless gazes, both direct and through screens, he smiled. "Greetings to you, esteemed members of the Human Military Command." Despite the scrutinizing eyes of those who have lived many times longer than he, the boy remained unflinching, surveying the room before bowing theatrically. "I am Scene Istel, a sorcerer of unparalleled ability. Please allow me to introduce myself." The light-hearted nature of his self-introduction elicited a nod of satisfaction from General Christopher Gold, who sat directly opposite him. "Then let us commence our discussion." With Christopher's command, the dialogue that would determine the future of their relationship commenced. Chapter 2. Scene's intention. Scene listened intently as a seemingly formidable soldier monotonously recited from the documents at hand, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of boredom. Although labeled a dialogue, the formal agreements regarding Scene and the human military had already been established. Ultimately, the discussion was meant to elaborate on the detailed rules governing their collaboration. Articulating these intricacies could easily consume an entire day. Extensive preparations have been undertaken prior to this, with the human military proposing a draft of the contract, which Scene reviewed, voicing any concerns he had. This transactional exchange had been meticulously refined until both parties reached a consensus, bringing them to this moment. Thus, today was merely meant for the final confirmation of the content and the signing of necessary documents. At least, that was the original intent. Until yesterday afternoon, the contract's details had been exhaustively deliberated upon, but now Scene made his move. Regarding the contract's content, might we simplify matters? Very well, please proceed. The soldier reading the contract was not taken aback by Scene's sudden interjection. Other soldiers, to some extent, had anticipated that Scene would voice his thoughts. After all, it was a matter that had transpired just yesterday. As you are aware, I was attacked by the human military yesterday. They placed explosives which detonated during the skirmish. Scene emerged unscathed. The only casualties were components of his mech. The crux of the matter was not whether he had been injured, but rather the undeniable fact that an attack had been made against him. Within the agreement between the human military and Scene, his personal safety was paramount. The events of yesterday posed a direct threat to this principle. What do the higher-ups think about this incident? As Scene posed his question, his gaze sharpened. Yet he remained unfazed, his eyes fixed on Christopher. "I apologized. It was our failure to effectively command the troops at the ground level that we shall ensure that such incidents do not occur again." The response came not from Christopher, but another soldier. However, this statement felt more like an afterthought than a sincere apology, especially for someone of Scene's disposition. Mere words would hardly suffice, even with strict adherence to protocols. How can one guarantee that there won't be individuals who dare to attack me, knowing full well the consequences? The soldier remained silent in the face of Scene's assertion. This was to be expected. It is virtually impossible to counter such a statement. Even Scene found himself at a loss for words. Such a statement can only be addressed with assurances of proper handling. Therefore, I expect you to implement measures that would effectively prevent similar incidents in the future. Do you have any proposals? A middle-aged man seated beside Christopher interjected. His slick-back black hair and piercing gaze exuded an air of austere authority. His name was Dean Drake, considered one of the youngest among the upper echelons due to his exceptional capabilities. Ranking just below the Supreme Commander in terms of influence, he was also a leading figure in the faction advocating for aggressive action against otherworldly threats, making him a formidable opponent whom Scene must remain vigilant against. To be frank, even with directives from the upper command, it is challenging to suppress the vigilance and animosity towards me. While this may not directly pertain to me, there are those who have lost loved ones due to the other world and its whims. Though it would be unjust to place this burden upon Scene, it is nonetheless a complex issue when viewed from the perspective of those who have suffered loss. Scene did not deny this. He understood their plight. Rather, excessive enforcement of directives could incite discontent towards the higher-ups to, "Oh, I have heard that you hail from a technical background. Might you possess the insight to propose a solution? Your kind words flatter me. I am honored. Yet such matters would prove inconvenient for me. If discontent within the human military ranks regarding the upper command escalated, Scene, backed by the upper echelons, would inevitably be affected. Nevertheless, he wished to sidestep troublesome situations. Therefore, I kindly request that you grant me authority over the assault capabilities that I see that in that case, it would be easier to avoid situations like the one we just encountered. Should Scene himself possess the authority to prepare and inspect Alit, he would be better equipped to tackle any attacks aimed at his mech. Although he had not explicitly communicated this to the human military, he had already established robust magical defenses against direct assaults on himself. Moving forward, as long as precautions were taken against tampering with his mech, there should be no issues, since it is impossible to restrict human actions. It is far more constructive to enable immediate countermeasures when they do take action that Scene's intentions appear to resonate with Dean and Christopher, who exchanged glances of acceptance. Furthermore, such a modest request posed negligible risks for the human military. I understand your perspective. I have no objections. Does anyone else? Dean's inquiry was met with silence, and Scene's request concerning Alit was readily accepted. Then, shall we reach a consensus on our future cooperative relationship? No. There is yet another matter I wish to discuss that in response to Dean's confirmation, Scene decisively countered. The soldiers likely assumed that granting Scene maintenance access to Alit would suffice to address the previous day's incident. But Dean's expression sharpened, revealing a keen awareness of the existence of a second topic. The events of yesterday were indeed our fault, yet we cannot acquiesce to numerous demands because of it. Indeed, there are matters on which I cannot concede. The atmosphere in the conference room was thick with tension as Christopher cleared his throat. Let us first hear your thoughts. What is your opinion? Ignoring the prevailing mood, Christopher gently urged. Faced with him, Shuren succinctly conveyed the essence of the consultation. Please issue unnecessary directives only under the assurance of everyone's safety around me. When most in the conference room failed to grasp Shuren's words, he continued, I have always been an individual, living outwardly as an ordinary person and maintaining deep friendships with others. However, once my true identity was revealed, even those friends faced unwarranted malice. Like Anna Raster? If you know, then you should have spoken sooner. Anna's name immediately surfaced, as the human military had been closely monitoring her. In light of this, Shuren must persuade his superiors here. It is unacceptable for a beloved friend to be subjected to malicious attacks. This is a matter that cannot be overlooked. Therefore, I ask you to clearly state that there is no need for intervention. You are aware of Anna Raster's situation, but what sort of person are you seeking? All technicians from the 13th Division. Shuren's response left Dean speechless, lost in contemplation. Christopher, too, regarded Shuren with a thoughtful expression. Shuren Istel, I understand your concern for your friends, but isn't it perilous to agree to your request? What do you mean? If you know they are important to you, the danger of them being used as hostages will increase. This is tantamount to exposing your vulnerabilities. To value someone and wish to protect them means one fears losing them, which can also become that person's weakness, as Dean pointed out. Shuren comprehended this as well. Even without knowing, one could observe his daily actions that in fact, such malice had already been directed at the Chief of Staff. Once stated explicitly, there would be no room for subterfuge. I will not resort to subterfuge. Moreover, this is not a weakness. Gazing at Dean, Shuren smiled. In the next instant, flames of vivid red erupted at his feet. As the sudden blaze and the resulting heat startled the onlookers, Shuren calmly reassured them. I have no reason to harm others, and I have agreed in my contract with the upper echelons not to take action against individuals. But if it concerns those I hold dear, that is an entirely different matter. The flames at his feet intensified. Writhing like serpents around Shuren, he gently caressed the chin of one of the serpentine flames. When their safety is threatened, the contract will shatter. In that case, I would have justification for taking lives. Shuren locked eyes with Dean, his black pupils reflecting the undulating flames, shimmering with clarity of purpose. His gaze bore an unmistakable fighting spirit, akin to that of a wild beast. This is not a weakness, but a forbidden point. If one were to strike at me, I might only seek compensation. However, should they strike at them, I cannot guarantee their lives. Please convey this clearly. Is this a threat? It is a negotiation, as it delineates an absolute boundary that must not be crossed. Should anyone dare to overstep this line, I shall not show mercy. The fiery serpent opened its maw wide, intimidating those around. Following this, Shuren completely extinguished the flames, donning an air of nonchalance, as long as no harm comes to me or those around me. I shall remain an ally of the human military, by adhering to the basic principle of not causing harm to cooperating parties. One can gain access to military strength and intelligence. Such a lucrative proposition must be rare. Indeed did I. In the face of Shuren's fearless smile, Christopher offered a slight grin, while Dean regarded him with grave intensity. Minutes later, a pact was forged between Christopher and Dean, culminating in an agreement with Shuren and the upper echelons. After concluding discussions with the higher-ups, Shuren returned to a room within the Miami base that had been prepared in advance for significant conversations. At a first glance, Shuren appeared as carefree as ever. Yet he was, in truth, quite anxious. However, with the dialogue successfully concluded and the scrutiny of the upper echelons temporarily lifted, there was no further need for concern at all. It's over. It's over. How should I put it? This is a bit overwhelming. The back of Shuren's head was ruthlessly struck. Ah, he emitted a strange cry. Rubbing the sore spot, he turned to see Anna, veins bulging, and a displeased-looking Xiao Jing staring back. Instructor, where did you learn such inappropriate expressions? The argument was not the point. If you intend to act that way, at least discuss it with us first. During the earlier conversation with the higher-ups, both Aikido and Anna were present out on the artificial island. They had both witnessed the dialogue between Christopher and Shuren, and it was only natural for them to have participated, as Aikido had directed and orchestrated Shuren's actions prior to arriving here. Moreover, Shuren had made 2 requests to his superiors during that conversation, which the latter had completely withheld from both of them. From their perspective, Shuren's sudden propositions to the higher-ups, coupled with an attitude that could be deemed threatening, must have come as a shock. However, Shuren had his own reasons for this. Although it was a discussion, if the matters discussed beforehand were known, it could lead to complications. Aikido and Anna remained soldiers of the human military, tasked with monitoring Shuren. Even Dean was aware of the closeness between Anna and Shuren. Perhaps now he understood, but Aikido had likely been aware of Shuren's intentions beforehand, which could be viewed unfavorably by the military. If it were perceived that Aikido, who was to oversee Shuren, shared a close relationship with the subject of scrutiny, Aikido would bear the brunt of the consequences. Such a notion lingered, yet it seemed overly extreme. I feared Xiao Jing might just burst from anxiety. Ah, so that's why your expression is so grim. At the very least, you should have asked beforehand and prepared for it. Upon seeing Aikido clutching his abdomen, even Shuren felt a twinge of guilt. He lowered his head and sincerely apologized. That'd be by the way. What if I had been rejected there, leading to a rift in relations? I believe it would have been fine. Shuren's request posed no significant negative impact on the human military. In essence, it merely involved expanding the scope of unnecessary orders directed at Shuren, thus incurring neither expense nor loss. Additionally, considering the magical intimidation Shuren had exerted, it was unlikely anyone would take it too seriously. Ultimately, Shuren was a diminutive boy, while the military was a vast organization wielding combat power from around the globe. Although Shuren possessed extraordinary abilities, should he unleash his true power, he could easily be subdued. The higher-ups must have thought along those lines. With no drawbacks, Shuren's power was not frightening. Conversely, if he could provide effective combat strength and intelligence, weighing the pros and cons became quite straightforward. Nonetheless, setting fire in that context was quite excessive. Perhaps sensitive to Shuren's actions, Aikido suddenly sank into the sofa in the room, as if half collapsed. Such blatant violence might lead one to overlook the consequences in a moment of fear. I believe with General Takato present, matters won't escalate to that extent. The worst-case scenario, yes, he spoke. Shuren abruptly covered his mouth with one hand. The words he had almost uttered nearly slipped out. The tone of that statement was unmistakable. He was surprised by his own reaction, while Anna gazed at him as though she could see the flickering flames behind him. What's the worst-case scenario? Why don't you enlighten us? No, it's nothing at IT. Certainly isn't nothing, is it? Look us in the eye and tell us what you're thinking. The two pressed closer, with Aikido gripping his shoulder and Anna holding his head, leaving him no avenue of escape toward Essien. As he endured the pressure from the adults, a sound emerged from outside. IT appeared there were visitors. All right, I'll be right out. His reaction was swifter than Xiao Jing and Anna's, giving an immediate affirmative reply. Thus, the visitors could not be ignored, and both individuals seemed to lose interest in pursuing Shuren. Remember to return? Okay. Anna seemed to hear a curse-like remark, yet she still proceeded towards the door leading outside to greet the guests. However, what sort of peculiar person would intentionally seek me out? Who knows? It's clear you're a fool for letting yourself in without knowing anything. Upon hearing Aikido's stern reply, she smiled wryly. Diverting her gaze toward the visitor entering the room welcomed by Anna, I apologize for the abrupt visit. Dean Drake stepped into the room, which should have been considered untrustworthy, with a demeanor as cold as his appearance. The room assigned to Shuren and the others was originally one of the reception areas. Thus, accommodating Dean's sudden arrival posed no inconvenience. Shuren sat on the central sofa, facing Dean, with Akito and Anna flanking him. Although Dean had brought 2 guards, they seemed to be devoid of substantial weaponry. Just as Christopher and Scene faced each other on the artificial island, it is likely that a weapon was concealed within a holster. I am once again grateful for your unexpected visit, and no need for such formalities with a child like me. Please, relax a little. Timidity is my nature. If Scene were to privately express his intention to maintain his current demeanor, he would find himself at a loss for words, though not overt. This may reflect Dean's resolute determination that Scene must never be underestimated in Scene's presence. Dean calmly sipped the prepared red tea. Dressed impeccably in military uniform, adorned with a simple purple ring on his right hand, he emanated an aura distinct from that of an ordinary soldier. The act of drinking tea alone led Scene to speculate that he might hail from a distinguished background. Amidst the lingering silence, Dean almost silently placed his cup back on the table. A signal. Scene initiated the conversation. So, Mr. Dean Drake, do you have something to discuss with a child like me? In response to the straightforward inquiry, Dean merely squinted, refraining from an immediate reply. His narrowed eyes seemed to scrutinize Scene. You appear more anxious than I anticipated. I had thought you were a man who couldn't handle food. Such remarks are rather excessive for a child not yet 16. If the conversation had been premeditated, it would be one thing, but facing an unexpected visitor, one cannot maintain such composure. I believe it is sufficient to engage in conversation with an unforeseen guest. The corners of Dean's mouth curled slightly, yet his gaze remained fixed on Scene. Truthfully, he was not in a good mood, but in a certain sense, this was an acceptable attitude. Was my visit truly so unexpected? If one were to insist, aside from Commander Gold, all visits have been unforeseen. However, yours was the most surprising. You are one of the most proactive figures in the war against the Otherworld. Dean could be regarded as a leading proponent of the boundary war. This implies that, among the upper echelons, he would be most inclined to adopt a negative stance toward Scene. In discussions among the high-ranking officials, Scene was particularly wary of him, given his authoritative voice and the almost certain knowledge that he did not harbor goodwill toward Scene. This was to be anticipated, to be frank. During the discourse, his demands were easily accepted, which left Scene rather disheartened. He had never imagined that after the conversation, Dean would arrive with only a handful of guards. Rather, the fact that he was being observed so plainly allowed Scene to accept it and feel a bit more at ease. Although there were rumors about Dean being rather ludicrous, the thoroughness of his preliminary investigation suggested a commendable diligence. Mischief is my nature. If I were to liken Dean's words from moments ago, he would likely smile lightly, that he seemed to possess a knack for humor. Furthermore, one could hardly label him diligent, beyond you, and Commander Gold. I know not the names of any others in the upper ranks. Quite the honor. Indeed, he likely never considered it an honor at all. I mused while gazing at Dean. Now, it seems it is time to inquire about your purpose. There is nothing of great significance. I merely wish to meet you in person. Thus, the very act of conversing face-to-face constituted Dean's intent. Isn't it a bit risky for me to say this? No one who is struck against the commander, who has fewer guards than I, would gain anything by attacking me. And should they do so now, it would only render the recently established contract void. Indeed, as he stated, Scene discerned that attacking Dean would yield no particular advantage, that it was precisely because of this awareness that he appeared composed despite the limited number of guards. From the narrative's perspective, it seemed Dean's objective was already accomplished. It was said he was too busy to attend the military academy graduation ceremony, so it was not surprising that he would leave immediately. However, I felt a twinge of irritation at the thought of being subjected to unilateral scrutiny. If you are so eager to know about yourself, might you indulge me in a bit more conversation? Upon Scene's invitation, Dean appeared somewhat taken aback upon entering this room. This alone offered Scene a measure of comfort. Indeed, such an opportunity was rare, that it was imperative to engage him in discourse. Certainly. If I were to miss this chance to converse with a high-ranking official, I might never have another in my lifetime. With a chuckle, Scene smiled, and Dean reciprocated with a grin. However, Dean's smile likely bore only a semblance of warmth. Scene could hardly comment on the matter of humanity, so it was mutual, although he sensed the anxiousness of Arkite and Anna on either side. Scene's focus remained solely on Dean. That said, we have no common topics. Shall we play a little game? Oh, what sort of game? One party can pose a question to the other, who must respond, and then in turn, ask a question. Quite simple, is it not? While simple, is there a standard for determining the truth of the answers? Scene smiled at Dean's inquiry. There is none. Observing Dean's evident surprise, Scene smile deepened. The absence of a standard means that deceit is permissible. This is a game that encompasses even the act of discerning lies. What do you think? Dean simply replied that it seemed interesting. He appeared quite pleased. Then, this is our proposed game. Please begin with your question. Thank you, that I will be direct. Are you an enemy of humanity? Faced with this blunt question, both Arkite and Anna, seated beside Scene, as well as the two guards Dean had brought, were taken aback. Meanwhile, Scene unwaveringly replied, at least for now, I do not intend to become an enemy of humanity. I have previously stated, and I believe everyone should be aware, that I am ultimately human, merely born of ordinary human parents and possessing extraordinary powers through mutation. Given that I have many human friends, there is no reason for me to become an enemy. Now, what does that term signify? Ah, that should count as my second question, correct. Service will suffice at this moment. It refers to humanity not being my enemy. Dean regarded him with a probing glance as Scene sipped his tea. I too am human. My own safety and that of my friends are paramount. Should any of you humans pose a threat to me, I would undoubtedly retaliate accordingly. I see. Is this what you mean by our discussion's premise? Seemingly accepting this, Dean elegantly urged Scene to inquire further. Please, ask your question as someone who advocates for the war against the other world. Why do you not oppose having a peculiar individual like me as an ally? Even Scene, who was politically naive, understood that Dean was renowned for his vigorous promotion of the boundary war. His lack of opposition to Scene's role as an ally was notable. This was undoubtedly a matter of utmost concern for Scene. It was not a difficult conclusion. It merely involved weighing the pros and cons, determining that the advantages outweighed the drawbacks. Are you suggesting that altering one's usual stance could yield benefits? I have not altered my stance. Dean shrugged, as if to say it was unexpected. Welcoming you was merely a strategic maneuver to secure an advantageous position in the boundary war. Regardless, you are the sole source of intelligence regarding that world. While he had introduced Scene, who was close to the other world, he did not wish to appear as though he accepted the other world and its beings. It seemed Dean's sole focus was to utilize the information obtained from Scene to vanquish the other world. He intended to employ every possible resource, even if it bore some risk. I see. I recognize that you are the type who does not wish to be adversarial. Consider it a compliment. After each had posed a question, they simultaneously lifted their cups from the table to take a breath. Now, it is my turn to inquire. Yes, please. Well then, would you kill? This question was posed with a nonchalance akin to casual conversation, causing one among the four, aside from the two directly involved, to gasp audibly. Indeed, should there be sufficient justification, one could take a life. Just as Dean had done, Scene responded in a similarly casual manner. The other four displayed considerable perturbation, yet Dean merely nodded at Scene's response. Just as I thought. Does my expression truly convey a murderous intent? You need not worry. If one were unaware, you would appear as a boy incapable of harming even an insect. In response to Scene's inquiry, Dean, sipping his tea, seemed either serious or merely uninterested. Nevertheless, since it was not particularly significant, he would not dwell on it. Then allow me to pose you a question. For the sake of the goal, would you kill? Upon hearing Scene's question, Dean's hand, holding the cup, froze. In the ensuing silence of several seconds, Scene simply regarded Dean. Yes, I would kill if necessary. Much like myself. Ah, indeed. Dean offered a faint smile, and Scene returned the gesture. At first glance, the atmosphere appeared congenial, but just as Dean was about to speak, an electronic sound interrupted him. How unfortunate. It seems I must attend to my next task. That I apologize for detaining you during such a busy time. No, the timing is quite suitable. Dean suddenly rose from the sofa, requesting to shake hands with Scene, who candidly acquiesced. As they clasped hands, Scene noted that Dean's fingers were more slender than he had anticipated, reinforcing his impression that Dean was not a soldier on the front lines, but rather a strategizing commander operating from the rear. After a brief exchange, Dean departed hastily with his two bodyguards, leaving Scene to exhale deeply. How tiresome. That type is undoubtedly the most troublesome. Throughout their conversation, Scene's sole sentiment regarding the man named Dean Drake could be distilled into a single phrase, if possible. I wish to avoid any further entanglement. Thus, he silently vowed to evade him at all costs. It had been 2 days since the discussions at the Miami base concluded. The mist, still docked at the base, had yet to embark. The Mist, along with the newly developed experimental mech equipped with EC drive systems, had only recently been deployed in actual combat, marking this as the first extensive operational check. This large-scale inspection was originally scheduled and was expected to last for about another week, including today. During this time, Mr. Orlston was naturally confined to the base, and the Mechs could not be dispatched lightly. Consequently, most of the crew aboard the Mist had been granted approximately a week of leave. Scene was assigned to his private quarters aboard the ship, where he gently assessed his attire in the mirror. Recently clad in military uniforms, he now donned a black hoodie paired with beige three-quarter pants, embodying the casual garb of a holiday youth. Why was he dressed this way? Because he was heading to a suitable destination. Scene concluded that his outfit was appropriate and cheerfully made his way down the corridor toward the hangar. "Have you been waiting long?" he called out, although no one had truly been kept waiting. Yet the mood was irritable. In stark contrast to Scene's buoyant demeanor, Haruma appeared rather disgruntled. Reyes and Lena followed closely behind him, all three dressed in casual attire. Am I the last?" Scene exclaimed. "Did you have to wait?" "Let us not dwell on that. Whatever." Haruma sighed in resignation. Ignoring Haruma's evident fatigue, Scene and G began to chat animatedly. Observing them, Reyes and Lena exchanged awkward smiles. How did it come to this? To venture out. Surveillance was essential. Scene's intention for the day was to travel to Miami. However, as a facilitator for the human military and a liaison to another world, Scene could not be permitted to leave unaccompanied. It was decided that at least 2 human soldiers would accompany him for monitoring purposes. Although Scene found this arrangement bothersome, he had no choice but to agree. Thus, accompanying him today in the role of observers were Haruma, Reyes, and Lena. It is worth noting that G was merely a friend joining them for the outing. I wish the captain and someone like that advisor could join us. Scene mused, setting aside the advisor. How could the captain be taken along? As he fumed, a merciless jab from Jop struck Scene's head. It was merely a mild annoyance. How bothersome. This assignment fell to me due to your peculiar agreement with your brother. Didn't it? Scene recalled his pact with the kid, which involved procuring 10 indulgences available around the Miami base, a prize for revealing a hand. Scene had not forgotten to demand a reward the kid had promised. And this excursion was intended to fulfill that agreement. Why had Haruma been designated as the monitor? This was largely due to his blood relation to a kid. While Captain Akid was occupied with inspections, it was challenging to leave Mr. Orlston. Yet, since the agreement was made, Scene must receive his 10 indulgences. The simplest method would have been to provide Scene with a credit card for unfettered purchases. But that had been anticipated by Anna for quite some time. Anna understood Scene's character well. She knew that if she were to do so, he would undoubtedly acquire the 10 most luxurious items he could conceive. Although Scene argued he would not act in such a manner, Akid still placed his trust in Anna's words. Ultimately, Akid devised a plan to entrust the card to a reliable individual to accompany Scene and monitor him. That reliable individual turned out to be his own younger brother, Haruma. Well, there is nothing to be done now. Yes, this is our task. Let us remain calm, Reyes and Lena advised. Though somewhat displeased, Haruma managed to regain his composure. With that confirmed, Scene triumphantly pointed toward a slope leading from the hangar to the ship's exterior. Let us go. Although the destination was yet undetermined, there would surely be a way to figure it out. Wait, we still need to wait for one more person. Just as Scene was about to step outside, he was halted by Reyes. Perplexed by the earlier comment point, one more person. I was only informed that you 3 were responsible for the monitoring. It was a last-minute addition last night, that although at ISNT exactly a monitoring role, not a monitor, but a companion, Reyes clarified that in this context, while G fit that description, Scene had not extended invitations to others beyond him, and it seemed odd for those tasked with surveillance to invite someone else. Moreover, judging by Lena's tone, it appeared that this individual had been included at the behest of others. Scene pondered the identity of this additional person. He heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Sorry, to keep you waiting. I'm the last one. Scene was taken aback as Sayumi rushed toward them, breathless and flustered, indicating she was indeed the final companion. However, the reason behind her hurried arrival remained a mystery to Scene. What? Well, you see, I ran in a chief of staff raster in the base's bathhouse last night, during the inspection at the Miami base. Apart from exceptions like Scene, the crew aboard the Mist had the liberty to utilize the base's accommodation facilities if they so wished. The accommodations were reportedly spacious and comfortable, complete with extensive spa services. It seemed that Sumi had coincidentally encountered Anna there the previous night, and speaking with you like this is a first since our military academy days. How have you been? Ah, well, yes, it's been quite an adjustment. Becoming a helmsman right after graduation. Oh, by the way, tomorrow, Scene will be heading out with Haruma and the others for surveillance. If you're interested, would you like to join us? You plan to indulge in some sweets using your brother's money, right? If you don't mind, let us enjoy a little treat together. Leave the explanation to your brother to me. It's just a reward for yourself after a month of hard work. She seemed genuinely delighted, prompting Scene to refrain from outright refusal, leading to an impromptu plan unfolding. I see. He will definitely do that. Overwhelmed by such thoughts, Scene could envision the conversation vividly. Yet, it was not merely a bit of coercion. Surely, there was concern for Sayumi as well. Sayumi herself appeared somewhat unfulfilled, and if it was Sayumi, Scene would gladly allow her to accompany him. Then, no matter what, let us set off. Thus, Scene and his party of 6 commenced their excursion to Miami. They ambled leisurely through the bustling streets, all dressed casually and of similar ages, resembling a group of schoolmates out for a day of enjoyment. Now then, where shall we head? Setting off from the Miami base. The destination remained undecided. Given the vibrant nature of the city, Scene's intent to seek out sweets would likely not raise any eyebrows. However, the plethora of choices could be overwhelming. Have the 2 girls found any leads on that shop? First-time visitors hardly have that kind of information. Lena responded with a hint of exasperation, while Sayumi wore a somewhat ambiguous expression, attracting the attention of everyone around her. She hesitated, pulling a vividly colored travel guide from her bag. Several pages adorned with sticky notes. Even without those, you must be quite excited, right? This guidebook was given to me by the chief of staff at the accommodation. He asked me to select places Scene might enjoy. Although Scene had the right to venture out, lingering aimlessly amidst the human military's presence did not reflect well. Hence, Anna had requested Sayumi to swiftly guide him to a location where he could achieve his aim and return to the base promptly. Sayumi fervently explained. However, to have covered so much ground with sticky notes, you must be quite eager. Moreover, it was a last-minute decision last night, yet you've managed to gather so much information. You must have stayed up late. Yeah, I should have been more punctual. Why am I the last one to arrive? Under Scene and G's scrutiny, Sayumi's face flushed, and she even raised the travel guide to shield her expression, reflecting on the situation. Scene felt he might have been a bit too harsh, while the remaining 3, Reyes and Lena, offered wry smiles, and Haruma appeared resigned. Sayumi, you're considered part of the monitoring team, right? Yes, I did strictly adhere to the chief of staff's instructions. Isn't that commendable? Indeed, having a list of potential destinations is advantageous. If left to Scene, I can't imagine how many hours he would spend wandering about. Sayumi, flustered by Haruma's critique, ultimately drew Scene's attention as he gently patted her shoulder. Signaling her to ease up as the conversation unfolds, Summer, rejuvenated, points towards a towering structure at Shuren's inquiry. The table before them is laden with an array of cakes, puddings, and an abundance of desserts. Shuren, Summer, and Reese gaze at the spread with sparkling eyes. Being at work, Lena remains somewhat reserved but occasionally steals glances at the sweets. Haruma and G wear expressions of awe. Amidst their varied reactions, Shuren claps his hands together with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Let us dig in." He promptly spears the nearest cheesecake with his fork. The grand edifice that Summer had referred to is, in fact, the largest hotel in Miami, currently offering a limited-time dessert buffet at a slightly elevated price. Upon hearing this, Shuren resolves to pursue his initial goal, leading the other 5 directly to the hotel and the dessert buffet. Once there, he swiftly gathers the desserts from the table, arranging them to form the current display. It is indeed a high-end hotel, boasting exceptional quality. This chocolate cake is truly delightful, he exclaims to I fancy this Mont Blanc. Shuren, Reese, and Summer chatter excitedly, while Haruma observes them with mild annoyance. Although there are cakes before him, he has barely touched them. So, Reese is over there too? Haruma remarks with a laugh that I apologize. While not as fervent as Shuren, Reese also indulges in the desserts with ease, revealing his own sweet tooth. In a buffet scenario, one can eat as much as one desires, a clever approach indeed. Well, that's not quite my sentiment. I merely perceive that Shuren seems to relish it, Haruma replies, confessing a long-standing aversion to dessert buffets since his student days. Everyone is amiable, yet the 3 engage in animated discussions about desserts. Notably, while Shuren notices Lena, who is relishing a strawberry cake in the shadows. He chooses not to address it. I sense that Haruma's mental state may not sustain this level of indulgence for long. You all adore sweets far too much, he commented. But G is not like that, he adds in surprise. G's selections, much like Haruma's, lean towards less sugary options. Her dexterity differs from Haruma's, but she is certainly not a dessert enthusiast. I assumed you and Shuren shared a close bond, hence similar tastes in food. He muses that I typically enjoy whatever tastes good. However, this level of sweetness is rather excessive. G swiftly snatches the chocolate cake from Shuren's plate, causing Haruma's once hopeful gaze to dim upon witnessing the act. Regrettably, there are no companions for Haruma who share his disdain for sweets. The cake eating continues unabated, as Shuren silently prays for patience. Feeling overwhelmed by the sight of desserts, Haruma excuses himself to the restroom, and the others surmise he may not return promptly. Shortly after he departs, Lena suddenly poses a question. Shuren, is there something going on between you and Haruma? Taken aback, Shuren is perplexed by Lena's inquiry, as he harbors no such thoughts to him. Haruma's behavior appears unremarkable. Rather, he finds it puzzling that Lena would entertain such ideas. No, perhaps my words were not well chosen. Lena stammers, seemingly searching for the right words, lost in contemplation. She likely wishes to inquire if she and Haruma have reconciled. Reese speaks up before Lena, who nods in affirmation. Compared to before, I sense Haruma's demeanor has softened somewhat, which leads me to believe that's the case. I share that sentiment. Though it doesn't feel as amicable as during our school days, Shuren concedes, acknowledging their observations. While he had not paid it much heed, he realizes he can now converse normally with Haruma, a change from the past. There are hints of understanding regarding their reconciliation. Yet if asked if they have truly made amends, he feels a tinge of confusion. Have they not reconciled? He wonders. However, we have established a pact. Lena inquires, if I commit an obvious wrongdoing, they shall confront me without hesitation. Shuren states this nonchalantly, causing the four present to pause in disbelief. Murder? A pact? In summary, that is the crux of the matter. Shuren remains composed when faced with Reese's wavering demeanor. In truth, the agreement with Haruma is a simple one that cannot be articulated in words. Is there anything that could soften your stance? Lena muses. Well, it seems Brother Kimu doesn't believe I've done anything wrong, which might explain why he perceives me as gentle in the past. Haruma had harbored a strong belief that Shuren was malevolent, yet now it appears his attitude has softened. Yes, that's so. I'm glad to hear that, G remarks as she resumes her cake consumption. Though the other three seem preoccupied with their thoughts, seizing the opportunity, Shuren seeks to inquire about Reese and Lena's perspectives. To be candid, what do you both think of me? While Haruma does not believe Shuren is evil now, she remains prepared to confront him with a weapon should she determine otherwise. Summer, not genuinely believing Shuren is malevolent, prompts Shuren to ponder their stances. After a brief pause, Lena speaks first. You consider yourself humanity's foe? She poses. Honestly, not really, but this isn't a matter that can be judged solely by personal opinion. Lena's gaze remains calm and rational as she addresses Shuren. When I contemplate you, I cannot allow my emotions to cloud my judgment or rely on mere conjecture. I base my assessments on facts. Her answer reflects her inherent kindness and serious demeanor, which Shuren wholeheartedly respects. Next, he turns his attention to Reese, who offers a hesitant smile that I doubt I could be as unequivocal as Lena. Because I cannot see Shuren as an enemy in any circumstance, his statement is quite problematic for a member of the human army. Reese seems to have relinquished something in his declaration. Yet his words ring clear. He recalls the times they shared desserts during their school days, often bickering over trivial matters. Now, to label Shuren as a sorcerer feels bewildering that it's not a matter of good and evil. In my eyes, Shuren Ishtar is merely an ordinary person that I cannot regard you as an enemy. Despite knowing the response might be perceived as overly naive, he finds himself unable to refute it. While such candidness may seem foolish, Shuren cannot help but admire such individuals. After hearing their responses, Shuren nods. I understand your perspectives. I have no intention of contesting them. He is not yet in a position to assert. I hope you trust me, nor does he intend to make such a claim. Shuren acknowledges and respects their beliefs. If one were to say, neither has temporarily recognized the other as an enemy. It might be perceived as overly sweet. Perhaps they are still somewhat conservative regarding sugar cubes. That I hardly believe that is a sentiment from someone involved in this. Summer pouts. Yet Shuren remains silent. Indulging in a cream puff, choosing a dessert that completely conceals its contents. Summer senses his disinterest in conversing and resignedly returns to her cake. Observing the exchange, Lena and Reese share astonished smiles. It is evident that a person who speaks as innocently as a child cannot be regarded as an adversary. Then, can we not draw parallels? What do you mean? Perhaps it was all a performance. That earlier moment, you understand? Their conversation, devoid of tension, incites laughter from everyone present. Upon returning to the table, Haruma displays surprise as time flows effortlessly in the nostalgic atmosphere of their school days. Shuren and his companions spend a full 2 hours indulging in an abundance of cakes. Leaving the staff with somewhat strained smiles, they depart the hotel in high spirits, having thoroughly enjoyed themselves, albeit with 9 desserts still awaiting them as rewards. Thus, as they stroll down Shuren Street, their steps are remarkably light. Are there other shops that will accommodate your cravings? Shuren inquires. Well, primarily there are numerous Western-style patisseries, and I've checked shopping centers as well. Bookstores are also an option that, that Sass likes me. Summer muses, pondering her preferences, which seem to revolve around eating, sleeping, and reading. Shuren finds satisfaction in her response, only to be met with Haruma's surprised voice from behind. Indeed, Shuren's tastes align closely with this sentiment, rendering any rebuttal futile. Let us not dwell on that. Let us leave the bookstore for now. Is that acceptable? Shuren suggests, contemplating future opportunities to visit a bookstore, as he is indeed an advocate of physical literature. As Lena has expressed concern, the truth is uncertain as to when they might have such shopping opportunities again. Considering this, it seems more prudent to purchase books rather than dessert items, especially since Shuren has a particular fondness for printed works. Certainly, Sheehan comprehended this point. However, even so, his inclination this time was to prioritize desserts over books that, in truth, there were no pressing concerns regarding the latter. Would it be too burdensome? You see, does this world not impose tuition fees? Chuanma and the other 3 were puzzled by Sheehan's words, tilting their heads in confusion. For such a group, the one who understood Sheehan's character best, discreetly offered a hint. The procurement department of the Officer Academy offers a 30% discount on books. Is that sufficient to purchase what one needs? By the way, as an orphan like myself, there is also a cash rebate for applications, although the 4 regarded Sheehan's thumbs up with a hint of indifference. He remained unfazed. Sheehan advocated that there is no harm in acquiring what can be obtained. Nevertheless, one must also be able to bring it aboard the ship, where inspections are likely more stringent than for other crew members. I never claimed otherwise. Faced with Reese's gaze, Sheehan averted his eyes, coupled with a deliberate silence. Generally speaking, if one merely feigns disinterest in probing too deeply, the other party would relent, but there was one present who would not be so easily deceived. Shall we delve into this matter in detail? Halmara sees Sheehan's head from behind, forcibly turning his face to confront her, glaring at him intently. Although Sheehan fancied himself a heroic figure of justice, the slight bloodshot tint in his eyes, which contradicted his image, compelled him to avert his gaze desperately. How should one put it? It exists yet does not exist, or perhaps it is simply absent in the library. Hence one cannot claim it was brought in. Please explain it more clearly. Shall I label you now? To be branded as evil like this? Chunma, typically clad in loose trousers and a t-shirt, had his right hand already reaching inside his jacket. To be more precise, it was heading for the clip inside the jacket. In other words, it was 5 seconds before the gun would be fired. I understand. I understand. Do not bring such dangerous items down this path. Halmara, discerning Sheehan's earnestness to explain himself, released her grip with a sigh of relief. Notably, during this time, Reese, Lena, and Shamey all displayed signs of panic, while Ji yawned nonchalantly. This friend and partner was acutely aware of Sheehan's flaws. So once he determined Sheehan was at fault, he would not defend him. In any case, it was inappropriate to linger on the street. So they decided to walk while discussing. First, I must have a suitcase for the luggage I bring into Miss Stan. Well, once aboard the battleship, it is generally the norm. However, in reality, all my belongings that would likely occupy a space equivalent to 10 tatama mats, that I do not comprehend your meaning. In the face of Shamey's bewilderment, Sheehan reached under his hoodie, extracting a hardcover book. Here. Take this for now. I handed the book to Shamey, who had been momentarily taken aback, then repeated the action, producing 3 more books along with a tote bag, just the right size for them, and even a bottle cap for her to wear. Having seen this multiple times, Chunma and the others should have begun to perceive its true nature. Is this also a manifestation of supernatural abilities? A magic that conceals objects within shadows. It is so convenient that one can stow anything away, as long as it is one's own belongings or those casting a shadow. Nearly anything can be concealed. Strictly speaking, it may be somewhat cumbersome to stow larger items, thus not highly recommended. Essentially, as long as it is within the shadow, it is challenging to assert that it was brought aboard the ship. This is utterly fallacious. Nevertheless, it is the truth, and, originally, there was little interference with others' privacy, falling within the purview of the contract. If it pertains to personal property, it is relatively easy to comprehend as private belongings. And according to the contract, the human military has no right to interfere. Were it otherwise, Xian would have been able to better conceal the existence of this magic. Setting that aside, employing magic in such a public space is exceedingly perilous. I have already utilized various methods like obstructing recognition and illusions to hide it, so it is fine. In response to Lena's concern, she waved her hand dismissively. Of course, aside from Xian, the others would not grasp it. If Xian could comprehend that explaining it would be troublesome, then all would be well, but apparently, that was not the case. If it were merely a stretch, then it could suffice without explanation, yet achieving that is quite difficult. It is fired, in an almost rhetorical manner. Flames erupted from the palm raised above, reaching skyward. Vivid red flames shot up straight, forming a 3-meter-high pillar, scorching the air. Xian, what are you suddenly proclaiming? First, look around you. The surroundings, prompted by Xian, Chunma, and the others quickly scanned their environment and were immediately struck by the anomaly, their eyes widening. Why does no one turn to look over here? Even with the pillar of fire rising from Xian's hand. And despite the commotion caused by Halmara and others, the people around offered not a single glance. It was as if they were invisible, just passing by without acknowledging them. Is this an invisibility magic? No, it is a magic that can be seen yet disregarded. For if it were truly invisible, it would attract attention. People do not fail to see Xian and his companions. They simply do not care about them, or they perceive them as part of the scenery. This is the essence of guiding magic. Although illusions and optical means were employed to obscure their presence, it was not aimed at humans but rather at surveillance cameras. It is all too overwhelming. I feel faint. Halmara, having listened to Xian's explanation, cradled her head. Reese and Lena shared similar reactions. As pilots of mechanized armor, they might engage in direct combat based on the situation and the users of such magic. Thus their concern was understandable. However, magic generally has little effect on machines. I believe that as long as there are cameras and sensors, it should suffice. Until just a few days prior, the issue of invaders possessing invisibility capabilities had troubled the human military. But this concern was alleviated when the sensor improvement plans tested by Class 13 were shared with various units from headquarters. The magic Xian employed to obstruct recognition had no effect on mechanical entities. And since magic was utilized, it would be exceedingly difficult to evade the reactions of sensor-based devices. Although Chunma and the others were deeply worried, modern science proves effective against entities other than humans. Let us refrain from such discussions. Do not speak further, because it is for dessert. Amidst the conversation, a serious tone emerged, yet Xian not only wished to avoid this, but also outright rejected it. Let us hurry, Sister Lightsaber. Take me to the near shop. Hey, do not say that. For us, this matter is far too frivolous. Your current task is to monitor me, not to ponder such complex matters, right? The immediate task at hand and the uncertain future where actual events may unfold. It is clear who should prioritize what, Chunma stammered. Nevertheless, before she could retreat, Xian resolved to seize Halmara by the arm and pull her along. Newest URL, Chapter 38. The Aura of the Other, 1. Latest URL. Xian, without Brother Lightsaber, I cannot pay. You must accompany me until the end. Xian dragged Chunma along, solely focused on his own objectives. Faced with such an uncompromising display of childish stubbornness, it was ultimately Chunma who yielded. Subsequently, Xian and his group roamed through Miami. If there was a renowned shop for cream puffs in the west, they ventured there. If there were delicious macarons in the east, they would go there as well. Upon careful reflection, it would have been ideal to determine a proper sequence for their endeavors. Yet due to Xian's aimless nature, much time was squandered. However, for Xian, this was a holiday that included leisurely strolls. And although he felt apologetic towards Chunma and the others accompanying him, he hoped they would understand. Thus, he procured 9 varieties of treats, leaving just one remaining by the way, since all the desserts purchased were concealed within shadows. There were no personal belongings to carry. Are you truly intending to buy 10 items? That is certainly the case. This is a reward for diligent work. It is only right to take it. Is it not? Ah, you have long since known that fellow is like this. Rather, the prices are quite reasonable. You regard me as what? Whether it is the instructor or you, while Sheehan felt disgruntled by Chuma's impolite remarks. He turned his attention to her, and Shamey, by the way. Does the captain enjoy sweets? What? Brother tends to favor desserts. Upon hearing Shamey's response, Sheehan nodded in satisfaction, setting his sights on a famous patisserie branch as their final destination. Here, there's a delightful box of cookies, which I shall gift to you. A gift? Well, it is for Captain Lightsaber and that instructor. When I answered Chuma's question, her gaze reflected incredulity. Not only Chuma, but all present, including G, displayed similar reactions, rendering it utterly incomprehensible. Sheehan, have you lost your mind? Okay, partner, I'm going to give you a good beating. Stick your head out. Before the impolite partner G could extend his head, Sheehan swiftly delivered a light tap with his hand. Then, facing the remaining 4 individuals, I expressed my dissatisfaction with fervor. It is truly regrettable to be treated this way, merely for expressing a desire to purchase gifts. Seeing your earlier demeanor, one might have a similar reaction, I suppose. There exists a notion referred to as daily behavior. Regarding the serious reproach from Harmar and Lena, although I find it unjust, I am unable to refute it. Scene, feeling disheartened by the absence of any companions, proceeded towards the pastry shop. Scene, it's fine to buy gifts, but can it also include my brother? I pondered, contemplating the captain's share as well. However, considering it is the captain's money, the notion of a gift might be somewhat misplaced. I responded to the question posed by the incredulous Shamey sitting beside me. My intention to buy gifts truly that surprising. Such acts are not unprecedented. If I were to include my brother, it might indeed be an unexpected gesture. While some may claim that the act of gift-giving itself is quite extraordinary, she appears indifferent to such sentiments. If Chief Rastel were to suggest purchasing gifts, it would be understandable. However, Scene and your brother have not spent much time together. Have they? Scene is not the type to easily relax around others, which comes as a surprise to me. Indeed, Scene is not one to engage readily with others. That IKT took nearly a year for him to develop the current rapport with the 13 skill class led by Anna and G, as well as with individuals like Shamey. Shamey, who is aware of this, Scene's intention to buy a gift for Akito, whom he has known for merely a month, may seem rather unexpected. I believe that among the siblings, the brother holds a more favorable impression than other first-time acquaintances. Haruma and Shamey are undoubtedly kind-hearted individuals. These brothers, who have taken on parental roles following their parents' demise, could not possibly be unkind. In reality, there have been numerous opportunities for direct interaction over the past month, yet the initial impression has not waned. Rather, it has grown more favorable. Even I am somewhat taken aback. Perhaps Scene's trust in Akito is gradually deepening. However, it feels somewhat embarrassing to articulate this, so I wish to deflect the conversation. That matter. From the explosion incident to the recent discussions, the captain has endured much hardship, worry, and stress. It would be prudent to offer an apology. I am unaware of the specifics. What exactly has Scene done? Howdy laughed off the inquiry, and, as he approached the pastry shop, Scene suddenly halted. The abrupt stop caught the attention of Shamey and the 4 individuals trailing behind, who stared incredulously at this turn of events. However, Scene focused intently on a presence he had sensed. Scene, what is it? Hikaru, along with the other 2, they have firearms, right? His seriousness starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor, perhaps indicating he had sensed the gravity of the situation. The expressions of Haruma and the others shifted to one of seriousness. What has transpired? Could it be? No, it is not that kind of fortune. This presence is unusual. Scene answered the question while discreetly gesturing toward a narrow path to his left. Over there, is it dangerous? I questioned it. I am uncertain. However, it seems peculiar in such a large city. While the city is not devoid of outsiders, those who reside here should strive to integrate into society. Nevertheless, the aura Scene has detected lacks any semblance of that effort, regardless of the specifics. He must be an obvious anomaly that I wish to apprehend individuals beyond him. Would that be acceptable? In your view, are we not of the same kind? Should an incident arise from negligence, the repercussions from the human military would intensify. And I am equally concerned about his intentions, hence my desire to capture him for clarification. Moreover, if he harbors no malicious intent, I would prefer to let him escape. However, this pertains to Scene's circumstances and does not apply to Haruma and the others as members of the human military. For the human military, it is either capture or killed. Is there a way to resolve this prudently? Let us capture him first. Even if my suggestion is not outright dismissed, for Haruma, who harbors significant hostility towards outsiders, it is quite a considerable concession. For Scene, hearing this is sufficient that I shall take the lead, while G, unarmed, and Hikaru will remain at the rear. I leave the rest to you. After confirming Haruma, and the others nodded at his instructions, Scene sprinted toward the direction of the disturbance. Under Scene's guidance, Haruma and the others jogged along the narrow path. Although it is not a main road, it is still within a bustling city. Despite being a side street, it was populated, yet the six of them showed no signs of suspicion as they moved swiftly. This must be the effect of Scene's obfuscation. Scene, are you aware of the identity of the problematic individual? He believed that if the obfuscation was effective, there was no need to worry about passers-by overhearing this conversation. So he inquired of Scene, who was leading the way. It is still premature to ascertain his true identity. However, I suspect he is not someone who merely excels in quantity. Scene responded to Haruma without hesitation, taking a left at the fork in the path. Though I understood little, it was clear that Scene had pinpointed the direction of the target. After a brief journey, the group finally arrived at a secluded area near the seaside warehouse of Scene, who had been leading, came to a halt. Haruma and the others adjusted their breathing. Have we not yet located him? Scene had spent considerable time and distance tracking the presence he sensed. Nevertheless, Haruma and the others had not yet identified the individual of concern, while I could not conceive of a reason for Scene to lie. The uncertainty regarding the existence of other individuals was unsettling that I apologized for intentionally allowing him to notice my presence midway. Why? I replied, if a disturbance were to arise in the city center, it would be troublesome that in a densely populated urban environment, any clash involving abilities would undoubtedly create significant upheaval. Thus, they deliberately allowed the target to become aware of their presence as pursuers, leading him to the sparsely populated coast. I had no objections to the operational plan itself. I merely wished for clarification that, to be honest, I feel quite apologetic. He displayed a reflective demeanor, opting not to press further, and stood beside Scene, retrieving a handgun from his coat. Although hesitating in the street, it should be acceptable to draw it now that the area is devoid of people. Scene cast a glance at Haruma and snapped his fingers. What was that for? As a precaution, it was a method to disperse the crowd and mute sounds. Outsiders would be unable to approach this vicinity, and even if there were extravagant noises, they would be inaudible beyond my range. Reese and the committee chairman were also permitted to draw their weapons. Discharging them would be permissible, that on one hand, I found magic quite troublesome. On the other hand, I marveled at the convenience of having companions capable of using it. After confirming that Reese and Lena had raised their handguns, I turned my attention back to Scene. What now? Is the target nearby? Well, it seems he is concealed with magic. However, I assure you, you need not worry. Shall we encircle him? If we know the location, the optimal strategy would be to have armed Haruma and the others disperse and surround any individuals besides the target from all directions. However, Scene shook his head at this suggestion. Although they are not the weak, to be frank, I remain uncertain about the nature of their magical attacks. To be honest, I would prefer if everyone but me remained here. Scene's reasoning is understandable, yet it cannot be executed. Even ordinary shopping necessitates vigilance, and interactions with others must occur within the purview of the human military. If Scene wished, he could easily obscure Haruma and the others. But his decision not to do so indicates a desire to avoid unnecessary turmoil in relations with the human military. Despite having formally exchanged contracts, the trust between both parties remains tenuous. Encirclement can indeed be achieved through magic, so I hope the five of you will remain behind me. Closely monitor my tracking of outsiders. Understood. Understood, he responded somewhat brusquely to Scene's playful remark, following his guidance closely. Within a minute, they reached the corner of a narrow passage between buildings, where Scene halted. Are you in front? Although no words were spoken, Scene's demeanor conveyed his intent. Simultaneously, I tightened my grip on the gun, ready to pull the trigger at a moment's notice. Beside the poised Haruma, Scene gently regulated his breathing before, in the next instant, dashing into the passage. Following closely behind, Haruma found that, at that moment, there was no presence other than Scene within the passage. The game of hide-and-seek has come to an end. With a rough shout, Scene released something akin to a flashbang from his hand, illuminating the darkened passage obscured by shadows in that light. A previously unseen small shadow darted towards the depths of the passage, clearly visible to Haruma's eyes, accompanied by a piercing sound. A mysterious black object surged forth from Scene's shadow. The round object, seemingly preordained, smoothly found its way into Scene's right hand. However, Scene twisted his body, drawing his right hand back. So it is. Without hesitation, I launched the black object on my right towards the fleeing target. The object soared straight ahead, but wait. Where was it headed? The aim was noticeably skewed to the left of the intended target, clearly veering off course. Are you a fool, Sheehan? How could someone as athletically challenged as you possibly aim at a moving target? No, it's not. Maybe it's impossible to predict something that is inherently unpredictable. Just as Haruma opened his mouth, ready to voice his frustration, the black object before us began to expand. It appeared to be some sort of balloon. But upon closer inspection, I realized it was a pair of eyes fixated on the target to the right. Beneath those eyes, a mouth gaped open like that of a crocodile, and in the next instant, the massive spherical body lunged to the right, completely engulfing the target. All right, you see that. It must be Shijuin's effort. Amidst the cries of Natsumi, the black object that had thoroughly devoured the target bounced back towards us. It was caught in Shien's hands, transforming into a shape reminiscent of a birdcage in the blink of an eye. Huh. Aren't you surprised? I discovered that if I were to be astonished by everything you do, it would be an endless endeavor. With that dismissive remark, Sheehan held the transformed birdcage in her hands. Inside, apart from the previously captured target, there was not a bird. Surely, it is a bird. At first glance, the creature within the cage appeared to be an ordinary bird. Perhaps due to the overwhelming shock of being swallowed whole, it seemed to have lost consciousness, hardly moving, yet it appeared to still be alive. Seizing the opportunity while it was still, Sheehan scrutinized the bird closely. This at IT must be a hummingbird, so? It's not some otherworldly being, but just an ordinary bird. No, that can't be. While it looked entirely like a bird, it vanished only when Sheehan illuminated it with what seemed to be magical light. Such an ability could not possibly belong to an ordinary bird, indicating it must possess some extraordinary powers. Well, in any case, let's procure a gift for the captain to take back. You mentioned returning. It seems she has fainted and is unresponsive. And since we need to extract information, it would be best if the captain were present as well. Sheehan's reasoning was indeed sound. However, what would it entail to bring a being that is not human back to a military base? Nevertheless, since Sheehan pointed out that it was better than leaving it in the city of Miami, the final decision was made to bring it back to Aikido. Thus, the gift had transformed into two. Did we confuse a gift with a burden? Originally, Sheehan and Haruma intended to simply enjoy desserts, yet they returned with something beyond their expectations, contemplating the troublesome matter her brother would face ahead. Haruma let out a deep sigh. So, I require two gifts. Shall we start with the cookies? In the captain's quarters, a peculiar combination of a paper bag from a renowned pastry shop and an iron birdcage adorned the low table at the center of the room, causing Aikido to cover his face with one hand. What are you saying? Beyond that, I have no explanation. The birdcage was purchased on the way. Perhaps the budget was insufficient. I have no idea. You should apply for it yourself. Oomph. With a discontented expression, Sheehan and a flustered mister stood there. Anna, perceiving that a conversation with these two would lead nowhere, squeezed in between them. In any case, I discovered a stranger in Miami, which is why I brought them back. Correct? Yes. Residing in such a vast city is somewhat peculiar. While listening to Sheehan's response, Aikido observed the bird inside the cage, which had yet to lose consciousness. Although Aikido himself was not well versed in birds, Ziwan indicated that it was a type of hummingbird. To me, it merely appeared to be a bird. What do Haruma and the others think? From an outward appearance, it indeed seemed like an ordinary bird. Yet we confirmed that it had vanished due to its extraordinary powers prior to being captured. This was not a public space. We could relax a bit, yet Haruma ultimately voiced his opinion as a soldier. Observing his brother's restraint, Yaki couldn't help but smile wryly, also concluding that this bird was not human. Although Halma's testimony supported this, Sheehan had no reason to falsely claim that an ordinary bird was an otherworldly being brought here. So then, what does Istal intend to do about this non-human entity? I plan to inquire first. If all is well, I would like to allow it to escape. Sheehan vaguely glanced at Misty, but if such a being is not human. The human military would not let you go. I expected you to say that. Sheehan shrugged. seemingly saying, "I know." Her attitude towards the naive child irked Mister. Yet before she could speak, Anna took action. Regardless, such judgments are to be made after listening. There is no point in rambling now. Indeed, let us first awaken this bird. Sheehan extended a finger toward the bird that was turning inside the cage. Everyone wondered what he was doing. Sheehan murmured quietly before the assembly. A jolt of electricity surged from his fingertip, striking the bird mercilessly. With a shriek, the bird within the cage took flight. Watching the bird flap its wings incessantly, Sheehan wore a satisfied smile. Yes, it has awakened. The so-called otherworldly being is likely a companion. Isn't it a bit rude? It can shorten the time. Sheehan fearlessly responded to Anna's inquiry. Then, leaning closer to the birdcage, he addressed the now somewhat calmed bird. "Hello, I am a passing magician. May I have a word with you?" Zihuan spoke gently, treating the bird as a child, and the bird within the cage adorably gazed up at her. "You insolent creature." First, it began with a tone that belied its appearance, accompanied by a loud tirade, that a mere human with a bit of magic dares to act in such a manner towards me, a favored being of Lord Vichelopakatoli. What a profound disrespect, child of man. Wow, this is more troublesome than I imagined. Before this small creature exhibiting arrogance, Sheehan's gaze turned distant. Next to Sheehan, Jur observed the raucous bird in the cage with interest. This fellow speaks quite normally. It truly is not human. Do not look down upon me. One devoid of magic. Don't mistake me for someone else. I'm a favored being of the sun god. The sun god. That's right, he seems to have mentioned Vichel. Lord Vichelopakatoli. Insolent being, Vichelopakatoli. Akito had never heard of this name, but it sounded like a deity. Would Sheehan know? He turned to look at Sheehan, who also tilted her head. Her expression filled with question marks. "Vice Admiral, could you use the tablet in your hand to search for information on Vichel? It is Lady Vichelopakatoli. Yes, that I suspect it is a deity from South America. So I wish to search online." Mr., somewhat displeased with Sheehan's directive, operated the tablet beside him. After a few seconds, the search results emerged, and he adjusted his glasses to gaze at the screen. Vichelopakatoli, allegedly a sun god in Aztec mythology. Depicted on the flag of the West that I see. So it is indeed true that it claims to be a favored being. The bird in question is a hummingbird, asserting itself as the favorite of the one who is the hummingbird's left. Stories of gods taming creatures with whom they share a bond can also be found in the myths of the Ball Kingdom. So it is not an unusual tale. Now that we are informed, how about we swiftly don our civilian attire and request forgiveness? The hummingbird seemed to recognize the validity of its claim as a favored being, and its demeanor grew even more defiant. Conversely, Akito noticed the slight twitch of Sheehan's temple. Miss Hummingbird, could you please look this way?" Rather than obeying the command, it reflexively lifted its gaze towards him as their eyes met. Akito felt an indescribable sensation, a shiver coursing through him. Simultaneously, the hummingbird stiffened before Sheehan as if turned to stone. "Did I wish to converse with you? Since you are a divine favored being, could you not allow me to witness your magnanimous side?" Sheehan spoke calmly, her voice tinged with a hint of a smile. However, there was no laughter in her eyes. Observing her expression, Akito felt a chill run down his spine. "I understand. Let us first inquire." The hummingbird met Sheehan's anger directly. While still somewhat arrogant, its attitude softened significantly compared to before. Despite its previously haughty demeanor, the shift in attitude struck me as peculiar, reflecting on the chill Yaki had felt earlier. Perhaps Sheehan had employed some form of magic to intimidate. "Then I shall not rush. Why are you in Miami?" In response to Sheehan's question, the hummingbird slightly parted its beak, but after a few seconds of hesitation, it closed its mouth again. Its gaze did not seem fixed on Sheehan, but rather on the surrounding figures. "Is conversing with a human inconvenient for you? Rather, why do you so readily associate with humans? Surely, you are not unaware of their history, that I too have many matters on my mind, that it seems that for the time being, the hummingbird is reluctant to engage with Sheehan, but it is even more resistant to speaking with Akito and the others, who are merely ordinary humans. Not worry. Even if the situation here is somewhat known to others, there is no cause for concern regarding potential abduction. Is there? Indeed, it is rather peculiar for a being of divine nature, such as myself, to harbor fear of humans. Although I feel that this conversation is not entirely straightforward, they continue to speak without any hesitation. I am searching for someone. Inform the Mother of Pearls about the anomalies. The term Mother of Pearls is entirely foreign to Akaid and the others. Yet upon hearing it, Shuren's expression changed. This seems to be a language that could be understood at least between Zissou and Hummingbird. Shuren, I apologize, but could you elucidate this matter? The Mother of Pearls is a collective of strangers residing within this world. A community? Those living outside this world have secretly formed various communities, and the Mother of Pearls is the largest among them. Although Shuren explained this to Anna, there was an underlying implication regarding its size. For us, such a conglomeration of unrelated individuals should be approached with caution. Is that truly the case? While its scale is indeed grand, such places do exist. Does not a larger scale imply greater power? In response to Misty's admonition, Shuren displayed a sense of resignation regarding the community. Aki and Mist share the same sentiment, yet Shuren seems oblivious to this. He appears reluctant to discuss the Mother of Pearls, simply weary of it. Despite its vastness, there is a lack of unity in Shuren's silence. It was Hummingbird who spoke up. He seemed somewhat dissatisfied, yet continued to clarify. The Mother of Pearls was established by our fellow beings to communicate information from various regions. Conversely, there are no other intentions beyond that. Due to the excessive insularity of the communities, individuals with influence recognized this issue and forcibly established horizontal connections between communities, which is its origin. Now it serves as a conduit for information exchange among those outside this world. If likened to human society, it resembles a social networking service. Ultimately, it is merely a connection formed for the purpose of information exchange, not an organization for collective action. Shuren contends that this very nature renders it a threat to humanity. Frankly speaking, that is rather nuanced. If that is the case, what significance is there in seeking assistance from such a delicate organization? For what he said, it seems unlikely to provide much help, rather than seeking something for itself. The Mother of Pearls is more about soliciting aid from various communities through this connection, thus facilitating communication even in the absence of direct acquaintances. I see, much like a call for help on social networks. Broadcasting a plea for assistance widely online, awaiting responses from the communities. What Hummingbird intends to do next is likely something akin to this. However, will they truly extend a helping hand? After hearing their words, I feel their relationships are rather tenuous. Though individual altruists are scarce, as a collective of communities, there should be some like charitable organizations that would respond. Regarding Akai's concerns, Shuren did not exhibit particular anxiety, but rather replied to him fluently. To be honest, Shuren appeared somewhat bewildered, yet since both Shuren and Hummingbird perceive it this way, Akai had little to argue further. By the way, if you seek help, why come here? What is the matter? This Hummingbird is related to the Aztec mythology, presumably residing in the western lands. In that case, it would be quicker to find relevant individuals domestically rather than venturing to the sparsely populated North America. Are there very few beings from beyond? In response to Akai's inquiry, Shuren displayed a look of realization, contemplating briefly before speaking. Beings from beyond exist more clandestinely across the world than people imagine. However, very few reside in North America. Why is that so few? There seem to be numerous reasons, such as the weakened indigenous beliefs or rapid modernization. Nevertheless, that does not directly pertain to the current topic. So let's set aside the details for now. Shuren hastily concluded the conversation, intentionally clearing his throat and redirecting his gaze to Hummingbird. So, why specifically come to Miami? Surely, it would be more convenient in the Western lands or South America. While you are correct, both those options are unfeasible. Though Akai may not comprehend the expressions of birds, if Hummingbird were human, he would likely wear a serious countenance. He lowered his head slightly and continued speaking. In the hidden place we once inhabited, there was a member of the Mother of Pearls, but now their whereabouts are unknown. The absence of information is quite unsettling. He sensed unstable signs from the south and left the village. He stated that regardless of what occurred, he would return in 3 days, yet he has not come back. When such signs are perceived, is there no call for help? Surely not. The vice captain would not contact the headquarters merely because the sensors reacted slightly. Would they? Indeed, if the signs were discovered solely within their own group, that would be one thing, but reporting to a larger entity requires substantial information. The one who left the village likely intended to ascertain what transpired before taking appropriate measures. Other villages also have individuals who can call for help, but they have all gone south to investigate, leaving no updates. That is due to other reasons. While not everyone is absent, it is suspicious that multiple individuals lack communication. Upon hearing Hummingbird's words, Shuren's expression grew exceedingly grave. If only one person were unaccounted for, it could be attributed to an accident. However, if several are missing, that seems implausible. It can likely be inferred that it is related to the common signs of instability. Even within the Western lands, as long as one reaches the city, are there not witches in the witch's grocery store? Then let others handle it. Call for help. Several individuals, including myself, dispersed to various locations. Given the uncertainty of locating those who can call for assistance, it is indeed reasonable to increase the workload to ensure effective communication. Even if he fails here, as long as someone can call for help, that is sufficient. If all goes smoothly, can assistance be requested? No, not yet. Shuren firmly rejected Anna's assertion that if a few individuals dispersed, that scenario seems quite plausible, yet Shuren appears quite confident in his words. Why are you so certain? Because this is the first time I have heard of it. What? Shuren's response left Anna dumbfounded. Only G displayed such a visibly shocked reaction. The others were equally taken aback. Observing these individuals, Shuren retrieved a keychain predominantly featuring a blue circular stone. Your Excellency, this is, yes, a proof of affiliation with the Mother of Pearls. So, you belong to the Mother of Pearls? Yes. In response to the confirmation of his reasoning, Shuren nonchalantly replied, pausing in silence for 3 seconds. You should have mentioned it from the outset. You rogue! Hummingbird's outburst resonated with the sentiments of everyone present. However, Shuren remained undeterred, explaining, to say one belongs is merely a matter of nomenclature. Yet, it appears that Shuren, who ostensibly belongs to the Mother of Pearls, is unaware that the Hummingbirds have yet to issue a distress call. At such a moment, let's not be overly pedantic. Quickly tell me how to call for help. There are many things I wish to do, but I cannot accomplish them alone in the birdcage. Confronted by the brusque hummingbird, Shuren maintained a remarkable composure. He then slowly turned his gaze towards Little Crystal. What is it, Easter? To request assistance is tantamount to contacting entities beyond oneself. From my current position, I must at least secure the permission of the esteemed captain of the lightsaber. That is indeed the case. According to Shuren, the Mother of Pearls appears to be a community dedicated to disseminating widespread information. Should sensitive information within the human military be leaked, it would become known to many outside that realm. In light of this tendency, while it is not presumed that Shuren would act thus, there does exist a risk of information leakage. Mist is also awaiting Akai's response, yet his expression suggests he is inclined to oppose. Generally speaking, Little Crystal need not offer forgiveness here. The human military has no obligation to assist hummingbirds in resolving their issues. If the hummingbirds have not sought help, the repercussions would not fall upon them. For the human military, it would conversely be advantageous. However, Aki is preoccupied with a particular concern. Your Highness Hummingbird, I wish to inquire about something. What is it? The unstable signs you mentioned, do they also affect human society? Although specific circumstances have yet to be reported, Aki remains quite attentive to this matter. While currently it is merely a disturbance among entities beyond. Should a similar occurrence transpire in South America, it could very well impact human society. In response to Aki's question, Hummingbird answered succinctly. That is certainly the case that indeed, it results in greater loss of life among humans. Observing his peculiar demeanor, it became evident that he was not deceiving us. Given that Xian remained silent, it is likely that he shares the same perspective. Thus, Akai's choice is singular. Ister, you are permitted to contact the Mother of Pearls under my supervision. Under Akai's watchful gaze, Xian established communication with the Mother of Pearls. Once the decision was made, Xiao Jing and the others proceeded for the captain's quarters to the hangar. What brings you here? I require a bit more space. May I utilize a corner of the hangar? As long as it does not obstruct our activities, feel free. Originally, the 13th technical class was granted an unexpected day off, but given their penchant for technology, most congregated in the hangar, I fear that the occurrence of such a heavily armed enterprise during off hours has transpired as Akai predicted. What are you doing in the corner of the hangar? A world scale brought about by magic, simultaneous real-time communication among many. Sounds intriguing. The members of the 13th technical class, upon overhearing Xian and Kana's exchange, flocked over. Engineers are inherently curious beings. Witnessing the use of magic in their unfamiliar domain piqued their interest. Misty attempted to disperse the gathered technicians, but her efforts fell on deaf ears. Akai saw no reason to forcibly remove them. Thus he found himself surrounded by an eager crowd. First and foremost, after signaling the onlookers to maintain their distance, Xian turned his entire body toward the open space. His shadow shifted unnaturally, expanding in the direction he faced. Then, like ripples on a water surface, a white cylindrical object emerged. The object, seemingly more than a meter in length, appeared to be just the beginning that it's difficult to retrieve something of such size. Xian mumbled, extending his hands toward the cylinder as if to extract something from it. In an instant, the entire cylinder soared from the shadow, reaching an impressive height of around 2 meters. Following Xian's exclamation, the cylindrical object arced gracefully, landing atop 2 unsuspecting technicians. "Medic, Maddie, it's fine, it's soft and not heavy," the engineers shouted, their voices lighthearted. As the impending farce unfolded, Yaki and the others were at a loss, yet the members of the 13th technical class seemed accustomed to such antics. The 2 individuals trapped beneath managed to extricate themselves, confirming their safety before the others nonchalantly returned to the crowd of onlookers. During this commotion, Xian merely needed to gently wave his arm horizontally for the cylindrical object to roll and spread outward. This object, resembling a mat, was white with a surface adorned with circular protrusions, spanning approximately 3 square meters. Likely crafted from a resilient material akin to rubber, it was, as Xian noted, neither particularly hard nor heavy. "What is this? A mat convenient for drawing magic circles. The IT appears to be pure white." "Indeed, we are about to inscribe the formation." After responding to Misty's inquiry, Xian produced a bottle filled with black beads from his pocket. Upon uncorking the bottle, he reached inside, allowing the beads to gracefully float in the air, guided by his hand. The glossy black beads descended onto the white mat, weaving through the myriad of protrusions. A strand bifurcated, curving in an arc, as he meticulously repeated this intricate process for roughly 2 minutes. The complex patterns were vividly etched upon the white mat, so it serves as a guide for inscribing the magic circle. Precisely. This way, even if one walks on the mat, there is no concern of smudging the lines. When it's time to pack up, simply gather the beads and stack them atop the mat. It's quite effortless. Indeed, very convenient. However, setting aside the beads, it's astonishing that such a mat is available for purchase. Though its material remained uncertain, be it rubber or silicone, the multitude of protrusions on the white mat would surely cause discomfort if one were to walk on it barefoot. Even in shoes, the soles would surely leave dirt on the mat, and due to the protrusions, cleaning would pose a challenge. One might liken it to a mat that collects mud at the entrance. Yet, given its impractical size for regular use, it seems improbable that it is a commercially available item. At least, this was the sentiment shared by Kaid and Anna, while Xian appeared utterly perplexed, tilting his head in confusion. "What? Is it a standard mail order? Do the black beads come in a set? Huh. Which furniture company would sell such an odd combination? I purchased it from the furniture store Witch's Grocer." The Witch's Grocer? Xiao Jing and Anna's voices harmonized perfectly to T.O., which Xian responded with acceptance. "Ah, now that you mention it, I haven't elaborated yet. The Witch's Grocer is one of the major communities involved when the Mother of Pearls was established. In short, it is a large mail order company targeting the outside world." "Excuse me, could you repeat that?" "So, it's a large mail order company aimed at non-professionals." That I grasped the essence of what Xian was conveying regarding the Witch's Grocer, yet my mind struggled to comprehend. "Is there mail order in other societies?" "Certainly. Even non-humans engage in commerce. Hence they procure goods. Compared to human society's online shopping, the service levels are vastly superior. One can barter even without currency, unless dealing with particularly valuable items. Placing an order only takes a few minutes before delivery via teleportation magic to your doorstep. This is incredibly convenient for those of us living far from civilization and without money." Though the image of this establishment had yet to materialize in Xiao Jing's mind, the reactions of the 2 indicated that it seemed to be an accepted norm. After all, further discussions with the president of the Witch's Grocer were forthcoming, and details could wait. "I've never heard of such a thing. This magic circle prepared for communication. While permitted to communicate under supervision, we were informed that the captain's quarters were too cramped for the task. Hence we were brought here." Yaki and the others were entirely unaware of the preparations unfolding before them. If it were merely a matter of communication, one could simply hold the blue gemstone and project their consciousness into the alternate space prepared by the Mother of Pearls. However, that would prevent the captain and the others from receiving the conveyed information. Wouldn't this be preferable for you? How could it be? To be suspected without any wrongdoing due to a lack of understanding is quite bothersome. He chuckled at Misty's remark, as if someone would promptly act on it. Xian smiled at her, well aware of who she was alluding to, yet feigning displeasure as he turned away. "Yes, indeed, we shall utilize this magic circle to ensure that the captain and all nearby can hear the communication." Is it sufficient for me to merely supervise? There is no harm in asking, as having more witnesses would benefit me. It is essential to have multiple witnesses to firmly establish that Sheehan has not engaged in actions contrary to the human military. Thus, he intended to include the communication content, even for those like Misty, who held particular suspicions of him. Furthermore, there is little value in conveying the crisis to ordinary folk. I will directly reach out to those among my acquaintances who hold significant renown in the outer realms. Do you possess such connections? Essentially, I am referring to the head of the witch's grocer, as well as individuals associated with the gladiatorial arena and wandering sword. Those are indeed remarkable connections to Xiao Jing and the others. These names were entirely unfamiliar, yet they were certainly well known within the realm of observing the reactions of the hummingbirds. Sheehan, who permitted a guide to supervise in order to establish contact with such individuals, left them pondering. Under normal circumstances, Sheehan would conceal information behind a contractual shield of minimal intrusion into personal affairs, yet this time he made no such move, given the risk of disclosing information about individuals other than himself. One would expect him to exercise greater caution, yet he appeared wholly unconcerned. Are you confident no one will find out? Even if they do, you won't be troubled? The hummingbird candidly revealed its intentions and information regarding the mother of pearls, albeit partly coaxed by Sheehan. Their demeanor suggested a confidence that there would be no repercussions, even if their revelations were made public, although one should refrain from drawing conclusions based on scant evidence. It may be that the beings from beyond do not harbor significant wariness toward the human military. A guide guided Sheehan to the center of the magic circle, a birdcage containing the hummingbird floating nearby. They were about to establish contact, yet it fundamentally felt akin to communications with the human military. Feel free to interject if you wished. Isn't that rather rude? At least for the three individuals we're contacting now. I don't mind, including the fact that the captain is human. The hummingbird's initial disdainful attitude toward humans was evident, raising concerns about whether it would extend this bias to others, yet it seemed that was not the case. That being said, if a stranger were to suddenly inquire if one could engage in a light-hearted conversation, it would be quite impossible. Therefore, unless there is something particularly significant, it would be best to allow him to proceed smoothly. The incantation was initiated, connecting. With a few simple words, Scene raised his right hand, the blue gem emanating a radiant glow, and the magic circle mirrored this luminosity. Walls of light and patterns emerged, enveloping the interior of the magic circle, forming a domed structure. Have we established contact? No. I am still calling you. If you are preoccupied, you may not respond. Is it akin to the telephones commonly used in households? Just as he pondered this, a shadowy figure vaguely appeared within a magic circle. Communication solely through sound is quite rare. There was an unmistakably sultry female voice. Although it seemed rather implausible, it appeared to be of little concern. Shortly thereafter, a tall silhouette, not entirely human, emerged, accompanied by another silhouette slightly shorter than the small crystal. I only hear your voice. Is the connection poor? No. It seems we are intentionally communicating solely through sound. Scene also appeared to have something on his mind. The coarse yet approachable loud voice and the quiet, cold impression conveyed by the smaller voice both seemed to belong to men. Hearing these three voices, Scene nodded in satisfaction and spoke. Long time no see, gentlemen. Regarding our sound-only communication, there are some matters to discuss. What is the matter? Due to numerous occurrences, I have decided to assist the human army as a magician and would like you to witness this correspondence. Oh, you are engaging in peculiar activities again. Scene explained his collaboration with the human army, but the rough voice merely remarked on the oddity of it. The other two did not seem particularly concerned, only emitting faint sounds of acknowledgement. This reaction struck the small crystal as rather strange. Having been born in this world, Scene possessed no knowledge of other realms, always perceiving them as matters pertaining to others. His agreement to assist the human army stemmed from a lack of emotional ties and camaraderie toward those outside this world. The three individuals responding to Scene's call seemed entirely unperturbed by his intention to aid the human army, which was in conflict with the otherworldly entities you do not mind being seen, do you? No, in this situation, are humans unwilling to reveal their faces to us? Moreover, you do appear rather intimidating, don't you? A sight that would surely startle onlookers. I see. The light-hearted exchange only intensified the small crystal's sense of discord. The human army, which loudly proclaimed its enmity toward other realms and exclusion of outsiders, displayed a demeanor of ignorance toward them. Perhaps they truly remain oblivious. However, it seems they do not regard the human army with any seriousness prior to caution. This disparity in warmth between humans and outsiders was something that preoccupied the small crystal's thoughts. Yet, now is not the time for such contemplation. My apologies for the sudden greeting. Today, I hope you will hear not from me, but from another, rather, from a bird. As Scene explained, he turned his gaze toward the hummingbird. The hummingbird, having sensed his intent, nodded in acknowledgement that I beg your pardon for such abrupt speech without an introduction. I am one of the adherents of the Aztec goddess of the sun. Vitsilipakli. Thank you for your courtesy. Compared to you, I am not someone of significance. Let's keep things simple. Very well, let us proceed. I would like to request your assistance, Scene, to mediate. Thus, the hummingbird conveyed to Aki and the others the unsettling signs from the south and the troubling news of individuals sent to investigate who had gone missing. I see, without delving into the details, it seems something has indeed transpired. Yes, that such tales, the witches and the witches' grocery, should possess the keenest ears. Have you heard anything, my lady? The silhouette referred to as my lady made a gesture of resting her chin on her hand. A few days prior, I heard of peculiar disturbances. However, the girl who reported to me is not particularly skilled at rough tasks. I wish to send another girl to investigate. The station for the witch's grocery is in Europe. Since this pertains to South America, we can only stand by. Regrettably, Scene's assertion was accurate. Are we still far from it? A perplexed sigh escaped. Such a simple action exuded an ominous atmosphere. Never mind, let us discuss the future rather than dwell on the past. The lady's swift change of topic was met with nods of agreement from the other two silhouettes and Scene. Regardless, the witch's grocery will dispatch personnel for investigation that I will enlist a skilled girl, and she will be able to commence operations locally by tomorrow. His response was not overly hasty. Rather, it raised doubts about the feasibility of such an action, yet Scene and the others accepted it as a matter of course. In other words, if it is them, there is a possibility they can accomplish it. Conversely, the other two silhouettes, while their expressions remained unseen, appeared uncertain as to how to respond. Regrettably, our wandering sword cannot act immediately. The gladiatorial feast is in a similar predicament. Why is that? We are currently engaged in hunting monsters elsewhere in Australia. We are also hunting monsters near the Arctic. That sounds exhausting. Faced with this unforeseen situation, even Scene wore a serious expression. Moreover, as they each battled intruders, they could not promptly venture to South America. Only the witch's grocery has investigators. The wandering sword and the gladiatorial feast cannot act immediately. At the very least, there remains a considerable distance from the rescue the hummingbird hopes for. Can the three of you enlist the aid of others? I will do my utmost. That is all I can manage. I sincerely apologize. No, this is quite commendable. Thank you for your concern. Both of you did as Scene, and the others pondered alternative solutions. Only Mises remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Then she gently clasped her hands together. As if struck by a sudden inspiration, I have thought of an excellent idea. She chuckled softly, drawing the attention of Scene and those observing from outside the magic circle. It is a rare occasion to have you with us. So please assist the human army this time. The proposal elicited a surge of optimism. Mere seconds later, Aki comprehended the implication of her words, and almost simultaneously, Scene's exclamation echoed through the hangar, "No, no, no. This is too much." I assented. Why? It turns out you discovered the birds there, and if you were in Miami, you should be closer to the local situation than anyone here. Shouldn't you? I do not recall mentioning the current location here. As Scene pointed out, throughout their dialogue thus far, she had never once mentioned the name Miami, yet she had guessed it effortlessly to prevent me from discovering his hiding place. He had even employed a few tricks. But such trivialities could not elude my gaze. Indeed, I am aware. The words interspersed with a smile caused Scene to clutch his head. What specific tricks he had employed remained unknown to Aki. Yet she appeared to have outdone Scene in that regard. Such a moment. It was unreasonable to discuss locations, and to involve the human army felt excessive. Why do you think so? Even if they do not wish to oppose us. The human army still aims to exclude outsiders. The sentiments worldwide are akin to the medieval witch hunts, rendering communication nearly impossible. I do not share that view. Are you not assisting the human army? Scene was momentarily at a loss for words in response to the woman's accusation. Scene Istel is aiding the human army. This implies that you and the human army have, to some extent, reached an understanding. Have you not? If that is the case, there should be no reason for this negotiation to fail, correct? That accusation was undoubtedly accurate, a person named Scene, who is unrelated to humans, had established a dialogue with the human army. Resulting in a cooperative relationship, Scene argued that given this fact, silence was warranted, yet his stance lacked persuasiveness. However, even if an agreement had been reached, it was unexpected to receive assistance. Assistance would undoubtedly be forthcoming. For neglecting this matter would pose the greatest dilemma for humanity. Only the silhouette of the small crystal was visible, rendering it impossible to witness her expression directly. Yet from her voice, it was evident she was smiling. Although only outsiders could currently sense the ominous signs, if left unattended, it would undoubtedly impact society. Individuals like us who possess magical abilities can perceive and take countermeasures or seek refuge in advance, but humans cannot. In other words, if this situation persists, humans who lack forewarning and preventive measures would remain defenseless against threats. Such dire circumstances must not be overlooked. Even if one perceives that this entire dialogue aims to compel the human army into cooperation. My lady, I have a word. Aki interjected boldly into Scene's conversation with her. Although she felt the piercing gaze of Scene beside her, Aki showed no intention of retreating. You are one of the individuals from the human army I encountered. Correct? While I wish to inquire about your name, are you fearful of witches discovering it? No. I am a Kite Myken, the captain of the unit belonging to Shaun Istuel. In response to the probing words, I introduced myself, unaware of the concerned voice I had heard from somewhere. Having stated my name, I felt compelled to share it. I am Miranda Crown, the founder of the Witch's Grocery Store. I personally prefer to be addressed as Miranda, but many refer to me as Mrs. This is Carlo Alfano from the Wandering Sword. Though I have a few subordinates, my rank is not high, so feel free to speak freely. Additionally, like everyone else, I am human. So, there's no need for concern. I am Doran from the Gladiator's Banquet, an orc closely related to humans that the most recent of which is a cow that I introduced myself, and they each followed suit. Carlo casually claimed to be human, which surprised a Kite, who repeatedly pondered their names in his mind. That it was rather peculiar that two individuals would reveal their names while concealing their faces, wasn't it? Indeed, Shaun, that should suffice, right? I understand. With a dissatisfied snap of his fingers, the three shadows that were mere silhouettes transformed into human forms. The largest shadow, Doran, was unsurprisingly a large man who bore little resemblance to a human. Yet, more striking were the beautiful horns that were not visible in silhouette. He wore an expression of anger, albeit somewhat softened. Next was the slender Carlo, a young man with flowing silver hair, true to his claim of being human. His appearance bore no distinction from that of Xiao Jing and the others, characterized by his snow-white skin and narrow, slightly opened eyes. Lastly, as the sole female present, Miranda's youthful appearance far exceeded a Kite's expectations. One could even say she appeared quite juvenile. Her fiery red hair was elegantly pinned back with a hairpin, and her attire, a black evening gown, radiated an air of maturity. She stood somewhat shorter than a Kite's sister. Same, resembling her in appearance, or perhaps even more diminutive, exuding a similar innocence. In a Kite's impression, her demeanor, attire, and appearance were entirely incongruous. Startled by this contrast, a Kite was suddenly pulled downwards, with Shaun's face pressed beside his. Captain, I merely wish to convey one thing. Why lower your voice so? Because it would anger the lady if she overheard. Shaun not only drew closer, but also noticeably lowered his voice to speak with me. A Kite, puzzled about what Miranda might admonish, listened as Shaun spoke with utmost seriousness. Though the lady appears thus, she is, in fact, far older than I doubt, perhaps around 1,000 years. What? Upon hearing Shaun's words, a Kite couldn't help but retort. Surely she cannot be malevolent. Such a ludicrous statement. However, Shaun's expression was so earnest that it did not seem like a lie. That Miranda's voice gradually echoed, and Shaun seemed to bounce back, adopting a cautious posture. Miranda, watching him, smiled. You and Mr. Key are good friends, to be whispering so closely. Indeed, he replied, but what sort of whispering discusses a lady's age? Now that it is exposed, there are no secrets left, is there? Question mark. Miranda, with a smile, playfully turned Shaun, who often teased a Kite and the others, into a fluster. Regarding age, the number was too large to be believable, yet a Kite was certain she was no ordinary person. All right, it seems Mr. Key is also listening to my words. Can we proceed? No one opposed Miranda's statement. Even Shaun, who had expressed difficulty in borrowing the strength of the human army, appeared honest and did not object. Rather, it seemed he felt unable to oppose. Undoubtedly, In this scenario, she held the most authority to speak. Considering the current combat capabilities, it would be best for our witch's grocery store to conduct the investigation while the human army handles the practical issues. What do you think? Miranda inquired. A kite contemplated. Yet to reach a conclusion, the information remained insufficient, that I have no objection to entrusting you with the investigation, but can the human army resolve the issues? Since the inquiry involves matters related to supernatural abilities and magical powers, it is undeniably most appropriate to engage the witches who possess such knowledge. However, the issues that witches must investigate are not ones the human army believes they can address. If it were merely a battle with invaders, that would be one thing. Beyond that, the human army has little capability. While I regret placing the entire burden upon you, would it not be more efficient to entrust it entirely to you? I see. Your concerns are indeed valid, however, there is no need for worry. Whether this is a good thing is another matter. What do you mean? You may not fully understand from my perspective, but if there is something unsettling in the society beyond our own, it is 99% likely to be related to the magical beast. Is this the case again? At least, that is my belief. Miranda answered as a matter of course, glancing at Doran and Carlo, both of whom nodded in agreement with Miranda. Looking at Shaun standing nearby, he merely nodded silently. Given the ominous signs, and with some individuals having gone missing, it must certainly involve magical beasts with significant power. Moreover, aside from a few witches, we are not adept at handling rough matters. Are you suggesting that since you are not suited for violent incidents, you will focus on investigating the invaders and, based on this information, utilize the human army's might to vanquish the source of the problem? Precisely. Your quick understanding is indeed a great help. After hearing Miranda's response, a kite began to ponder the situation at hand. So far, the human army had not received any reports of anomalies occurring in South America. As a precaution, on the way to the Mechs hangar, I subtly asked Misty to confirm, but he did not mention anything of the sort. Faced with an unperceived threat, if we could respond based on the findings of the witches, who are specialists in this field, it would be far from a disadvantage for the human army. However, one cannot simply nod along, swayed only by its merits. Your willingness to assist us is immensely appreciated. But if only the human army is engaged in actual combat, the risks involved are far too great. Currently, the only investigator active outside is a single member from the witch's grocery store. Moreover, since the focus is on investigation, as long as caution is exercised during the engagement, the risks should not be excessive. The human army must have the capability to engage in direct combat with the invaders possessing considerable power, as Miranda mentioned. While intelligence is certainly advantageous, it is undeniably a life-threatening endeavor. Given the present circumstances, it is evident that the external risks are less substantial. Indeed, while it is true that we should utilize everyone's strengths, it remains so that in that case, we cannot agree to assist lightly. We cannot allow our subordinates to risk their lives unnecessarily. Voicing his thoughts to Miranda, a kite and she faced each other in a tense atmosphere, prompting Carlo to interject. His Highness K. speaks rightly. Moreover, the human army is inherently less accustomed to battling magical beasts than we are. Continuing down this path poses excessive risk for the human army. He expressed understanding and agreement with a kite's viewpoint that, as an outsider, one would prefer to minimize their own risks. Yet Carlo seemed to lack such a mindset what does Doran think? Well, that although I'm not adept at calculating risks, I admire the spirit of the first witch who would protect her subordinates. Prompted by Miranda, Doran responded cheerfully. Although the meaning of his words was somewhat unclear, judging by the way Doran looked at Xiaojing, she likely supported Xiaojing's opinion. Indeed, given that precious lives are at stake, appropriate support should be provided. Perhaps influenced by Doran and Carlo's views, Miranda promptly accepted a kite's opinion. Though slightly bewildered, it is indeed a positive development moving in a favorable direction. That said, dispatching our combat power is quite challenging. Moreover, the forces dispatched cannot establish contact with the human army. Indeed, and on that basis, how about providing supplies? Supplies? Upon hearing a kite's words, Miranda nodded in satisfaction. Allow me to provide our witch's grocery store's prized magical tools designed for combating magical beasts. Of course, I will select the most suitable ones for this particular incident based on the investigation's findings. These are specialized weapons crafted by witches familiar with individuals like Onion for the purpose of defeating Onion. Providing such items would indeed be more beneficial than forcibly dispatching combat forces that cannot cooperate. By the way, if there are any surplus magical tools you hand over to me, there is no need for a return. If you're interested, I can allow you to examine them. might actually be disadvantageous for you, wouldn't it? Not at all that in reality. With human knowledge, we understand almost nothing. Even if we comprehend a bit, it would not be detrimental to us. Rather than mocking humans, it would be more accurate to say that even if the magical tools were to reveal something, it would matter little. Observing Miranda's demeanor, a kite was left with such an impression. Then, what about Mr. K. A kite's concerns not only remained unaddressed, but instead revealed significant advantages. As for collaboration with the outside world, it was not an option to neglect the anomalies occurring in South America from the outset. If left unchecked, it will only bring harm to humanity, yielding nothing but detriment. The choice at hand for Little Crystal is whether to confront the mutations with intelligence solely from Xian or to acquire information and extraterrestrial weaponry from sources beyond Xian. One must question the trustworthiness of Miranda and her companions, and the answer is unequivocally negative. However, the situation is not significantly different with Xian. Given that one must bear such risks, it would be wiser to accept additional intelligence and armaments. Although I cannot guarantee this due to the need for discussions with higher authorities, the Mist under my command must collaborate with everyone. Originally designated as a special guerrilla unit, the Mist carries a uniqueness associated with Xian, allowing for a certain degree of autonomy. Today, without any commands issued, an investigation in South America should be permissible. That is splendid. Rather than collaborating with human forces, we prefer to work alongside you. Miranda's evident joy stirred something within me. Yet she seemed uninterested in elaborating further, instead focusing on the specifics of our cooperation process. Approximately a week before the Mist can take action, the Witch's General Store will conduct local investigations, and the Mist will subsequently respond to the acquired intelligence. Thus, the dialogue within the magic circle concluded. The grand full moon illuminated the white stone path and cobblestones with a sacred glow, while a gentle breeze rustled the leaves surrounding the shrine. Ah, you have returned here. The words I wished to express remained unvoiced as Xian gazed up at the full moon, detached from her will. During the day, I had communicated with the mother of the gem alongside Yaki. I recall that at sunset, as the moon ascended, I visited the observation room of the Mist. Whether I dozed off there as before, or was summoned to this company through dreams, I cannot say. As always, this body is not Xian's, but rather hers, the one who beckoned Xian. Although my consciousness is clear, I lack freedom, merely observing from a perspective, witnessing scenes that are indistinguishable from the present, past, or future. After departing from the artificial island, despite being summoned multiple times, there has been no further progress. Xian sighed slightly, turning her back. That moment, something struck her ex-girlfriend's foot from behind. Oh, in stark contrast to the overly quiet shrine under the moonlight. A child with black hair and golden features, whom she wished to present to Xian, appeared. Unrelated to Xian's will, she turned around, gazing ahead with a charming expression, her cheeks relaxing slightly. The child picked up a ball that had rolled to her feet and smiled sweetly. Mom, are you free now? You must be free, right? Then let us play. She babbled incessantly, seemingly confirming, yet without room for refusal. Upon hearing those words, did Xian or she manage a wry smile? Regardless, the innocent child believed that Xian would not deny her request without cause. And neither would she. Xian accepted the ball handed to her by the child and began to play with it skillfully. Although it was a simple game, the child appeared delighted, her sparkling eyes fixated on the bouncing ball. After a while, she passed the ball back to the child, who, wanting to play as Xian did, reached for it. The ball, perhaps due to its strong bounce upon hitting the ground, suddenly rebounded fiercely and struck my forehead. The foolish outcome led to a moment of silence before the child burst into laughter. Xian's vision trembled slightly as she noticed that she too was smiling. Speaking of which, I cannot hear your voice. The child's voice sounded clear. However, until this moment, Xian had scarcely heard her. At some point, she vaguely caught snippets of her voice. But it was merely once that it is peculiar that, although various scenes are forcibly displayed from her perspective, her actual voice remains almost inaudible. Upon reflection, she has spoken before. Unrelated to Xian's will, this body's mouth moved, engaging in dialogue with the child before her. Yet still, Xian could not hear her words. Moreover, it was not just that a gentle wind brushed against her cheek, and though she could see trees swaying in her field of vision, the sound of leaves rustling remained completely absent. Was it deliberate to avoid listening? No. If she had summoned Xian for a specific purpose, such an approach would serve no benefit. complicating her ability to convey intentions and objectives, and more importantly, rendering her unable to hear the trivial sounds of the trees. Only the child's voice was crystal clear, which felt dissonant. Did she bring Xian here? And what Xian perceives now is likely a moment from her past or future experiences that it is indeed unnatural that the voice of the one experiencing this is unheard, while only the voices of others resonate. Does she wish to hear this child's voice more than her own? Without delving into the specifics, if someone who isn't present and is not directly known could be brought into Xian's consciousness to experience her memories, the difficulty would increase accordingly. Given the heightened difficulty, there may be potential flaws, such as missing sounds, regarding the absence of sounds, including those of nature. Even if her voice is secondary, she should at least hear the child's voice. While this is mere conjecture, it elucidates why only the child's voice is audible amidst the silence. Indeed, is she trying to show me this child? To present Xian with a glimpse of the child's actions and words. The circumstances surrounding Xian appear to connect with this objective. Assuming this is correct, for what purpose? She once mentioned saving that child if the child referred to by that phrase as the one before her. Then to assist him, she should impart certain necessary information. Why then is she merely allowing him to see this child? As I immersed myself in a sea of contemplation, I gazed up at the smiling child through her eyes. Is your forehead all right? Suddenly, I heard her unclear voice, muddled by noise. The 3 syllables, likely the child's name, were indistinct due to the interference. Xian focused, attempting to grasp a name that could become a vital clue for future developments. Yet although her mouth moved, the sound was lost. Gradually, her vision faded to white. "Hey, who are you?" she asked, addressing the innocent and blissful child before her. If this child, nestled in warmth and happiness, requires Xian's assistance, I hope he can express that more clearly, for if he does, Xian Ishtar will wholeheartedly extend her help. How vexing that I was returned. In stark contrast to the whitening vista in a pitch-black world, Xian's heart echoed with curses. The last time she heard her voice was likely mere coincidence. She might never have such an opportunity again. That I missed that statement, and without acquiring any further clues. My consciousness returned to my body, leaving me frustrated. Currently, Xian's consciousness serves as the communication link between her physical form and the moonlit shrine that I have never traversed this realm. So this is merely speculation. Although she only recently gained awareness, it appears that Xian's consciousness has been invited to that place via this dark river. Zhu Yu once mentioned that consciousness does not know where it flies. And her words ring true. I cannot utilize this place for access. She attempted to reverse the flow with her magic, yet could not stem the tide of being pushed back. It seems Xian can only come here by her own volition. In that case, she must obediently return to her body. While present in this space, perhaps due to the existence of only consciousness, her body felt light. However, upon returning, the weight reasserted itself. Yes, she gradually regained awareness of her weight and the temperature of her body. Xian's consciousness would soon fully reunite with her physical form. Something feels amiss, that a subtle distinction in sensations between the ordinary and today. This slight sense of incongruity is difficult to articulate, if I must describe it. It feels almost ethereal. With her identity unclear, Xian gently opened her eyes, fully restored in consciousness. She lifted her head and blinked at the golden eyes of the man beside her. "Captain Ishtar, are you awake?" The man, gazing intently at her, elicited a sigh of relief from Little Crystal. His reaction was notably concerning, but Xian's first inquiry was about one matter. "Captain, why am I being held by you?" While addressing the actions of the man. "Xian, it is evident that women would behave similarly. I find it rather disconcerting that a handsome man would act so rashly. I do not wish to emphasize this point unnecessarily. In any case." Despite some dissatisfaction, a kid allowed Xian to disembark. He carefully placed him on a nearby bench, causing Xian to question his surroundings even more. A kid took a seat beside him, genuinely concerned. "Is everything truly all right?" He inquired. "No, he's merely asleep, quite soundly." That's a relief. A kid wore a serious expression, displaying his concern for Xian. Although his protectiveness may have seemed excessive, he was a man capable of treating any suspicious individual, like Xian, with sincerity. That I concluded that this was simply his typical manner of handling situations. If one intends to sleep, it would be best to do so in their own quarters. Fortunately, it was I who discovered you. Had it been someone with ill intentions, and worries, I have my own strategies to. Just as he began a lecture, he abruptly interrupted himself, realizing the peculiarity of the current situation. When Sheehan arrived in such a place, he would typically employ a protective spell. Ever since the incident involving Yamami's intrusion, I had become more cautious and likely enhanced my skills. So, why was Aki here without question? Captain, did anything unusual occur before you arrived here? Unusual occurrences. To be prudent, he asked Shuki while assessing the spell's effectiveness, confirming it was indeed active. It appeared that Sheehan had not inadvertently dispelled it. Yes, there was something. What was it? Shuki pondered before responding, eliciting surprise from a kid. Wasn't it you who inquired? He expressed his astonishment. It's not a significant matter. The individual who invited me here, missed, suddenly remembered unfinished business and left. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that a kid had been attending to the captain's affairs. After completing his tasks, his colleague Mist invited him to the observation room to lighten the mood. As they made their way there, Mist suddenly recalled her work and returned, leaving Akit to arrive alone at the observation room, where he found Sheehan. I am not the type to forget my responsibilities. While Akit found this perplexing, Sheehan gazed up at the sky, hands clasped together, pondering the romantic evening he wished to share with someone special in the observation room. From the outset, she had obediently listened to Shuki, exhibiting a demeanor quite unlike her usual self. However, without any special sentiments involved, it would be unlikely for her to invite him to the cafeteria or the lounge, especially not to the observation room at night. Sheehan inadvertently disrupted the efforts of a woman in love. Yet I was unaware of Miss' romantic experiences. Although I felt a twinge of pity, I did not wish to apologize. It would have been one thing if it had been planned for just the two of them, but encountering Sheehan dozing off was an unexpected occurrence. Hey, Aisudu, you've asked so many questions. Why are you silent now? By the way, are you concealing something? Akit, with an expression of discontent, saw through Sheehan's hidden matters, prompting him to briefly disclose the spell of expulsion. In other words, I inadvertently slipped out from your spell. That seems to be the case, Sheehan replied with a light-hearted tone. Yet internally he questioned whether it was truly mere coincidence. Yamami and Aki had both traversed the situation with ease, but it should have played out like a mystery novel. As I had previously mentioned to Yamami, it felt akin to winning the lottery, yet encountering two individuals in such a short span was undeniably peculiar. Considering their blood relation, perhaps the Ken family possesses a resilience to spiritual forces. Nevertheless, lacking definitive proof, Sheehan resolved to remain silent regarding this matter. He was aware that Akit had passed through the expulsion spell and understood the circumstances surrounding his presence in the observation room. As such, there was no longer any reason for Sheehan to linger, but just as he was about to depart, Akit detained him. I would like to have a calm conversation with you. Please, indulge me with a drink and some company. Upon hearing this, Shuki and I could only converse on the bridge and in the conference room, inevitably steering the discussion towards operational plans. Although they were not on casual terms, there was no reason to decline Akit's invitation. So Sheehan accepted. It was certainly not because he mentioned treating me to a drink, absolutely not. Originally, the observation room served as a recreational area for the crew, equipped with vending machines offering snacks and beverages. Sheehan and Akit selected suitable drinks and cookies before sitting across from each other at a table by the window. So, is our only shared topic work-related? Indeed, that is the case. By the way, how is that hummingbird? It's asleep in my room. After achieving his objective, the hummingbird concluded communication and, perhaps feeling utterly exhausted, quickly fell asleep in its cage. It turned out to be a little bird that had journeyed from the wilds of the West to Miami. Undoubtedly fatigued both mentally and physically. Is it all right? If it escapes, you could be held accountable that it is truly asleep. The cage contains plenty of items, making escape impossible. The cage is highly durable. Even a magical grenade would not cause damage. And it is equipped with multiple traps that activate if someone inside attempts to flee. Least with a hummingbird's strength, it could not breach them. Moreover, that individual likely does not wish to escape. What is your basis for that? It has been adequately threatened. The captain witnessed it, right? After a moment of arrogance, a hint of serious intimidation was displayed. Since then, he had at least obediently listened to Sheehan, which should have been quite effective. Captain, are you still concerned? After hearing Sheehan's explanation, Akit gazed at him, falling into silence. While this was not entirely due to misunderstanding his explanation, he nonetheless confirmed it again for prudence. Yet the other party did not respond immediately. No, it's fine. Regardless, since we are the ones managing this, they will not oppose us. After pausing, Akit responded, but Xian recalled something of greater significance. By the way, Captain, there is something I wish to discuss with you. What has prompted this sudden inquiry? The response to the southern anomaly. Why accept it there? Akit had accepted the terms proposed by Miranda, immediately contacting the human military headquarters after their communication to obtain permission for investigative activities in South America. Swift action is commendable, yet Xian intended to convey that he had inadvertently stepped into Miranda's trap. I could see this point, that you did not oppose at the time, did you? I could never oppose in the presence of a lady. And even if I did, she would simply state, I am conversing with personnel from the human military. Is she truly an irresistible woman? She is indeed a woman not to be trifled with. Among the 3 individuals contacted today, Miranda is particularly notable. By the way, Mrs. Dolan referred to her as the Witch of Beginnings. Is there any connection to that? Ah, indeed there is. The Witch of Beginnings is Miranda's moniker. Renowned in the realms beyond humanity, this name is widely recognized, signifying Miranda's formidable strength. The Witch of Beginnings, as the progenitor of all witches living in modern times, ranks among the top 10 powerful beings beyond this world. Is it possible to grasp Miranda's existence solely from Xian's rough description? Akit's expression grew grave. I understood he was a figure beyond my comprehension and that he must never be regarded as an adversary. Understanding these truths is sufficient. Truly, if the captain were to voice strong objections to the lady, I fear it might shorten her lifespan. This was undoubtedly a heartfelt statement, yet upon hearing Xian's words, Akit inexplicably broke into a faint smile. She glared at Shuki, puzzled by her laughter, yet Shuki continued to smile. I have some good news for you. What is it? What you just said resonates with my sentiments during discussions with higher-ups. Husband, observing Shuki, who laughed again upon hearing this, she realized her mirth was not merely from joy. I apologize for causing you concern back then. It is good to know. Let us consider this matter as mutual. Shall we? No, the former Wesyang had no right to voice opinions to Akit. The fact that they could exchange greetings here indicated that Aki was quite a gentleman. However, what exactly was troubling you? What are you referring to regarding the response to the South American anomaly? After sipping his coffee, Akit looked at Xian incredulously. If the lady is formidable, then when the situation escalates, the human military will inevitably have to intervene. In any case, the human military will one day be mobilized. Shuki's assertion holds true, at least in Miranda's mind. The decision for the human military to handle the South American issue was a foregone conclusion. And at that time, no one could overturn that decision that if left unattended, the human military would ultimately find a way to resolve it, which is only logical. Xian harbored no grievances regarding the human military's response. My discontent lies with Mist Stan having to engage in this way, that if it were merely a matter of confronting a human army, it would be preferable for us to act as intermediaries while other forces take action. However, Akite not only declared that Mist would confront Miranda, but also secured agreement from headquarters. I am aware that the most suitable entity to handle this matter would be Mistoltine. However, do we not remain largely uninformed about the specific happenings in South America? It is an even more daunting thought. Regardless of what transpires, only we, who possess intelligent sources, are capable of responding. Yet, this is not necessarily within my purview, that in such circumstances, other forces would indeed be ill-equipped to cope. What magnitude of loss could arise from that? Such matters are best left unattended. Xian stifled his impulsive words within himself. Esakite remarked, if the situation is beyond even Xian's capacity to manage, other forces would be utterly incapable if it were merely a matter of confronting the formidable Anjin. While harm would ensue, there would still be a possibility of overcoming it. However, if it involves illusions or some form of curse, the worst-case scenario could very well lead to complete annihilation without the ability to retaliate. Yet for San, such matters held little significance. The death of those who were of no relation to him in the hands of the invaders merely elicited pity. Devoid of any deeper emotional connection, that Xian's concern lay solely with those he considered kin, such as Anna, Haruma, and Shami from the 13 Techniques class. The Battle of Mist equated to their exposure to peril. Do you not wish to shield the 13 Techniques class and Anna from such danger? Xian found himself momentarily speechless, and Akite discerned his thoughts. He may not grasp Xian's willingness to disregard the fates of others for this purpose. Yet I perceive him as a perceptive man. Xian refrained from answering the question, but it appeared that Akite accepted his silence as an affirmation. You are indeed a challenging individual. Quite so. You appear to think little. Yet your thoughts are remarkably thorough. which surprises me. You believe yourself to be callous, yet you are excessively forgiving towards your own family. Moreover, you might consider yourself frivolous, yet you remain utterly unguarded and vulnerable. Although such expressions may seem difficult, Akite's demeanor was gentle. From Akite's perspective, he should not confront Cien with such an expression, yet he regarded him as one would a child ensnared in a predicament. This is not difficult, but rather a misinterpretation of troublesome, is it not? Perhaps so. Akite smiled faintly at Cien, who felt discomfort under his gentle gaze while uttering unappealing words. It seemed as though he was resigned to the situation, which left Cien feeling somewhat disgruntled. The response to the anomalies in South America had become inevitable. If the opponent is Miranda, one cannot simply turn a blind eye now. Cien felt it was futile and resolved to relinquish his grievances against Akite. If I continue to act so willfully, I shall be regarded as a child, which frustrates me. Should such sentiments become known, they would only serve to reinforce the perception of him as a child. However, in an effort to shift his mood, he invited Akite for coffee, drinking it with a satisfied gulp. Akite observed him in silence, and as Cien set down his cup, he spoke. Ister, would it be possible for us to have regular discussions about matters beyond society? My apologies for being so abrupt. This unexpected topic plunged Cien into contemplation. Unlike the previous discussion, this was a rather sudden subject, and he had yet to fully grasp the intent behind Akite's words. The recent events mirrored this, as our prior information exchange had been insufficient. Regarding your grievances, had I possessed a deeper understanding of your capabilities and fortune, I might not have hastily accepted the lady's proposal. Had I been aware of what kind of person she was beforehand, you would not have been left in such a state of anxiety. Do you not agree? Perhaps it is indeed the case. It was precisely because Cien had not provided Akite with intelligence in advance that Akite was compelled to rely on his own knowledge in that moment. Having received no prior information, Akite felt no apprehension towards Miranda, and considering Cien had managed thus far without significant struggle, he concluded that this encounter would likely be no different. In summary, ignorance breeds such circumstances. Had he been informed, the situation would have unfolded differently. Should information be shared as Akite suggested, he could make more informed judgments, thus reducing the likelihood of Cien feeling disgruntled. Is he perhaps seeking to extract information from me in this manner? He harbored doubts about whether this was a ploy to elicit intelligence from Cien. Yet he could discern no malicious intent from Akite, that he was no fool. Perhaps he had some degree of ulterior motive, but ultimately, his primary goal remained to make better judgments as a topic of conversation. This was also not unwelcome for Cien. Rather than being coerced into actions while remaining uninformed, it would be more beneficial to equip him with knowledge to ensure his self-defense, even though others might not wish for him to speak. And he felt averse to this. Cien was eager to acquire knowledge, thus alleviating his concerns. If questioned, it would be quite awkward. Perhaps I can evade it. In any case, Akite did not believe Cien would speak the truth, and he likely would not trust what Cien had to say. Despite the underlying dynamics, this situation proved advantageous for both parties. Very well, it shall be Cien's extracurricular lecture on society that I wish to inquire. Do you not expect any form of recompense? During the lecture, as is customary, I would like some snacks and beverages. Understood. Let us proceed accordingly to this juncture, while confirming the expectation of recompense. Akite gained significant insight into Cien. Contemplating as he took the hand Akite offered in a handshake. By the way, if snacks and beverages are provided during the lecture, can it be interpreted that the lecture is still in progress? That would suffice. Although it was somewhat convoluted, in essence, Akite clearly had questions he wished to pose to Cien. With snacks and beverages present, hosting a lecture would not seem hasty. Yet, if one were to insist, could I trouble you for another cup of milk coffee before we begin? I smiled as I made this request, and he readily acquiesced, replenishing Akite's coffee before the two sat across from each other once more. So, Captain, what do you wish to inquire? The latest URL. Chapter 48. Social Lecture 2. The latest URL. In summary, I would like to revisit the 3 groups mentioned today, aside from the Witch's Grocery Store. I have not even inquired about the outlines that reminds me. Regarding the Witch's Grocery Store, it was briefly mentioned during the narrative, yet nothing further was elaborated. Although I am uncertain if there will be a direct encounter, it is still prudent to touch upon it lightly. Let us begin with the simpler topics. First, there is Wandering Sword. If we were to draw parallels to human society, it would be akin to a private military company. Correct? Accepting contracts and providing combat and other military services, Is that accurate? That seems to be the case. Since it does not operate for profit, it also possesses a strong volunteer aspect. They adhere to a knightly creed of protecting the weak. As long as they deem it necessary, they will engage in battle even without any expectation of reward. Next, we turn to Gladiator's Banquet Arena, which, like Wandering Sword, is a free mercenary group in human terms. Is it a group that pursues profit more than Wandering Sword? Rather than pursuing profit, one might say, they are individuals who recognize the intrinsic value of battle itself. They do not uphold the same creeds as Wandering Sword, nor do they fight for monetary gain. They are simply drawn to combat. Whether they become such individuals through circumstances or are born with that nature, they coalesce within the Gladiator's Banquet Arena to direct their essence towards noble endeavors rather than malevolent acts. The Wandering Sword and Gladiator's Banquet Arena, while both groups subsisting on hunting monsters, operate under entirely different principles and existences. How shall we address this that would there be no conflicts? Although their origins differ, they share the same objective of defeating that stroke of fortune. And neither seeks profit. Cien's response elicited a complex expression from a kite. This sentiment was one Cien could comprehend. In human society, there might arise a few instances of competition for contracts, yet such occurrences would not manifest between these two entities. If necessary, they might even collaborate to vanquish foes. Setting Wandering Sword aside, Gladiator's Banquet Arena is composed entirely of individuals who revel in combat, yet they exhibit a greater degree of restraint than humans. Chapter 2. Social Lecture 2. Excellent. Please continue with the tale of Witch's grocery store, as it is rather lengthy. To alleviate the atmosphere that had grown somewhat somber, she clapped her hands in rhythm with the bread, drawing the kite's attention. You mentioned it would be lengthy. However, a concise explanation would suffice. No, we are to receive intelligence and weaponry next week, are we not? It would be wise to familiarize ourselves with these matters first. This is understandable. After confirming a kite's agreement, Cien cleared his throat. Yes, I mentioned earlier, the Witch's grocery store is a large mail-order company known as Witch's Supermarket. Each time I hear it, it feels rather awkward. Indeed, the thought of beings with beast ears shopping is quite surreal. Because Cien is also human, it is not difficult to understand the subtle sense of incongruity that Yaki feels. However, if one pays too much attention to this aspect, communication would come to a standstill. So it is best not to delve too deeply. While our homeland is in Europe, we have dispatched witches across the globe and are active in nearly every country. Transactions can be conducted with common human currency or through barter. What exactly does barter, as mentioned by the hummingbirds, entail? As long as the witch deems it valuable, anything can be exchanged. I surmise that the hummingbirds might trade herbs for medicine and fruits from trees. The vast majority of individuals, aside from those who have integrated into human society, do not possess the concept of money. In such circumstances, if one restricts transactions solely to currency, almost no one could become a guest. By the way, I recall the lady mentioning during the day that she is likely 1,000 years older than I am. Although I am uncertain about the precise age. Why is the number 1,000 brought up? The Witch's Grocery was founded last year and is currently holding a centennial clearance sale, a century of entrepreneurship. While it is evident from Cien's demeanor that Yakit is bewildered by this astonishing figure, given his desire to understand the society beyond humans, I hope he can acclimate to such notions. Speaking of which, whether referred to as or for witch, the term for those who wield magic conveys the same meaning. The different appellations arise from gender distinctions, correct? Cien internally admires Yakit's query. It's easy to fall into the trap of over-explaining and becoming self-satisfied. Xiao Jing has already confirmed this. Perhaps it is merely coincidental. Yet the intuition to discern subtle clues is commendable. This distinction is not related to gender. At least in modern times, sorcerer and witch are entirely different entities. That it seems there is some profound significance. One could say it is implicit. In ages past, the distinction was indeed quite nebulous, perhaps indicative of gender differences. Since Cien lacks clarity on the specifics, he is unable to articulate it effectively. Therefore, I will only outline the modern classifications. Please consider that which itself represents a distinct race, that in contemporary times, only those who inherit the bloodline of Miranda clone can be classified as witches. Aside from that, individuals classified biologically as humans who can wield magic, such as myself, regardless of gender, are treated as sorcerers. To put in more relatable terms, witches resemble the citizens of the sphere, kingdom, and Americans, while sorcerers evoke the image of office workers and soldiers. Is that why it is called the Witch of the Dawn? I am not truly the first witch. However, the immortal legacy of the progenitor Miranda has been passed down to her descendants. Centuries later, this classification solidified, allowing only those born from powerful magical bloodlines to emerge as immortal women. My apologies. I believe there are a few unusual terms within. Please bear with me. Faced with Scene's impenetrable response, Yakut pressed his forehead against his hands, which were folded on the table, remaining silent for a moment. In any case, I have grasped the distinction between sorcerers and witches, regarding the shocking terminology that arose unexpectedly. He seems to have decided to temporarily set it aside, directly conveying his understanding of the main topic to me. As for Scene, I believe Yakut's response is appropriate. It is impossible to immediately accept something that deviates from common sense. So rather than forcing acceptance and impacting other matters, it is better to set it aside for the time being. Therefore, all employees of the Witch's Grocery are witches, and their appearances make it impossible to discern their ages. They are all rather troublesome individuals. Generally troublesome? That also depends on the individual. Perhaps their life experiences far exceed mine, measured in centuries. While age does not necessarily equate to superiority, the difference in experience is undoubtedly vast. Moreover, witches' bodies cease growing around their 20s, unlike humans, and do not succumb to dementia due to aging. Engaging in negotiations with an opponent possessing the brain of a 20-something and centuries of accumulated experience is, in most cases, a losing proposition. Yaki also sensed Scene's inner thoughts, his expression growing serious. For now, let this matter pass, but should anything related to witches arise in the future, please remain vigilant. You perhaps harbor psychological trauma concerning witches. Perhaps due to Scene's excessive vigilance toward witches, Yakut arrived at such a conclusion. By the way, the answer is affirmative that my magic teacher was indeed a witch. It is certainly said so. Not belonging to the Witch's Grocery, however, is a peculiar individual. Istil, you need not feel pressured about this matter. I do not wish to unearth your psychological shadows. To be honest, I prefer not to hear more absurdities. Indeed, in any case, please remain cautious of witches. Later, not only Yakut but even Scene found themselves unintentionally mentally exhausted, bringing this lecture on society beyond humans to a close. There exist tangible and intangible entities in the world, in the hangar of Mistlestan. Facing the primary members of the 13 Techniques class led by Genzo, Scene remarked, "Naturally, it goes without saying that everyone is somewhat aware why perspective differs somewhat from that of the others, living in the external world. Scene perceives more than humans can. In this regard, Scene is more capable of grasping the distinctions between the two than individuals like Genzo, those of us connected to beings beyond humans have. In essence, profound ties to the intangible elements of nature such as fire, water, and wind, as well as to magic and curses." As Scene spoke, he waved his arm, conjuring a flame the size of his palm. Because they lack form, they are freer and more versatile, yet they are also unstable. With a mere snap of his fingers, the flame extinguished, leaving no trace of ash behind. The so-called intangible is merely ephemeral, easily vanishing. Conversely, when tangible entities assume form, their existence becomes somewhat fixed, thereby ensuring stability and preventing easy collapse. This is indeed remarkable. Although there are drawbacks in terms of specific usage, they exhibit stable performance for intended applications. From a reliability standpoint, tangible entities are undoubtedly superior to in the battlefield. The effectiveness of weapons, what one might call arms, is paramount. Reliability is essential, as they must perform when needed, and their power must evoke a sense of stability. Hence, is it not preferable to utilize tangible entities on the battlefield? Scene paced in a corner of the hangar, addressing the phenomena as if delivering a report. Genzo, with his eyes closed, listened to Scene's exposition thus far, sighed, and inquired, "You need not elaborate further. What exactly do you wish to convey?" "I want to equip this with tangible weaponry." Rejected. "Why?" In response to Scene's articulated request, Genzo's reply was decidedly cold. However, Scene was determined to express himself fully. Although it is an experimental machine, it possesses only two types of weapons, both optical and practical, leading one to feel that it belittles actual combat. As we prepare for the front lines, it is prudent to have one or two tangible arms as a precaution. "Is it not? Such matters are known to me, without your input, fledgling," Genzo retorted. "Nevertheless, the Asatori is inherently designed for assault and disruption. Your opinion and conception are misguided." Assault involves infiltrating enemy lines with high mobility to disrupt formations and create chaos. Ultimately, there is little expectation for the Erit itself to exhibit combat prowess in terms of defeating foes. The ideal operational plan conceived during development for Erit was to first penetrate enemy lines, create disorder, and then launch a dragon's sword against the core point of the enemy command and densely concentrated combat forces, ultimately mixing with and disrupting enemy formations before retreating and leaving the remainder to subsequent allies or regrouping with them. Regarding the armament concern seen expressed, retreat could be executed swiftly. While it is necessary to equip optical gear for the EC driver experiment, increasing the weight of the body and ammunition would diminish its unique high mobility. Thus, rejected, the operational plan on paper does not align with reality. I'm the one who is fighting fiercely on the front lines, am I not? That is merely you recklessly charging in. Scene and Genzo engaged in a heated debate. To quell the escalating exchange, applause echoed through the hangar. Both Scene and Grandpa, please calm down. We cannot proceed with this. Scolding the two, Akane shifted her gaze to Scene. This is the venue for discussing the future maintenance and operation of the Sai, correct? While Scene's opinion is not without merit. More importantly, he himself is set to be a pilot on the battlefield, and I believe it would be unwise to disregard his input for personal benefit. Indeed. Humph. Upon hearing Akane's words, Scene abruptly turned his face away. In response to such a reaction, she offered a wry smile and continued speaking. I believe, since it is Shien, he should contemplate more specific plans regarding the physical armaments. What do you think? Chien seemed to ask this question with delight, and Shien smiled. Yes, I've already devised dedicated physical armaments for the shallow sea. Are you not planning to utilize the existing troops? In that case, the budget would become an issue before any publication. Not worry. At least the budgetary concerns are virtually non-existent. Why discuss such matters when it is something new? Although Yuan Xiang and Qian's inquiries were not without merit, there is truly no reason for concern. It is all right, because it is essentially completed. He gave a thumbs up to both of them, and Qian's shadow elongated beside him. From there emerged a colossal black mass. This is one of the armaments I secretly crafted during my student days in the 13th technical class. The large physical sword's blade is embedded with a Gatling gun, capable of engaging in both close and range combat. With a delectable recommendation of 2 rounds. Its name is Storm. Facing the unexpectedly revealed completed product, Yuan Xiang and the others were astonished, and Qian joyfully declared. Qian cleared her throat, and after a few seconds, inquired of Qian, this armament appears quite heavy. How much does it weigh? I haven't calculated it precisely, but it is probably 3 times that of the dragon sword. Understood that no way. Upon hearing Qian's response, Qian immediately retorted. Yuan San, standing behind her, muttered about the fools and began dispersing the other members. More nimble than the master. Did your ears just feel something? I intended to ask you that, but 3 times the weight is unacceptable. Furthermore, from what I perceive now, you can only test your own armament in assault. In response to Yuan San's accusation, Qian's shoulders trembled slightly. This reaction was tantamount to affirming the earlier statement, the very least. One must be equipped with a weight comparable to that of the dragon sword. If that can be achieved, I will heed your words. Saying so, Yuan San roughly patted Qian's head and departed. Qian, observing Qian's tousled hair, chuckled softly before leaving with Yuan. It has been a while, said Yanzi. As she felt the familiar atmosphere reminiscent of their military academy days, she gently tidied her disheveled hair. Ultimately, her requests were met with no acceptance. Yet her spirits remained unscathed. All right, I understand. We can resolve it with a weight equivalent to the dragon bracelet. With renewed vigor as an engineer, Qian proceeded towards Alet. The inspection of the mist and EC-driven powered armors at the Miami base was about halfway completed. The inspection of 4 Mechs had concluded, leaving only the main inspection of the mist. The scheduled agenda faced no significant delays, and if this continued, everything would conclude as planned. Following the completion of inspections by personnel from the new type of various Special Operations Technology Development Bureau, including Mistitin, it would then transition into the domain of the 13th technical class. Furthermore, through Yuan Xiang's negotiations, permission to make minimum modification for the 4 new Mechs was smoothly acquired, allowing the members of the 13th technical class to operate more freely than before. Within such a hangar, Qian hummed a tune while preparing the Asai. Until now, Qian had primarily donned military attire, but upon receiving permission from his superiors to maintain the shallow sea, he completely changed into the work uniform of the 13th technical class. After all, this comfortable attire suits me best. Although military uniforms are not inherently cumbersome, they are hardly the epitome of ease. In contrast, the soft, stain-resistant work clothes provide greater comfort. Without explicitly stating it, Xian was determined to wear this outfit for future sorties. Xian, may I pose a question? Xian was working on a scaffold that reached Alet's shoulder height when Linley called up to him from below. Confirming this, Xian gracefully descended from the scaffold and approached her. Senior Linley, what is it? Well, the part's written here, she said while looking at the screen of the tablet she was holding. The latest website, Chapter 50. Curiosity killed the cat. The newest URL, Xian swiftly replied, concluding the conversation, and was about to return to the scaffold when Robin called out to him. This Robin Senpai. What is it? Regarding the targeting adjustments for assault. Before that, may I invade your body? Stopped mid-motion by Robin's call, Xian floated lightly in the air, conversing with Robin. Although pointed out that it was no trivial matter for Xian, it was significant to Robin and the others. And he finally realized, oh, my apologies, he said, planting his feet on the ground again to face Robin. It feels like after you organized assault, bizarre phenomena frequently arise, doesn't it? Indeed, it appears quite interesting. I do not dislike it. Just as the two pointed out, Xian had recently been rather indifferent to using magic. While working at heights during repairs, he would float up to the scaffold and sometimes hover while working. Typically, he would use cranes or small vehicles to lift and transport necessary goods. It was not done unconsciously. Rather, under the circumstances where various things were exposed, refraining from using magic would be utterly foolish. Because using magic is effortless. What a ridiculous thing to say. Back in his student days, it was a secret, so he was cautious, but if by using magic, a task that could be accomplished with a single finger took several times longer to complete, wouldn't that be foolish? Both Robin and Linley nodded in agreement with Xian's assertion. Even without these two, anyone would undoubtedly concur with Xian's viewpoint. However, it seems this was not an accidental revelation. It is good that you enjoy it. But seeing Xian do this makes us wish we could ease up a bit. I know, transporting luggage piece by piece is too troublesome. Observing Robin and Linley, who spoke these words with smiles, Xian pondered. Then let me teach you a simple spell. Thus he proposed to the two lovely seniors. Huh. Xian tilted his head as if struck by a bean, his mouth agape. Did you not say you wanted to learn magic? Even so, how can your tone be akin to would you like me to teach you how to cook? It is all right. Even magic, if it is not particularly grand, is merely a skill. Speaking of which, there are indeed spells passed among ordinary people. Some of the various incantations that circulated as urban legends, such as Mr. Goo Goo from the Ball Kingdom, are genuinely magical. Most fail to manifest due to the absence of correct incantation sequences and necessary tools. But occasionally they can be successfully invoked manually. Since all living beings possess magical power, one can utilize simple magic as long as they know the correct sequence. In other words, it bears little difference from a cooking recipe. After hearing Xian's explanation, the two cheerfully replied, "All right, let us do it now." With beaming faces, they answered immediately. Though humanity is engaged in warfare against otherworldly beings, neither of them harbored any fear of magic. With childlike wonder sparkling in their eyes, the two were filled solely with simple curiosity. This is not just Robin and Linley's story. All those who wished to teach Xian magic gathered, with Robin's command. The entire 13th technical class, including Yuan-san, swarmed towards Xian. If everyone learned magic from Xian, then no one would be working. Since the inspection was conducted by developed machinery, they were essentially in a state where they could launch without manual effort. Yet it was not entirely devoid of tasks, which would lead to complications. Thus, the number of individuals assaulting Xian at that moment was temporarily reduced to a few. Xian gently adjusted his black-framed glasses in front of such members. Now, let us learn some magic. Please raise your hand if you have questions. Xian, why do you wear glasses? For style? It was imposed by my seniors. The form of such things is quite significant. Initially intended to teach magic. Xian unexpectedly donned a pair of glasses, which he did not detest, and thus began to teach them secretly. First, the initial step, try to control and release the magical power within you. Try to control and release the magical power within you. I heard you. Xian remained calm, while Robin and Linley shouted, clearly finding the first step exceedingly difficult. It is all right. I do not deny that this may sound somewhat hasty, but as long as I follow up diligently, it could be easily accomplished. Really? That sounds unrealistic. Seeing is believing. Let's use EG as a test subject. No. Let us use EG as an example. Saying so, Xian swiftly approached EG and grasped his shoulder. Hey, Xian, you just referred to me as a test subject. What is the matter? No. Did you not just trail off mid-sentence? In any case, EG, hold my hand. Xian firmly grasped EG's hand, who was attempting to flee, amplifying his magical power, enveloped in a faint glow. Hey, Xian, what exactly do you intend to do with G as a test subject? Are you going to channel my magical energy into G to temporarily amplify his power, allowing me to control and release that energy? Since all of this occurs within G's body, are you aiming for him to remember the sensation? Precisely. Rather than that, didn't you just refer to him as a test subject? Master, Xian did not deny it either. So, send the magic. If it hurts, just say so. You make it sound like a trip to the dentist. Ignoring G's clamoring, Xian injected magical energy into G's body through the hand he was holding. At the same moment, G's body began to emit a soft glow, mirroring Xian's radiance. The other members, witnessing this spectacle, gasped in awe. Hey, how do you feel right now? It feels like something warm is surging inside me. That's approximately what releasing magic feels like. Remember that. Judging by G's response, Xian sensed no issues and began to gather energy towards G's hand, which was opposite to the one he held. G seemed to perceive the movement of magic, gazing in wonder at the energy accumulating in his hand. Excellent. Raise your hand high, palm facing up like this. Yes, just like that. Not lower it until I say so. Sensing something unstable from Xian's words, G's expression grew serious as he nodded. Confirming this and ensuring the surroundings were clear, Xian simply stated, "It is fire." Instantly, flames shot upwards from G's hand. Even the one who released the flames gasped in surprise. Moments later, the fire extinguished. All right, that's enough. G lowered his hand, inspecting his palm. Naturally, it bore no burns and scathe. How was that? Did you find a feeling? Facing Xian's inquiry, G raised his palm again. It's fire. Just like that, flames erupted from G's hand. Compared to when he received Xian's assistance, the fire was considerably weaker now, yet continued to burn. Oh, incredible. You learned it in an instant. Although it's regrettable that you have to rely on the basics. You are quite skilled. Are you truly praising Senior Leanly? Compliments, compliments. Leanly and G chuckled amidst the lively banter. Suddenly, Jinji approached Xian. Xian, you must have taught others too, right? Have you ever taught anyone else? Indeed, I've had the opportunity to teach a spell. What? Then there's no need to call G a test subject. With Jinji's hearty laughter, Xian joined in the mirth. No, the children I taught before were more inclined towards the supernatural. This is my first time teaching someone without significant magical power. So I was quite cautious about the amount of energy I sent. If it were someone naturally endowed with magic or leaning towards the supernatural, I wouldn't have to worry much. However, pouring too much magic into an ordinary person is ill-advised. What happens if you overdo it? Well, a burden like this can lead to severe muscle pain all over and heel discomfort too. Nana from the indoor faction seemed to grow weary upon hearing about the muscle pain and asked no further questions, heading towards the members who were still chattering. Moreover, it's better not to bring it up. In this instance, what I wanted to accomplish was quite simple, so the amount of magic I delivered was minimal. That sufficed. However, disregarding this aspect and recklessly pouring in excessive amounts could lead to dire consequences. At worst, the body itself could explode, that which wouldn't be surprising. Such is the nature of magical energy, but it is unnecessary to instill fear without reason. Xian resolved to keep his thoughts to himself, blending into the commotion of the members. Oh, Aikido. Taking a break? In the corridor of the ship, Aikido and Ramda exchanged greetings. The crew of the Mistleton, unable to engage in combat, were largely on leave, aside from the technical team equipped with powered armor. However, Captain Aikido and Vice Captain Mist had hardly rested from the beginning. Additionally, the primary members like Ramda, who mostly worked on the bridge, occasionally came to the ship for work, albeit not as much as Aikido. Honestly, it's unbearable to wait with the cannons on the front lines. Ramda sighed dramatically, venting his frustrations, prompting Aikido to smile wryly. Having known Ramda since their student days, Aikido was aware of his struggles with sitting at a desk and doing assignments that a blend of nostalgia and concern washed over him. Was it truly all right for him to remain like this into his 20s? But compared to you, Captain, it shouldn't be too bad that I cannot deny that, but it is somewhat more relaxed compared to the unanswered challenges of frontline command. With administrative tasks, one can accomplish them without deep contemplation. In this sense, it is relatively easy for you, Aikido. Can you perhaps tone down that tone? "What are you saying?" Ramda's complaint was abrupt, and Akito, perplexed, responded honestly, noticing Ramda's subtly scrutinizing expression. "You should still carry the captain's title. But when it's just the two of us, wouldn't it be nice to speak as we used to?" While Ramda complained about discomfort and shoulder pain, he exaggeratedly rolled his shoulders, his demeanor quite comical, evoking laughter from Akito. Indeed, during breaks, one shouldn't expect repercussions. "Exactly, that's the feeling." Unable to continue, Ramda nodded in satisfaction. The two casually strolled towards the hangar. "So, Akito, if you're going to rest, it must be in the hangar." Not long ago, he was a pilot. Akito serving as captain is a first for him. Prior to this, Akito had always been a pilot of powered armor. Feeling nostalgic? He did not deny it. Simply put, he believed being a pilot was his calling. Although somewhat self-aggrandizing, Akito possessed the instinct of a pilot and the spirit of hard work. Indeed, he had made considerable achievements as a pilot. But due to this, he rapidly ascended, no longer being the pilot he deemed his vocation, which was rather ironic. When he was still a pilot, he found more solace being near the machines in the spacious hangar than hiding in a cramped cockpit. Even now, when fatigued from the duties of captaincy, he would quietly retreat to the hangar. Peering down from the corridor beside the three-story wall, it seemed the technical team members had yet to notice Akito's arrival. With all that reluctance, why rush to stand out? As Ramda pointed out, considering his age, Akito's rise was remarkably swift. Though he had achievements, he could easily resign based on age. Nevertheless, Akito had reasons for his choices. "I aspire to become a man worthy of leading the lightsaber family." The lightsaber family had dedicated themselves to the defense of the Sphere Kingdom long before the establishment of a human army. After the death of his parents, Akito became the head of the family while still a student at the military academy, subsequently remaining an ordinary pilot, as the patriarch of a military family. This was rather lacking in ambition. This was the reason Akito chose his current path. Does the large house have various burdens? Quite troublesome. Taking on this burden was his own choice, not something imposed by anyone else. Facing Ramda's serious expression, Akito spoke plainly. Ultimately, this was a decision Akito made after careful consideration. While it couldn't be said he felt no attachment, he had accepted this reality. Ramda seemed to understand, and his expression returned to normal. "Well then, if the captain is tired, just say so that I can listen to your grumbling while enjoying a drink. Are you footing the bill for that drink?" "No way. It's a split cost. Your salary is naturally higher than mine." Their banter was lighthearted, and Akito felt the tension that had gripped him for a while finally ease. "After all, I'm not suited to being a serious captain." Speaking with Ramda felt increasingly natural, making Akito question whether he was truly fit to occupy the captain's seat. He had no intention of abandoning the path he chose, but could he allow himself a fleeting moment of weakness? With a gentle sigh, Akito yearned to indulge in a hint of melancholy when suddenly, with a resounding boom, the next moment, the explosion's echo disrupted his thoughts. "Hey, what was that just now?" It sounded like it came from the hangar. Could it be an enemy attack? Ramda assumed that the unstable sound of the explosion indicated an enemy assault, and Akito believed his judgment to be correct. However, they were situated right in the center of Miami base. The sensors had been upgraded a few days prior, allowing even stealthy intruders to be detected. Generally, alarms should have sounded before an explosion could be heard. In this scenario, the explosion arrived without warning. The location was the hangar, specifically the one where Xian and the members of the 13th Technical Division were present. Better than an enemy's assault, Xiao Jing felt an absurd premonition as she and Ramda rushed toward the hangar. In less than 2 minutes, they reached a corridor by the wall, gazing down at the hangar. "I know my senior has a fondness for explosives, even a hint of excitement. Typically, during the process of learning magic, one might wish to detonate it." Near the charred floor, deemed the explosion site, Xian shouted loudly, dirty from coal dust, as he spotted Linley Li, who was similarly soiled and kneeling on the ground. Akito held his head in exasperation. Ultimately, the cause of the explosion should be attributed to those two soda. "Can we drink it right away tonight?" "Sure, let's call that over too." Please out a few days ago, Akito had been burdened by a troublesome remark from Yaki, which sparked a farcical and dangerous predicament without even granting her the time to feel sentimental. The captain truly has it tough. I doubt such a situation would befall an ordinary captain. Ignoring Ramda's calm admonition, Akito let out a loud sigh. "I inquired about the details of the explosion incident from Xian, who explained, I taught Linley magic, and for some inexplicable reason, he went berserk. Shouting let it explode. His tone was an inexplicable mixture of honorifics and vulgarities, revealing his immense frustration. The flames, since they emerged, would they not also provoke an explosion? Indeed, but where were the others during the practice? No, they should have been here. Truthfully, I feel quite remorseful. I never anticipated achieving it on the first attempt. Lindley himself seemed to consider that if he failed, it would be amusing. Overall, the ability to accomplish such a feat so decisively is astounding. The mastery of magic and magical energy ultimately hinges on the impression one leaves. It seems my senior is quite the match for triggering instant explosions. Following this, a prohibition against using explosive magic in areas without Xian's supervision was imposed. Although this statement quelled the chaos, as a Kido, I felt compelled to clarify the matter of using magic aboard the ship prior to that. I must assert, I have never employed such perilous magic. I merely lifted objects slightly or flew in the air, without conjuring flames or beams. Even if not inherently dangerous, magic is magic. Do you not possess flames and beams? In response to Ramda's serious expression, Xian replied, well, yes. Yet, Xian seems not to comprehend Aikido's stance, puffing up his cheeks. While one can endure such things in the realm of ordinary life, magic is an indispensable element of my existence. To refrain from flying is akin to forbidding one from walking in the sky. If you have borne it for a time, surely you can endure it now. I find it manageable, but should other crew members see you and deem you dangerous, it would incite unnecessary commotion. I am uncertain, and moreover, whether the Magic King employs it or not is of little consequence. Xian's argument is not without merit, yet it is undeniable that reckless usage of magic is more likely to stir trouble. Regardless, since the conversation with the higher-ups, it appears something internal has been released within Xian, making total prohibition challenging. However, at the very least, it is necessary to encourage them to maintain a modicum of self-restraint. I understand. Then I shall close my eyes and use it in the hangar. Yet, please ensure I do not employ unnecessary magic elsewhere. There is no benefit for me in that, should reports indicate usage beyond the hangar. Then it shall lead to admonishment. Summon Anna to the captain's room, and we shall discipline her for at least an hour. Since Xian consistently aligns himself as an assistant, we cannot issue commands with coercive authority, particularly concerning the attitudes towards life during operational actions and beyond. The scrutiny is even more stringent. Furthermore, without explicit conditions detrimental to the human army, punishment becomes arduous. In such instances, the most feasible threat to Aikido is thus admonishment. As it does not reach the level of punishment, even if the other party is an assistant, there is no issue. If it is merely verbal admonishment, it does not constitute a threat to personal safety. Hence, Xian cannot strongly refuse. While one might consider evading the admonishment itself, from the interactions thus far between Anna and Xian, it is certain that merely summoning Anna will suffice to avert this. There is likely nothing more effective for Xian. Aikido's prediction seems accurate, as Xian displayed no anger, his expression revealing subtle nuances. Admonishment. What, is it not difficult to simply avoid usage outside the hangar? Captain, you are indeed well acquainted with me. Are you not? Without doing so, it would be impossible. Upon seeing Aikido, Xian inexplicably uttered an apology, promptly stating he had already committed to the agreed matter, then fled as if in haste. What is up with that guy? No. If I were to see your face, I too would apologize immediately. When reporters inquired about the expression on Ramda's face at that moment, he responded, while unable to articulate, he felt exceedingly guilty in any case. Having finally reached a conclusion, Aikido decided to take a break, which was his original intent. I had planned to leisurely survey the hangar from the corridor as usual, yet was called by Genzo, who suggested I sit in that corner instead. It seems he's already aware of Yaki's frequent visits here. Heeding Genzo's advice, I casually placed a folding chair in a non-disruptive spot and sat down. Chen unexpectedly appeared with coffee from somewhere, and by the time I regained my senses, I had been nearly fully served tea. That moment, I suddenly noticed an unexpected guest. Lord Hummingbird. Do not speak casually, human. The hummingbird in the metal cage appeared rather displeased. This was my first sighting of him after contacting Miranda and the others. If one were to ask whether it was necessary to converse with the hummingbird, the answer would be no. The hummingbird had long been aware of the subsequent abnormalities in South America, and moreover, he himself was not privy to the details. Additionally, his demeanor towards humans is authoritarian. Thus, even if I force myself to engage, it would not unfold smoothly. Considering this, Akito refrained from addressing him and instead engaged in casual conversation with Ramda, yet felt the hummingbird's gaze shift toward him. "Hey, Yaki, why is that bird looking this way?" Ramda's reminder made him realize his observation was not mistaken. However, he had no clue what the hummingbird wanted with Xiao Jing. "Oh, you seek something from me." Regarding Xiao Jing, the hummingbird turned away, saying nothing. Yet, even while gazing in an unusual direction, those eyes undoubtedly fixated on Xiao Jing. This certainly implies something cannot be absent. An indescribable silence left Akito and Ramda perplexed for about a minute. The hummingbird still did not turn his face, but eventually spoke. "Human that I recall is a lightsaber, yes?" "Ah, it is the Akiyuki lightsaber. I have no interest in your name, but that is inconsequential." Facing such a domineering demeanor, Ramda, seated beside me, frowned in displeasure, yet the hummingbird remained utterly indifferent. "I shall be straightforward with you. You comprehend what sort of being that boy is." The hummingbird, specifically referring to that boy, could only be Xian. Aside from him, there is no other. Yet even with this understanding, I could not fathom his intent behind the inquiry. Regardless of what sort of being, he is merely an ordinary human that he himself claims as much. An ordinary human? He cannot possibly be an ordinary human. The hummingbird scoffed at Ramda's response, seemingly regarding it as utterly foolish. Thus, at the very least, it seems the hummingbird does not perceive Istil as human. Although he did not confirm Akito's inquiry, it can first be assumed it aligns with my thoughts that I in this light. Xian's previous explanations to Akito and others now appear contradictory. Previously, he mentioned that beings resembling Xian from the outside, categorized as humans possessing extraordinary powers, are ultimately regarded as humans. Yet now, the hummingbird present here seems to have made no such judgment. That it was never anticipated that Xian would candidly disclose all matters. Hence it is not particularly surprising, although it does raise some concern. "Aki, why do you inquire about this? It is of no great significance. I merely find him quite amiable." Conversely, from the hummingbird's perspective, the amicable interactions between Xian, Akito, and others must seem rather peculiar. This matter resonated with a prior sense of incongruity in Xiao Jing's mind. "Lord Hummingbird, do you regard Istil as a being of higher status than yourself?" Initially, the hummingbird adopted an arrogant stance toward Xian, much like he did with Akito and others. But after Xian intimidated the hummingbird once, his attitude changed entirely. Although his tone did not alter significantly, he even addressed Xian as Your Excellency, evoking a semblance of respect, a stark contrast that left Akito feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Moreover, the previous statement could also be interpreted as implying that it is strange for someone of higher status than humans, like Xian and Akito, to converse so casually. To be why contrasting the two, it becomes abundantly clear that the hummingbird perceives Sean as a being of superior status. How intriguing. It seems the mind is not so dull after all. Although this sentiment may come across as somewhat condescending, he does not refute Akai's accusations, which can also be interpreted as an acknowledgement of the claims made against him, since you are already aware. "Allow me to offer you a piece of advice." He finally turned his face towards me, which had been turned away. His small eyes reflected the figure of the petite Jing sitting opposite him. Do take care not to provoke him, that he appears to be quite forgiving towards others. But should he see through you, it could lead to dire consequences. This sincere warning, devoid of jest, sends chills down one's spine. The carefree smile on his face and the way he turned away in a sulky manner evoked a sense of discomfort, as if being treated like a child. As for Akai's thoughts on Sean Istil, they conjure up a rather mundane image of youthfulness. Were it merely this, the hummingbird's warning would seem unwarranted, likely dismissed with a laugh. However, Jing is also aware that there is much more beneath the surface. The image of the fire serpent smiling in front of the upper echelon remains vividly etched in Akai's memory. If the fighting spirit from that moment were to turn inward, would there be any means to resist Yaki and the others? At the very least, prior to resolving the anomalies in the south, refrain from engaging in any peculiar activities do not involve me in your demise. Jing finds the hummingbird's words somewhat distant, yet they leave her with a new sense of unease. The sun has completely set in the room. Sean stifled a great yawn. This is the room assigned to him, typically devoid of other occupants, save for his temporary housemate. "Lord Sean, may I pose a question to you?" The hummingbird inquired with a subtle expression. Nonetheless, the sight of him gently swaying atop the birdcage elicited laughter due to the stark contrast, yet Sean completely suppressed this feeling, merely nodding in response. Why do you support humanity so fervently? I am human as well. If the other party were merely human, that would suffice. However, such a claim strikes me as unreasonable. Do you assume I lack understanding of such matters? The hummingbird displayed a look of dissatisfaction, and I could only manage a wry smile that I do not hold you in contempt. At least I am human. Do you truly wish to be human? Not out of desire, but rather I have survived among humans, my parents being of human descent. Thus I cannot speak of matters beyond humanity. Upon hearing Sean's words, the hummingbird gaped in astonishment. His expression was so foolish that it naturally provoked a chuckle. From a biological standpoint, I too am human. Albeit somewhat peculiar, I find my perspectives and thought processes not vastly different from those of humanity. That being said, your inherent power is rather formidable. That is one matter. This is another. Regardless of others' perceptions, I shall live as a human for the entirety of my existence. The hummingbird would undoubtedly disagree. Nevertheless, he seemed to sense that Sean had no intention of altering his stance and ceased to pursue the topic further. By the way, what did you discuss with the captain during the day? It is not something you should concern yourself with. I believe that decision lies with me. That a slight hint of threat in my tone made it easily comprehensible. Observing the trembling hummingbird, Sean grasped the general situation. Mind your own business. That I did not say anything of great significance. Merely advise you not to underestimate yourself. What do you mean, I am not human? I said you are not an ordinary person, but that is all. I could never truly comprehend your authentic identity. The hummingbird seemed unwilling to apologize for his actions, maintaining an arrogant demeanor. Even when met with Sean's fearful glare, he remained unyielding, perhaps out of pride as of being favored by the divine. Moreover, it appears that a man named Takomu has also caught on to this. Really? He seems to have realized that, despite being at the bottom of the hierarchy, his status surpasses that of my divine companion. I was taken aback, yet it would not be surprising if Akide, with his keen observations, drew inspiration from the details Sean overlooked. Furthermore, it is not as though Akide and his companions harbor no doubts regarding Sean's claim of humanity. Ultimately, the conclusion drawn is that the matters revealed due to the hummingbird's petty theft do not warrant excessive concern. That said, do you still dare to speak freely of others? The outcome of such actions is a separate issue from the consequences of unnecessary meddling. The flames beneath the birdcage burned brightly. The birdcage, made of metal, would naturally heat up under the intense flames. Wait, it is indeed my meddling. I sincerely apologize. If you were to burn me alive, would that not be that troubling? Intelligence provided by the witch's grocery store indicates that. From a combat perspective, the hummingbird is unnecessary. Upon further contemplation, it seems that the absence of the hummingbird would pose no issues. Perhaps that is indeed the case. You concede this point. Though proud, he appears capable of maintaining a level-headed perspective on such matters. I was taken aback by his reaction, extinguishing the flames beneath the birdcage. Alas, to extinguish a life so easily is rather excessive. Could you reconsider? It would be better than anything else. However, there shall be no next time. Should there be one, I would prefer to be skewered and consumed in 3 seconds. That though it seems rather unappetizing, I would discard it. I do not wish to be consumed. It merely feels humiliating. Observing the frightened hummingbird, I let out a huff. In conclusion, I am human. There is nothing superior or inferior to me. I kindly ask for your consideration. Understood that I shall refrain from broaching this matter again. Very well. Then I shall retire. Having bid good night, I lay upon my bed, the allure of slumber overtaking me swiftly. With a snap of my fingers, I extinguished the room's lights, and Sean was instantly enveloped in dreams. Some desires, no matter how fervently wished for, remain unfulfilled. In the depths of his slumber, Sean remained oblivious to the musings of the hummingbird. You truly believe that the aspirations of being human will come to fruition? No one responded to this inquiry. The investigation into the mist proceeded smoothly, with no issues uncovered. As the schedule remained uninterrupted, it was anticipated that they would set sail the day after tomorrow. Speaking of which, it was about time to receive the investigative report from the witch's grocery store. However, no communication had been received thus far. Upon reflection, I had yet to determine how to receive their correspondence. Facing Sean, who was summoned to the captain's quarters, Akide furrowed his brow. I found myself in a slight state of self-loathing for having forgotten to discuss such fundamental matters with him. Yet the sudden turn of events rendered such oversight somewhat excusable. Setting that aside, the current focus is on the method of communication with the witch's grocery store. Shall I contact you directly? Would that not convey an impression of urgency? He is not the type to rely solely on cunning. Although somewhat sensitive to age-related topics, Miranda, having lived for over a millennium, is fundamentally broad-minded and tolerant. There is no need to inquire about the situation proactively. Rather than burdening ourselves with worry here, it would be more effective to reach out to them directly. Indeed, I concur. Nodding in agreement to the proposal from Anna and Misty, Akai continued, "Then Istil, I apologize for the inconvenience, but please reach out to me first." Much like imposing directives upon Yaki, a notification sound for communication was issued. Akai politely declined Sean's offer before accepting the letter. This is the security detail at the front gate of the Miami base. Captain Akai K. Kin, may I take a moment of your time? Of course, what is the matter? The package addressed to the captain has arrived. There was no prior request made. Those belonging to the human military typically reside within warships or the living quarters of the base. In relation to this, letters, goods from acquaintances, and items purchased through mail order can be sent to the base. However, in such cases, a request must be made prior to the arrival of the goods. This schedule will see such items arrive. This is a precautionary measure for security to prevent any dangerous materials from being delivered. It appears that this inquiry is due to a package that arrived for the Yaki personnel without a request made. It is unlikely that he would forget such procedural matters. Excuse me, could you tell me who the sender is? The sender is at the witch's grocery store, apparently from England. What? Upon hearing the name over the phone, Jing gasped in astonishment. Sean, too, sat in stunned silence. What is going on? Akai's gaze shifted to Sean. With a look that conveyed no, I am unaware, Sean shook his head vigorously. Is that really the case? He inquired again with his eyes. To which I gently nodded, indicating that it was likely true that I apologize. It should have been received here. Since it is somewhat of a special item, I shall go retrieve it. Please refrain from touching the package too much. And wait, I understand. I will wait for you. The instructions given by Akit were rather peculiar, yet he was not oblivious to the burden carried by Akit, namely the existence of Scene. Despite his hesitations, he ultimately acquiesced to my request, and the communication concluded, thus so, shall we invite Istil to join us for a comparison? It should pose no issue. Let us proceed. Walking in a large space one after another felt somewhat delicate. But things are as they are. Consequently, all four individuals in the captain's quarters headed to the main entrance to retrieve their luggage, drawing enigmatic glances from the security personnel under the curious gaze of the guards. They received the parcels sent from the witch's general store, a T-scene suggestion. Instead of returning to the captain's quarters, they made their way to the hangar. The personnel from the 13th Technical Division were also present today. But perhaps due to their busy schedules, none ventured into the hangar. Scene, why open the luggage in the hangar? Wasn't the plan to receive information and weapons regarding the anomalies in South America? The worst-case scenario is that something of significant size might burst forth upon opening the luggage. The luggage itself consisted only of a cardboard box that could be cradled in two hands. But given that it was sent from a witch, the visible size offered little in terms of reference to it. Was unclear what weapons Miranda and the others intended to prepare, but after opening the box, it was entirely plausible that weapons designed for use with powered armor could emerge. Scene's response made Misty's cheeks twitch, yet she refrained from further complaints. After confirming the situation, he instructed Shojing and the others to step back a bit and commence to unpack the luggage. Scene cautiously opened the box, uncertain of what might leap out, but was met with two identical boxes of the same size, which brought him a mix of relief and disappointment. Upon extracting the two boxes, he discovered they bore the names of Kit and Scene. Captain, I belong to you. After all that I asked it, so is it all right to open this? It appeared the lady held a fondness for the captain, perhaps. Scene reasoned that there was at least no mechanism within that could harm a Kit. While he could not assert that there were no prank boxes or firecrackers hidden inside, that was a matter for another time. What is this but a mobile phone? Both the Kit and Scene's boxes contained what was an unremarkable touchscreen mobile phone by contemporary standards. Instead of bearing the insignia of common electronic device manufacturers, they were engraved with either a Kit or Scene's names, accompanied by a badge themed around a witch's hat. Could this be a mobile phone crafted by the witch's general store? A witch producing electronic devices? Do not let appearances deceive. She is quite fond of new innovations. Generally, individuals are not adept at modern science and electronic devices, yet there are those who possess an interest in them. As a technician, Scene was well versed in this domain, leading to frequent inquiries from strangers regarding such matters. This is not a trivial matter. In essence, it means that human technology has been pilfered by outsiders. Does it not? Hearing you say this, it indeed seems so. Perhaps the witches have surpassed us. What is this? It is powered by energy quartz. I observed the clamorous Misty. I attempted to activate the mobile phone, only to discover that it lacked even the standard ports for charging cables. Intrigued, I inspected it closely and found it contained a diminutive energy quartz. Furthermore, it did not rely on the energy quartz as a source of magical power to operate. Fundamentally, its internal structure was akin to that of a typical human mobile phone, functioning on electricity. That it would not be strange for the adversary to incorporate energy quartz into their weapons. Would it? No, it is entirely different. This mobile phone operates on converted electrical power. Scene's explanation left Anna and the others in a state of bewilderment. From this juncture onward, aside from Scene, who was knowledgeable in both technologies, it became an incomprehensible realm for the others, making their confusion understandable. Utilizing energy quartz as a power source, both the otherworld and human militaries seemingly engage in similar practices, yet the actual circumstances diverge significantly. In the otherworld, weapons and artifacts are infused with the magical essence crystallized into what outsiders refer to as spirit stones, amplifying the user's magic. In contrast, the EC driver converts the magical energy stored within the energy quartz into electrical energy for use. If it were otherwise, it could not serve as the power source for modern human-made weaponry. Converting magical energy into electrical energy via magic is a straightforward endeavor. However, at least this terminal appears to operate by employing techniques beyond magic to convert magical energy into electrical energy. This is indistinguishable from the EC driver. In essence, this terminal operates with a power mechanism that is either identical to or even more advanced than that of the EC driver. Thus, the conclusion is drawn. Akit and Anna appeared unaffected, but Misty's complexion had completely drained of color. For someone like her, who harbors disdain for others while simultaneously fearing them, discovering that the witches possessed technology equal to or superior to that which humanity was still researching was undoubtedly disheartening news. Amidst this unutterable silence, accompanied by a lively melody, Akit's mobile phone vibrated in his grasp. Rushing to Akit's side, he glanced at the screen, which displayed an incoming call alongside Miranda's name. Captain, let us converse via the speakerphone. The operation is not markedly different from that of a standard mobile phone. Nodding at Scene's instruction, Akit executed a few simple commands, interrupting the ringing and connecting the call. Hello, is this Captain Lightsword? Upon hearing Miranda's voice, which he had only just become acquainted with a week prior, Akit responded affirmatively, and through the phone, he could hear her exhale in relief. Everything has been delivered, and the call has been successfully connected. How splendid. Miss, what is this mobile phone? It is a magical mobile phone intended for future sale through the Witch's General Store. The alchemists refer to it as a magic flute. It is an experimental product that merges magic and science, and it appears to be in limited supply. Although it is described as a fusion, it is essentially based on human mobile phones, with magic applied to its power and details. Miranda stated that. To be frank, it is mostly a standard mobile terminal. I have had several individuals test it, and I believe it should be quite easy for someone like Captain Lightsword to adapt to. If you could also share your experience from a human perspective, that would be wonderful. Seemingly motivated by concern for Shojing and the testing, it was a very reasonable consideration that prompted the gift. The same sentiment likely applied to Scene, who was simply intended to be a tester as well. Madam, may I inquire about the technology behind the use of this mobile phone? Huh. Is it all right? Can I understand? Do you not comprehend? You see, it was planned by the young witches for me. Currently, I can only utilize the phone and messaging software. I at your grandmother. Scene, unable to restrain himself, exclaimed, yet he knew it was improper to voice such a foolish truth to Miranda. Scene, I wish to try the features of this magic phone. May I, Mr. Wangmu, could you please direct the screen towards Scene? Though Miranda made her request with urgency, Akit unceremoniously turned the screen towards that direction. The next moment, a magic circle unfolded a mere centimeter away from the screen. Ah, this useless thing. By the time I thought this, it was too late. The ice block released by the magic circle struck Scene squarely in the face. The ability to transmit magic through the terminal, allowing even those far away to heal and dispel curses, is indeed an impressive feature. Miranda said this with considerable pride as she observed Scene regaining his composure. Now, let us proceed to discuss something significant. After concluding Scene's little punishment, Miranda cleared her throat deliberately and began to speak. Naturally, it pertained to the findings from the South American investigation and the provided weaponry. Conducting this discourse in the hangar was unavoidable, but remaining still while addressing such a complex topic was not feasible. Scene glared at her, gestured toward the corner of the hangar, and summoned a number of folding chairs and a simple folding table using magic, swiftly arranging them. Misty appeared somewhat astonished, yet Kit and Anna sat down without a hint of surprise and listened attentively. First, let us delve into the eagerly awaited anomaly information. Thanks to my child's investigation, we have grasped the center of the anomalies and the abilities of the malevolent creatures behind them. Upon hearing Miranda's words, Kit and Anna expressed their admiration. Even Misty, who held a disdain for outsiders, quietly listened, fearing trouble. Then, where's the malevolent creature responsible for the anomalies? In the world's largest tropical rainforest, the Amazon rainforest, Miranda calmly responded to the eagerly leaning hummingbirds. However, for both the hummingbirds and Scene, this answer was far from tranquil. How could it be possible? Are demons rampant in that land? The hummingbirds in the cage were in an uproar, leaving Kit and the others in shock. While Scene found himself unable to believe Miranda's words. Scene, do we not understand at all? Is the emergence of malevolent creatures in the Amazon truly perilous? Indeed, that as far as I know, it is inconceivable. Yet, Scene was acutely aware that nothing in this world is absolute. Moreover, it was unlikely that Miranda would make such a statement without concrete evidence, given her deeper understanding of the world than Scene and the others. The fundamental premise is that relics and lands associated with religion and ancient civilizations, as well as the remnants of nature from primordial times, are not easily accessible. Why is that? Because they are protected, preventing such fortune from drawing near. Religion, needless to say, is deeply intertwined with ancient myths. Furthermore, while one cannot assert the existence of all the deities and monsters that appear in the world's remaining myths, it is indeed true that some have existed. The hummingbird serves as a prime example, a companion of the Aztec sun god Huitzilopochtli. This indicates that Huitzilopochtli was a real entity. The deities of that era were believed in by the people, offering protection against disasters and malevolence in response to their prayers and offerings. These sanctuaries, such as temples, still largely retain their protective functions today. Consequently, evil entities are thwarted by these shrouded protections and cannot approach. Nature, too, exhibits similar phenomena. Even in modern times, many beings, such as spirits and fairies, inhabit the natural world, establishing barriers to deter intruders. Subsequent investigations reveal that instances of intruders near the Amazon rainforest are virtually non-existent, likely due to the formidable protective barriers present in comparison to other regions. After all, this is the largest expanse of dense forest on a planet that has seen nature diminish. It is said that spirits and fairies from around the globe have lost their original forests and rivers, ultimately drifting to the Amazon. Moreover, the influx of outsiders into that land only fortifies the barriers they create. Could it be that the Amazon, shielded by such potent barriers, has become the source of such fortune? It is indeed hard to believe. After uttering a few feeble words, Miranda appeared to regain her composure and began recounting the matter at hand. The primary culprit is a creature profoundly connected to the earth, which we shall temporarily refer to as the Great Diver, hidden beneath the ground at a great leap into the depths. Its ability allows it to meld with the earth, or rather, to assimilate with it, manipulating the terrain through a semi-ethereal form. But what does that entail? Not only can it manipulate the earth, but also the very plants rooted there, that essentially controlling the jungle itself. The Amazon rainforest itself, the enemy. Sean's summary left Akide and the others in a state of astonishment. Surely such absurdities could be executed. How can one claim otherwise? Deputy Captain, you are perhaps the one most lacking in understanding of the extraordinary abilities present here. Are you not? Misty, as if to kick her chair away, stood up and shouted, while Sean responded calmly. Seemingly aware of the pointed observation, Misty suddenly lost her momentum. That is a different matter, Sean. I too am hesitant to readily believe such claims. Anna, stepping in for Misty, posed the question to Sean. Indeed, for humanity, the jungle itself is an adversary, perhaps even beyond comprehension. Yet, it is as it is, and thus, we cannot change that. I do not ask you to grasp the underlying principles. I merely wish for you to accept it. All right. Let us remain calm. What Sean is expressing is merely an extreme theory that he surely cannot manipulate the entirety of the Amazon rainforest in one breath. Nonetheless, it has breached the myriad protections established by the spirits. While it may not exert control over the entire jungle, it indeed possesses the power to manipulate a corresponding territory. Sean nodded in agreement with Miranda's dialogue about the hummingbird. By the way, madam, have you considered methods for defeat? Certainly, we have prepared tools for that purpose. Observing Miranda's confidence, Sean realized that this was not a battle devoid of hope, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Sean and the others began to attentively listen to Miranda's prepared strategies. They spent several minutes concluding their communication with Miranda, and before them lay a considerable accumulation of supplies. Magic, it seems, can truly exceed our expectations with ease. That's so. How could such a plethora of supplies arrive in an instant? It seems utterly absurd to predict that. The mountain of supplies, which even a large truck could not transport in one trip, has just been delivered via magic. Specifically, through the spatial transfer magic of a magic circle. For us, using teleportation magic for deliveries is merely a commonplace affair. Well, while we remain concealed, he periodically attends to our needs. Your common sense appears exceedingly lacking in our eyes, Sean remarked, glancing at the astonished Anna while verifying the delivered supplies. This bundle of papers to IT seems to be the report of this investigation, does it not? It appears to be a list of provided supplies. They still utilize paper documents in this era? Although Misty's attitude seemed somewhat condescending, she would undoubtedly disdain if others could adeptly employ electronic data. However, this seems to be ordinary copy paper, implying that data can indeed be provided. Perhaps it is a habit formed from regular business dealings, as nearly no one utilizes electronic devices. That IT is not so much that witches cannot use electronic machinery, but rather that those purchasing from witches cannot use them, which necessitates the printing of paper documents. The outside world's shift toward a paperless society still seems far off. They can even create items like magical flutes. At the very least, witches can still utilize corresponding electronic devices. Even witches of my age are adept at using them. Miranda mentioned that magical devices are a project of the younger generation, likely spearheaded by those witches who routinely use electronic devices. Due to this, the intricate details regarding technology remain shrouded, but the terminal itself is within Sean's reach, allowing for investigation. However, it is indeed a witch's general store, considering that individuals outside cannot wield magic. She specifically selected modern weaponry usable by both mechanized armor and infantry. Glancing at the list, the minimum tools requiring specialized knowledge are sufficient for Sean's use. Most are ordinary firearms inscribed with magic circles, transformed to be effective against darkness, or utilize silver bullets endowed with exorcising powers, items entirely usable without understanding magic. Yet Sean, despite being a mail-order service aimed at outsiders, sells weapons meant for humans? Is that truly necessary? There exist lesser races among outsiders, as well as those born into families connected to outsiders, but possessing average magical abilities, effectively rendering them ordinary individuals. There's indeed a demand. After scanning through the supplies in response to Anna's answer, several intriguing items caught Sean's eye. This is incredible. An RPG from Monsters. It appears to be an ordinary RPG. They even have such things. Sean was holding what resembled a prototype anti-tank grenade launcher. At first glance, it is hard to discern it as a weapon employed by human armies. Nevertheless, as long as it is not exceptionally large, it can indeed handle medium-sized luck. Remarkable. Surely it does not need to be returned. That is the agreement. The latest URL, Chapter 56, A Night with the Spirits. The document clearly states that, so it should be fine. Right? Then let it serve as a supply for the infantry. It likely cannot be used in the Amazon. Anna's excitement is perhaps not misplaced. Although it is a single-use weapon, once utilized, infantry can eliminate medium-sized ammo. Even with the most powerful weaponry, infantry can only contend with small invaders. In this context, its strategic value is exceptionally high at relying on the weaponry of others. If you say that, it is akin to my reliance on you when using Sean. I do not mind. Anna decisively dismissed Misty's complaints and began inspecting the armaments alongside Sean. As for Misty, she evidently disagreed, yet seemed unable to counter. That person truly shows no remorse. Previously, she had been teased by Sean, countered by Anna, and even reminded by Kaide, yet her aggressive demeanor toward the outside world and Sean showed no signs of changing. Doubts are permissible. Believe what you will. However, I feel that if we are to cause a ruckus, at least prepare a sound basis for it. Regardless of her actions, they are of no concern to Sean. Captain, what shall we do with these supplies? If you are worried, would you like to confirm them as well? No. If Anna wishes to confirm, I shall leave it to her. However, I would like to see the investigation report first. Very well, I shall fly. With one hand holding the investigation report, I soared along the wind to Akai's hand, easily grasping it. Though not as enthusiastic as Anna, he too was gradually adapting to magic. Sean, what is this mat-like object? That is likely a trap that explodes when a monster steps on it, inscribed with a magic circle. Oh, how convenient. Is this box for ammunition for mechanized armor. And for sniper rifle. They're round for handguns and assault rifles. It appears to have all the standard specifications. Indeed, it seems so. This is excessive. It feels somewhat intimidating. While Miranda does not discriminate against the designated supplies, the impression it leaves is one of considerable extravagance. The term which evokes an impression of cunning. Yet the Witch's Grocery is in fact a reputable organization. Moreover, Sharon is not entirely oblivious to Miranda. Based on her character, I believe she would not make any demands out of spite afterward. Regardless, this is not something to ponder over here. Sharon resolved to continue working alongside Anna. The flickering flames illuminated the dark night sky, casting a familiar hellish glow for Sharon. Unfazed by the scene, she perched herself comfortably on a pile of rubble. Zhuyu, since you're here, why not come out? What's wrong? Aren't you angry today? Zhuyu manifested in a space that seemed devoid of presence. Approaching without a hint of surprise at being discovered, and took a seat on an equally suitable heap of debris. While the probing nature of inquiries can be vexing, Haven T you already visited once. There's nothing more to dig into. That fellow is too kind. If every dream encounter nearly ended in death, there would be no life left. Zhuyu chuckled at this, seemingly unfazed by the notion. Though her appearance remains youthful, she is undeniably a formidable opponent who should not be underestimated. So, what brings you to seek me out? If you neither wish to be angry nor to kill, then you wouldn't approach me without reason, would you? As Zhuyu pointed out, Sharon rarely sought her out unless there was something of significance. Their relationship was initially forged for mutual exploitation, and conversing with Zhuyu also carried its own risks. After all, she was a cunning individual who presented contracts in a near-threatening manner. Communicating through clumsy dialogue would only yield negative repercussions. Honestly, you're quite fierce with me. It nearly brings tears to my eyes. Well, believing that a vile demon would intrude upon dreams for investigation isn't exactly normal behavior. Zhuyu feigned tears, utilizing her childlike visage, prompting Sharon to smile at her antics. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter, though neither truly found humor in the moment. There was not a trace of tranquility. By the way, do you truly have something to discuss? I will be straightforward. Don't you find the recent movements of monsters rather odd? For Zhuyu, such superfluous concerns were meaningless. Avoid digressing. Sharon posed her question to Durzik. Zhuyu seemed momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, her eyes widening, but it was only a fleeting reaction before she reverted to her usual light-hearted demeanor. With the way you ask, don't you think you could have concluded without consulting my opinion? The more perspectives one has when observing matters, the better, right? Indeed. Zhuyu slowly retrieved a stick of wood glue from her garments. Given your appearance, I truly wish to stop you. Spare me. This is one of the few pleasures I have. Being a bodiless entity with nothing to occupy my time. Zhuyu put on an uncharacteristic display of disgust, a plume of smoke escaping her lips. Typically, such behavior from a figure who appeared to be no older than 10 would seem incongruous. Yet she executed it with such familiarity, likely due to her adeptness. I have no objections to the notion of the salt flat, that it was indeed peculiar for monsters to appear on that island in the first place. The island Zhuyu referred to was the 7th artificial island. Although the human military had not been informed, the island was evidently intertwined with numerous individuals connected to the outside world. The D'Artagnan Military Academy could be regarded as a symbol of that island, serving the dual purpose of supporting orphans like Sharon with a remarkably diverse student body. Essentially, as long as one appeared human, anyone could easily enroll. Moreover, proving one's status as an orphan exempted tuition fees. Even apart from that, the allure of receiving world-class education at a reasonable fee, aside from the rigorous military training required, was compelling, especially for those with ties to the outside world. Consequently, each year, around 10 individuals with such connections would infiltrate the new student cohort, employing barriers to cover the entire island in order to maintain their social circles. Passing this practice down to subsequent generations, from the construction of the 7th artificial island to the day of graduation, it had experienced no unfortunate attacks for nearly a decade. This was neither coincidence nor luck, but rather a deliberate effort. If it were merely the island's barrier, Such occurrences would not arise. I am not well acquainted with the forest known as the Amazon, but transforming a land inhabited by elves and fairies in such a manner is quite remarkable. The barrier of the artificial island was merely a rudimentary tool prepared by mages. Even if it were to be breached, it would not be a cause for alarm. However, the barrier formed by beings such as elves and fairies is not easily dismantled. Should such a situation arise, it would indeed signify something amiss. I have never ventured beyond my journal. It feels rather strange. Zhu Yu exhaled a sigh of smoke. To be honest, I have yet to observe anything. Yet there lingers an ominous premonition that if it were you, Master Shuren, I would not worry, but do take care. Well, I thought you would find it amusing. This was Shuren's inner thought. She intended to voice it. But Zhu Yu's earnest warning caught her off guard, leading her to inadvertently speak out that I relish fighting, warfare, and infighting, but slaying those monsters holds no thrill. Yes, that's so. Indeed. Zhu Yu exhaled smoke with her characteristic smile. Observing her mature demeanor, Shuren recalled that Zhu Yu is several centuries old, surpassing her own age. Isn't there meant to be a grand battle with the Amazons soon? Just don't let me die. Master Shuren. Zhu Yu vanished, leaving behind only a wisp of smoke that it felt rather vexing. The cacophony of her small world was already overwhelming, with an unsettling aura permeating from the outside. In light of this reality, Shuren felt an indescribable sense of unease. 2 days after the witch's grocery received supplies, as planned, the Mistrathin, departing from the Miami base, was heading directly south towards the Amazon. In the briefing room aboard the ship, Shuren and those involved in the operation were summoned by a kid. Given that nighttime battles were disadvantageous, the arrival time was adjusted, with plans to engage the invaders in the Amazon starting tomorrow morning. A briefing regarding the operational plans for that battle was about to commence. Everyone is here. Let us begin. With the kid's words, the lights in the room dimmed, and the central table embedded with displays illuminated various information. Prior to this, they had invited the South America base to provide intelligence, discovering a faint dark cloud response in the heart of the Amazon rainforest. Faint, you say? I would argue it is quite strong. It seems they are attempting to suppress the response as much as possible. This aligns with the actions of the invaders who did not exhibit any response just a few days ago. Without hesitation, Misty articulated her perspective on the matter regarding Ramda. Shuren found no reason to disagree that a month ago they might have overlooked it, but now the sensitivity of sensors across various locations have been successfully enhanced, which was a significant improvement. According to investigations conducted by the South America base, this was the only confirmed reaction. Even information gleaned from non-cooperators could not verify any other suspicions, prompting Shuren to question the accuracy of the response count. Nonetheless, we cannot afford to be complacent, as they may deploy subordinates akin to the monsters on the artificial island, correct? Anna glanced at him, seemingly seeking confirmation, and Shuren nodded in response. Ayaki and Misty likely did not overlook this possibility either, showing no signs of surprise. Ister, I would like to confirm whether this time invaders might, like those on the artificial island, acquire some form of magical power. The large invaders encountered during the battle on the artificial island amassed countless subordinates by harnessing the magical energy of power-generating quartz. Ayaki appeared particularly concerned about the prospect of facing such a troublesome situation that if we speak of possibilities, there is indeed a considerable chance. Specifically, elements of nature, such as trees, water, and fire, harbor magical energy, thus allowing us to extract it from the Amazon's natural surroundings. Notably, based on prior intelligence, the target, the Jumpshui, is characterized as a highly potent invader. Setting aside the water, it would be nearly impossible to extract magical energy from the trees and earth within the dense forest. Moreover, the Amazon is a land teeming with spirits, such as elves and fairies, undoubtedly more infused with magical energy than the surrounding forest. The Amazon serves as their home ground, given its abundance of magical energy. It could be beneficial for me, but it bears no relevance to other members. The EC drivers utilizing energy quartz might see a slight increase in power, but that would merely fall within the margin of error. If the enemy can siphon magical energy from their surroundings, predicting their numbers becomes impossible, that we may find ourselves facing a considerable number of phantoms. Please be mentally prepared for this. Regarding Akite's words, Lambda and Harmar, who were preparing for bombardment or direct combat, nodded earnestly. Next, concerning the primary target, an entity designated as the Phantom, I request Yang Istel to provide an explanation about this Phantom. Is it me? Suddenly called upon. And with a reluctance to rely on Xiang, Misty was taken aback. In truth, Mist had felt some dissatisfaction upon seeing Xiang, suggesting that the request was not entirely sincere. Mist and I initially believed we had a basic understanding through the information from the witch's general store. Yet it was far too removed from our common knowledge. I determined it would be more reliable for you, who comprehend the nuances beyond human understanding, to elucidate. Indeed, that may be preferable. The witches prepare the data. And there exists a peril in omitting details that are evidently incomprehensible to humans. That it would be best for Xiang and Akai to first establish a mutual understanding. We have the acquired information. Here it is. I took the stack of papers handed over by Aki and began to peruse them. This was my first thorough examination, apart from the somewhat unique abilities relayed by Miranda. It appeared to be a typical large-scale invader. This time, Annie is a half-spiritual entity that Mini-Skirt has disregarded until now. What precisely is the fortune? Being a half-spiritual entity, its form is not fixed, allowing for considerable freedom. I have a perfect example. Fortunately, there's a half-spiritual presence next to Xiang. Demonstrating it in reality is the most expedient method. Humi. 3 shadows leapt out from Xiang's own shadow, arranging themselves neatly above Xiang's head like totem poles. Incidentally, this scene elicited a chuckle from Lambda. Thus, one of the characteristics of half-spiritual entities is that their forms, constructed from magical energy, can be easily altered. The first shadow that descended to the ground expanded like a balloon. The second transformed into the silhouette of a crow, while the final one replicated Xiang's team most. It merely adjusted the shape and size of the original black body, which a half-spiritual entity can accomplish with ease. Is it merely a matter of shape-shifting? The capabilities of half-spiritual entities cease here. If one were to employ illusion magic additionally, it could enhance visibility further. He gestured towards she, who was still mimicking Xiang's silhouette. Color appeared on the black silhouette, and moments later, it transformed into an exact replica of Xiang. However, this holds little utility in combat, thus it is unlikely to be of significant use. This can be regarded as an ability that warrants little concern. The second nature of half-spiritual entities is that, as their bodies are constructed from magical energy, they can easily pass through matter. When Xiang extended a hand toward Shi, who was still imitating his form, his hand passed through Shi's body. Faced with this rather shocking sight, a kite and others began to stir. Yet Xiang proceeded calmly, walking straight through Shi's form. Both beings and objects can be traversed in such a manner. Will our attacks be effective? The physical armaments of the human army will not suffice. Should Xiang respond immediately, the others would become agitated. Given the declaration that the weapons are ineffective, it is a natural reaction. Yet Xiang quelled the commotion with a gesture. While physical armaments are ineffective, optical armaments pose no issue. Moreover, if special bullets sent by Madame are utilized, physical armaments can indeed prove effective. Historically, souls have always been averse to intense light. Half-spiritual entities are no exception. Thus, the efficacy of optical armaments, particularly those that concentrate light, is enhanced. Miranda has also provided a substantial supply of effective ammunition tailored to the opponent's characteristics, at the very least. We need not worry in this battle. This brings us to the third nature of half-spiritual entities, possession of objects. Lightly tapping the shadow by her feet, a transformed large cat puppet leapt from the shadow, slightly delayed in its timing. Following, the crow's silhouette lunged at the puppet, melting into it. Consequently, the puppet stood on its own feet, elegantly turning to display itself. Though, is this not adorable? Was it manipulated by that child resembling a black bun? Indeed, the possessed object can be maneuvered freely as one's own body. And this ability is crucial for everyone to recognize during this operation. Preliminary investigations revealed that Grand Diver possesses the capability to assimilate and control the Earth. A power that can be deemed an advanced version of this possession ability, that a mere half-spiritual entity cannot manipulate significantly large objects or amorphous elements such as earth or water. This instance has confirmed his capacity to do so. I have already relayed some information to the captains. Simply put, we treat the Amazon jungle as the enemy. The earth that has been directly assimilated by the invader is self-evident, and the plants rooted there will reveal their fangs as extensions of the invader. Although it cannot be stated that the entire Amazon will behave in this manner, it can be assumed that within a certain range, manipulation will occur. Hearing you say this seems quite absurd. What kind of attacks can we expect? Will the ground rise to approach us, or will plants grow rapidly, attempting to ensnare us like tentacles? While we can anticipate other Earth ruptures, fortunately, our mobile armor can fly. So, it is not a concern. Had our combat capabilities been grounded, we would have been at the mercy of the enemy, as long as the mobile armor maintains altitude. It will not be targeted by the adversary. Conversely, should we inadvertently descend to the ground, it would be entirely a one-act play for the enemy that we must avoid this at all costs. I cautioned Haruma and the other 3 pilots, who all nodded earnestly. The mist. Let us keep it to a minimum. Well, that is my intention, that if the warship is not agile, it could easily suffer a one-sided defeat. Taking this invader as an example, once we enter enemy territory, we risk being subjected to comprehensive assault. The mobile armors are relatively fine, but the warships cannot withstand such attacks. Xiang need not articulate this. He understands well, and his swift speech has been tremendously helpful. After much discourse, 3 points emerged as crucial. To be candid, many who lack knowledge of magic and supernatural powers will likely find much of this incomprehensible, that a half-hearted understanding could lead to misunderstandings. So I wish to clarify these 3 points. First, point 1. The invaders reside within the Earth, manipulating the ground and plants to launch attacks. The closer one is to the ground, the nearer one is to the enemy's gunpoint. In plain terms, approaching the ground is tantamount to self-destruction. Maintaining altitude is paramount. Yet if one cannot fly for some reason, one should withdraw from the front lines at that moment. Point 2, as long as the invader assimilates with the Earth. Even when damaged, it is difficult to eliminate it. The first phase of combat must involve expelling the invader from the ground. Damaging the possessed object can inflict harm on Anzian and deplete its energy, but it is challenging to deliver decisive damage. Although there are exceptional spells and items that can facilitate this, in this context, no one besides Xiang would be capable of such tricks, despite the invaders lacking intelligence. They will instinctively choose conditions favorable to their continued assimilation with the Earth. Thus, it is necessary to employ the strategies prepared by Miranda to forcibly extricate Anzian from the ground. Point 3. Ordinary physical armaments are ineffective against the dark clouds emerging from the Earth. Please utilize optical armaments or bullets crafted by the Witch's general store for assaults. During the period of assimilation with the Earth, any weapon may be employed, but once they leave the Earth, the divers become half-spiritual invaders. Moreover, as they distance themselves from the safety of the Earth, they will seek to attain a state that allows them to pass through matter to avoid attacks. Consequently, the expected effectiveness of our attacks will be limited, thus warranting caution. The aforementioned encompasses what Xiang ought to convey. Setting aside the particulars, as long as we heed these 3 points, there should be no complications in this battle. Istil, we are saved. Next, I will delineate a more specific combat plan. This operation sequence is critical. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Please listen attentively as I speak. The serious expression on Kogain's face heightened the tension in the briefing room, based on the strategies communicated by Miranda. A more detailed operational plan was devised. A kite periodically sought Xiang's input, articulating the content clearly and understandably. Less than 12 hours remain until the scheduled operation begins, and preparations for combat are proceeding systematically. After a night following the briefing release, the time swiftly arrived at 10 in the morning. Thus commences the operation against the Great Diver. Are all mobile armors prepared for deployment? Asano confirmed without issue, stating this was their best condition thus far. The current error has been personally modified by Xiang, in essence, adjustments were made to suit Xiang's preferences. If asked whether these adjustments were beneficial for anyone, I could only deflect with a warm smile. However, it can be asserted that these modifications are optimal for Xiang. Furthermore, Haruma and the other 3 pilots also reported their statuses in this operation. Shoten has no plans to engage. The previous sortie was an exception to the norm, and given the absence of aircraft, it seems ill-suited for this mission. Although this is a final confirmation, the combat plans for each unit must be etched in their minds, correct? Of course, no problem. Haruma, you 3 need not worry at all. The issue lies with you, Scene. Quite unexpected. Wasn't there already a press conference? What are the students, who heard nothing during class, saying? Well done. As Scene, unable to counter Anna's words, is left speechless. Halma scoffs over the communication line. You brought this upon yourself, you fool. Even I listened to what I ought to. Moreover, the captain's explanation is quite clear, so there is no cause for concern. If only it were that simple, to be honest. I only worry about whether you can grasp the operational plan, that if it were just Haruma speaking, I could argue with her, and both Reese and Lena tentatively agreed with Haruma. In that moment. It was 4 against 1, leaving Scene with no room for rebuttal. Very well. Let us put our trust in you this time. And if Scene does anything amiss, I shall scold him immediately. So, Haruma, you need not fret. The half-joking response from Anna was met with understanding from Haruma and the others, their feelings becoming complex as they prepared for the sortie. By the way, Scene, do you truly not need the witch's mark weapons? Ah, that's quite all right. Initially, Asano lacked equipment capable of using physical ammunition. The Asahi News has not stockpiled various supplies obtained from the witch's shop. While it's true that there are no tangible weapons that utilize bullets, the primary reason is that it is entirely unnecessary. The items provided by the witch's shop are modern weapons imbued with magic, which even those devoid of magical abilities can wield. Thus, Scene, who can independently manage magic, can compensate without relying on those weapons in such a case, it would be best to allocate various magical tools to those other than Scene, as long as you are fine that we are about to engage. And everyone is counting on you. Understood. I thought the communication would conclude there, but soon another line was connected. Chief of Staff, what is it? It's nothing major, just a small matter. Though her face was obscure by the phone, her tone conveyed a sense of joy. You should reconcile with Haruma first. Okay? The chairperson had mentioned this to me as well, but I feel this differs somewhat from reconciliation. That's so. Has the designation shifted from a villain to merely a potential villain? I heard that once labeled a villain, one is swiftly eliminated. Things have become rather complicated. However, it wonderful to be able to tease each other as before. Indeed, to rekindle the tension we once had upon meeting is a cause for celebration. Your ability to integrate seamlessly into your surroundings lifts my spirits as well. I will manage it appropriately. Though there are some who are a bit stricter, like Mr. Glasses, Mr. Glasses, Mr. Glasses. Hey, while the bridge is on the line, could you refrain from that? You're killing me with laughter. Did the captain send this message from a place where even the first mate, who dislikes Scene the most, is present? Although there were jests, they were deftly deflected due to Anna's involvement. From her usual demeanor, it is clear that Anna surpasses Misty in this regard. What does that child say? From a family perspective, he is a thoroughbred soldier. By the way, did the captain and the instructor know each other before? He was a junior by year during military academy days. From then on, I have fond memories of Akidara, rather than fond memories. Perhaps it is more akin to affection. Oh, did you notice? How are you so oblivious? While not particularly attuned to romantic nuances, I was still somewhat taken aback, regarding that person's love life or otherwise. Did that individual's parents perish at the hands of others? Is there such a tale? That while there isn't nothing of the sort, nothing truly that. It appears so. Compared to other soldiers, his hostility is notably intense, leading me to believe he must have such a background. It seems otherwise. Well, about what you mentioned regarding getting familiar. Could you perhaps set aside Mr. Glasses? In this world, there are indeed things that are utterly unattainable. Please strive within the realm of possibility. As we were speaking, the time for the operation commenced at IT is about to begin. Let us conclude our whispers indeed. However, since we have finally established a private atmosphere, allow me to say this. Anna tilted her head after delivering her introductory remarks, awaiting her to continue. Scene, be cautious on your way, and make sure to return, for a soldier being dispatched into battle. Such words are rather too casual. Yet within that lightheartedness lies warmth and affection. I believe Scene would prefer such sentiments over rigid phrases that I'm off, that I shall return, so prepare some snacks for me. If you wish, Scene casually exchanged a few words, inhaling deeply. Simultaneously, the bridge issued the command to sortie. Asano, engage. After a few seconds of fervent declaration, Alette took flight from the mist. Emerging from the mist, the Asahi News soared, beneath which lush trees flourished, forming a breathtaking expanse of jungle. In this modern age, where environmental issues have been vociferously championed since the old century, to behold such nature is indeed a rare experience. If only one could appreciate the sight before them with a sense of wonder, alas, that is not the case. Strong energy reactions detected in the central region of the Amazon rainforest. The range of high-energy responses is expanding. Hearing the jarring alarm and the lights on the bridge flashing warnings, Scene turned to confirm the source of the reaction, immediately furrowing his brow. This again, at least to the naked eye, the jungle still appeared unremarkable. In fact, it was likely that Haruma and the others in their armored suits, as well as the small team on the bridge, were perceiving nothing more than this. However, amidst the seemingly innocuous jungle, a repulsive aura permeated the air, that a presence discernible to beings like Scene and those beyond, a so-called monstrous essence. Typically uncomfortable, this particular distaste was among the most pronounced he had ever felt. Scene was certain that while a simple, overwhelming dark energy could be a factor, it was by no means the sole reason that it felt as though it had been thoroughly desecrated that a serious voice from Hummingbird came through the communication. He advised that such actions would aid in detecting signs of impending danger. Hence he placed Hummingbird's cage on the bridge during this operation, and it seems Hummingbird has completed its task admirably. What has it consumed? The animals, plants, all souls, excluding humans in the jungle, perhaps. While it is a rather emotional topic, the intensity of the aura varies. The essence at birth can differ in magnitude, yet in terms of concentration, the differences are minimal. However, by consuming other souls, it increases both size and intensity. The souls devoured by Annie alone must number over 1,000. Is it truly that formidable? Indeed, it is from a commoner's perspective. To liberate the devoured souls, they should be swiftly eradicated, yet there is little purpose in explaining this to the human army. However, one critical point remains. These are indeed enemies that must be eliminated without delay. Enemy reactions have partially intensified. Remain vigilant. Following the warning from the maple leaf, several vast sections of the jungle ahead began to swell. The rising ground swiftly morphed into shapes resembling human arms. I am coming. I will take you down, rapidly scattering to evade the numerous earthy arms that shot forth. Yet, it merely evaded me once, not halting its advance. The arms relentlessly pursued me. Its palms were large enough to grasp an armored suit with a single arm. Yet its speed left much to be desired. Valuing mobility, Alette, needless to say, and even the other armored suits piloted by Haruma and the others need not fear being caught in a straight line. Give me a shot. Faced with the arms pursuing from behind, he unleashed the high-output mode of the dragon sword. With no time to evade, the arms struck by the lightning fell limp, disintegrating into ordinary sand. However, multiple energy reactions were confirmed. Accompanied by the alert, the quantity of reactions appearing on the sensors matched the number of arms that had beautifully vanished. Mere seconds after the destruction, new arms sprouted from the ground. It regenerates that easily. What is this if not the essence of the Anzuyan itself, right? While slashing at the approaching arms, he continued his evasive maneuvers. Ultimately, these arms were merely a manifestation of the earth manipulated through possession. Taking on such forms, since the soil material is boundless, rather than regeneration, it would be more accurate to say is immediately remade. While I am aware, I must still find a way to address the true body. Now, let the battle commence. Miss Stan, maintain altitude as much as possible, keeping a safe distance from the reactions. Absolutely refrain from entering the reaction range. The mobile armor units disperse and commence the first phase of combat, as previously instructed. A sharp command from Xiao Jing resonates from the bridge, heralding the onset of the grand underwater offensive, the diffuse sword of the dragon. Evading the multitude of encroaching earth arms, the magic amplifies the beams of the dragon sword, concentrating the emerging arms from various directions and fundamentally severing them. While merely a diffusion, the total energy remains unchanged, rendering it an exquisite choice for targeting multiple adversaries across a vast expanse. Asano, do not move. The sudden halt command reflexively stifles action, as explosions scatter missiles around, uprooting the arms sprouting from the ground near Xian. Thank you. After a gentle expression of gratitude towards Lena, Asano ascends towards the densely clustered arms. Although some arms approach during this interval, none can match the swiftness of the morning. Calmly responding with shooting or slashing, the diffusion continues. Surrounded by a multitude of pursuing arms, the dragon sword expands around the sniper. Elongating towards him, Xian, thank you. Indeed, the sniper's tactics are limited. Essentially, the sniper's role focuses on long-range shots utilizing single-shot weaponry, lacking the capacity for rapid-fire machine guns that, in plain terms, such an approach is ill-suited for battles with numerous foes and complications. What are the other two? The chairman has aided me greatly. They should be fine if there is no need to worry about skill proficiency. A military knife swiftly traverses before Xian and the others. Ascalon, wielded in the right hand, and a standard assault rifle for mobile armor in the left. The military knife charges headlong against the numerous audacious arms. At first glance, it appears a reckless maneuver. However, with minimal movements, the military knife deftly evades the encroaching arms, slashing or firing at close range to dismantle them. Perhaps sensing the threat posed by the wildly aggressive Haruma, the advancing arms dwindle in number. Such antics are utterly impossible for Xian. Haruma, is quite the competitive spirit. Competing with whom? It's Xian. Seems rather concerned about that matter I entrusted to you not long ago. Having Xian perform is purely a strategic arrangement. Yet upon reflection, if one's adversarial figure actively engages on stage, it could indeed lack substance. I must strive as well. Laziness will earn me reprimands. Xian directs the muzzle of the dragon's sword skywards. Murmuring, from the heavens, let countless beams of light shine forth, displaying the power to vanquish evil. He releases the dragon sword towards the magical array unfurling in the sky, as innumerable luminous bullets cascade down. Seemingly in response, the goal is to avoid friendly units while unleashing light bullets in the vicinity of the Grand Diver's assimilation range. Though naively ambitious, the sheer volume ensures that even without precise aim, the Earth arms will inevitably be struck. Xian, don't make a mess of us. It's fine. I 1T hit you. That's not the issue. Nonetheless, the efficacy appears satisfactory. The arms, largely obliterated by Xian, attempt to re-emerge from the ground but do so sluggishly. The exhaustion from the ongoing combat is undoubtedly a primary factor, yet Xian and the others' operations in this initial phase ensure that the Grand Diver, during assimilation with the Earth, incurs little damage. They must devise a means to expel him from this assimilation, as generally, Grand Divers do not easily vacate the Earth. The benefits of such assimilation are too significant to relinquish. Even the areas previously halted from assimilation can expand indefinitely. Thus, while Xian and the others strive to compel the Grand Diver to flee the Earth, they must also prevent his immediate reassimilation upon escape. The importance of the witch's homemade bullets and other weaponry bearing the witch's mark cannot be overstated. These armaments not only penetrate semi-ethereal entities, but also possess potent magical effects against invaders. Much like sunlight to vampires or silver bullets to werewolves, mere contact with these bullets inflicts severe harm upon the intruders, rendering them lethal weapons. Furthermore, regardless of the nature of the being, none would willingly assimilate with the Earth, which they perceive as mere poison. Despite knowing the limited effect, engaging the Earth arms serves to distract the Grand Diver. Scattering them away, the bullets are self-evident. The missiles contain metallic fragments imbued with dark cloud effect magic, scattering upon detonation and embedding into the Earth. Even without utilizing the witch's marked weaponry, Xian incorporates similar magical systems amidst the scattered light. Unlike the bullets and metal fragments, the effects of this magic diminish over time. However, its impact remains substantial throughout this operation. The ground is littered with bullets and metallic shards, creating a veritable hell for the adversary. To avoid detection, a considerable amount was scattered during battle, ensuring no mid-combat escape, thus completing preparations for the area. Particularly, the recently chaotic downpour of light projectiles should prove a decisive blow. For an Aeon, the Earth becomes exceedingly uncomfortable, sensing the tremors of the Grand Diver. The reaction is shrinking. The response is shifting. The sensor displays a diminishing reaction range, moving precisely towards the fog's location. Generally, it is inadvisable for the enemy to approach the Mistolting, where the captain and others reside. However, Xian and the others remain unperturbed as their actions proceed according to plan. All entity weaponry prepared for launch. The comm report from Akkad resonates as the missile launch tubes and all missile firing systems ready themselves. Due to the output issues with the EC drive, the main cannon of the fog is yet to be operational. But even so, a warship is still a warship. Its firepower far exceeds that of mobile armor. Using 4 mobile armors to reprimand the invader, they guide him ultimately towards the direction of the Mistolting. Then, to deter the escaping intruder, they bombard him with a plethora of witch-marked weaponry, marking the final phase of the first stage. No signs of releasing the invaders thus far. Could the enemy be hiding something? If they have been reduced to this state and still withhold their cards, they likely have nothing left to unveil. The formidable beast need not necessarily generate minions. It is merely the nature of this creature. Then, I shall not hold back, perhaps due to the alleviation of anxiety from Xian and Hummingbird's responses. Akkad displays a combative demeanor. Lambda, don't dismantle. Really, all missiles on target. Mobile armor units, aside from sniper, bestow me gifts. All right, let loose. Amidst the invigorated voices resonating from the bridge, he sets the dragon sword to high power mode. Amplifying the spell, threefold expansion. Overlaying the unclean, burning radiance. 3 magical arrays align before the cannon, overlapping with the banishing magic tormenting an Aeon. Target, all entity weaponry, fire at will. Upon Akai's sharp command, bullets and missiles launch from the Mistolting. Concurrently, Xian unleashes the Dragon Sword, continuously enhanced by magic, that a multitude of attacks, including those from the military knife and the ejected streams, strike at the center of the reaction. Amidst the swiftly spreading flames from the explosion, unsettling sounds emerge, akin to wails, utterly uncharacteristic of biological entities. Shortly thereafter, a colossal translucent shadow leaps from the inferno, an indescribable aberration, resembling both mud and cloud, exhibiting a grotesque mockery of humanoid form, its lower half missing. The upper body awkwardly shaped, partially corpulent, partially abnormally slender, with a dismal proportion. This is the true embodiment of the Grand Diver. Thus, the first phase of driving the dark clouds from the Earth concludes successfully. The second phase has now commenced. Target confirmed. An icy, sharp voice, familiar to Xian, emanates from Reese. In the next instant, the desperate Grand Diver's head erupts. Following suit, the left arm, then the right arm, each bursts forth, culminating in a massive breach in the torso. The Grand Diver likely remains oblivious to the unfolding events. Even Xian, who knows his true identity, is rendered incapable of reacting to such swift actions. All bullets confirmed to have struck, positioned slightly behind Xian and the others. Reese readies his sniper rifle, not initiating fire now, but rather, every action has already transpired. Perhaps Reese is the one I can least contend with. The precise sniping from the typically composed Reese is hard to fathom. To be cautious, Xian often erects a magical defense wall. However, in a moment of sudden relaxation, one cannot truly ascertain whether he would emerge unscathed from such a terrifying assault. The Grand Diver, utterly unprepared, barely clings to existence, yet has already begun to dissolve into the air from one end of his semi-ethereal form. In the case of semi-ethereal invaders, a damaged head does not constitute a fatal blow. But when the head and both arms are destroyed, leaving a gaping wound in the body, it becomes inconsequential. Signs of weakening are indeed evident. The reaction displayed on the sensor has indeed diminished significantly. Everyone shared this sentiment. Scene, who understood its fortune better than others, as well as the divine hummingbird, was equally convinced of this. Yet in the next moment, an unprecedented chill swept over Scene. Everyone, stay alert. It was not merely the knowledge of the chill's true nature, but rather an instinctual call to vigilance emanating from his magical essence. Sensors began to detect anomalies, and a mechanical alarm sounded with a slight delay as Scene shifted his gaze around. The source of the chill was not the dying plunge. Instead, the intruder exuded a rather unpleasant aura, now somewhat diminished. Most crucially, what he now sensed was not that of a mere half-life. What is this? It is terrifying. Hearing the sorrowful cries of the hummingbird from the bridge, he nodded inwardly. The aura Scene felt was no ordinary unease. It was a malevolent presence that instilled a primal urge to flee. Master Scene, this creature is truly dangerous. It possesses the ability to slay even the gods surrounding it. Listening to Zhu Yu's rare urgency, Scene realized the source of the aura was above. Raising his gaze along its trail, he beheld a distorted space where a fissure had appeared. He has come. The crack widened, and the sky split open. Then, from that aperture, a black beam of light descended, like a raindrop falling from a branch after a rainstorm. It plummeted directly downward, striking the dying plunge and rebounding in that instant. Darkness spread like a roaring flame. Faced with the explosive darkness ahead, the bridge erupted with an unusual alarm. Retreat. Maintain distance from the encroaching darkness. Xiao Jing was utterly oblivious to the unfolding situation. Judging by the reactions, Zhuang and the hummingbird seemed to be on the same page. However, she understood that something dire was afoot, and the darkness spreading before them was the root cause. All armaments, stand by for immediate firing. Do not turn around. Use the thrusters to retreat. To maintain distance at the fastest possible speed, the correct maneuver would have been to execute a 180-degree turn. Yet, instinct warned her that facing the darkness was perilous. That instinct proved correct. Energy responses are increasing ahead. The ground is once again manifesting those earthen arms. Humans, an attack is imminent. Lambda, prepare to intercept. Orders were issued to the Red Crane and the Hummingbird. Lambda retaliated fiercely, utilizing precise artillery and missiles to obliterate countless earthen arms. This isn't enough trouble. Although they barely weathered the initial wave of attacks, the battleship's forces were primarily concentrated in the upper hull. The lower section, while not entirely devoid of armaments, lacked the necessary quantity to contend with the multitude of arms approaching from below. More attacks were on the horizon. Forget the secondary cannons. The missiles couldn't catch up. Prepare for a few hits. No, it's all right. Lambda's roar mingled with Halma's voice, and soon after, the divine sword surged beneath Mistodon, instantly severing the encroaching earthen arms. Are you all right? Following that, Asahi and the remaining mobile armor began to congregate around the mist, providing protection. Thus far, there had been no losses, but the situation was dire. Indeed, throughout the dialogue, the intercepting attacks of the mobile armors and Lambda continued unabated to the location of the vanishing Great Diver. A thick darkness loomed like heavy clouds, rendering even the sensors incapable of discerning the situation within. From the bridge, it was evident that the darkness emitted an exceptionally strong dark cloud response. To put it plainly, the battle situation was exceedingly grim. Ister, if I ask you what that is, will you have an answer? I'm afraid I do not know either. Although anticipated, Scene's response was swift. The accumulated filth that this phenomenon is unprecedented to me. It hardly seems like a natural occurrence. That it cannot be a natural phenomenon. If such a thing were to occur naturally, this planet would swiftly meet its demise. The timing is too fortuitous. If to rescue the dying Great Diver. Analysis can wait. Our immediate task is to respond to the situation and eliminate the target. The encroaching earthen arms indicated that the Great Diver still existed. Though they had not captured any responses, it was likely lurking within the darkness before them. In that case, Aki and the others should prioritize the extermination of the target. That much remained unchanged. No, not like that. The hummingbird opposed Akit's words. Akit, taken aback, never expected that the one who most wished to resolve the South American issue would voice such dissent. Why? Is leaving the Great Diver unchecked not dangerous? Of course it is dangerous, but this has transcended what you can manage alone. The hummingbird, who had previously shouted loudly, now appeared to have regained composure. Until just now, you humans had done enough, thanks to the witch's suggestions. However, this is different. That darkness will transform that creature into an even stronger monstrosity. Are you implying we cannot defeat it? We cannot. The hummingbird replied to Miss' inquiry with a sense of certainty. Without a doubt, that was how he felt. This sentiment vividly expressed the hummingbird's emotions. Fortunately, it seemed the Great Diver was still immobile, and we must escape quickly while we can. Are you concerned for us? To protect those who live in this world is our duty as divine servants. That we cannot allow them to perish needlessly. In response to Anna's slightly sarcastic remark, the hummingbird resolutely replied. Upon reflection, while the hummingbird maintained a position of disdain, he had never once intended to harm Xiao Jing and the others. He determined that, in comparison to his own desires, the lives of Aki and the others should take precedence. However, I cannot retreat so easily. Why? If we ignore the situation, it could harm the civilians. Miranda has also stated that if we allow the Great Diver to roam free, it is the civilians who will be in the most danger. Moreover, the problematic Great Diver not only survives due to this mysterious phenomenon, but has also evolved into a stronger specter. If Mistelstein were to retreat here, it would be hard to imagine him being able to contend with other human forces. If such a large Great Diver were to move from the Amazon to populated areas, who knows how many lives would be lost? Even a temporary retreat to adjust positioning could claim numerous lives. Are you suggesting that we place ourselves in danger for the defenseless civilians? I believe that is the duty of a soldier. In the face of the hummingbird's inquiry, Aki answered plainly. The two faced each other in a brief silence. Regrettably, the captain will not yield. Scene's astonished voice shattered the silence, producing a faint noise that I too wish for your retreat. Yet regrettably, the one with the authority to decide is Captain Akit of the Light Sword. As Scene indicated, it was Akit, the captain and commander of the fleet, who held the reins of authority here. Neither Scene as an aide nor the hummingbird as a captive had the right to oppose Akit's decision. Nevertheless, such a statement made it seem as if Akit were a tyrant who disregarded the opinions of others, which was difficult to accept. Disliking companionship, should I undo the cage's magic? No need, I do not wish to live by turning a blind eye to death. The hummingbird sighed deeply, glaring at Xiao Jing, and merely stated, Do as you wish. It seemed he had no intention of opposing the battle any longer. Then, allow me to propose a battle strategy. As Scene deftly swung away the encroaching earthen arms. He spoke to you have a chance of victory? Perhaps. Let me hear it. The hummingbird said, in this seemingly hopeless battle, if there was a glimmer of hope, there was no reason to hesitate, anticipating that a kit would respond immediately. Scene continued smoothly. I'm not sure if I should call it fortunate or unfortunate, but the great diver remains immobile, that likely due to the time needed for the injuries to heal and for it to absorb the darkness. Not to mention the healing from the injuries, does it even require time to absorb the darkness? When observing the darkness in question with sensors, one could only perceive the intruder's response in simple terms. It meant that the dark cloud's magical energy, the aggregation of the dark clouds, would take a considerable amount of time to be fully absorbed, which was worrisome that it's a matter of specifications that's too powerful. Indeed, the magical energy possessed by the darkness is overwhelming, and the semi-ethereal great diver cannot keep up. It's akin to attempting to fill a cup with an entire bucket of water. Scene elucidated that the current great diver was absorbing the darkness within possible limits, augmenting its maximum capacity for magical energy, while continuously repeating the act of absorbing the remaining darkness. Given the extensive range of darkness, a complete absorption would require a significant amount of time. Until then, the great diver would remain still, providing ample opportunity. However, the longer we wait, the stronger the enemy will become, right? That is indeed the case. While it was true that there remained some time before the great diver could act, if they squandered that time, it would inevitably evolve into something beyond human control. As the hummingbird had warned, it impossible to defeat it before the absorption concludes. The darkness is quite obstructive, rendering the target indistinguishable in the event of a half-hearted assault. Even if it were to connect, immediate recovery would ensue. The vast expanse of darkness has grown to overshadow the fog in the absence of sensor capabilities to probe the internal conditions. Locating a large diver of the same size or smaller than the powered armor becomes exceedingly arduous. Nevertheless, there exists a solution. Really? In such circumstances, there is no need for deception. Sean's demeanor and words brimmed with confidence. Alleviating some tension, at the very least, it conveyed that Sean had not succumbed to despair or fear regarding the situation. Chapter 62. Yaki's Determination. 1. I propose a combat strategy pertinent to this issue. Are you amenable? Time is of the essence, and we have no alternative. Please enlighten me. Typically, I prefer to understand the details of combat plan before rendering judgment, yet this is hardly the moment for such deliberations. Reflecting on Sean's actions thus far, it is evident that they pose no threat to Anna and the enigmatic 13 technical class. Skipping the inquiry into specifics should pose no complications. Understood. Time is fleeting. I have several directives to issue. May I proceed? Very well. I leave it in your hands. Upon hearing the kid's words, the anxious Mr. feigned ignorance. Let us first reduce the fog stand and the escort's powered armor as much as possible. It seems acceptable to turn our backs on the darkness for now. Summer, execute a 180-degree turn and maintain maximum speed at a safe distance. Right away, under Summer's guidance, the direction of the fog swiftly altered. The earthen arm continued to extend, yet the orientation away from the darkness remained unchanged. According to Sean's predictions, there appear to be no issues. Sean, was that earthen arm not peculiar? The large diver did not submerge into the earth. Did it? Though it did not dive, it could manipulate the soil to some extent. However, in comparison to earlier, both the quantity and precision have diminished. The response rate of the arm is indeed fewer than before. If it is preoccupied with recovery and absorption, its capacity for restraint may be significantly reduced. Upon hearing Anna's analysis, Yaki nodded. Currently, the movement of the earthen arm targeting Mr. is linear, despite having turned away. It showed no sign of reaction, which is easily comprehensible in that case. Let us maintain our distance, that we shall completely turn our backs to the darkness and pull away, as the earthen arm automatically pursued. The greater the distance, the easier it would be to manage. Istal, is this distance sufficient? Indeed, this should suffice. Sean's response left the kid somewhat displeased. The directive was issued by none other than Sean, yet his response seemed indecisive regarding how far to retreat. What should we do next? The next step is simple. Before I speak, refrain from any action aside from defense. Before I could question the intent behind the directives, Arlette suddenly accelerated away from the fog stand. Hey, Sean, what are you planning? Such matters will undoubtedly find resolution. Sean replied without hesitation, as if it were unnecessary to inquire. The fog remains on standby within the safety circle. I shall eliminate him. That is a straightforward and secure combat strategy. Would you not agree? This cannot be deemed a combat plan. Anna's furious outcry was already encroaching upon the darkness. Did not the hummingbird state it? It is no longer something humanity can contend with. Thus, it is best that I, as a magician, resolve this matter. You have harbored this intention from the outset. Though Sean may not articulate it well, no harm has befallen the human army. Everything has come to a close. This is hardly bad news, is it? As he uttered these words with a smile, he must have been a confident perpetrator. While a kid believed Sean would not endanger the fog stand, he found himself being led astray by Sean from a wholly different direction. Do not charge in. With a final statement, Sean severed the communication. Unlike before, the current state allows for forced contact, yet even such efforts would likely be disregarded. Truly, you remain too naive regarding humanity, or rather, too naive concerning the individuals aboard this vessel. The hummingbird stared in astonishment as the morning faded away. However, a kid was not in a position to ponder such matters. The unprecedented scale of reaction from the enigmatic darkness, coupled with the intruder's steadily growing power, challenging it alone, can only be deemed reckless. The magnitude of the response observed from within the darkness could rival the most formidable individuals among the large invaders previously identified by human armies. Sean indeed executed actions that astonished the kid and the others. Yet even so, pursuing an entity of such scale seemed excessively ambitious. Chief of Staff, we must retrieve the assault. No, if the powered armor departs any further, the defense of the fog stand will falter. Anna promptly dismissed Haruma's suggestion that Mister's own artillery has means to counter the earth in arms, yet the manpower shortage in addressing attack from below remains unchanged, although maintaining a certain distance from the large diver affords greater ease than before. Should the powered armor retreat any further, it is likely that attacks will reach the Fog Legion. That fool cannot have calculated this outcome. Anna did not hide her anxiety, groaning in distress. Should that be the case, it would be terrifying. Yet if it were Sean, one cannot dismiss the possibility. One thing is certain. There is no margin for the powered armor to recover and pursue Sean. Yet one cannot place the fog at the forefront. If there is no choice but to pursue Sean, the risk is too great that captain, a kid cannot expose over 100 subordinates to danger for the sake of Sean's unilateral actions. Although Anna holds Sean in high regard, she must prioritize the safety of the fog stand. Even if everything unfolds as Sean desires, there is no reason for concern. As a kid and Anna contemplated how to pursue Sean, the hummingbird calmly interjected. He mentioned that such circumstances should be handled by non-humans. If he can vanquish that monster, the deaths of the weak will not occur, nor will your human forces be harmed. Just be patient, and everything will conclude favorably. Why pursue him? Gazing at the hummingbird, who tilted his head in contemplation, I felt a surge of nearly furious emotion. Even during Easter, I do not believe such an entity can be dealt with. If that is so, what can you achieve by chasing after him? Trouble is most welcome. No, it would merely become an encumbrance. The hummingbird resolutely rejected a kid and Mister's counterarguments. Even if you were to pursue him, it would be of no assistance. Instead, it would require greater effort to safeguard you. Surely, you have considered this? Akira and Anna did not immediately retort. If one were to pursue Sean here, what could be accomplished? Anna countered, suggesting that more trouble might be preferable. However, neither a kid nor Anna were foolish enough to overlook this point. As the hummingbird indicated, the possibility of becoming a burden had indeed crossed their minds. Assault. Approach the problematic darkness, for the sake of useful reports, momentarily cease contemplation and confirm the situation. Asano deftly evaded the approaching earthen arm and plunged into the darkness. Is it all right to poke into that? If you humans mimic it, it certainly will not be a futile endeavor. Yet as long as there is a solid defense, there should be no issue. While Yaki and the others could only observe the situation. After a span of several seconds, he burst forth from a completely different point than where Asano had entered. The machine remained unscathed, allowing Anna to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet Yaki sensed something was amiss. The manner in which he emerged, appeared as though he had been expelled. Did it not? The flying Asano, although unharmed, was upside down, exhibiting a peculiar rotation. Originally, it had charged directly, yet it burst forth from the darkness in an entirely opposite manner. It should be quite natural to run from the fog to an unseen position. Perhaps there is some filth roiling within the darkness that the storm rages. Rather than storm, the term tempest seems more apparent. A torrent of some magical force is surging forth. While listening to the hummingbird's analysis, The assault was persistently repeating the process of plunging into the darkness and being repelled. Presumably, it was in search of the large diver's true form. Yet Sean must also be acutely aware that identifying an enemy within such immense darkness is exceedingly challenging. Chapter 63. Yaki's Determination. 2. Without the weapons obtained from the witch's grocery store. Even a normal attack would be exceedingly difficult, rendering one incapable of assisting with even the simplest tasks. In such a case, as the hummingbird suggested, one could only become a burden to Cien. Is it truly the case that one knows nothing? Akira clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly digging into her palms. Surely, only Anna, Misty, and the hummingbird, who stood near the bridge, could hear her thoughts. But why must it be this way? What is wrong with delegating tasks one cannot accomplish to those who can? As the saying goes, every individual should utilize their talents, and the hummingbird was correct, assigning tasks that Akide, as a mere human, cannot accomplish to Cien, the magician, is certainly not a misstep. Nevertheless, is it truly right to offload everything onto him? As Akide pondered this, a lively melody unexpectedly resonated from the bridge. A tea emanated from the mobile phone nestled in Akira's pocket. Noticing this, Yaki promptly answered the call. She understood that this was not a course of action one should take during a battle. Yet her intuition suggested that this call was no mere coincidence. "Hello, Captain Lightsword. Please, allow me to assist you swiftly," Miranda's voice echoed through the loudspeaker, seemingly well-informed about the happenings here. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she delved straight into the matter. "I am aware of the situation unfolding over there, including that concerning Sanda. It seems rather chaotic. We wish to aid Easter. Is there anything we can do? That child appears to have encountered some wonderful individuals," Anna responded calmly, a hint of delight in her voice. "I am uncertain. While I have lived a long life, I am merely a witch. I possess knowledge of magic, but not of warfare. Thus, I cannot ascertain what you may do at this moment." "I see. However, I can lend you a hand, not myself, but my daughter." And no sooner had she spoken than a faint noise came through the phone. "Did you hear that? I am a witch who has conducted local investigations." A different youthful voice, distinct from Miranda's, filled the speaker, indicating a switch to a conference called, "I will assist all of you ghosts. Though I lack the power of Grandma Miranda, I will do what I can. And regarding the obstruction on the deck, please do not attack me." Upon hearing that latter part, Akira hurriedly glanced at the deck and indeed saw a figure cloaked in black. The black cloak was striking, particularly the ancient bamboo broom held in hand. While she was curious about when this figure had appeared, there were matters of greater importance at hand. Without further ado, what can you do on the deck? The current situation involved using a magical barrier to protect the warship. Due to its size, it could only be maintained for a few minutes, but if it were to be held by a clay block's arm, she could withstand it. Furthermore, she could cast some offensive magic. "For now, you may call me Jim," she stated, and Akide nodded in agreement, contemplating. Given the considerable resources and wisdom lent by Miranda, there was no doubt regarding Jem's capabilities. If Miss Stolstein could shield them with a barrier, then the mobile armor units, including Haruma, could be dispatched to cover Cien. However, is this truly the best course of action? Even if Haruma and the others ventured into the darkness, there would be little they could accomplish. The utmost priority is to locate the whereabouts of the great diver lurking in the shadows. In light of this, with the assistance of the witches and everything currently at their disposal, Akira conceived a plan. Time was of the essence. There was unlikely to be a more effective solution. Having made this judgment, Akide swiftly conveyed the strategy to the members on the bridge and the witches. "Captain, that is far too dangerous. The worst-case scenario is that the Mist may sink." After explaining, Mist immediately countered with a panicked tone, while Akide maintained her composure. "Did I understand? But I believe this is the best option. Moreover, should we continue to wait idly, if Isthel cannot defeat the great diver, we will all be finished." That said, "Jim, what about you? Your burden seems the heaviest." To speak candidly, I am so frightened that I wish to refrain from acting." Jim created a rather negative atmosphere, at which point Miranda's laughter interjected. "I think this is a splendid idea." "Right, Jim. While there was a plan, could she truly fulfill her role? If you are not stingy with the gems, it should be fine, correct?" "You are indeed correct. Thus, regarding Jim, there should be no issues. With determination, she is more capable than her earlier self-report indicated. While it seems somewhat demanding, the crucial gems should pose no problem. If that is the case, the operational plan could be set into motion. Hummingbird, if necessary, May I open the cage to allow your escape? As Miss noted, the worst-case scenario would be Miss Lin plummeting. Miranda, more knowledgeable about magic and Gem's abilities than Yaki and the others, assessed that there would be no issues. Yet there remained a possibility. It was quite audacious to mimic Master Sin. He was not so weak as to inspire concern. However, the hummingbird outright rejected Akai's proposal with displeasure. Then he spoke into the headset. Gem, while it may be insignificant, I too shall lend you my strength. Though I am at the rear, this is the magic of a divine being. It should be quite suitable against corruption. Really? That is splendid. I will manage the details. Please focus on channeling your magic. Understood. The conversation between the hummingbird and Gem left Akira and the others astounded. Are you trapped in a birdcage? The one confined was the one wishing to escape. If there was no intention of fleeing, some action could be taken. However, what changes have occurred in your mindset? The hummingbird, who had consistently exhibited a negative attitude toward battle, suddenly requested to assist, for Akira and the others. This was a remarkable transformation. Even if he were to be told to flee, that fool would not listen. Yet, even such a fool cannot stand idly by in the face of peril, as a vassal of the war god Visilopakatori. Having resolved to engage in battle, he could not be disregarded. Thus, they had no choice but to comply, with the hummingbird turning his face away. It was uncertain whether this was due to an inability or an attempt to conceal shyness. In any case, his willingness to assist was a profound source of gratitude for Akira. Upon expressing her thanks, the other party turned their face away, yet Akira felt no ill will. Mist, we shall execute the strategy. Do you have any objections? None. What about the other members? While Mist was dissatisfied, he nodded. The other members on the bridge responded affirmatively. With that, Akira had no reason to hesitate. They would launch an assault against the enigmatic darkness. Truly, I cannot see a thing, Sin, expelled from the darkness, exclaimed vehemently. Since earlier, he had repeatedly leaped into the shadows in search of the great diver's position, yet visibility within the darkness was even worse than from the outside. He could discern nothing, not to mention the sensor equipment. Even Cien himself was hindered from proper perception due to the overwhelming corruption. Master Cien, even if a defensive wall can hold, I cannot admire your repeated ventures into such a tainted environment. I am aware, yet beyond this, I have no means of determining his location as the source of the intruders. The curse would persist as long as the world continued to exist, things that humanity could not perceive. Often present in the world like air, could lead to perilous encounters if one inadvertently touched something visible and condensed. Soon, souls would be tainted, and if fortunate, the body might suffer issues. In the worst case, death could ensue. As long as the defensive wall stood, there was no need to fear soul tainting. Yet should the barrier be breached, even Cien would not remain unscathed. Leaping into the dark whirlpool of corruption was an act that should have been avoided at all costs. Yet no other options were available given the circumstances that you not possess any exorcism spells. Surely you have something of that caliber. Are you not aware of my identity? Well then, what now? It is not that I cannot perform it, merely that it is a last resort. Unless my life is at stake, I will not employ it as long as you do not perish. I have no objections. Rather, does Yu not possess any hidden treasures? Cien recognized Yu as a formidable spirit, and over the past month, she had been drawing magic from him. Her lost power should have been significantly restored. Given Zhu Yu's strength, it would not be surprising if she possessed one or two methods to break this stalemate. No, while I am not a monster, I am a spirit. If one were to gauge by the darkness, we are beings of the shadow, lacking the power to exorcise corruption. Not speak of that. What about the others? For example, sealing your blade or something of the sort. That particular matter never crossed my mind. Zhu mentioned that her soul was sealed within a certain blade. Prior to her sealing, she possessed considerable power. Should she indeed be sealed, it would likely be within a divine or spirit blade of corresponding caliber. If they could extract power from that blade, it might be possible to exorcise the corruption. It was worth a try. However, how do you intend to wield that blade hidden within the mobile armor? I have no objections. Though uncertain, I have devised a promising solution rather than floundering aimlessly. That said, whether we can eradicate such a vast filth remains a different question altogether. So, what precisely should be done next? Shuren, did you hear that? Well, I wouldn't mind if you chose to ignore me. Just as I was contemplating, Anna's abrupt communication interrupted my thoughts. Anna was not inclined to wait for Shuren's response. The mist is about to plunge into the darkness. To avoid being swept away, Please keep your distance. Ah, no, no, no. Wait a moment. What are you planning to do? Ah, there's a reaction. This is hardly the time for such remarks. If a battleship without a magical defense barrier were to collide with that thing, the crew would be utterly annihilated. This is no jest. Since filth is a form of magic, physical barriers would be ineffective, and no matter how sturdy the armor, it is of no use. Without a magical defense barrier, we would be defenseless against the filth, and it is highly likely that we would be transported to another realm in the blink of an EYD. Oh, not worry, my daughter and Mr. Hummingbird will shield you with a barrier. Madam. A hello is indeed a greeting. While the worst-case scenario of a fatal collision is temporarily dismissed, the risk of encountering filth remains excessively high. Captain, we will devise a strategy on our end. Please make an immediate right turn. The authority to dictate troop movements lies with me. There is no need to heed the words of those overbearing collaborators. The accusations against Shuki were also swiftly discarded. Until now, he had never responded to me with such coldness, leaving me momentarily speechless with trepidation. Regardless, it must be quite late, right? There is no time to inquire about anything. The mist crashed into the darkness right before Shuren's eyes. I could not help but let out a cry of despair. But just as Miranda said, the spherical magical defense barrier enveloping Mr. Stain safeguarded it. Though the vast darkness was immense, it was still comparable in size to the battleship mist. In mere seconds, the assaulting mist broke through the darkness, unveiling great wealth. So, that is what it is. In an instant, Shuren, taken aback, quickly grasped the intentions of Akaid and the others. The dimensions of the darkness and the mist were nearly identical. Once the mist traversed the darkness, it could ensnare the entirety of it. Thus, the great diver lurking within the darkness would inevitably come into contact with the mist, with the magical defense barrier in place. Not only could the darkness not approach, but the mist could also strike it with its body. As long as we could expel the target from the darkness, the remaining tasks would be straightforward. The mobile armor units, excluding Mist and Arut, concentrated their fire on the great diver, who had been pushed against the spherical magical defense barrier. As long as we could see the great diver, we could defeat him before he submerged into the earth, just as Shuki had stated. It was simple. However, no matter how we attacked, it bore no fruit. Did we not shoot the bullets imbued with the witch S mark properly? Why is it ineffective? The area surrounding the target was fortified with a powerful magical defense barrier. The bullets never reached their destination. All the concentrated fire was blocked before it could directly strike the great diver. For magical creatures, the magical defense barrier is an instinctive means of self-protection, so it should have existed prior to the darkness emerging. However, it was penetrated by the witch-marked weapon. To this point, it was futile. Though not entirely, it had absorbed a certain degree of power and likely grew stronger. The great diver had been lurking in the darkness for quite some time. Based on its recovery, it had undergone some enhancement. If we persisted in our attacks, perhaps one day we could penetrate the defense barrier. Yet the witch-marked weapons are not infinite. Having expended a considerable amount, we cannot assure that our ammunition will suffice to pierce through. Shuren, do you understand? Miranda did not inquire further, only posing this question out of course. This must be left to me alone, right? It is not merely your solitary endeavor. Given the enemy remains an unknown, this is not the time for half-hearted assaults. The sudden emergence of darkness occurred this time. Shuren need not be reminded. Such a tone must also be an unfamiliar phenomenon for Miranda. There can be no room for hesitation regarding such matters. Should we engage in a half-finished endeavor and expose ourselves to vulnerabilities, the situation could deteriorate. This is the essence of what Miranda meant. Zhuyu, regarding that matter earlier, I will take care of it. Feel free to proceed to prevent the opponent from overhearing through communication. She conveyed a few words to Zhuyu mentally and then exhaled. Shadows cast by sunlight, reflections of water under moonlight, all possess shadows. Raising Ashino's right arm, she recited, where there is form, there is shadow. Where there is shadow, there is form. The inner and outer are one. The coexisting essence reveals itself here. The magical power converging upon her elevated right arm transformed into a slender rod, intensifying its radiance. The manifestation of shadows signifies the divine blade. Following a surge of even greater brilliance, Ashino swung her right hand, causing the blade to gleam brilliantly. It replicated the size compatible with a mobile armor. Utilizing the magical Arut's EC driver, which still harbored Juyu's divine blade. Although it was temporarily conjured for magic, its nature was comparable to the original It was a powerful blade capable of dispelling magic. With one breath, accelerating the assault, she aimed for the great diver. Whether it was Ashino herself or the instinctive reaction to the manifested Tsukikiri, she targeted Ashino from directly below, with a single sweep. Tsukikiri severed 3 arms. The Asahi special eliminated all feudal resistance, drawing closer to the great diver. Raising the blade of Tsuki-Kiri, by infusing magical power into the sword's body, it instantly transformed into a pure white. Pristine glow enveloping the blade. Strike swiftly, with a battle cry. The descending blade tore through the defense barrier, cleaving the great diver into a white light inscribed upon the semi-ethereal body gradually intensified, ultimately bursting forth and dyeing the surroundings in white. Over the Amazon, the white radiance painted the sky crimson. That figure stood far away in a corner of the jungle, draped in a black hooded cloak entirely unsuitable for the sultry tropical rainforest. He appeared excessively hot, yet the side profile glimpsed from beneath the hood bore no trace of perspiration. This state seemed to epitomize the individual's abnormality, dead, a tender voice harmonized with her petite form. It was challenging to ascertain gender from the childlike pitch and tone. Given her current state, she likely was a young child, and the words she had just uttered evoked a sense of profound sorrow. To mourn the many lives devoured by the magical creature, the child pursed her lips. If only she could have saved him sooner. Murmuring to herself, the child opened her right palm, as if cradling something. A dark, block-like substance materialized in her palm. This blackness, reminiscent of profound darkness, bore a striking resemblance to the dark light that had flown from the rift in the sky moments ago. The child gazed down at the potentially catastrophic darkness for a brief moment, then wiped it away, lifting her gaze once more to the heavens. Although the radiance that had obliterated the great diver had faded, the last remnants of light still danced through the particles in the Amazon jungle. How beautiful! The words spoken by the child, as she gazed up at the shimmering particles of light, were pure and devoid of any ulterior meaning. Despite mourning the very light she beheld, the child seemed to genuinely find beauty in it. Silently gazing at the sky, the child remained oblivious to the slight rustling behind her in the grass. In the next instant, a jaguar leaped from the underbrush, striking at the unsuspecting child, unaware of the jaguar's presence. The child could not evade the attack. The beast's south fangs drew perilously close to her small back. However, the fangs failed to pierce the child's delicate flesh, instead tearing through the air. The child remained rooted in place. Yet, from the child's shadow emerged countless black arms, seizing the jaguar's body. These arms were not ordinary black appendages. They bore the shape of human bones at first glance. The unreliable skeletal limbs seemed as though they would easily snap upon detection by the jaguar. Yet no matter how fiercely the jaguar struggled, it remained firmly anchored, unable to escape the grip. The child seemed to have noticed the jaguar's presence only through to exercise caution. We conducted an investigation in the vicinity of the Amazon, successfully completing a post-operation review, which concluded with a sense of safety. However, the atmosphere in the press room, where people gathered after the operation, was devoid of celebration. So, what is this phenomenon that even the lady is unaware of? Alas, it is regrettable. The voice of Miranda, emanating from the microphone, sounded rather stiff. Gazing through the crystal, I observed that, despite having lived for over 1,000 years, it was my first encounter with such a phenomenon. Of course, I do not wish to boast of my knowledge, merely stating that I had never heard of it before. While I may not fully comprehend the nature of your character, it is not entirely strange for someone to be unaware of certain things. Is it? In response to Misty's pointed accusation, Shuren silently shook his head. The lady is the most powerful individual outside this world. If such a phenomenon were to occur here, it would be exceedingly odd if it did not reach her ears. I do not share that sentiment. Given the scale of the human army, it is impossible to observe the vastness of the earth. Such occurrences are beyond human capability, are they not? Though the words of the hummingbird were sharp, they held a kernel of truth. The phenomenon observed today likely caught the attention of those residing throughout South America and Central America. How could that be possible? Do you think the distance is trivial? It is indeed a matter of that magnitude. Setting aside the descending darkness, the entity responsible for its fall must be an inconceivable existence. Avoid inciting unnecessary anxiety. He refrained from speaking, yet Shuren believed that the South American continent could not be transformed into a barren land overnight. The farther the distance, the fainter the aura felt. Yet even an ordinary person living at the southern tip of South America could discern that something was amiss, perhaps intimidated by Shuren's rare, serious expression. Misty chose not to speak further. For now, let us take joy in the fact that you have safely concluded the battle, for that phenomenon ceased before the great diver could grow powerful. Regarding this matter, your assistance was invaluable. Please also convey my regards to Lord Jim. What? Jim. A familiar name emerged in the conversation between Miranda and a kite, prompting Shuren to interject. Although he was aware of the witch's aid, it was the first time he heard detailed information about that individual, as they had vanished immediately after the war concluded. The witch who assisted you goes by the name Jim, does she? Ah, though it appears to be merely an alias. Are you aware of it? I am, indeed. Shuren, of similar age to the girl, understood Miranda's assertion. The witch named Jem was of the same age as Shuren and was acquainted with him. Their relationship could be described as rather intimate. Thus he was aware of her commonly used pseudonym. Captain, are you well? What? Did that individual not request anything in exchange for their assistance, such as gems or the like? Nothing particularly noteworthy that it is not as if it concerns you. While as a fact, I am still quite surprised. That individual is inherently stronger than I am. Is he not? Despite his fervent insistence. The look in Akite's eyes when he glanced at Shuren was one of utter disbelief. The reactions of the other members were similarly aligned, which was quite unfortunate for Shuren. All right, in any case. I will relay the message to that girl. She is in contact with Shuren and will undoubtedly meet him again. Please take care. However, regarding this incident, there is no need for thanks. Assisting him was a matter of course. Given the unforeseen circumstances, moreover, it was Shuren who excelled the most. Miranda's words drew the attention of everyone toward Shuren. Her remarks were purely complimentary, yet the topic was rather uncomfortable for Shuren. Indeed, he was quite active, erasing that darkness completely. Just as Anna pointed out, the darkness that empowered the great diver vanished without a trace. The light emitted from Shuren's strike against the great diver painted the sky crimson, only to subsequently disappear as if nothing had occurred. I had not foreseen such an event. If I had felt that way, I would have acted sooner. Yes, indeed. Given your character, had you known it could be done, you would have done so long ago. Shuren merely channeled a significant amount of magic power, drawing forth the anti-magic power possessed by the Moon Cutter. He had never anticipated that the outcome would manifest in such a manner. Objectively speaking, even if it were deemed too precious to part with, at least Anna believed in Shuren's assertions. That alone provided a modicum of relief. But what exactly was that? The powered armor wielding a blade. That blade, recreated through magic to mimic a real sword, adjusted to size. Essentially, it was a replica. That magic cannot be fully replicated unless one truly possesses the item and accurately reads its properties through magical connections. In this instance, the Moon Cutter, due to its contractual relationship with Juyu, could be immediately identified. Including its name .it was quite challenging for me to manage that darkness myself. Fortunately, that blade was a remarkably advanced divine sword, possessing the power to eradicate the filth that constituted the darkness. Thus I borrowed it. Speaking of which, is the fact that you possess that sort of matter we have kept secret. I have not concealed it. After all, it is not mine. The Moon Cutter has replaced the energy quartz in the electronic driver of the morning SUN.IN summary. If one were to inquire as to its ownership, it belongs to the human army. However, I wonder if explaining this would gain Misty's agreement, and it is quite hard to believe that the content of the EC driver is, in fact, a sword. This matter is bound to become rather complicated. Why would the human army possess a divine sword that is rarely seen even among otherworldly beings? How did they discover that a divine sword could substitute for energy quartz? There are numerous points of contention. Delving deeper would indeed be excessive. Yes.it is not Shuren's possession, but rather something contained within the EC driver. If one were to insist, it should belong to the human army. Correct? Shuren was at a loss for how to respond, yet Miranda's statement instantly alleviated his burden. Upon hearing the silence, Miranda remarked, "Oh dear, did I say something strange? Wait a moment, Shuren is still. What is going on? No, I'm not sure about this either. When I discovered Assault, I already had this feeling, so I am more inclined to inquire of her. By the way, how would the lady know? Out of curiosity, I used magic to investigate a bit." Miranda only knew that the EC driver contained the Moon Cutter. Beyond that, it seemed she had no further information, since I understood that Shuren had always been like this from the beginning. I told Misty, "If you wish to inquire, please please do so within the ranks of the human army. The complexity of the situation had long surpassed Shuren's understanding. Discussing the moon cutter here would yield no results. So the topic was concluded, shifting to future matters. Having vanquished the great diver, the anomalies in South America could be said to have been temporarily resolved. However, the losses incurred by both the local and missing foreign populations living in the Amazon were considerable. In particular, the otherworldly personnel in the Amazon suffered significant losses. During the post-operation investigation, a corresponding number of signs were captured. While it did not amount to a complete rout, their numbers indeed diminished. This reduction would directly impact the defenses of the Amazon. The once tranquil Amazon rainforest would need to remain vigilant against potential intrusions for some time to come. Nonetheless, Mistelstan could not keep watch over the Amazon. So it was decided to relay warnings to the human army in South America for their response. Although weakened, the barrier against magical beasts had not vanished. Thus, the probability of their appearance remained quite low. Shuren and Miranda believed that even if they did surface, provided luck was not exceedingly poor, they would only encounter intruders that the local human army could contend with. Next, concerning the sudden appearance of darkness. It was decided to conduct an investigation centered around the witch's general store. That darkness posed a lethal threat to those incapable of utilizing magical barriers. Any contact with it could endanger life. Regardless of contemplation, it was a matter beyond human inquiry and response. On this point, Misty seemed to share the sentiment. Thus, negotiations proceeded smoothly. With a magical flute as a means of communication, should any progress arise in the investigation, they would promptly contact Shuren and a kite. The final topic of discussion was the treatment of the hummingbird. Until now, I had merely regarded him as a guide, bringing him along, yet from the perspective of the originally quite ordinary human army. He argued that he should be transferred to appropriate facilities for detention. Setting aside the inhumane atmosphere of such facilities, both Shuren and the hummingbird found this request utterly unacceptable. However, as merely an aid, Shuren lacked significant leverage, and the hummingbird, equivalent to a captive, had no grounds for objection. A kite and Anna appear to share Shuren's sentiment. Yet it must be said that this time, Misty's proposal held the upper hand. This hummingbird should first be sent to the nearest base of the South American branch, and then transferred according to the proper procedures. There seemed to be no room for rebuttal on that matter. With unwavering confidence, Misty faced Shuren, her expression taut and devoid of emotion. However, she deliberately fixed her gaze on him, likely deriving some satisfaction from asserting her stance. Yet, this was not merely a silent farewell to the hummingbird. Was it? It could be said that bringing him along was acceptable, but there was one matter that must be addressed first. That I understood the rationale of the human military. Having made a decision, I had neither the right nor the desire to obstruct it. Your statement is quite profound. What does it signify? In any case, can you sign this document? At the snap of a finger, a piece of paper would emerge from the shadows, swept into Misty's hands by the wind. What is this? Is it a reading? The hummingbird had acted outside my watchful gaze. I found myself a loss. Thus the human military must take responsibility and find a solution. Upon hearing Shuren's words, not only Misty but even a kid and Anna abruptly halted their actions. Ister, what is happening? The hummingbird remained subdued under my magical confinement, but was that not within my line of sight? At first glance, it seemed as if I was neglecting my duty, but should the hummingbird attempt to flee or become unruly, it would instantly alert Shuren, and the methods within the cage would prevent its escape. However, if, as Misty suggested, it were to be transferred to a location beyond Shuren's reach, I could not guarantee the adequacy of our preparations. Of course, if you request it, I shall endeavor to seal the hummingbird's power. Although it is but a mere subordinate of the divine, with full commitment, breaking my seal is not impossible. In that case, I would be powerless. Should we disregard Shuren's stance and distance the hummingbird from its sole deterrent? Shuren's consent must be obtained, ensuring that no matter what troubles arise in the future, the responsibility will not fall upon him. This is the purpose of the document. Are you attempting to threaten us? There is no threat, only truth. Indeed, in the face of a divine subordinate, I cannot assert that my seal is absolutely unbreakable. Miranda spoke slowly to the shouting Misty. Regarding Miranda, I could not discern whether he was offering protection or merely sharing his thoughts. But at least it was advantageous for Shuren and the hummingbird. That being said, how much can you truly accomplish? The hummingbird seemed to have initially taken the threat seriously, as it had shown little resistance to Shuren thus far. Consequently, Shuren remained uncertain of the extent of its powers. As a mere subordinate of the divine, It lacked extraordinary strength, yet it was certainly not weak enough to fall behind humans. The hummingbird explicitly answered Shuren's inquiry. While I do not desire needless bloodshed, having taken action, there is no reason to hesitate that, in summary, though not proactive, should humans wish to, they would not hesitate to kill ruthlessly. And what of that? Will they administer drugs to the hummingbird? I once saw this in a film featuring extraterrestrials that there an issue with that. It is no longer a matter of sealing capabilities. If the hummingbird perishes, the effectiveness of the seal will also dissipate. What problems could arise from freeing oneself from the bonds of the deceased? This is due to the curses and resentments that linger after death. Regardless of awareness, even humans, if they harbor intense attachments, may transform into ghosts or malevolent spirits. Though a mere subordinate, once one becomes a divine affiliate, there exists the potential to become a rather dangerous specter. Should I become a wraith, I cannot even fathom what I might become. If it pertains to my divine nature, it should be as such that with companions numbering around 100, one must be mentally prepared. 100. Although decayed, they are indeed divine companions. Despite Misty's face clearly changing color. From Shuren and Miranda's knowledge, this number was reasonable that in any case, I bear no responsibility for this situation. Can you sign this document? Is this where we seek the captain's approval? Captain, please consult with headquarters. This is not something we can decide independently. The hummingbird fundamentally does not wish to harm humans. Please discuss this thoroughly with the higher-ups. Subsequently, upon consulting superiors, the plan to transfer the hummingbird was ultimately rescinded. Although the hummingbird, a being beyond humanity, was perilous, neglecting it could result in dire consequences. In fact, during the past week, the hummingbird had caused no trouble and even assisted the human military in the final confrontation against the great diver. While there were no definitive elements to ascertain the hummingbird's intent to harm humans, at the very least, two factors suggested that it had no desire to do so. It was impossible to take action against such a hummingbird, nor could it choose to be a victim willingly. Thus, amidst Misty's scrutiny of Shuren, the hummingbird safely attained its freedom. The status of the hummingbird was also determined, and discussions following the battle came to a close. Shuren thought, Ister, I have something to discuss with you. Let us proceed to another room. As Shuren attempted to swiftly exit the briefing room, he was halted by a kid, who seized it by the neck before he could voice any complaints. The entire sequence of events left no room for jest. As he was forcibly taken away, Shuren was led away. His heart raced with anxiety. He had previously received warnings and reprimand from a kid, but this was the first instance of being so unceremoniously dragged away. It is worth noting that a kid had never exhibited overt anger toward Shuren. Regardless of warnings or scoldings, a kid never displayed agitation. Even when his fists fell upon Shuren, he remained composed. Yet this time, a kid's demeanor was overtly abrasive, indicating that he was genuinely furious. It is often said that a person who rarely loses their temper is the most fearsome when they do. Perhaps I should start with an apology. The autocratic behavior that emerged in the wake of the darkness was evidently his intention from the outset, and he was well aware that a kid would oppose him. Thus, it was clear that Shuren's actions were tainted with deceitful confidence. Whether or not he felt remorse for this was somewhat ambiguous, but it was best not to struggle and to promptly acknowledge his errors. Shuren envisioned 3 potential methods of apology, including kneeling in contrition. Just then, he was ushered into a conference room and seated in an appropriate chair. Expecting a kid to join him, he was surprised to find him standing directly across. Gazing down at him, faced with the kid's unwavering scrutiny, Shuren maintained a facade of composure while internally sweating profusely. A minute elapsed in silence, during which Shuren began to feel increasingly restless. How could he seamlessly transition from sitting to kneeling? A kid exhaled deeply. There's no need to be so tense. I had no intention of losing my temper with you. Have I inadvertently revealed my fear? The normally loquacious man now sat in silence. A predictable outcome. A kid wearily collapsed into a chair beside him, raking his fingers through his hair and sighing once more. I apologize for acting on my own accord. Do you genuinely believe it was wrong? Despite her apology, the lack of introspection was easily discernible, yet a kid did not appear to be in a foul mood. Shuren assumed that a kid was upset, but thus far, his demeanor seemed contrary to Shuren's expectations. Regarding my unilateral actions, I do have my own thoughts, and I do not deny my anger. However, you're not the only one at fault, are you? Upon hearing a kid's words, Shuren's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated such a response. Your judgment in that situation stemmed from the understanding that we were powerless to intervene, did it not? It was evident that a kid felt a sense of frustration. I could neither ascertain the location of the great diver amidst the darkness, nor could I leap into it and search thoroughly, that I could not rely on the hope that simply encountering the darkness would result in an immediate resolution. Correct? A kid's assertions were indeed accurate. At least in Shuren's view, Mistletoe had little that could be done in that circumstance. Rather, if any extraneous actions were taken, individuals such as Anna and the 13 technicians, whom Shuren was meant to protect, would be placed in jeopardy. For that reason, there existed elements that rendered him incapable of taking action. Ultimately, the choice you made was a consequence of our inadequacies. Ignoring our faults and solely blaming you is rather shameful for an adult, is it not? Upon hearing this, Shuren finally grasped the kid's perspective. Shuren's unilateral decisions were undoubtedly not commendable, and the kid's feelings were understandably hurt by his near-deceptive actions. However, the impetus for Shuren's choices lay in a kid and the other's failures. Had Shuren not acted unilaterally, Mistletoe might have faced significant losses that it seemed that before arriving in this room, as well as afterward. A kid struggled to determine how to address Shuren. The decision to leave Anna and Misty behind likely stemmed from a desire not to cause unease among his subordinates. Truly, what a self-sacrificing individual. The words that slipped from his mouth seemed to resonate clearly with a kid. Observing the wide-eyed Jing, she ultimately decided it was best to speak up. That it was indeed a fact that I had committed a wrongdoing. If one disregards the context, no one would utter a word. If one were to overlook extraneous matters, perhaps this anxiety would not have arisen. If it were not for someone like a Kaid, few would consider this a problem at all. However, the man before me, unperturbed by the opinions of others, chose a path fraught with both disadvantage and complication. What difference does it make to live a little more cunningly, with a sense of resignation towards such discourteous behavior? Yaki offered a bitter smile. This was my nature, and even if I were aware of it, I could not change. And yet, just as Akaid reached out to pat the head of the demanding Zan, he was roughly brushed aside. Is it not rather unbecoming for an adult to take pleasure in labeling a child who has not yet turned 16 as a villain? After withdrawing his hand, Akaid spoke in a tone more brusque than usual. His tousled hair glared in dissatisfaction at Jing, who merely smiled faintly in response, seemingly unfazed by any wrongdoing. Strangely enough, Xian did not harbor any dislike for Akaid's demeanor. In any case, has this matter reached a conclusion in terms of their relationship? Well, that would suffice. Did the glasses-wearing vice-captain not voice any complaints? I might say so, but I shall explain it thoroughly. She should understand that, if that is the case, it seems this discussion is nearing its end. Rising to my feet and straightening my back, Jing mirrored my posture to be, by the way, Istol, regarding the external societal lecture I mentioned previously. Let us proceed under that name, but what does it matter? Is this evening suitable? It can be arranged, though it feels rather sudden. The operational plans have just concluded, and Jing undoubtedly has many matters to attend to. Yet he appears quite enthusiastic. This experience has deepened my awareness of my own ignorance and impotence that I hope to implement it as frequently as possible. What is your speed, if you're speaking of desire? It is a daily affair, aren't you being rather greedy? For Zan, who is accustomed to a laborious environment, this is rather harsh. Although Xian, whose position is unrelated to the external maintenance, possesses some leeway compared to other technical class members. He is correspondingly busy. Or perhaps, as the captain, Akaid should be even busier. What does this man intend to do? Is that unfeasible? I can understand your slight curiosity. Let us discuss the frequency again tonight. The two of them walking side by side out of the room. Even if not, Captain, are you also quite interested in the outside world? Indeed, while it is undoubtedly best for future battles, I find myself intrigued beyond that as well. Oh, should I memorize a spell or two? That sounds delightful. Should we include those as well? Very well, please prepare some snacks. The two walk side by side, engaging in leisurely conversation that if one were to inquire about Akaid's position in ZNS life, he presently remains merely an ordinary superior. However, he is always willing to accommodate requests made of him and pondered over matters that felt somewhat embarrassing. He continued to smile beside him, as usual. Ultimately, magic is governed by imagination. Zan reclined comfortably on the plush sofa in the captain's quarters, attempting to explain magic to Akaid, who sat across from him. The magical energy drawn from within the body seeks to manifest its intent. If one cannot vividly envision this, no matter how great the magical power, spells cannot be cast, either resulting in an explosion or failure. with the worst-case scenario leading to madness and ultimately catastrophic incidents. As long as there exists a clear vision of what one wishes to accomplish, anything is possible. In response to Akai's inquiry, Xian hesitated slightly before shaking his head. Merely possessing an impression is insufficient. The magical energy to realize it is essential. However, to put in extreme terms, one could argue that with immense magical power and a clear vision, anything can indeed be achieved. That in fact, the gods described in mythology wielded astonishing magical energy to perform feats that humans could only regard as miracles. Yet, even these deities were not capable of everything. Thus, can magic accomplish all things? The answer is that while it is theoretically possible, there does not exist an entity with such magical power. Having stated all this, to utilize magic, one requires the magical energy necessary to cast the spell and a clear impression of the phenomenon the magic will invoke. Mastering this is sufficient, I believe. Indeed, I comprehend all of this. Then let us put it into practice. Upon hearing Zan's words, Akai promptly rose, leaving the sofa and positioning himself in an empty corner of the captain's quarters. With eyes closed, Jing took a deep breath, and after a few seconds, his body began to emanate a faint glow. I reiterate, the key lies in imagination, more precisely, in your ability to envision it distinctly. When employing magic, there is no absolute correct answer. While there are spells shaped by the wisdom of predecessors, their effectiveness varies according to the user. Conversely, as long as the desired effect is achieved, one is free to choose the shape and texture. However, clarity is paramount, be it spherical or square. Should it be as hard as armor to withstand an attack, or as soft as a cushion to absorb one? At present, Jing aims to create a magical barrier, a protective force that intruders, aside from humans, can also manipulate. By concretely inquiring about its manifestation, a thin wall of light will form around Akai. Propelled by this vision, moments later, a spherical wall of light enveloped Akai entirely and then tossed a rubber ball towards him. The forcefully thrown ball rebounded off the light wall upon impact. The spot where the ball struck remained unchanged, and the magical barrier continued to protect Jing unwaveringly. Well, that is satisfactory. Although it was merely a rubber ball thrown, it did not slip away, effectively serving as a defensive wall. Achieving such a level on the first attempt is already commendable. After hearing Xian's words, Akai relaxed, confirming the removal of the wall. Then picked up a cup from the table and took a sip of sweet cocoa. No, the captain comprehends it quite well. It is rather effortless. Approximately 2 weeks have elapsed since the incident in the Amazon. Akai expressed a desire to learn about interpersonal relations and magic daily, and he is undoubtedly the most industrious individual amidst the fog. The reality is quite stringent. With a frequency of 2 to 3 days that IT was decided to hold these sessions on the evenings following work. Hence, this marks the 5th occurrence of the external societal lecture. That being said, the first 2 sessions centered on knowledge-related topics, while the techniques of magic were introduced in the third. During that third session, although it was light, even a magical barrier was learned, which undoubtedly serves as evidence of Akai's considerable aptitude. While he grasped the concept swiftly, there was no comparative basis. Was there? No. Among the technical class members, many are entirely inept. While I continue to instruct the 13th technical class in magic, aside from a select few with extraordinary talents, nearly all struggle to utilize it effectively. Particularly, the older members, led by the source symbol, exhibit significant challenges, whereas among the younger members, there are those with tastes akin to Akai. Ji, Kana, and the youngest, Angela, are particularly evident in this regard. As I mentioned to Akai earlier, the efficacy of magic largely hinges on one's imagination. Compared to older adults, children, endowed with rich imaginations, are more suited to this. By saying that, do you imply that I resemble a child? To draw a comparison, it is merely a tendency. Setting aside the question of childishness, Akai possesses a vigorous curiosity about otherworldly matters and demonstrates an ability to think flexibly regarding them. It is precisely this quality that enables him to adeptly wield magic. For now, I have decided to conclude today's lecture on the creation of the magical barrier. It is unwise to overload oneself in one session, and Akai is inherently busy. Should he collapse due to the excessive use of magical energy, closely tied to vitality and mental strength, it will become a significant issue. Still, I wonder, is it inappropriate to use this room for learning magic? Is that so? However, did not the captain initially indicate that offensive magic need not be taught? After teaching Akai magic, I promptly confirmed what type he wished to learn. Akaid responded that he prioritized defensive spells, as the worst-case scenario would not require offense. That said, one must also practice how to defend against attacks in the future, correct? It is rather inconvenient to conduct such exercises in this room. Jing's reasoning is not without merit. This captain's quarters serves both as the captain's office and as a reception area for representatives from other fleets. In reality, the sofa where Zan and Akaid sit across from one another is of high quality, being designed for guests, and the decor of this room is distinctly different from that of other cabins. Though meant for training, employing offensive magic in such a space feels ill-advised. Yet, are there no other suitable rooms? Initially, when discussing where to hold this lecture, Zian proposed two conditions. First and foremost, do not let the other crew members observe. Secondly, endeavor to remain in close proximity to the quarters of Scene and Akid. These two stipulations serve the purpose of concealing the manner in which he lectures the other crew members. Strictly speaking, Scene and Akid share a cordial relationship. The members of the Bridge Club are generally aware of the strong rapport between Scene and Akid, though a few exceptions tend to disregard it. However, overall, the sight of Akid and Scene engage in conversation in a relaxed atmosphere is likely to attract scrutiny. That it is well known that Anna enjoys a close relationship with Scene. Thus, many cast suspicious glances her way. Should Captain Akid be subjected to similar scrutiny, it would pose a dilemma. Xiaojing harbors a similar sentiment regarding this matter. Directly witnessing the lecture is one thing, but she also wishes to avoid others observing her hosting it. Regardless, both the Sorcerer Scene and Captain Akid are rather conspicuous on board. Even if their meeting goes unnoticed, rumors regarding their frequent presence in the same location could arise, potentially leading to misunderstandings more convoluted than the act of witnessing the lecture itself. Given these conditions, the captain's quarters are the most suitable option. This room boasts a high level of security within the fog, making it an area not easily accessed by ordinary crew members. Additionally, to prevent any hostile actions against Scene, his private quarters are situated within the same vicinity as the captain's quarters. Moreover, Akid's private room connects to the captain's quarters by a single door. The captain's quarters are inherently restricted to a select few, and entry without Xiaojing's permission is impossible. Thus, there exists no room more perfect than this, since it is necessary to utilize offensive magic. A shooting range might be preferable. However, it is quite distant and accessible to anyone. Employing exorcism to deter uninvited guests is quite simple, yet it is difficult to guarantee that no one, like Xiaojing and Natsumi, will attempt to sneak in. Furthermore, if someone were to observe them en route, it would render the effort futile. Therefore, this room remains the best choice. No, perhaps residing in my private quarters would suffice. With that, Aki pointed toward the door within the captain's quarters. If this room meets the criteria, then my own room, associated with it, should pose no issue, right? Indeed, that is a valid point. Should it be discovered that Scene Ishtar is invited to the captain's private quarters each night for what seems to be important discussions, it could lead to peculiar rumors. That said, explaining this to Akid, who is completely oblivious to the situation, would create an awkward atmosphere, prompting Scene to remain silent and simply reply in affirmation. Scene's subtle demeanor left Akid somewhat astonished. Yet from that moment forth, they resolved to hold their lectures in Akid's private room. If the first officer, glasses-clad and astute, were to find out, it would be quite the predicament. This unease flickered through Scene's mind. But as the matter felt too trivial to dwell upon, he chose to set it aside. After concluding his external lecture with Akid, Scene reclined on his bed in his quarters. By the way, is everything all right with you and your brother? At a glance, Scene appeared to be simply lying down, but in reality, he was conversing with Natsumi through a gentle reminder. Their exchanges typically ended with casual remarks. But during the course of their conversation, the topic shifted to Xiaojing. Even as I inquire if everything is well at the outset, I should have expressed disbelief in your situation, yet it seems my vigilance in this regard has significantly waned recently. Setting aside external news, the frequency with which Scene is summoned to her quarters diminishes the sense of crisis, and upon reflection, it is rather unsettling for just the two of them to be left alone in the captain's quarters, a space where no one can swiftly intervene. Should Scene desire, he could easily escort Akid away. Without the need for vigilance, wouldn't Scene find it easier? Indeed, for Scene, a lack of scrutiny would be more convenient than being monitored. However, this is not simply a matter of pros and cons. It is a genuine concern. Furthermore, observing your interactions during Bridge Club activities does not evoke such feelings. While working, aren't you particularly cautious with Scene? No, mere vigilance during work is insufficient. And no matter how alert one may be during bridge games, if there are numerous oversights during personal time, it is ultimately meaningless during this private time. What if Scene harbors ulterior motives? Here, Scene recognized he had chosen the wrong person to confide in. This girl, Natsumi, possesses the weakest wariness towards Scene among the trio of the lightsaber siblings. Even if you were to disclose this matter to her, she would perceive no issue and would likely be incapable of devising any solutions that I despise having chosen poorly. Though I am unsure of your thoughts, I find your remarks rather rude, given that this is a gentle reminder. Her face and expressions remain hidden, yet Scene senses that Natsumi is puffing up in indignation. Nonetheless, I have no desire to placate her. I have long wondered why Scene would wish for you to be on guard around him. Natsumi abruptly inquired, tilting her head in confusion. Why aren't you cautious? I've asked you for an hour, and how much have I inquired? And here we go again. Why does a man with significant secrets live so nonchalantly without suspicion? If it were Scene, he would have the confidence to remain vigilant for 24 hours that in fact, the human military initially requested continuous surveillance. Should that truly be the case, I would never enlist his assistance. And I vehemently opposed it, ensuring he was removed from the contract. By the way, the private quarters assigned to him were naturally equipped with hidden cameras and listening devices. Consequently, sharp black images were recorded in front of the surveillance cameras, while loud death metal music blared beside the listening devices, ultimately rendering them inoperative. The human military, which outwardly promised not to conduct surveillance, remains uncomplaining despite suffering any form of attack. That I believe your lack of vigilance towards me is not ideal. As I previously mentioned, the natures of others can sometimes be more malicious than my own. Not only humans, but also non-human entities may deceive others and ensnare them. However, in the case of non-human entities, the level of danger varies. Even if one is deceived, it merely results in the loss of life or assets. Yet if deceived by another, signing a certain contract or agreement could lead to irrevocable consequences. Death may not be permitted, resulting in an eternal state of becoming another's toy or tool. Those connected to oneself may encounter misfortune. Descendants may be forever cursed. These are merely a few considerations. And indeed, there are more intricate patterns at play. Being deceived by others is just that in any case, you are concerned about us, right? Yes, I would concur with that. I believe your concern for me demonstrates that Scene is indeed a good person. You seem to be the type easily ensnared by theatrical scams, don't you? Originally, aside from matters kept hidden, all else is assistance. I find it impossible to raise their vigilance. Her earnest declaration rendered Natsumi's visible concern invisible. While I do not believe a kid views matters as simply as Natsumi does, he evaluates Scene based on his actions rather than his status as a sorcerer. Although Scene verbally expresses various sentiments, it is plausible that he relaxes his vigilance gradually, rooted in a desire to protect the lives of those in the mist and the civilians. Furthermore, I acknowledge that such a situation may be unavoidable. But I would not share this sentiment with the likes of the 13 technicians or similar advisors. Those in that circle are acutely aware of their own nature, whether good or bad. They are, in a sense, bluntly honest. Such individuals have come to trust Scene over 3 years of interaction. Their impatience with Scene's evasive behavior, particularly regarding the 13 technicians, likely led to that violent act. And at this juncture, nothing I say will alter their perspective. Should Scene commit an act of definitive betrayal, it would be an entirely different matter, yet Scene would never stoop to such an act. My concerns are futile. It is best to relinquish them. Regarding Natsumi's awkward musings, Scene deliberately chose to remain silent. To be frank, I have largely given up on Natsumi, yet I fear that revealing my thoughts would only bind her further. You see, I am not an ally of humanity. Scene does not oppose humanity because there is no reason to do so. To protect humanity from calamity, dying before their very eyes would be an eternal slumber. Do not forget this. With that, he bid Natsumi a unilateral good night, ceasing his gentle reminders. Captain, you have not forgotten, have you? Scene prayed silently that he would not forget and drifted off to sleep. How many times has it been under the moonlit society? Beneath the brilliance of the full moon, this place, though enveloped in night, remains ever so luminous. He pondered these thoughts in a daze. He suddenly heard the voice of a child calling for their mother and the sound of footsteps upon the cobblestones. Mama! In what seemed a joyous response to the child's exclamation, contrary to Scene's intentions, his body knelt down and softly embraced the child who came rushing into his arms, though he could not move. The sensation was solid, The softness and warmth of the young one were unmistakably conveyed to Scene. "Oh, I have something I want to show Mama." While speaking, the child rummaged through the sleeves of her black kimono and found it. "Here," she exclaimed, presenting an object to Scene. She handed over a transparent orb the size of a baseball, within which fluttered a small butterfly. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was not a tangible object, but rather a spherical binding barrier to I in the forest beyond. "It is so beautiful. I wish for my mother to see it too." She perceives this as a charming and very childlike impulse. However, if the butterfly is confined within a narrow boundary instead of cage, its life cannot be sustained for long. Although the words spoken by the woman who lent them to Scene remain unheard, the young child appears somewhat startled, then awkwardly lowers his gaze. "Ah, how tiresome it is in such a cramped space." As she dispelled the binding barrier, the butterfly gracefully took flight towards the forest. It seems the woman conveyed the same thoughts to the young child as Scene had, while the young one felt a tinge of regret. He would instantly brighten up if the woman affectionately stroked his head, revealing a childlike smile as he looked up at me. Not engage in actions that are displeasing to others." He remembered, observing the child, who panted with a puffed chest. The woman giggled. If Scene were free in body, he too would have smiled. The words repeated earlier were likely what the woman had said to her before the butterfly departed. I thought that a child capable of remembering such things so earnestly must be quite candid. At that age, I had surely been more presumptuous, unwilling to accept my parents' words with such frankness. Furthermore, the notion of not doing things that are bothersome seemed to be one Scene had not adhered to. If there was something he wished to do, he would surely disregard those he found bothersome. In the presence of a child who could swiftly amend his faults, I felt somewhat uneasy, as if I were being highlighted in contrast. If this child continues on this path, he might grow up to possess a similar aura as the triplet siblings. The colors of his hair and eyes were quite similar. While I was lost in thought, the young child tugged at the hem of my garment. "Hey, doesn't Mama also wish to leave this place?" he inquired, tilting his head with a hint of unease. "Doesn't she long for the vast world beyond?" The woman shook her head in response. After reiterating something, the young child buzzed his head in disagreement. "I'm fine, though I also wish to go out. I don't want to leave with Mama. I can wait until she can come out. Is this person unable to leave here?" Though I had no understanding of what this place was, I had never before heard of conditional entry and exit. However, having grasped this, I began to comprehend certain truths. It seemed she had yet to escape from this moonlit shrine. Not only was physical exit challenging, but even mental liberation was fraught with difficulties that if one wished to convey something to Scene, it would be simpler to enter his dreams and speak, much like Zhu Yu had done. Despite this, he had not directly interfered with Scene's dreams, instead opting to guide him into his own memories, perhaps out of necessity. But wouldn't the one seeking assistance be that child rather than myself? She spoke not of her own inability to leave the company, but implored for the child's rescue. She had specifically entrusted Scene, as it was something she could not accomplish alone. Did that child manage to leave? From the tone earlier, it seemed unlikely the young one would abandon her within the company. But it was also conceivable he could have been thrust into Scene's world under similar circumstances. Was not her wish to aid such a child? While this could be surmised, solid evidence eluded me. I pondered whether there were any other clues, but my vision gradually faded to white. If that is indeed the case, I must find him swiftly, although I was unaware of the young child's current age. A child endowed with magical powers thrust into an unfamiliar world would undoubtedly struggle. With an urgent heart, I sought to locate him, as Scene's vision was enveloped in white. The mist now resided on the North American continent. After completing a matter in the Amazon, the unhurried Miss Stolstein was summoned back to North America to undertake a guerrilla mission against the ghosts appearing there. Participate. I end the ceremony, suddenly pulled from my thoughts by Miss Stolstein's mention. Scene tilted his head as he heard the future plans from Akid. Anticipating Scene's reaction, Akid signaled to Mr., who promptly began explaining with a tablet in hand that in 2 weeks, a grand opening ceremony will be held for a newly constructed large building in the East Asia region, and we invite the captain and you to attend. The captain, being the renowned sword master from the Ball Kingdom. I can comprehend, but why would a war orphan such as myself, along with various dubious figures, be invited as well? Although the reasons for the invitation were not disclosed, it was likely for demonstration purposes. Within the human military, information regarding Scene's existence was being shared. It had been previously established that they should be informed without interference, lest complications arise. However, On the other hand, regarding the military's external society, while not entirely undisclosed, detailed information had yet to be made public. Scene had casually perused news and electronic newspapers, but it seemed the most that had circulated was that the human military had engaged the assistance of those capable of handling supernatural powers. It could be said that the information held by various governments was roughly on par with that of the human military, but civilians only grasped the existence of such matters. Such information regarding Scene would be disseminated to the public at an event where attention was focused. At least, that was how Aki and others perceived this conversation. Why go through such trouble? Why not simply hold a press conference? If the target audience were civilians, it would suffice, but the choice of a ceremonial venue likely considered high-ranking officials from various nations. Regardless of what was explained, presenting tangible evidence is the swiftest method. While it was impossible to showcase everything directly, allowing government officials from various nations to view the evidence seemed plausible that I understood. By the way, there's no veto power, right? Well, it seems Commander Gold will also attend this ceremony. Even his absence, the Supreme Commander would personally introduce me, I presume. That person must have thought along those lines. Is he not someone who cannot be resisted in any circumstance? Thus, Scene had no choice but to attend the ceremony obediently. Although treated as a mere object, I must admit it was rather displeasing. Yet if it were a grand opening ceremony for a large facility, they would likely serve lavish meals. If it could bring joy to others, it would not be a bad thing. Therefore, our vessel will proceed to the East Asia region next. Please inform all crew members. After receiving Scene's affirmative response, Aki promptly directed a female soldier responsible for communication. IT would likely be conveyed to the junior soldiers via an onboard announcement. However, is it truly safe to construct such an imposing building in East Asia? That area is indeed quite perilous, is it not? 10 years ago, in response to a common threat, the nations formed a human military, bringing an end to the prolonged warfare between humanity. While this is the conventional narrative, conflicts among humans have not entirely vanished from this world. From a national perspective, peace has been established, and war has been abandoned, yet not all individuals within each nation adhere to this choice. Especially in countries that experienced civil wars in the bygone era, small-scale skirmishes between forces labeled as terrorists and the stationed human military persist. As an example of such a hazardous region. The East Asia area, to which Scene and the others are heading, has become a topic of discussion. The Supreme Commander is attending the ceremony. The human military should have also participated in its construction. Correct? Yes, it is said that the defense systems and other aspects were developed with human military technology. Then, from the perspective of the terrorists, does that not seem rather dull? Terrorists appear to hold their own ideologies. Yet, fundamentally, they express discontent with the current world. Moreover, in a society where nations have relinquished military power, it is the human military that suppresses them. In other words, the human military, emblematic of the contemporary world, serves as their greatest adversary, both physically and mentally. Although it is not genuinely entertaining, this remains one of their objectives. Precisely because it is an unstable region, the human military is the first to intervene, aiming to restrain the terrorists. This seems to be the intention of the human military, of course. There's a risk of provoking them, yet they maintain confidence in subduing the opposition. Ceremonies seem to attract attention easily. Do they not? This is the defense system. Not only are counterterrorism measures in place, but there are also shelters prepared for potential terrorist attacks. Mr., who appeared quite confident, inadvertently raised a flag. However, Akid and Anna seemed unconcerned, which led Scene to believe he could trust them. What did you just say? Scene's eyes widened in disbelief at the words spoken by the woman before him. Unable to accept the reality he had just heard, he posed the same question again, yet the answer remained unchanged. Scene covered his face with one hand and sighed deeply. What is happening? I asked there no deity in this world. Enough noise. Move forward. Scene sighed again. And Spring Horse abruptly struck the back of his head. Does that not hurt? It does. Hurry up. I'm holding you from behind. Though he spoke thus, he feigned a long sigh in front of Scene's displeasure. It was merely that the donuts provided by the ship's cafeteria had run out. In the fog-laden cafeteria, a selection of food that bore no resemblance to that of a warship was prepared. While the variety of desserts was limited, they were nonetheless available for sale, which became a source of daily delight for Scene. He held the belief that such pleasures, if absent, would lead to serious discontent. However, Harma regarded him with the eyes of one who perceives folly. By the way, wasn't there a resupply just a few days ago? Is it already gone? Standing at the cafeteria counter was a seasoned female soldier. who, for reasons unknown, had returned to the site from her duties at the officer school cafeteria, assigned to the mysterious logistics department, commonly referred to as the cafeteria aunt, aged around 45. Having known Xian since their student days, she offered him a shy smile. Indeed, there had been a resupply just a few days ago. Could it be the work of mice? Then I shall deal with the mice. Calm down, fool. Suddenly, Xian leaned over the counter, only to be pulled back by Harma. The scene resembled a noisy cat being caught by its owner, oblivious to their own antics. It's not mice that... Yes, it not? Zan, there have been many visitors to the cafeteria lately. Haven't there? As she mentioned, prior to the conversation at the Miami base, they were not formal partners, and to avoid stirring the crew's emotions, they refrained from frequenting the cafeteria, steering clear of crowded areas. However, with their cooperative status confirmed and various matters regarding the 13th technical class now trivial, Xian found himself enjoying greater freedom aboard the vessel. Consequently, his visits to the cafeteria increased, going at least 4 times a day, including morning, noon, and afternoon tea. Since I had been coming so often, Tan would devour donuts each time, leaving none for others. After a brief silence regarding the donut shortage, it became clear that the culprit was none other than the foolish Zhuang. The female soldiers also had their share of food, but none compared to what Xian consumed. Most likely it was all devoured by him, right? With a grin, Xian was taken by Harma, who insisted on his lunch. Why is it that merely wearing a hat during the day leads to such troublesome encounters? After acquiring the coveted lunch, Harma sighed in exasperation while searching for a seat, though she could have offered a few words in response. The reason for her grumbling was Xian, and thus it was prudent to remain silent. If they were with Reese and Lena, as usual, they would likely have joined in, but it appeared they were not acting in concert today. By the way, Xian often visited the cafeteria with Jill and other members of the 13th technical class, but today he was alone due to work commitments, though Harma was weary of the situation. She seemed unwilling to part ways with Xian for a meal. I scanned the cafeteria for a suitable 2-person table. Xian's attention was immediately drawn to 2 donuts on a plate. Aware of his own gluttony, he believed it was not strange to be captivated by something one wished to consume. Noticing Xian's fixation, Harma appeared anxious, and at that moment, their gazes met with a woman who was about to indulge in the donuts. With her dark, short hair concealing her expression, she exuded a cold demeanor that caught Xian's attention. She seemed somewhat familiar. Upon hearing Xian's whisper, Harma's expression shifted to one of surprise, before she could inquire about his reaction. She was deftly pulled aside by a petite woman carrying a tray filled with refreshments. Harma, you must remember, that person is the head of communications and control on the bridge. Upon hearing Harma's words, Xian finally grasped the situation. When he regained his composure, he found himself standing before the enigmatic woman. Selena Mechs, in charge of communications and control, introduced herself with an air of indifference, despite having spent nearly a month on the same ship without knowing her name. She seemed unconcerned with Xian's status as a magician or any other details. It was only then that he noticed the individual seated next to Selena, whose demeanor was in stark contrast to hers. I am Ky Anakawa, responsible for search and analysis. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Xian introduced himself in a hesitant tone. Truth be told, he had little recollection of Selena, but he vaguely remembered issuing a warning via communication. I am Than Istel. Though a magician, I do not partake in food. Please remain calm. As soon as Xian's words were directed toward him, KY's shoulders trembled violently, as if he were facing a wild animal. However, he bore no ill intentions, and it was clear that KY was older than Xian. Thus he need not resort to formalities. KY, it seems Xian is in a predicament that I understand. Could it be that he suffered from psychological trauma due to social exclusion? After revealing his identity, though he had experienced hostility and fear, KY's anxiety seemed excessive. One could assume there were sufficient reasons for such behavior. It's nothing of particular significance, though he contemplated the reasons. They seemed insufficient, suggesting perhaps that KY was simply a timid individual. By the way, were you staring at us just now? Selena asked fearlessly, her calm demeanor unwavering. While she did not express the same timidity as Harma, she likely bore no suspicion. The disparity in their attitudes was striking. Well, it's nothing of great consequence. Indeed, this fool was merely fixated on the donuts. Please disregard it. Although Xian attempted to obscure the truth. Harma interjected that I did indeed notice the donuts that T.O. states such to this cold woman would likely bewilder her. I asked that soda, then I shall offer you one that I asked that permissible? Faced with an unexpected proposition, Zian was rendered speechless. Even Selena, who had maintained her cool demeanor, was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. It's all right. Indulging in something sweet occasionally one tea hurt, especially if someone desires it so much. Right? In stark contrast to her severe exterior, a slight smile softened Selena's lips as she regarded Zan. Selena, is it acceptable? There is no need to be so lenient with this fool. It's perfectly fine. You have been working diligently on the front lines. S. Harma's words seemed excessive. Selena shook her head. While it was not her intention, this ghost crew member had undoubtedly been protected by Zian multiple times. A single donut was hardly a significant offering. Gratefully, Zan accepted the donut she proffered. Before Harma could voice her opinions, he swiftly consumed it and turned his attention back to Selena. Does it seem mundane to you? Are you not afraid of me? It is somewhat unclear. The ambiguity carries an element of fear. However, it is indeed true that I have been protected several times, and from the bridge, she does not appear to be a bad person. She was not swayed by the judgments or perceptions of the world, but observes Zan in her own manner, reaching her own conclusions. Upon reflection, this might be the first time he had made such an assessment of someone entirely unrelated to him. Though it might be premature to draw conclusions now, Zian felt compelled to reciprocate the kindness shown to him. As you had discerned, my actions in protecting you were merely incidental, thus there is no need for gratitude. Therefore, allow me to offer you another donut. I smiled at her, and although Selena appeared somewhat surprised, she nodded in agreement. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask. We can prepare treasures, beautiful gowns, or even romantic items such as glass slippers. Though I am no princess, that I understand I shall consider it. Anything is acceptable, whether it be to annoy someone without being discovered or to curse those whom we detest. Immediately, Harma's furious shout interrupted, and her fist landed squarely on Zan's head. As the Mistral sailed through the skies over the Atlantic for several hours, the members of the 13th Technical Class busied themselves in the hangar once more. The emergence of invaders was irrelevant to both land and further elaborate. The dark clouds appearing over the ocean were often disregarded unless they approached land. Point one might even encounter spectral groups larger than those on land. Thus the alert level was heightened, and Yajito ordered vigilance regarding the state of their machines, preparing for immediate deployment. On the journey from the 7th artificial island to North America, he was absent from the hangar, making this frenetic atmosphere a novel experience for Zan. Nana, Zan, as a pilot, how can you work so tirelessly? Well, why not? If I feel capable, then why not? As Zian engaged in a leisurely conversation with Jill, he fiddled with the rising sun news that, in the current heightened state of alert, the pilots of the mechanized armor, including Haruma, find themselves resting while remaining on standby in the hangar's vicinity, prepared for any sudden offensive. Although Shuren, also a pilot, ought to be resting, he understands that even if he remains unscathed, he cannot engage if Alud encounters any issues. Thus, he prioritizes maintenance in the early hours, without seeking anyone's permission. That said, 2 hours have already elapsed since he commenced work. If there were issues, reprimands would have echoed through the area by now. The absence of such reprimands leads Shuren to casually conclude that all is well. Nonetheless, while operating in a lake may be manageable, the situation would be dire at sea without specialized equipment on a lake. The shallow depths allow for tactical live-fire exercises, yet the vastness of the ocean necessitates dedicated armaments. To be frank, the Mist is not equipped with much in the way of underwater combat capabilities. The primary objective of Mist's operations is to test the EC drive during real combat scenarios. And this device is fundamentally designed to work alongside optical equipment that merely requires energy to function. In such circumstances, a vessel primarily armed with optical weaponry possesses the least compatibility for underwater engagements. The prospect of fighting in an evidently incompatible environment was never anticipated. Hence, there was no justification for incurring costs to prepare specialized gear. Despite this, complaints are not absent. Fortunately, Shuren possesses the ability to perform magic, which allows him to manage the situation regardless. In the worst-case scenario, he can resort to that trick. Hey, have you finished your work? He hears Robin's voice calling from below. Shuren and G approach Morning's feet after completing their inspections. With all departments finalizing their checks, Morning is ready to engage at any moment. Since Shuren has not received any modification permissions aside from Alut's, there is little he can do. The remaining 3 machines have also completed their inspections, temporarily wrapping up the 13th technical team's tasks. However, such commotion is always a source of unease whenever they set out to sea. Robin sighs as he stretches his arms, and the others display faint expressions of fatigue. On the subject of naval vessels, would the Mist be susceptible to attacks from storm clouds at sea? Surely, it wouldn't be grounded. Lin Senpai, we have confirmed several entities capable of assaulting flying vessels. Angela's assertion rings true, and their ignorance regarding this matter leaves them vulnerable to carelessness. Linley faces Eric's teasing, and I can't help but chuckle as Jinji suddenly strikes his palm as if struck by inspiration. Even if they lack understanding, isn't it sufficient to consult Shuren, who is knowledgeable enough to resolve the issue with a single incantation? Jin Jiang suddenly recalls something, and everyone's gaze converges upon Shuren. He dons a pair of glasses that seem to have appeared from nowhere. Allow me to address your concerns. Indeed, Shuren seems to grasp the essence of the agreement that I've heard someone mention that my ears have grown tentacles. A certain young lady had elaborated at length about how wearing glasses could create an aura of intellectuality, and Shuren finds himself resonating with that sentiment. He begrudgingly listens, acknowledging that negligence can be perilous. Magical assaults originating from the sea are not uncommon, and the possibility of entities leaping to the altitude of naval vessels, akin to dolphins, cannot be dismissed entirely, as Angela stated. Such instances have been confirmed. Although the patterns of attacks remain relatively few, it is uncertain when they may become the norm. Is there anything that can be done to avert such misfortune? Isn't that precisely why the Amazon is protected? The tropical rainforest of the Amazon is safeguarded by a barrier formed by the humans residing within its confines, repelling intruders. The recent incident, while troubling, should ideally be manageable through sheer fortune. Robin wonders aloud whether tools can prevent the impending doom approaching Mistan. It's not that we can't do anything or you're reluctant. In truth, I find myself in a precarious position. By utilizing Shuren's magical prowess, a barrier could be established to envelop Mistan. With such a barrier, it should be possible to repel a mid-sized Anno vessel. However, this would exhaust Shuren, especially with the impending engagement of morning, complicating matters further. Ideally, if the Mist's EC drive were operating at full capacity, it would be able to draw magical energy from there. By the way, should the output have reached its anticipated levels. I've heard that the inability to use the main cannon is attributed to insufficient output power. As Robin and Jinga noted, the Mist South EC drive has not met the expected specifications. While this has not impeded navigation, the main cannon remains inoperable. Shuren, unable to intervene, has gleaned little from the discussions. Yet it appears that Yuan Xiang and Qian are diligently seeking solutions to rectify the situation. To be candid, it seems not to be a technical issue, as even a master would find it challenging to address. At present, what percentage of the anticipated specifications have been achieved? Perhaps 2 to 3%. Shuren's nonchalant response evokes gasps from everyone. Not just G.1 can only wonder if they can even reach 3%. What on earth is this remarkable energy quartz doing on board? Where could one possibly acquire such high-quality energy quartz? Shuren is convinced that the energy quartz powering the Mist's EC drive could not have been casually found. It is hard to fathom discovering anything in nature capable of powering a warship with less than 30% output. Moreover, Shuren recalls the example of the moon shear, which suggests that the core of Mistan may very well be an artifact or treasure crafted by someone other than beings like the moon shear. Consequently, how the human army procured such a rare item remains a profound mystery. Though, it is of no concern to me. It would be a lie to say I do not care. However, pursuing this topic yields no benefit to Shuren. That if this leads to a rift with the human army, it would create complications, thus best left unexamined. Amidst the incessant chatter, a sharp clap draws everyone's attention to its source. The sound emanates from the previously absent Yuan. Did you all know I was away? Expecting Yuan-san to be reprimanded for his nonsensical chatter in the hangar, he instead surveys the crowd with a slight smile. With the exception of Shuren, Angela, and Eric, the other members were similar expressions of amusement. All right, you rascals. We're commencing the competition for the application of psychic technology and weaponry. Oh, wait, I wasn't informed, confronted with the exuberant members raising their fists in excitement. Shuren appears rather anxious. That's right. During that time, Shuren went for lunch. With a playful tone, Qian, displaying no signs of distress, provides an overview. she begins instructing Shuren in magic and introduces various magically enhanced modern weaponry produced by the Witch's General Store. The 13th Technical Team's technicians seemed genuinely invigorated by the prospect of such samples. Though it was anticipated that this day would arrive, Shuren remains unfazed. However, would it be too much to inform him in advance, given he is undoubtedly drawn into the fray? Hence, without delving into whether it can be accomplished, they should each attempt to wield magic and propose a solution. How outrageous! Engaging in such intriguing activities without my knowledge. Yuan-Tai repeatedly apologizes as others swarm around the whiteboard and display monitors. This sounds fascinating. After all, I am referring to you. Have you not prepared 10 or 20 types of magical weaponry? I've worked in the 13th Technical Team for 3 years. How could I possibly resist such an enticing topic? The 13th Technical Team is renowned within the human army for its exceptional skills. Often referred to as the foremost group of problem children, a reputation that is undoubtedly well-deserved. The human army's technical teams primarily consist of departments focused on developing new weaponry and those tasked with maintaining various machinery used in combat. The 13th Technical Team falls into the latter category, albeit with a reputation for development that eclipses its maintenance duties. Each year, the human army conducts several competitions for new product development among technical teams. Participation is open to any technical team within the human army or any affiliated technicians. Successful submissions yield not only monetary rewards, but also elevate the status of the technicians and increase the annual budget for their teams, thus attracting numerous participants. The 13th Technical Team has a history of being regular participants in these competitions, their high technical proficiency recognized. Conversely, their frequent presentations of exceedingly advanced concepts have led to their classification as problem children. After last year's competition for new explosives, led by Lin Li, he remarked, "We acknowledge your exemplary technical skills, but do not exploit loopholes in the law to create illegal weaponry." Of course, he did not intend to manufacture such hazardous items. By doing so, one could indeed create explosives with thrice the power of previous ones. This notion, sparked by Lin Li's sudden insight and curiosity, reflects the inquisitive spirit prevalent within the 13th Technical Class, where many individuals possess a strong desire for exploration and curiosity. Even those who initially lacked such traits have been influenced to adopt them. The conclusion is that endowing the members of the 13th Technical Class with the enigmatic and captivating essence of magic is bound to lead to such transformations. But from whom shall we begin? As they raise their hands in unison to respond to Yuan San, a chorus of calls erupted. In this scenario, the majority would typically refrain from raising their hands. Yet in the 13th Technical Class, this was entirely absent. Incidentally, even Angela, who usually does not advocate much, joined in. Well then, you go ahead. Ha! My proposal pertains to the thought-control drones often seen in science fiction. The previously listless demeanor had transformed, with everyone now quietly listening to Kenji speak. That is all that I would like to hear your opinions, impressions, and other matters first. Shuren, is this magic? Yes. He responded immediately, demonstrating a fist-pumping gesture. Although the members of the 13th Technical Class had grasped the fundamentals of magic from Shuren, their understanding remained significantly insufficient. While it seemed they had proposed a plan based on a certain level of anticipated success, certainty could only be reached once Shuren confirmed the possibility of success. For reference, this plan was entirely feasible, by employing one's intellect to manipulate inorganic materials remotely and infusing them with light intelligence for autonomous action through magic, primarily a cleaning tool used by the indolent which for household chores. Such applications should indeed be possible. As the discussion heated up, time slipped by, leveraging the new aerial units and enhanced magic that Shuren frequently utilized for flight, as well as the universally usable magical barrier generator. How does that feel? What's wrong? He inquired. I meant to ask if you could make it. During a lecture held in Akito's private quarters, Shuren mentioned the Mechs storage competition to Akito. Various proposals emerged. Some could be promptly realized, while others posed questions regarding their palatability, and many different ideas were conceived. However, to bring any of them to fruition, counsel from Akito would be required. Previously, the 13th Technical Class operated solely under the command of the Human Military's Technical Department, with research and development being relatively free, as long as it did not interfere with assigned duties. But the situation had now changed. As part of the Mist Legion, their efforts would necessitate the approval of their commander. Akito, you should be aware that the Mist Legion is an active military unit. The maintenance of each mecha must consistently remain flawless, and the upkeep of the Mist Legion itself would also demand attention. Can you manage to balance these responsibilities? Of course, I will diligently fulfill my assigned tasks, and development can only proceed when time permits. Can we not allocate funds for that development? The funding would be sourced from the 13th technical class. The master stated there was no intention to utilize the unit's budget. Xiao Jing listed the negative factors one by one, to which she promptly replied, smiling and tilting her head slightly. Are there any other questions? Shuren's unspoken inquiry seemed to resonate well with Aikido, who eventually exhaled a long sigh of annoyance. No matter what I say, you have no intention of giving up. Do you? Do you understand? Aikido seemed well informed on various rumors surrounding the 13th technical class, although the specifics of what Aikido had heard were uncertain. One thing was clear: it was not positive. Presumably, these rumors were rooted in some degree of truth. Several conditions were laid out. What are they? If something for practical development is determined, you must provide me with detailed explanations. Any changes made during the development process, no matter how minor, must be reported. Regular updates on the progress of the work are required. Finally, if I deem it unfeasible, whether before or during development, you must cease the project without hesitation. That is quite strict. There are certain aspects I am also willing to permit. You may proceed, but absolutely no secret developments. Was that last remark a jest? He pondered for a moment, but immediately dismissed the thought upon seeing Aikido's earnest expression. The sincerity in her gaze clearly indicated her genuine desire to avoid such outcomes. In any case, he decided to bring back Aikido's additional conditions to discuss with the 13th technical class in Yuan. It seemed to be the prevailing trend. Speaking of which, to what extent can magic and science coexist? What, Captain, are you not very interested? If not, I wouldn't be learning magic from you. Upon hearing Aikido's response, Shuren thought, I see, and took out the specially crafted communication terminal, the magic flute, from his pocket. This device represents the most comprehensible intersection of magic and science. Within this widely utilized touch panel communication terminal in human society, several magical technologies are integrated. The magic contained within this terminal can be broadly categorized into three types. That IT operates using energy quartz as its power source, allowing communication to be transmitted over distances through magical phones. Furthermore, instead of relying on radio waves, it employs magical communication techniques for conversations and information exchanges. Other components are nearly identical to standard mobile terminals. In summary, it utilizes scientific technology, as Miranda stated. Magic comprises 1/10, while science constitutes 9-tenths. IT sounds like a technological marvel, yet, considering human usage, it seems excessively stringent if it does not reach such a level. Perhaps, in reality, the weapons later provided were composed of 99% ordinary tools. Wherein they, whether bullets or missiles, they were merely ordinary items with a touch of magical enhancement. The uninformed, they merely appeared as standard armaments adorned with peculiar symbols and patterns. For someone like me, the magical proportion could be increased further. Yet for others, my judgment is that magic accounts for 20% and science for 80%. This is the limit that the development pursued by the 13th technical class. Based on this conception, it would be meaningless if only I could utilize them. Thus, I believe they would aim for such a trajectory. Should something be inadvertently created that only Shuren can use, it would likely attract attention from individuals like Mr. and the human military. Shuren's intention is to manufacture items that are useful to the human military and can be utilized by anyone. By initially appeasing the human military and subsequently crafting more sophisticated creations. It should be a simpler endeavor, at least. Shuren intended to conclude this topic, but Aikido appeared troubled, remaining silent. Shuren tilted his head inwardly, pondering whether anything within the preceding dialogue had rendered the atmosphere so heavy. Yet Aikido seemed oblivious to Shuren's demeanor. Unable to depart without the other's consent, Shuren sipped his coffee quietly to avoid disturbing him. After 2 or 3 minutes, Aikido spoke up. Ister, what are your thoughts on teaching us magic? What? Magic is a formidable advantage you possess, especially a trump card during conflicts and negotiations with the human military. You could candidly share this with us, couldn't you? It's rather late to pose this question. This is something typically asked by someone who learns knowledge or practical skills every few days. Yet Aikido appeared earnest. He deduced that while it would be easy to deflect with humor, doing so would only invite unnecessary suspicion, complicating matters for Shuren. Regarding teaching, I harbor no concerns at not revealing one's hand. Well, merely sharing a bit with him poses no threat. The act of imparting magic does indeed expose Shuren-S cards. However, even if his hand is revealed, it does not pose a threat to him. What Shuren teaches is fundamentally at a basic level. Starting from the fundamentals to convey more advanced knowledge, ordinary individuals remain unaware of what can be achieved. Even if Aikido were to acquire knowledge equivalent to mine, the inherent output would be vastly different. Should Aikido wish to utilize Shuren-S knowledge to eliminate him, Shuren could easily turn the tables. The act of teaching magic to Shuren is akin to a common professional athlete conducting a children's class. In reality, there exists a significant disparity in magical prowess between Shuren and Aikido. Akin to that between an adult and a child, an insurmountable gap that no means can bridge, and no matter how he teaches, he would not become an adversary. Thus, I harbor no apprehensions about teaching. That is my response. You certainly possess confidence. It is not confidence. It is a fact that it is not arrogance. It is merely the truth, devoid of any implications of superiority or inferiority, from Shuren-S nonchalant demeanor. This sentiment seemed to resonate well with Aikido. Seeing you like this, I suspect Miss may be somewhat similar. The magic flute is likewise utilized. Miranda and others not only provided a plethora of magically enhanced weapons, but also encouraged their free use. They believe that even if knowledge of magic is leaked to the human military, who are on par with, or even more significant than Shuren, it poses no issue. Shuren harbored no objections to Aikido's perspective. Without receiving a response from Scene, Akite became increasingly convinced of his own thoughts. He then slightly lowered his gaze in contemplation, and after a few moments, he shifted his attention back to Scene. The impression we had of the witch's grocery store was that they were more willing to assist us than you are. Rather than answering questions posed like yours, they seemed eager to propose ideas. I too have felt this way. Regarding the matter with Amazon, Miranda left me with the impression that she was not merely indifferent in providing ordered goods, but was actively promoting information and supplies from that end. Scene 2 found this fact somewhat perplexing. The notion of entrusting the human army with combat responsibilities was indeed strange. Besides Wandering Sword and Gladiator's Feast, she must be acquainted with many who specialize in battle. It would seem simpler to rely on the friends of these strangers rather than on those ignorant and hostile human forces. Why should the human army provide free supplies? Scene, who informed us of the incident while assisting the human army, had a rationale that was evidently weak. There must have been some reasoning in her mind. Yet even after having some dealings with Miranda, Scene still did not comprehend her intentions. Was there a secret to be uncovered? Certainly, there must be something. However, it may not be anything too significant. For someone who has lived for over 1,000 years, possessing immense magical power and vast knowledge allows for many possibilities. Many matters are trivial, akin to how one might fall. Hence, it is plausible that her motivation could simply stem from a whimsical thought or a fleeting sense of amusement. Regarding other possibilities Scene might consider, humans could also become customers of the witch's grocery store, thereby expanding the market. While Scene could not predict this, one thing was clear. You had no intention of harming the human army, correct? Based on what? If there was such an intention, it would have been executed long ago. If Miranda truly wished to inflict damage upon the human army, the task would be exceedingly simple. With countless witches at her disposal, she could easily curse and kill numerous humans or employ magic to turn them into puppets, manipulating them from within. There would be no need for cooperation or the provision of supplies to lower their guard. Thus, it could be inferred that Miranda did not intend to engage in battle with the human army. If she desired, the human forces would be easily overwhelmed. I initially expected Akite to refute such assertions, but he remained silent. I realized my words were rather absurd. Do you not have any counter-arguments? Indeed, if this were a short while ago, I would have found it hard to believe, but now I have witnessed many events firsthand. That's so. For instance, just a few days ago, an enormous amount of supplies was instantaneously transported to the hangar. If explosives were delivered to the core using such methods, it would deal a significant blow. Once the scenarios Akite envisioned came to pass, the human army would be unable to cope. It is precisely because he comprehended this that Akite would candidly accept Scene's statements. As the unstable topic continued, he noticed the time displayed on the electronic clock was quite late. It would be inappropriate to discuss other matters now, considering the atmosphere and timing. Xiaojing shared the same sentiment, leading to the conclusion of today's lecture. Ister, may I ask you a question? While standing at the door, preparing to leave the room, Scene heard someone speak. Turning to look, he saw Xiaojing seated in her chair. Gazing up at him, thought if you were serious, Could you still capture the mist without the sunrise news? This abrupt question took Scene by surprise, prompting a slight smile. How annoying. I wouldn't do that. Scene responded cheerfully, bidding good night to the silent kite before exiting the room. You wouldn't say I can't do it. Just before the door closed automatically, Scene heard a kite's whispered words, but chose not to respond. The mist traversed from the Atlantic through the Mediterranean, safely arriving at Yadom. At least there were no misfortunes encountered at sea. It was a peaceful journey. However, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded within the ship. Lower the alert level. We can't wait more than 10 minutes to scramble. What on earth was happening? If you have any objections, feel free to speak. You're right. Engaging in conversation with Anna while preparing for the morning sortie in northern Egypt, near the Israeli border, numerous similar reactions had emerged. Although local troops were present, it was our forces that were closest and would handle the situation this time. Aren't we merely guests at the ceremony? The ceremony is still a few days away. And by then, we will already be part of the human army. Oh, you have any objections? The other party retorted readily, leaving Scene with no room for counterargument. She simply stated there were no objections and returned to the preparations for the sortie. The combined number of small and medium units exceeded 20, appearing to be individuals with slightly faster mobility, that if they disperse in various directions, it will be troublesome. The mobile armor unit would immediately launch an attack, narrowing down the targets before commencing fire. There was no need to await the ship's arrival. Following a kite's instructions, Scene piloted the assaulter and took off from a ship. Like a race, she accelerated suddenly, being the first to rush toward the target. If she led the charge alone, Haruma and others would often become displeased, but this time, due to the necessity of the operation, such remarks were not made. After evading Ms. Dan and other mobile armors for several minutes, she sensed the presence of the intruders before the sensors did. We have located the target. How does it feel to you? Nothing particularly strange. It's merely a stroke of luck one often encounters in an unremarkable world. From its appearance, it resembled a four-legged beast. Unlike a cat or dog, it felt neither strong nor weak, akin to the intruders that are now ubiquitous. All right, let's circle around and begin attacking from the direction of Mistilstan. Rather than stopping him, prioritize guiding him in a direction so he doesn't escape. You mean to make me a shepherd? I understand. Scene's playful demeanor caused a slight stir on Misty's side of the communication. And after passing through as background music from above the group, she turned around to fire appropriately. The intruders were rather straightforward, successfully fleeing in the direction Scene desired. It appeared that the intruders lacked the capability to attack airborne enemies, nor did they intend to target route. Thanks to this, although there was no particular danger, with the agility of the assault, one could inadvertently surpass them, so I carefully followed Anai and the others. This sword found the target. Very well, let us execute a pincer attack. I'm off. Accompanying the arrival of Haruma and others, Scene commanded, lowering a route to ground level. Thus, she charged into the group of phantoms as if running on the ground. Scene, you're being too sarcastic. I'm not skilled in shooting. This is the easiest way to fight. Closing the distance to mere meters, she ruthlessly shot through the intruder's head, then aimed at the next target, narrowly avoiding it with a swipe of Lightsknider. Although it was within the range of shooting weapons, this distance was just right for Scene to hit accurately. The suddenly diving sword cleaved Ascalon in half flawlessly. Following that, swinging Ascalon horizontally, another blade struck down the cloud of intruders, and the Sun's special forces regained their composure, now standing back to back. Surely, that should not be careless, right? The medium-sized intruders could be easily blocked by the defensive wall. Although Scene 2 sensed the approach of intruders from behind, even if attacked from behind, she could still use the defensive wall to shield herself before reaching a route. Not being attacked was a good thing. So she was grateful to Haruma, but being attacked was not a significant issue. The battle continued, and within 10 minutes, all intruders were defeated. Neither Scene's detection nor sensor searches revealed any signs of further intrusion. Did this mean the battle had concluded? All units returned to the ship. Upon hearing a kite's directive, he sighed lightly, rotating his shoulders within the cockpit. The alert level had been lowered, and just as he was about to comfortably head to the mess hall for a meal, he abruptly recalled something, and his stomach emitted a faint grumble. The donuts are out of stock. What should I eat? Just as Scene was about to instruct Albert to proceed to Miztan, an alarm suddenly blared. What? Confused as to what this unexpected alarm was warning about, Scene found herself in disarray as something directly struck the back of the morning and exploded. Easter. No problem. Did I guess right or not? Just as she conveyed her safety to the anxious Akite, Scene remained unharmed. The magical barrier deployed during the battle had proven effective. She was unaware whose attack had completely failed to inflict damage on Arut. More importantly, what had that previous attack been? At the very least, it had no magical aura, indicating it was not of that sort of luck. This meant it could be considered a product of modern weaponry. However, it was truly hard to fathom that the human army, with whom she had only recently formed a formal contract, would extend their hand against Scene. Considering these factors, only one possibility remains. Multiple sets of outdated mechanized armor have been discovered behind the shallow sea. It appears they have been lurking inside, utilizing disruptors that sow. What is their true identity? Terrorists. Even in the face of all humanity's adversaries, the internal strife among humans persists. Those who still cling to the ways of the old century have emerged alongside the mechanized armor that traversed the old era. Perhaps the failure of their ambush has exposed their presence, as the terrorists no longer hide and begin their advance towards the morning. From a distance, it is evident that all are outdated mechanized armors. Our side possesses only 4, while the enemy boasts 8 mechanized armors and several small tanks approaching. Instructor, what shall we do? He was full of enthusiasm from the start. I cannot let him remain silent. Does this mean we are to engage in mutual slaughter? Thus far, Miss Stan has only faced Annie. Regardless of whether they are terrorists or otherwise, this battle is unprecedented. Indeed, even soldiers have moments like these. Regarding Cheyenne's statements, Anna remains composed. What he says carries sound reasoning. Mechanized armor unit. Engage all terrorists. Understood. The other 3, aside from Cheyenne, accept Anna's orders without hesitation, each heading towards the direction of the terrorists. All of them are not yet 16 years old. Even so, having chosen the path of soldier, have they truly prepared themselves psychologically for killing? Cheyenne, what will you do? Implicitly, does this mean you can kill? I know he is inquiring. The answer is undoubtedly yes. However, Cheyenne exhibits a hint of hesitation regarding his stance, a human military force. What does it matter if I kill an enemy? Cheyenne has pledged not to act against human military forces or civilians. Of course, this promise does not extend to the terrorists who are enemies of human forces. Yet still, terrorists are human. How would Cheyenne, as a mage of otherworldly origins, be perceived for easily taking human lives? Although he has hinted at murderous intent towards higher-ups, this remains merely verbal. Whether he can actually follow through is still ambiguous. However, if he were to kill terrorists indiscriminately here, the undeniable fact of killing humans would become apparent. Should the human military consequently increase their vigilance towards Cheyenne, it would yield nothing but negative repercussions that between obedient Cheyenne Istalantia and Istal, who hold a negative stance towards killing humans. Surely there would be differing opinions within the human military. What about the instructor's recommendations? All of them are valid. Anna answered without a moment's pause, indicating she had contemplated Cheyenne's situation regarding human foes long before it reached this point. If Anna were to claim helplessness, then Cheyenne would have no recourse either to T present. The true question lies in which course Cheyenne should take. Yes, if to punctuate the dilemma faced by Ain or Cheyenne. The sharp alarm blared once more in the cockpit. Ah, how bothersome. Instead of waiting, a projectile resembling a sensor was consciously released. It rebounded off the magical defensive wall. The missile did not explode immediately. Rather, it arced away as if struck by a racket. Ahead lay the mechanized armor of the terrorist that, this is bad. Faced with the projectile propelled into a parabolic trajectory by reflex, I launched the Dragon's Ball. Fortunately, the missile struck and exploded, toppling the troublesome mechanized armor. Though it likely did not inflict fatal damage. Rescuing you is quite troublesome. It has become quite a hassle. Killing is unsatisfactory, and not fighting is equally so. Thus, the only course of action left for Cheyenne is to accelerate Arlette from its position. Charging headlong into the battlefield where the terrorists and Haruma's clash. Neither Lightschneider nor Dragonclaw were in hand. Instead, a magical defensive wall was erected around Albert. In essence, it was a physical confrontation. Killing and fighting are far too troublesome. Cheyenne propelled the enemy mechanized armor away and continued to knock back others. With neither slashing nor shooting, he did not inflict lethal damage, yet the impact of the forceful push rendered the enemy pilot incapacitated. Even if it was not the case, as long as the Allies were caught off guard, it would suffice that, to be honest, this was merely a desperate tactic conceived in the moment. However, given Cheyenne's predicament, it was the most suitable strategy. The terrorists, perhaps terrified by Arlette's presence akin to a massive projectile soaring across the battlefield, began to concentrate their attacks, yet it proved futile against the magical wall. By focusing solely on Cheyenne, the terrorists either fell prey to Haruma and others' assaults or were struck down by Arlette in a manner akin to a collision point one by one. The terrorists found their strength waning. Consequently, the terrorists suffered a pitiful defeat due to their crude tactics. Approximately an hour after Cheyenne and the others eliminated the terrorists, Stan visited a nearby human military base. Originally, he had no intention of stopping by this base. Yet Aikido reasoned that the optimal course of action was to deliver the captured terrorists to a base as swiftly as possible while simultaneously diminishing their combat strength. Though the detention was stringent, he did not wish for the terrorists to board an unnecessary battleship. Moreover, considering that the original destination of Mist Alding's human military base was located in the most prosperous city of the East Asia region, transporting such dangerous individuals there would be inappropriate. Given these considerations, Aikido's judgment was undoubtedly the most prudent. Although these reasons led them to this location, frankly, it had little to do with Cheyenne. Ultimately, the task was merely to extradite the bound terrorists. With only a few hours' delay, aside from Aikido, who was to oversee the extradition and pay respects to the base commander, the others did not leave Mist. Naturally, Cheyenne, not included among those few, simply completed his inspection duties for the morning. "You bastard! Why are you so rough?" Upon arriving at the base and settling in, Jinzo's thunderous voice and fist came crashing down upon Cheyenne. Cheyenne crouched down from the beautiful strike to his head, letting out only a groan, while Jinzo towered over him, breathing heavily with arms crossed. Mechanized armor, after all, should not be engaged in physical collisions. You, despite being a novice, should at least know the basics of a technician. Right? I know. Then why did you do such a thing? Faced with Jinzo's piercing gaze, Cheyenne silently raised his hand. Seeing him behave like a student in class, Jinzo paused his lecture momentarily. "Regarding this matter, please allow me to present my perspective." "Go ahead." "Due to reinforcing defenses with a magical defensive wall, I maximized efforts to avoid damaging the unit. So I particularly advocate that I did not engage in anything as reckless as a collision." A cursory examination would reveal that Cheyenne had sustained no injuries from physical impacts or evasions. Compared to before the sortie, there was almost no change, and he returned from battle in excellent condition. Had the unit suffered damage due to collision, then Jinzo would certainly have accepted responsibility with grace. But this time, Cheyenne saw no reason for reprimand. Based on Cheyenne's assertions, Jinzo confirmed the status of the morning for a while before letting out a grunt and uncrossing his arms. The crossed arms were his standard posture during admonitions. With this issue resolved, it also served to validate Cheyenne's claims. "You were so reckless, yet not a single scratch to show for IT.M.Y defensive wall has a defensive capacity that far surpasses those armor plates. As long as you stand tall, you won't get hit, but your ears did get pulled." Despite his rough demeanor, he had no valid reason to lecture Cheyenne, yet he could not shake his dissatisfaction. "However, I believe you do not intend to approach others in such a manner in the future, do you? Is it necessary to consider that Cheyenne did not wish to adopt such a combat style out of preference? However, whether it was right or wrong for Cheyenne to take human lives remains undetermined. Regardless of whether he kills or not, there is undoubtedly risk involved for Chiron, to be honest, aside from being sent to capture Annie. I had not contemplated much else. Leaving me unprepared for this situation, it is necessary to take this opportunity to reflect thoroughly. What a hassle. What a hassle." Faced with genuine impatience, Cheyenne could only smile wryly. "In any case, you should quickly consider alternative methods." After merely stating this, he took his leave, and Cheyenne watched him depart, beginning to review the morning news. "People are truly bothersome," Zhu Yu remarked, though he expressed annoyance. His tone seemed rather fond. Although Zhu Yu appeared unexpectedly, he was in truth like the heart of the morning. His understanding of the situation was clearer than anyone else's, given his nature as a ghost. It would not be surprising if he found the current state of affairs even more troublesome than Cheyenne. Although it remains uncertain whether they are terrorists, since they are enemies, would it not suffice to kill them? "I have heard that killing brings trouble. You are aware of this, right? It is because of the fear of being feared that I do not dare to act as a ghost." Zhu Yu is quick-witted. I do not doubt he comprehends the issues that arise from killing. This situation seems to stem from a simple dissatisfaction with the disparity between one's existence as a ghost and the actions one must undertake. In other words, it is a mere complaint which can be dismissed as background noise during the morning inspection. Point two things. How can one from the salt industry commit murder? Zhu Yu, grumbling for a while, suddenly had a thought and posed this question. "What do you think?" The bespectacled girl is unfazed, indifferent even to the threat to her own life, correct? If I were in your position, I would have eliminated both the girl and the mastermind behind the assassination as a warning to others long ago. But you would surely act if it were you. Young Master CNISN T1 to shy away from action, right? Just kill whoever gets in the way. I initially thought this was a half-hearted joke. Yet this time it seemed to be a genuine inquiry, killing as effortlessly as breathing. To Zhu Yu, it was perhaps incomprehensible that Xian, lacking in both strength and experience, had yet to take a life. If you were angry, I might just kill you. Have you not been angry even once this past month? At the very least, not to the extent that one would contemplate killing him. Frankly, it matters little. Neither the daily aggressive Misty nor the unknown assassins have provoked Xian to the brink of fury. Thus, there is no reason to risk a rupture in relations with the human army by eliminating them. I see that if you're satisfied. Could you allow me some peace? After all, I am at work. Perhaps content with her complaints and inquiries, Zhu Yu unexpectedly acquiesced, and gradually, her presence faded away. However, provoking someone like young Master Xian is perilous. With a final pleasant remark, Zhu Yu's essence was no longer felt. Xianisther, we have arrived, he greeted casually as he entered the conference room, which seemed to house only Akaid and Anna, neither of whom commented on Xian's jest. Is there something you need? Would it even be necessary to ask? Well, yes. You ought to be aware of the forthcoming confrontations with humanity. Akaid had just returned from the extradition of terrorists when he was summoned. Given the timing, anyone could surmise the nature of the summons. So, what do the captain and instructor wish for me to do? Xian swiftly seated himself in a chair within the conference room, eager to delve into the matter at hand. Since the topic was already quite clear, it would be best to conclude it swiftly, yet Xian's impatient demeanor drew a resigned sigh from Xiaojing. Would you not prefer to discuss it a bit before reaching a decision? Discussion is certainly possible, but it may ultimately lead to the conclusion that everyone is at fault. The obedient Xianisther and the passive murderer Xianisther. There is no definitive answer as to which stance is preferable. Consequently, regardless of the choice made, complaint from a faction within the human army that harbors resentment towards Xian would undoubtedly arise. That it boils down to merely which of the two statements, killing or disobeying orders, one would endorse. As for the tone, it will inevitably incite turmoil, a concern that has become trivial for Xian. Personally, it has become inconsequential, hence for Akaid and Anna, who may face repercussions. It matters little which side they choose that is advantageous to them. This reflects Xian's current stance. If you two were to make a choice, the outcome would undoubtedly surpass my expectations. I trust you both. It seems too troublesome to consider. Let us just discard it. Can you discern this line of thought? You have no idea what I'm speaking of, do you? Despite Akaid's pointed reproach, Xian maintained a radiant smile. Although he was correct, the discovery would not alter the choices he had entrusted to the pair. Akaid seemed to sense this and buried his head in his hands, while Anna, accustomed to such exchanges, remained unfazed. My opinion is straightforward. Engage in combat, and killing them is acceptable, although the chances of confronting terrorists remain uncertain. Your life is at stake. Anna asserted that it would be better to fight decisively than to show mercy and jeopardize Xian's life. However, upon hearing this, Akaid's expression grew grave. I understand your reasoning. But it would be prudent to avoid actions that might exacerbate the Easter crisis, wouldn't it? I've already threatened the higher-ups. It is best to refrain from provoking them further. Anna and Akaid's opinions were starkly opposed. I had never witnessed such a conflict between the two. It was simply astonishing. Do we have differing opinions? Indeed, it is only natural that there would be varying perspectives on matters of such complexity. Up until this point, their opinions had aligned closely, yet neither had conformed to the other's views, as both are individuals of independent thought. Just as Anna suggested, such divergences of opinion do occur. Faced with this acceptance, Anna smiled. Our differing opinions mean that it falls to you to decide, does it not? No, I believe both of you find it convenient, but if the two of you disagree, there is no suitable resolution. Is there? By the time Xian realized that the situation was turning against him, it was too late. Even Akaid, who seemed to recognize this shift, acquiesced to Anna's words. Thus, Xian's plans could not proceed as intended. Reserved, the two laughed while earnestly awaiting a response, leading Xian to exclaim, "Point one might say, he was fleeing. Reserved means you. Because I've always relied on you, I never considered the possibility. You truly are daring." The stunned expressions of the two were heart-wrenching. Yet there was no remedy for unexpected circumstances. It was not something that required immediate resolution, So postponement was acceptable, that we are not a unit specifically tasked with combating terrorists. Nor will we encounter them in overwhelming numbers. Essentially, Mistelstand is a unit designed to gather real combat data, and considering its effective strength against Cien, it is indeed wiser for them to confront the invaders. Coming to Yadong was merely to attend a ceremony. It was impossible to participate in counterterrorism operations intentionally. However, in response to Cien's remarks, Akaid and Anna exchanged subtle glances that I did not intend to convey anything strange. But judging by their reactions, it appears Cien may have misunderstood. Surely not, having come all this way to Yadong, only to be told to assist in the extermination of terrorists that no, it is not such a dangerous task. What then accounts for that subtle reaction? Well, I heard something peculiar from those at the base. Though she stated this, her speech was somewhat unclear. Observing her somewhat unladylike demeanor, it was evident she had said something noteworthy. Apparently, there have been frequent terrorist attacks when engaging in combat in the Anan region recently. Just like this time? Yes, those at the base did indeed express that sentiment. The story that Cien recounted was simple. When a human army launches an offensive against the phantoms appearing in the Yadong area, they are often ambushed by terrorists upon concluding their campaign. This tactic, striking when the forces are fatigued from battling invaders, is quite sound as a combat strategy. Yet it carries the risk of backfiring that if terrorists seek to target the human army, such a risk that is rather minimal, wouldn't you say? The disparity in combat capabilities between the human army and terrorists is vast. Knowing that a direct confrontation would result in defeat, they opted for such a strategy despite the associated risks. With this in mind, it is not entirely implausible. So, does this mean we must also confront terrorists in Yadong? There exists that possibility. Although the origins remain unclear, there is a significant likelihood of terrorists launching an ambush. While no substantial losses have yet been incurred, the local human forces appear to have heightened their vigilance. For this reason, it would be prudent to reach a conclusion sooner rather than later in response to the unexpected assignment that arose suddenly. Cien let out a dissatisfied sigh. Although there were unforeseen detours along the way, Mistelstand successfully arrived in the city where the ceremony was to take place. With less than a week until the actual ceremony, I would have relished a leisurely exploration of Yadong's largest city while awaiting the event. Yet reality was far less accommodating. While the threat from terrorists in the Yadong region is not as severe as in North America, it nonetheless poses considerable danger. It appears that combat forces cannot afford to remain idle in such regions. Mistelstand is tasked with confronting this unfortunate fate. To be honest, upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding washed over me on the evening of the third day following the onset of such days. Cien, returning from the fifth sortie, slammed his hand on the table in the dining hall. 5 out of 5 times. The terrorists have shown up. What on earth is going on? Accidentally encountering Shamey, who had come for an early dinner. Cien's grievances elicited an expression of indescribable sentiment. Dealing with people is so troublesome, truly. Inconvenient matters seem to overlap for no reason. Ultimately, it was Cien's indecision regarding how to approach humanity that caused the turmoil. Yet I do not seek such a straightforward argument. Now, just like the first time, the magical barrier is fully activated, and I confront with my body to this juncture. I believe that this tactic can still be employed. However, it ultimately remains a binary approach. The notion of binary implies that either side may fall, which can easily incite widespread unease. The thought of turning those dissatisfied due to killings and those discontented by the absence of killings and adversaries is untenable. Which direction should we take? Sean lay sprawled on the table, mumbling, when he suddenly noticed the expression on Shamey's face across from him. "What are you smiling about?" he asked. Shamey looked at him with a smile, appearing surprised at being pointed out, likely unaware of her own expression. Yet prior to that moment, she certainly wore a hint of joyful amusement. Surely, she would find pleasure in my suffering. No, this I sent some strange implication. As Shamey denied it, she flusteredly searched for words, perhaps still organizing her thoughts. From his reaction, I understood he bore no malice. Well, it's evident he is not that type. Natsumi and Mikan, among the Mikan siblings, are probably the most benevolent of the two girls. Should I harbor more suspicion and deceit? Such a steadfastly good-natured person had never considered the thoughts Sean mentioned from the very start. Unbeknownst to her, Shamey, whose heart was concealed, truly believed she was under suspicion from Sean and was understandably flustered. Just as Sean contemplated intervening, Shamey finally spoke. I felt a slight relief, or rather a glimmer of joy. For I knew Sean did not take the act of killing lightly. Perhaps having organized her thoughts, she appeared considerably calmer. Oddly enough, soldiers who harm others are often forgiven, right? For the sake of maintaining peace. For societal order, there are myriad reasons. Yet as soldiers, they may point their weapons at others due to orders or situational judgment, often justifying such actions, regardless of the impression left by killing terrorists. As an auxiliary of the human army, Sean would not be held accountable for the act of slaying terrorists themselves. If it were a normal circumstance, I would certainly express that worrying is too troublesome, and promptly decide otherwise. However, this time, you genuinely seem concerned for me, which I find delightful. Of course, I also recognize your calculations of gains and losses. Shamey smiled wryly. If she was still content, then as taking a life not an evil act? A person has but one life. The power of humanity is undeniable. Even those beyond ordinary abilities cannot restore a life once lost. Sean believes that any act of taking life, regardless of the motive, is malevolent, at the very least. I have no inclination to commit wrongful deeds without cause. If one possesses their own reasons, they may indeed commit wrongful acts. Nonetheless, I believe that contemplating such actions as evil is undoubtedly a good thing. I intended to voice ethically contentious notions that good-hearted individuals would never agree with or comprehend. She is much like Sean, who believes he cannot kill, that I even contemplated piercing her with a nail. Yet, despite this, it is Shamey, who continues to smile, that overwhelmed Sean. This is quite difficult. The reason for her smile is that she knows only what Sean has exhibited thus far. She is unaware of the existence of Sean Istel and his way of being. And not just her, even Jill and Anna have yet to encounter him. Shamey bears no fault in this. It is merely due to Sean's intentional concealment that if one must attribute blame, it lies with Sean himself. Regardless of what transpires due to the hidden truths, the responsibility rests solely upon him. Despite knowing this from the outset, a sense of unease lingers within this point. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable seems inevitable. Someday, it will come. It cannot be too distant a future, when the malignancy within Sean is exposed to the light of day. Will she still be able to smile at him as she does now? Contemplating the potentially altered dynamics of their relationship, the youth gently lowered his gaze. Can Istel kill? In the dead of night, while discussing future matters in the captain's quarters of Mistolton, Aikido suddenly posed a question to Anna. The abruptness of this query caught Anna off guard, her response somewhat delayed. What brings this on so suddenly? At this point, I began to ponder. Indeed, whether he possesses the capacity to kill may serve as a crucial criterion for determining his trustworthiness. Though he did not explicitly raise this issue, I am not in search of excuses for anyone. The human army did not accept Sean without consideration of such matters, regardless of Sean's own awareness. A rigorous investigation is conducted behind the scenes. For instance, in a significant terrorist attack on a certain artificial island, Sean was one of the few survivors, after losing his parents in that incident. He lived in a welfare institution run by the Human Army of Ball Country, all of which are corroborated by relevant personnel. The language is also quite clear. His attitude towards life is commendable. He willingly assists at the welfare institution when asked, leaving a favorable impression among the staff. However, the absence of free time and the peculiarity of being mature for his age have led to whispers about him being somewhat extraordinary. Later, after entering military school, he acquired more detailed information, thereby grasping the essence of Sean Istel's experiences. A meticulous examination of these data revealed no instances of killing, and even upon uncovering his identity, there were no indications of harm towards humanity. In summary, the comprehensive judgment concluded that forming a cooperative relationship poses no issues. However, needless to say, even Anna and her colleagues, let alone superiors, cannot fully trust the investigation's results. Sean, who claims to be a magician, may possess means of hidden intelligence imperceptible to humanity. Ultimately, aside from himself, no one knows the exact circumstances. Frankly, I am almost convinced that I could kill him. Little Crystal stated this with a degree of certainty. Yet her voice carried a hint of confusion. Nonetheless, Anna could empathize with her sentiments that I too have always believed Sean would not hesitate to pull the trigger. He is certainly not the type to kill for pleasure or justification. Even so, he seems to think that, provided he deems it necessary, he would easily pull the trigger. He has explicitly stated, if there is sufficient reason, he would kill. Yet in reality, within such scenarios, Sean strives to avoid killing terrorists. While this choice may raise the alertness within the human army, the differences in either choice are negligible, and the implications directly affect his personal safety. Anna believes that for the sake of her life, she would not spend such time deliberating, but would choose to kill. However, her anticipation fell short. After the first and sixth battles, Sean has yet to kill a terrorist. Yet he has not clearly stated that he would refrain from doing so. He has not even made a choice. Precisely because of this situation, Aki has begun to reconsider this issue. There are reasons stemming from the early loss of loved ones. Does it seem that he is particularly sensitive to matters of life and death? How to articulate it? Personally, I do not believe he possesses such an endearing character. I feel the same way. However, if you are so hesitant, that possibility will certainly be taken into account, as she spoke. Crystal's expression grew grim. Although this does not align with the image he consciously avoids displaying while serving as captain, from another perspective, it indicates he is troubled by this an emotional transference. Akito's position is that of Sean's controller, a neutral party who must maintain balance between the human army and Sean. Yet the Akito before me hardly appears neutral. He likely grapples with the discomfort of forcefully thrusting a youth who is sensitive to the matters of life and death into the battlefield. For Anna personally, harboring fondness for Sean is inherently a welcome sentiment, yet her demeanor remains less than amiable. That child is the type to express aversion outright when faced with something disagreeable. If he dislikes killing, he will clearly declare, "I do not kill." Indeed, it seems he could achieve that, right? Thus, you need not concern yourself with such matters. Upon hearing Anna's words, Akito appeared to momentarily accept them. However, his troubled expression remained unchanged. If that is the case, why do you think Istil is so troubled? Regarding this matter, Anna herself harbors numerous inquiries. I comprehend Sean's fundamental reluctance to take lives. He has explicitly stated that if one adheres to general ethical standards, they would not actively seek to kill. Yet, even when his own safety is at risk, he hesitates to slay the opposing terrorists. Ultimately, Anna's feelings do not align with his. Despite his demeanor, he is, in truth, the type who shows no mercy to enemies. During training for piloting the powered armor, he wreaked havoc during simulated battles against students from the special course, leaving them battered and bruised. When targeted by misbehaving students, he devised a plan to expel them all. Such anecdotes are inevitable when rousing him. Because of this, I assumed he would treat terrorists with equal severity. However, reality proves otherwise. Compared to Aki, who has recently forged a connection with Sean, Anna, who possesses an intimate understanding of these past events, likely experiences a greater shock. Did he never truly regard them as enemies? The impression that Istil leaves is one of indifference toward terrorists. This notion may hold some truth. Moreover, that child generally harbors a disdain for bullying the weak. The malevolence and ruthlessness of his character are well understood by those around him. Yet, even in his cunning and despicable nature, he refrains from raising a hand against the vulnerable. For instance, during his school days, he would ruthlessly target those of equal or higher social standing. Terrorists are, fundamentally, a collective formed by society's downtrodden. Given the vast disparity in combat capability against human armies, they can indeed be deemed as the weak. Perhaps this is the case. Although the activities of terrorists pose a threat to life and disrupt public order, they are also rooted in poverty and the chasm between the affluent and the impoverished. There exists a possibility of feeling some sympathy for such weakness, albeit the self-awareness of the individual remains a nuanced matter. Sean Istil possesses a quick intellect, yet ultimately acts on instinct and emotion. His choice to assist the human army stems from an inability to abandon Anna and those close to him. In a rational assessment to avoid becoming a target of their malice, he often makes choices that should not be made. Thus, he sometimes arrives at judgments without contemplation. His reluctance to harm the weak is evident. Yet his current circumstances leave him with no option to remain passive. This psychological dilemma, compounded by the complexities of his surroundings, may inhibit Sean's ability to make decisions. However, if the situation aligns with Anna and the others' expectations, the likelihood of Sean providing an immediate answer is exceedingly low. He may very well prolong his silence. This, too, could be viewed as a choice that, in response to Anna's concerns, a kid remains composed. Indeed, Istil lacks a definitive stance on the matter of killing. Nonetheless, the human army would not incur losses as a result. While Sean refrains from employing weapons against terrorists, he neutralizes them through magical defensive barriers. The human army's objective remains the annihilation of terrorists, not their total destruction. In this regard, Sean has not disobeyed orders, of course. There are those who disapprove of Sean's ambivalent stance. Yet even in the absence of tangible harm, such views cannot be dismissed lightly. We received orders to head towards Asia the day after the completion of the ritual. Should we engage in a few more confrontations with terrorists, we may lose the opportunity to combat them for a considerable time. Can we endure a few more such encounters? Fortunately, we achieved significant results during the offensive, as long as we ensure no actual harm occurs. It is not difficult to silence those who use our past achievements as a shield. From a kid's perspective, rather than hastily selecting one option to provoke him, it would be wiser to maintain the status quo and gradually disregard the situation. Should I convey this to Sean? Ah, please do. That fellow is decisive in his actions, and it would be troublesome if he were to suddenly be left in the lurch tomorrow. It appears there is indeed something unsettling. For the moment, we have established a safe course regarding matters related to Sean, yet there are still pressing matters that necessitate our departure. Although the date has changed, delay is not an option. Recently, there seems to have been an unusual number of incidents. We have confirmed with the local forces, and they too sense something amiss. In the past 3 days alone, there have been 5 occurrences, all in the vicinity of the city engulfed in fog. Although the East Asia region is also known for a high frequency of invasions, the concentration of these incidents is striking. That if Anna and her companions, merely passing through, perceive this anomaly, it could be attributed to overthinking. Yet if the local forces who have been stationed here for years also recognize the irregularity, it would be unwise to dismiss this as mere paranoia. Interestingly, the frequent incidents in this area contradict what Sean previously mentioned. He asserted that ancient defenses prepared by beings other than humanity linger in ruins and lands associated with religion and ancient civilizations, deterring invaders. However, the East Asia region is steeped in religious tradition, with many adherents even in modern times, leaving behind numerous sacred sites and remnants. According to Sean's assertions, it should be quite difficult for invaders to appear here, yet the reality is that occurrences rank just below those in North America. This discrepancy weighs heavily on Anna's mind, that if a kid were present, he would likely also recognize this contradiction. Though such thoughts crossed her mind, a glance at the astonished expression of her companion before her prompted her to reconsider. Did you not notice? Oh no, I apologize, that is not the case. Exhibiting a subtle reaction, a kid requested a moment. Retreating to his adjacent quarters, he promptly returned with a folded piece of paper. Actually, I have heard about this matter from Istel before. In front of the bewildered Anna, he unfolded the paper on the table. It appeared to be a printed world map, covered in handwritten notes. Was this an analysis of the likelihood of fortune? Noticing the almost complete absence of defenses in North America and the documentation of the multiple enchantments employed by British witches, it was not difficult to deduce the nature of this map. Akik silently nodded in agreement with such observations. Following the Amazon incident, I inquired and learned many intriguing tales. And what of East Asia? Istel remarked. It is too filthy. Anna tilted her head at this ambiguous statement. A kid, perhaps realizing that his previous words had not conveyed the intended meaning, continued to elaborate. A premise. It is said that such filth is deeply intertwined with pollution. Pollution. I recall you mentioning something similar when you encountered darkness in the Amazon. A sudden descent of pitch blackness enveloped them. Apart from recognizing it as a force that induces a strong anti-reaction, they were unaware of its nature. Yet, Sean would likely refer to this as pollution. It is a magical essence capable of nurturing Annie's grace, which explains the severity of the plunge. For them, it must serve as a form of sustenance. Furthermore, the pollution concentration in the East Asia region is notably high. A kid's serious demeanor indicated he was not jesting, that if this pollution is indeed dense, it would be understandable for numerous invaders to emerge. For them, it could be an excellent feeding ground. However, if the pollution's prevalence is factual, it raises further inquiries. Are you suggesting that East Asia harbors elements that generate such pollution? No, that is not the case. Istel stated that pollution emanates from living beings, in other words, that humans. Anna clenched her jaw as she recounted the explanation, and upon finally grasping the answer, her voice rose in intensity as she leaned forward. Calm Anna. A kid gestured for her to settle down. Not only humans but also animals and trees emit such pollution. To draw a parallel, it is akin to carbon dioxide. Just as living beings inhale oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide, as long as life exists, a minuscule amount of pollution is produced. This in itself is negligible and does not interfere with Annie's fortune. However, Istil mentioned that if negative emotions become pronounced, this limitation no longer applies. Negative emotions that anger, sorrow, revulsion, despair, the list is endless. The more intense these feelings, the greater the pollution generated. Moreover, in the East Asia region, a plethora of pollution has been produced over time. Is it due to war? This area has witnessed numerous conflicts throughout ancient times that be why the modern era warfare between nations subsided, yet the lingering resentments of the past have given rise to terrorism, resulting in ongoing conflicts among humanity. The anger and hatred directed at foes, the grief and despair from the loss of loved ones, continue to proliferate. Thus, the pollution accumulates, attracting spirits drawn to its essence. Indeed, even the protective powers residing within sacred sites and remnants cannot withstand such forces. This is a most disheartening reality. The sacred lands and remnants, believed in and cherished by people, ought to promise tranquility. Yet they have lost their blessings due to human folly. Upon hearing this truth, Anna felt a pang of anguish in her chest. If this is the case, could the increasing activity of terrorists be responsible for the rising frequency of occurrences? If pollution is the catalyst for the gathering of misfortune, it could be construed as the unrest caused by the terrorists' actions. The largest metropolis in East Asia, its population density likely contributes to the heightened level of pollution. This line of thought elucidates the surge in incidents and their concentration. However, Akik gently shook his head in response to Anna's musings. Last night, I inquired with Istil, and it seems that is not the case. Why? Such levels of unrest do not yield good fortune. While the overall situation in East Asia remains unstable, this metropolis has benefited from the presence of human military bases, thus avoiding calamities. Economically, it stands as the most prosperous region within East Asia. Compared to peaceful nations, the populace's anxiety may indeed be more pronounced, yet within this land, it can be argued that the quality of life is healthiest. Despite its large population, individual negative emotions are not substantial. Ister once remarked that there are many individuals filled with negativity beyond this city. Indeed, in small and impoverished towns and villages, there exists an abundance of such places for those residing in that land. It may seem exceedingly impolite, yet such locations do exist. If one were to believe Shuren's words, these places appear to be more alluring feeding grounds for invaders. However, if that is indeed the case, why are they manifesting in this vicinity? The answer remains elusive. Ister tilted her head, while the vague and hesitant Xiaojing seemed troubled about whether to continue speaking. Based on past interactions, Xiaojing lacked confidence in what she was about to convey. I understand your uncertainty, but do not squander time. Please share your thoughts with me. If one were to act preemptively, as expected, Akaid hesitated before speaking. Let me clarify, I possess no knowledge regarding the occurrences of concentrated appearances. Moreover, there's another matter that piques my interest. What might that be? I find the actions of the terrorists to be utterly senseless. Their operation should be ambush tactics against a human army when the dark clouds appear. Yet the intention behind such words remains perplexing. Anna, how do you believe they execute their ambushes? Well, upon detecting the invaders' reactions, they likely maneuver towards the combat zones of the human army while avoiding detection by the enemy. Though perhaps overly simplistic, ambush tactics are inherently straightforward. There is no need for undue alarm. Thus, this prediction should be accurate. I initially thought so as well, yet my confidence has waned of late. Why is that? I gestured for him to continue, and Akai displayed several data points on his tablet, that a brief glance revealed that these were metrics of the terrorist combat capabilities during previous ambush operations. During the initial encounter, their forces comprised several antiquated mobile armors and a greater number of small vehicles, indicating they were not merely a disorganized mob, but rather under some form of control. It seemed they possessed a relatively extensive arsenal. Many of the terrorists in Yadong had defected from the old military. However, my concern lies not with this, but with a number of simultaneous attacks. Her tone diverged slightly from Anna's, silently urging her to elaborate. Even if the first ambush caught them unawares, it is perplexing that they did not notice so many approaching after the second attempt. Don't you think? Did you not mention that they expended considerable effort on interference? While that is true, the adversary utilized outdated mechanisms, which should not easily circumvent our significantly superior sensors, particularly when the numerical data was transmitted. In light of this, it does indeed align with what Xiaojing suggested. I reflected on my narrow perspective, having focused solely on ill fortune, failing to recognize the presence of the terrorists. Thus, where could the terrorists have acquired the latest interference devices? while it cannot be definitively concluded. This remains the most plausible scenario that, if that is the case, it is difficult to envision that the terrorists could independently conduct research and development. The worst-case scenario involves someone within the human military illicitly selling technology to the terrorists. They are already overwhelmed with their duties, compounded by interpersonal conflicts that, while the human army describes outsiders as savage, I find them to be comparatively gentle. Thus far, those outside of Anna's circle, including Shuren, have exhibited a gentler disposition towards humanity. The witches have provided wisdom and resources. Even the typically aggressive hummingbirds have shown no intent to attack humans, occasionally lending a hand during battles. Not everyone embodies this sentiment. Nevertheless, in contrast to the incessant strife among their own kind, they appear to be a more peaceful species. Anna could only nod in agreement with Yaki's sentiments. Though the atmosphere had quieted considerably, they had exchanged all necessary work-related dialogue. Xiaojing, if possible, how about enjoying a drink? That was rather abrupt. What does it matter occasionally? I shan't say more. You Haven Tea had a proper rest since leaving the 7th artificial island. Have you? Is it Ramda? You may imagine as you wish. Ultimately, Akai nodded in agreement with Anna's suggestion. Perhaps he sensed that she was concerned about his lack of rest. Akai Mikan, as a person, would not be deterred by the goodwill of a longtime friend. Unable to indulge in drinking within the captain's quarters, the two retreated to Akai's private room nearby. Anna, as if she had been waiting for this moment, retrieved several small bottles of alcohol from her handbag. And Akai regarded her with an indescribable expression, yet she nonchalantly arranged the bottles on the table, also preparing cups. Perhaps resigned to Anna's nature, Yaki swiftly placed some snacks on the table, and the two commenced their modest drinking session. However, I didn't expect it to be so orderly. I had anticipated greater chaos. This man, Yaki, appears composed, yet surprisingly lazy. Especially in his private life, this tendency is notably pronounced. Since his student days, my own personal space often resembled a disarray. Yet this private room seemed entirely orderly. Could it be that you bring others here? Anna half-jokingly inquired, though she merely jested. Due to his appearance and setup, Akai was quite popular among women, yet he remained oblivious to such matters. With his nature, it was improbable that he would bring someone home every night. Should such an event occur, Anna would first suspect Yaki was unwell or that some cataclysm had unfolded. Indeed, that is the case. Thus, upon hearing Yaki's response, it was not surprising that Anna choked. She leaned forward, pressing her hands firmly on the table, her body angled towards Yaki. Who did you bring? A child I know. Ah, that kind of. Why are you so shocked? Surely you would be startled to think you, so utterly clueless, brought someone into your room. Were you not just brought in as well? Perhaps influenced by Anna, Akai's tone grew increasingly reminiscent of his student days. Yet this no longer mattered. What was most concerning was who he had brought. Moreover, it seems you have misunderstood. I did not bring a woman in here. Surely, it cannot be someone like Ramda, tidying up the room? Yuri not implying he targeted a boy. Are you? No. Ister. Shuren. The lively conversation abruptly quieted due to Yaki's response. During free time, he would often lecture about the outside world, sharing tales of the other world and outsiders. Ah, perhaps it was the map from earlier? Yes, Xiaojing, while sipping her drink, gazed in astonishment at Anna, who had quickly regained her composure. While she knew he and T brought a woman, the thought of having Shuren, a complex mage who appeared to be a beautiful underage boy, in his room could lead to trouble if discovered that so. You had not heard Esther mention this? No, this is the first I have heard of it. Is that so? I assumed he would have shared it with you. Even Anna remained silent, and Shuren probably understood the complications of information leakage. It seems Yaki was entirely unconcerned about bringing her into his room. The fewer people involved in the conversation, the better. What's wrong? It's nothing. Perhaps I inadvertently omitted mentioning that child. Anna deemed elaborating too troublesome and decided to deflect. Moreover, to avoid raising suspicion, she swiftly steered the topic elsewhere. So then, how have you been getting along with Shuren? I'm uncertain of the standards for success, but it seems to be going well enough, perhaps. In her view, their relationship appeared quite amicable. However, should she claim to have witnessed their interactions from the sidelines, she might deliberately maintain distance. The surrounding human army. Their closeness was frowned upon, which was unavoidable, yet now was not the time to apply the brakes.